Harry collapsed onto his bed in Gryffindor Tower, his mind barely able to process everything that had happened to him and his friends since their ill-fated rescue mission to the Department of Mysteries. Not only had Voldemort possessed him, not only had his friends trusted him and gotten terribly hurt, but it had been for no reason. It had been a trick, all because he wasn't strong enough, wasn't smart enough, and now Sirius was dead, and it was all his fault. The fact that Dumbledore had chosen now of all times to tell him the words of a prophecy that had apparently hung over his head this entire time. Harry barely had time, and the presence of mind to draw his bed curtains around him before his feverishly overwrought mind finally succumbed to what he was hopping would be a peaceful oblivion. Naturally, this was not what happened. Instead, Harry found himself on the reed-lined bank of a slow-moving river, the air hot, humid, and heavy. He looked around in alarm, unsure of where he was or if this was some kind of trick by Voldemort again, but all he could see for miles was grass, and perhaps some grazing animals in the distance. "Welcome, descendant," an unfamiliar, accented voice said, and Harry whirled, whipping his wand out as he suddenly saw a vessel made of reeds floating down the river toward him. The speaker was a man in flowing white robes, standing on the ancient, worn-looking boat without any oars, although he did hold a very short staff, or perhaps it was a large wand in his hands. The carved wooden length looked familiar to Harry, but he couldn't place it immediately. Turning his attention back to the man, Harry saw that he was bald with tanned olive skin, and his eyes were surrounded with a black eyeliner of some sort. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "How did you get into my head?" "I am Ketty, war mage and ward master as you would understand them for the great pharaohs of Egypt of millennia past," the man replied evenly, his boat coming to a halt in front of Harry. "As to how I am in your head, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I am now a part of your soul, and the reasons for that are admittedly somewhat unusual." "My soul?" Harry asked in alarm, not moving his wand away in the slightest. "Indeed," Ketty said, smiling a little. "To be more specific, I preserved my Ka and my scepter for my descendants to access one day for guidance." He then frowned. "It seems that this took longer than I had initially thought." "What's a Ka?" Harry asked suspiciously. "And how am I one of your descendants? The Potters aren't from Egypt, not as far as I know." Ketty laughed softly. "Ka is one of the parts of the soul, an astral self, as you would call it. It is part of you, unique from birth. It is a guide and protector, carrying a fragment of the divine from creation, and persists from generation to generation. The soul is a complicated concept, and magics affecting it must be undertaken only with great preparation and skill, or else true horrors are perpetrated. I will instruct you more on this, but we have more pressing things to speak on first." "First, you are indeed my descendant." "Not from your lineage as a Potter, but instead from your lineage as a Black," Ketty began, but Harry immediately interrupted him. "But I'm not a Black," he protested, his throat closing up and eyes becoming hot as he saw the image of Sirius falling through the veil again. "Yes, Harry, you are," Ketty said gently. "Your grandmother on your father's side was Doria Black before she married Charles Potter, and as such, black blood flows through your veins. It is not the only ancient family either, but for my purposes, it is perhaps the most important. The Black family was not always called such, and its history stretches back uncounted generations to when it was found here, on the banks of the Nile. It is through that blood that my Ka was activated by yours when you grabbed my scepter in the Department of Mysteries, and it is through that blood that our Ka have begun to merge. Our souls are merging, and when did I touch your scepter?" Harry asked, suspiciously. "Our whole souls are not merging, only the Ka," Ketty corrected. "And I believe you grabbed my scepter in a blind attempt to fend off your crazed relative in the bowels of your government building. It was successful in that it saved your life, but the blast of magic was not without its own effects. Namely, my long slumbering Ka overwhelming your agitated mind briefly. Even now, as we speak, parts of my knowledge are being instinctively grafted into you. I will instruct you in your dreams as well, for much of my knowledge must be explained and understood to be used, but I believe you may find yourself enjoying the benefit of unfamiliar spells being cast by your subconscious, or fluency in languages and runes you have never seen before." "That's insane," Harry said, feeling faint. "Hermione will hate the unfair advantage, of course, learning while I sleep," he realized, aiming for levity, but his attempt at humor slid off even as he tried to force it. "Are there other effects of this merger of our Ka?" "Almost certainly," Ketty said. Beyond the knowledge of magic that I will impart, a good deal of which still quite useful to you, I believe my personality will influence yours slightly. At my apex, I was confident, strong, decisive, and a formidable leader and combatant. You have these traits as well, and despite your troubled past, you have already begun to bring them forth. As our Ka become one, you will show the world these more often. How much do you know about me? Harry asked, thinking over this newest revelation. Most of this sounded good, even if he wished that this had happened before his disastrous decision to visit the Department of Mysteries. Now that Voldemort was active again in the world, he'd need every advantage he could get to survive, especially after watching him and Dumbledore duel. And he was supposed to be the Dark Lord's equal. Ketty smiled, revealing perfect teeth. I know everything about you, Harry. My Ka has seen your soul in its entirety, all its memories, struggles, triumphs, and qualities. If I had not sensed that you were worthy, we would not be having this conversation. We have much to do, and you have a long way to go, but we can get there together if you are willing to put in the work, as you would say. I have managed to glean some additional knowledge from the people who have been around my scepter, which has been helpful, but I have ancient knowledge as well. Not all of it has been surpassed by the current age of magic, and some of it remains superior or lost to the sands of time, yet I remember. For now, rest. I will remain with you and can offer guidance as needed. Thank you, Ketty, Harry said, feeling hopeful for the first time since he had watched Sirius die. The Egyptian inclined his head, and Harry's vision dissolved into a pool of darkness. When his eyes opened next, he could see that light was starting to faintly stream into Gryffindor Tower, and he forced himself up. Last night, he had more or less been forced to sleep by Dumbledore, having hardly gotten any updates on the conditions of his friends other than that they were alive, and he needed to know more if at all possible. He felt responsible for their injuries, and with that in mind, he quickly got dressed, jammed his glasses on, and hurried down to the Great Hall for breakfast, hoping to see Dumbledore or maybe another student from the botched rescue mission. Sadly, he didn't see anyone that he was looking for, so instead he scarfed down his food and hurried toward the infirmary. By the time he arrived, Madame Pomfrey had just opened the doors. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said with a touch of weariness. "You're here early. Surely you didn't manage to hurt yourself so soon in the day, and I was led to believe you were somehow uninjured last night." No, Madame Pomfrey," Harry hurried to assure the stately witch. "I'm here to see if any of my friends are here." "Ah, yes," Madame Pomfrey said. "I stayed up quite late tending to them, and they are all still asleep, so I will insist that you don't wake them as they heal, but I don't see the harm in you seeing them so long as you remain silent." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey," Harry said, still feeling incredibly guilty about his part in it all. He tiptoed into the medical wing, quickly spotting Hermione, Ginny, and Fred. George and Neville had managed to come through unscathed, but Harry didn't see Ron at all, and he knew he had been the worst off because of the strange brain creatures that had grabbed him. "Madame Pomfrey, where's Ron?" he whispered. "Is he okay?" the witch sighed. "He didn't come back with the others," she admitted softly. "The headmaster said that he was in St. Mungo's, and from what I heard, he probably needs more specialist help than what I'm set up to deal with here in Hogwarts. The things in the Department of Mysteries are not to be trifled with, and they can leave their mark on the unwary." Harry's shoulders slumped. "Don't worry, dear," Madame Pomfrey said comfortingly. "Mr. Weasley should make a full recovery. It'll simply take more time than these 3. Now you should go do something else and let your friends rest up and heal. I'm sure they'll come find you once they've been released from my care." Harry nodded glumly and thanked the healer before walking slowly and somewhat aimlessly toward one of the courtyards. "Harry James Potter," a female voice barked, and Harry cringed as a red-headed witch bore down on him in full fury. "Yes, Susan," he asked timidly, having a bad feeling about what was about to happen to him. "What do you have to say for yourself?" the Hufflepuff 5th year demanded. "I'm sorry for causing your Aunt Amelia a lot of trouble and work," he offered. "No, you blathering idiot," Susan said, her blue eyes crackling with ire. "First, how could you be so reckless as to charge into the Department of Mysteries without telling the Aurors? And second, why did you leave me and so many others from the DA behind?" I thought my godfather was being tortured by Voldemort, and I didn't have time to tell anyone but the people immediately around me in my house," Harry offered. "And considering how many people with me got hurt, I'm kind of glad that no one else was with us." "Harry Potter, I'm your girlfriend," Susan shot back, unimpressed with the lackluster response. Furthermore, you know that Auntie Amelia would have investigated immediately if you told her what you just told me. I know, Harry admitted, feeling like a failure all over again. It's just that I messed up in so many ways last night, and now Sirius is dead, and it's all my fault. I can't just put everyone I care about in danger. Susan sighed, almost groaning and leaning forward, her forehead thumping on Harry's shoulder. Harry, she begged softly, I know I've talked to you about this, and I know at least Hermione has as well. You have got to stop blaming yourself for everything bad that happens to you, especially when it involves a fight with the Death Eaters and you know who. I'm sorry, Harry muttered, feeling even worse about himself. No, Susan declared, picking her head up and straightening herself. I've been working hard at getting you to stop apologizing for things like this, and I'm going to keep doing so. But that battle will keep. Instead, we're going to move on to more productive conversations instead. Like what? Harry asked cautiously, happy enough to be no longer in the direct line of fire for his tendency to apologize for his actions. If Susan caught him brooding again, it would not be pretty. My auntie's investigation into your living situation, Susan said angrily. I communicated my concerns to her, and what she's found has been absolutely horrifying, Harry. What investigation? Harry asked faintly. At first, I thought your bad clothing and tendency to keep your head down and avoid attention was an attempt to hide from your fame, Susan bulldozed on. I knew it couldn't be a lack of money, considering your position as the Potter heir, and maybe more, depending on Sirius's will reading, but that will also be shelved for now. No, it wasn't until we started dating this year that I realized some things weren't adding up, and I've spent long enough with my aunt's work colleagues to know when I need to dig a little deeper. Once I did, I figured out just how little you talk about your home life, where you grew up, or any family. In fact, nobody knows almost anything about where you grew up, and so when I reached out to Auntie and even she had trouble finding out the address, despite being the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I knew to hand off my findings to her. Susan stopped her cavalcade of words, breathing heavily as tears welled up in her expressive blue eyes. Harry, why didn't you ever say anything? She asked, sounding sad and heartbroken. For Harry, this tenderness was almost too much for him to bear. Everything all year, from highs to lows, was hitting him so hard recently. From his torment at the hands of Umbridge and his triumphant vanquishing of her, to his constant visions from his scar, to his occlumency, lessons with Snape, to Sirius's death, to the sudden presence of Ketty, and now the revealing of one of his most deeply buried secrets, it felt like life was determined to break him utterly. I did, Harry croaked, completely overwhelmed by the softness in his girlfriend's eyes and voice. I begged Dumbledore every year to let me stay here, find somewhere else to go. He never let me. He wouldn't even tell me why, just that it was necessary. Then he will be answering for that, Susan snarled, her loyal Hufflepuff instincts rising to the fore. You will not be going back to those abusers again, and if keeping you in our manor is what it takes, Auntie has promised me that's exactly what will happen. Harry stared at Susan for a little while after that heartfelt declaration, the small, downtrodden, mistrusting child in the back of his mind judging her words for sincerity, and finally nodded in acceptance. Thank you, he said thickly. At least that will be something that goes right for me for once. This means more than I can say. Don't thank me yet, Susan said, smiling bravely through the tears that hadn't quite fallen. Once Auntie latches onto you, she doesn't let go. It's the badger in her. If she raised you, I think I'll be okay, Harry managed, which earned him a massive hug from the red-headed witch. Just don't tell Dumbledore or your friends anything just yet, Susan cautioned. It's going to turn into an official investigation, most likely, and Auntie doesn't want any of the evidence to get hidden. Okay, Harry said. I was going to try and speak with Dumbledore before the train left about something that happened to me in the Department of Mysteries, but I'll wait until after the summer now. Something happened to you in the Dueling, Susan squeaked, releasing Harry suddenly. Oh, you definitely will need to talk to Auntie about that. I can't imagine you'll be in trouble, but the head of the Unspeakables, Croaker, has been asking her some questions about if the Death Eaters did something to one of their new artifacts. Oh, Harry said, wondering if his mouth had run away from him in a really bad way this time. Yeah, that might have been me. From there, things moved in their usual end-of-the-term rush, although Harry was still feeling out of it with all the intense emotions he had been experiencing for the last day and a half. Somehow, Harry packed, Or maybe a house elf did it for him. Attended the sending-off feast, and found himself in a train car on the Hogwarts Express with his friends, for once feeling like he wasn't being sent back to a prison. He hadn't even really told anyone just yet that he wouldn't be staying with the Dursleys this summer, in part because he still didn't entirely trust that he would be free of them, but Hermione picked up on the fact that something was different about how he was feeling. "Are you okay, Harry?" the bushy-haired genius asked him, looking concerned. "I think so," Harry said, having hugged her as tightly as he could once she was released from the infirmary. "But there's just so much in my head right now," he admitted, hiding the tiny smile that he had, given it exactly just how much was going on up there at this moment in time. "If it is at all possible, I will be trying to contact you this summer," Hermione promised, still looking worried. "I know you don't get the best care over the break, and with everything that's just happened, I don't want you dealing with it on your own." "Don't worry, Hermione," Susan assured the Gryffindor witch, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. "I won't let him brood by himself for the next 3 months. So long as I can help," Hermione said, but sat back looking satisfied. "I'm not that bad," Harry protested, but he was forced to sit back and sulk when every female in the rather crammed train car raised an eyebrow. "We love you, Harry," Hannah Abbott started. "And you have many impressive gifts, both magical and otherwise," Susan assured him. "But you really are that bad," Hermione finished. "You do have a wonderful variety of fantastic creatures that surround your head at all times," Luna Lovegood offered. Thanks, Luna," Harry said, not sure that the petite, blonde Ravenclaw's words advanced his case. "Ooh, you've picked up some new ones recently," Luna said excitedly, clapping her hands together. "They're quite old, and I've only seen the like in Egypt, near some ancient tombs being excavated by Gringotts." Harry said, shocked once again at how the younger witch could be so different and yet so perceptive. "When were you in Egypt?" Hermione asked, thankfully appearing to take Harry's pause as a sign that Harry was as mystified as everyone else. "Oh, 2 summers ago," Luna said, shrugging. "Daddy and I once again failed to find the crumply-horned snorkack, but we had a delightful encounter with a pair of nesting sphinxes, who gave us a standing invitation to return with any ideas we had for riddles." "I don't think I fancy my chances again a sphinx with Luna-inspired riddles," Neville Longbottom muttered in his seat next to Hannah, and Harry was forced to agree. From there, the train ride flew by as the conversation took a lighter turn. After a year working together running Dumbledore's army right under the nose of Umbridge and her Inquisition squad, it felt incredible to Harry that he was able to be so open with some of the other ringleaders after spending so much time isolated to keep Umbridge away from his friends. The only one missing was Ron, who was still recovering in St. Mungo's, although Harry had been reassured by the twins that their brother would be fine in 2 days. By the time the train was pulling into the station, Luna and Hermione were deep in another argument, in which Luna's ridiculous insight and bizarre proclamations clashed with Hermione's deep-rooted desire for logic and order. "For the last time, you can't simply invent mythical creatures to write about in the Quibbler without any proof of their existence," Hermione growled. "But Hermione, there isn't any proof they don't exist," Luna said, her huge silver eyes wide with her resolve. "That's a logical fallacy," Hermione cried, throwing her hands up. "Okay, let me try a different tact. What would you do if you actually found this crumple-horned stork?" Luna gave Hermione a reproachful look. "It's a crumple-horned snorkack, Hermione, and you know that. But that creature is an exception to our quest for magizoologist knowledge. If Daddy and I ever actually find it, we would celebrate wildly for an hour, then erase all evidence of our search and our notes, and then obliviate the memories from each other so we could do it all again. In fact, there's nothing to say that we haven't already done so." Hermione simply stared at Luna, blinking in disbelief, unable to comprehend the destruction of such long-sought-after knowledge. But Harry gave Luna a smile, knowing exactly why Luna and her only surviving family might do such a thing. He would have dearly loved to have such a treasured bonding activity with his real family as well. As it was, Luna was missing her mother. "I will find it myself, then," Hermione snarled, whirling away to grab her trunk in a huff as the train finally came to a halt. "You're welcome to join our next expedition," Luna said happily, and Harry and Susan exchanged grins, knowing exactly how long Hermione would last with 2 Lovegoods, especially since it was no secret that Luna was the better adjusted of her family. "Shall we go find Auntie?" Susan asked softly, also rising, and Harry nodded. "I'll also need to go tell Uncle Vernon that I won't be returning with him," Harry said slowly. "Does it have to be you?" Susan asked, softly but firmly. "I can visibly see you curling in on yourself at the thought of seeing him." "I suppose not," Harry said, thinking it over. "I don't really have anything to say to him or Aunt Petunia, and I can always track down Dudley again myself if I really need to." "And you don't have anything you need from their house," Susan confirmed. "I never left anything I cared about there," Harry confirmed quickly. "Then just point out the fat man to Auntie, and she'll take care of informing him of your freedom," Susan said, knowing from her letters to her mother figure just how badly her auntie wanted to deal with the abusive man. "Okay," Harry said, and that was the end of it. Together, the pair followed their friends off the train and into the bustling chaos that was Platform 9. Given the relative dearth of redheads that weren't Weasleys, finding the put-together and monocled witch who was currently scanning the crowd like she was ready for trouble was a fairly simple matter. "Good to see you, Susan," Madame Amelia Bones said, wrapping her niece up in a hug. "And good to see you again, Harry, especially outside of a courtroom." "Thank you, ma'am," Harry said sheepishly. "I'm glad we were able to get you out of those ridiculous charges," Amelia said, sighing. "Breaching the statute of secrecy with a patroness? What a bizarre thing to do, let alone impressive beyond your years. I still haven't managed to pin enough evidence down to get Fudge or Umbridge charged, but I've got eyewitnesses tracking 2 Dementors leaving Azkaban and crossing the country to get to Surrey, so I was able to confirm your story." "I'm beyond touched that you would go to such lengths for me, ma'am," Harry said, shocked that she had gone to the trouble. "Oh, it was partly for you, but I'm also very close to getting the fool who calls himself Minister on corruption charges," Amelia said, baring her teeth in a grim smile. "But that's maybe a conversation for closed doors. Come, is there anything else we need to do before we go back to the ossuary?" "Yes," Susan said resolutely. "You can tell Harry's uncle that he can go home without his prisoner." "Oh, Susan, you always get me the nicest gifts," Amelia said, her grin now resembling a shark's. "Where is the fat man?" "Just outside Platform 10, Harry volunteered quietly. "I can point him out if you need me to." "No, I know what he looks like, and I hope to see him behind bars soon, too," Amelia promised. "But he's a muggle," Harry said, feeling a little confused how a magical policewoman, even the one in charge of all the magical police in Wizarding Britain, could arrest a muggle for a non-magical crime. "We do a little work with our counterparts on the other side of things, mostly through intermediaries," Amelia said, smiling thinly. "No one likes child abusers, whether magic is involved or not." "Well, okay," Harry said, somehow both exhausted of it all and hopping against hope that something would finally happen, that the world would tell the Dursleys that they were wrong, and that he was, well, as normal as he could be. "If we need a statement from you, I'll ask, but otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, you can forget about them," Amelia said firmly. "While I might ordinarily disapprove of having my niece's 15-year-old boyfriend live with us over the summer, Susan has a good head on her shoulders and has convinced me to trust your behavior. You will not disappoint me." Harry blinked at the conversation whiplash, but Susan immediately groaned. "Auntie," she whined, "why would you even say that, in public?" "That's not even something you need to worry about, I mean." Madame Bones' laughter cut off Susan's quickly derailed, sputtering tirade. "Well, it's good to have confirmation that we don't need to have another special talk," she said, chuckling. "You two go wait by the flue, and I'll be right back." The head of the DMLE stalked off, the crowd parting almost subconsciously for the powerful woman. Wow," Harry said, trying to square everything that had just happened in his head. "Yeah, Auntie does stuff like that to keep me off balance sometimes," Susan said, scowling and more than a little pink in embarrassment. "The downside of having a trained investigator as a guardian is keeping secrets is very difficult, and she knows just how to wind me up to make sure she's gotten everything out of me. It comes from a place of love, but she's also extremely paranoid, especially with everything happening now that you know who is acting in public again." Harry nodded, understanding that. The train platform bustled with people, but the witches and wizards were moving quickly, hardly even stopping for pleasantries as they shepherded their families away as soon as they collected their things and greeted them. It was a far cry from the last few times Harry had been here at the end of the year. "I'm looking forward to seeing your house," Harry eventually said, breaking the silence that was becoming awkward at the Dark Lord's mention. What did you say it was called again? The ossuary, Susan said, grinning a little. Because it's a house of bones, Harry realized, hiding a frown as he wondered how he knew that. Such trivia tended to be the preserve of Hermione or apparently Remus. Luna might have also known that, but it really was a coin flip on what that little Ravenclaw had in her head. Yep, Susan said cheerfully. And don't worry, even with that name, the decorations aren't terrible. We do have some bones on the wall because, well, but I promise it's very tasteful, Harry snickered. I'm looking forward to it, he said. Harry, Susan, Amelia called, cutting through the crowd with a smirk on her face. Come. Well, it looks like that conversation was fast, Harry said, trying to have as neutral an expression on his face as possible. I bet she cut him to the bone, Susan said happily and then winced. That one, wasn't intentional. I'm starting to regret agreeing to come live with you already, Harry said, happy for a change in conversational direction as they began lugging their trunks and school supplies over to where Amelia stood by a large fireplace. What? Susan squawked in outrage. You love my puns, even the accidental ones. If you say so. Harry teased, and Susan grumbled under her breath, plotting dire revenge. Harry, the flu address is the ossuary, Amelia instructed, grabbing a pinch of the green powder. I'll go first and make sure that the wards let you through. We don't have a password yet, but that will be changing shortly. Of course, ma'am, Harry said, suddenly thinking of a few different ways he now knew to protect a property. It seemed that the knowledge from Ketty was transferring quickly, and it was a strange situation. With no prior instruction, Harry now knew exactly how to raise some rather stubborn and deadly ancient Egyptian wards and protective curses, but he had no idea how to explain how it worked, only that it did. Thinking about that fact also triggered the realization that he was fluent in multiple ancient languages. He was going to need to have a long talk with Ketty tonight, because it was very disorienting to have all this knowledge at his disposal, and even more so that he didn't understand it beyond knowing how to do certain set things. Shaking his head, Harry followed Amelia into the green flames and stumbled into a well-appointed, dark-paneled sitting room. Unlike past experiences using the flu, Harry managed to stay on his feet this time, and so despite losing his grip on his luggage and Hedwig's cage, Harry counted it as a success. Welcome to the ossuary, Mr. Potter, Amelia said with a half-bow, sounding very amused, but Harry did his best to not react. Thank you, Madame Bones, he said, trying to be as formal as possible to match her as he did his best imitation of her bow. Auntie. Susan whined, emerging flawlessly from the fire, much to Harry's chagrin. Why are you doing the whole pureblood thing with my boyfriend? We went over this. Well, other than it being good manners to welcome the heir of an ancient and noble house to our family manor, it is very funny to annoy you, Amelia told her adopted daughter. I'm a what? Harry asked, frowning. That sounded important. Amelia's eyes widened in shock. You haven't been made aware of your heritage, she asked. Did Dumbledore never tell you about the Potter lordship? Susan piled on, sounding equally scandalized. He's voting your seat on the Wisengamot. Dumbledore, tell me anything he didn't think was strictly necessary. I think not, Harry scowled. I don't know hardly anything about my parents, let alone the Potter family, and I have a seat on the Wisengamot. Well, that's going to be a whole other conversation, Amelia said slowly. And we are going to have that conversation in full, not to mention asking your headmaster an entirely new set of very detailed questions about his role and responsibilities as your magical guardian. But first, we're going to get you settled in here, and then we're going to talk about your past family situation and what happened in the Dueling chambers. I also believe Susan said you had something you needed to talk to Croaker about. That can wait if it's not urgent, though. Yes, Harry admitted, taking a leap of faith to trust the one adult who had heard his story and decided to do something about it, other than Sirius. There's an artifact that I think I need to talk to him about. It's caused some changes with my soul, I think. Amelia looked at Harry with no small amount of horror. Actually, I think we're going to need to have that conversation first, Amelia said, stalking to the fireplace and sticking her head into it. Saul. Get over here now and bring that scepter. Harry watched as an older man in a long gray cloak tumbled out of the fireplace at a truly impressive speed, clutching the raven-headed scepter Harry had seen in Ketty's hands in his dream. Harry, this is Saul Croaker, Chief Unspeakable and head of the Department of Mysteries, Amelia explained tersely. He's one of the foremost magical experts in Britain, and likely the world. Croaker, Either you or one of your experts on the soul needs to examine Mr. Potter here at your earliest convenience. He says that the artifact you're holding is doing something to his. Croaker had his wand out and waving around Harry almost before Amelia could finish her explanation, muttering under his breath rapidly as he cast spell after spell. Harry decided that staying put was a good idea, as he desperately wanted some answers as to what was going on, as well as confirmation that Ketty wasn't going to hurt him in some way. Somehow, he didn't think that taking a potential possessor at their word was a good idea if there were other, independent ways of checking his safety. He hadn't forgotten what Voldemort had done too, and with Ginny Weasley with his diary in his second year. There's definitely a strong, albeit fatting connection with the scepter, Croaker eventually said, his wand still arcing around Harry in graceful loops. Which would explain one of the 3 souls or pieces thereof that I'm sensing on Mr. Potter. The whole soul would be his, I imagine, and I can trace the piece that came from the scepter. What I don't understand is where the other soul fragment has come from, and such dark magic. Other soul fragment? Amelia demanded, and Harry nodded in wide-eyed terror. Ketty hadn't said anything about that. Croaker's voice trailed off as his slate-colored eyebrows drew together and his face paled as he cast another complicated-looking spell. But of course, he groaned. It's only coming from your still unhealed, cursed, magical scar. Why wouldn't that foul waste of air commit another horror or 2 while he was embodied? Saul, Amelia ground out, you're scaring the children. The unspeakable sighed, his shoulders slumping. What I've discovered here in Mr. Potter's head is a threat to our national security, Amelia, and a crime against nature and the fundamental laws of the universe. You'll excuse me if I'm only a little upset. That's not making me any happier, nor reassuring the kids, Amelia snapped. I don't care what's wrong with my boyfriend, I want to know how we can fix it, Susan demanded, not to be outdone by her auntie. You clearly know what it is. As chaos threatened to overtake the room, guided by one of his new instincts, Harry raised his hand and wandlessly summoned the scepter, which was wrenched right out of Croaker's hands. The unspeakable cursed, Amelia's battle-honed instincts allowed her to fire off a stunning spell, and Susan lunged toward Harry to tackle him out of the way. None of these efforts stopped Harry, and the moment the scepter touched his hands, a sphere of pure silver surrounded him, absorbing the stunner, knocking Susan back, and admittedly doing very little to stop Croaker's 4-letter word. It's all right, Ketty boomed, suddenly appearing next to Harry as a ghostly apparition. There is no reason to panic. I can explain everything, but once the power I stored in my scepter runs out, I will no longer be able to communicate with you all directly, so I beg that you listen to me now before I lose that ability. Who in Merlin's name are you? Croaker demanded, his wand now pointed at the ancient Egyptian wizard. And how did you get past my wards? Amelia added, her wand already out and at the ready. Susan scrambled back on 3 limbs, her wand bursting out of its holster to bring another wand to bear on the intruder in her home, having obviously decided that the first 2 questions would suffice for now. My name is Ketty, and I am what remains of one of the servants of the great pharaohs. The Egyptian offered a deep bow. As for your wards, I am no longer corporeal, and given that my Ka is the only part of my soul currently present, and merging with my descendants here, I presume that I no longer count as an individual for the purposes of your impressive defenses. If my descendant is staying here, however, I do have a few suggestions to add to your security. While I was living, one of my specialties was warding, something my people raised into an exquisite art form. If what I've gleaned from Harry is true, even now your people are trying to break through some of my people's work. How is what you're doing any different than a possession? Croaker asked suspiciously, albeit slightly more calmly. The simplest answer is to say that I am not taking over my descendant, Ketty said, offering a graceful shrug. A more complex answer is that he is absorbing my knowledge, and in the process, some of my character attributes will magnify his. How long will this take? Harry asked, cutting in now that the tension had dropped. You didn't tell me that earlier. Much of the knowledge transfer is instant, Ketty said. Our lessons to understand it such that you can build from the knowledge you have been given and use it in different ways will take a few weeks, perhaps as long as 2 months. My Ka will have been fully absorbed by your soul in that time frame. Speaking of souls, how did this get triggered, and does having a 3rd piece hurt this process at all? Amelia asked. Harry has the blood of Nile, Ketty said. The Blacks have a long history, and the river of life and death flows through their veins. Harry is one of my descendants, otherwise this process could not have started. Our Ka would have been missing the familial link needed to start the process when Harry activated my scepter in his attempt to defend himself from the mad black sorceress. As to the invention of the foul Greek, it both is and is not a complicating factor for this process. In fact, there may be a ritual we can perform that will allow it to follow the stream of magic I have begun and allow Harry to absorb it entirely, severing it from the control of the original caster. Wouldn't that corrupt Mr. Potter? Croaker asked, but Harry could see the instincts of a researcher coming to the fore. The soul fragment in his scar is very dark magic, and the wizard who put it there, almost certainly accidentally, was quite evil. This ritual would only be possible because the soul piece was not properly secured, Ketty said dismissively. I suppose we could purify it first, but it is death magic, of which my descendant already has a strong affinity for through one of his other bloodlines, so I do not believe that taking advantage of this dark wizard's clumsiness would carry any risk. I have an affinity for death magic. From who? Harry asked, feeling a little lost, albeit excited at the possibility of being free of his scar and the resulting headaches and visions. From whom, not who, and the Peverils most likely, Croaker said, thinking it over. The Potter line absorbed one of the branches of that ancient family a few hundred years ago. The main three houses you would have potential bloodline gifts from would be the Potters, famed for transfiguration, the Peverils, with a noted connection to death and combat, and the Blacks, known for their curses and ability to conceal themselves. Another use of the soul fragment, however, would be to track the others, Ketty mused, having clearly ignored the discussion of Harry's magical heritage. Others? Amelia asked. What does that mean? Until all of the Greeks' perversions are found and dealt with, this dark wizard cannot be truly slain, Ketty said. They are nasty creations, but I believe you have a spell used to separate a soul from that which houses it, no? Of course, Croaker said in shock. The killing curse. How did we not think of that? Our other methods of destroying Horcruxes have been much more destructive. Why else would such a spell be developed? Ketty asked, looking amused. Even thousands of years ago, we had many, many easier ways of killing each other, even without a trace. An unblockable killing curse is only needed to destroy heavily protected magical artifacts that have souls in them, particularly if you want to leave the surrounding area untouched. Our pyramids had great treasures in them, after all. We wanted our venerated dead to remain so, and to not trouble the living any further. Ketty, as fascinating as this discussion is, we must use this soul piece to track the others down so that we can kill he who must not be named, Amelia said. How long will it take to set up this ritual, and what do we need? Time is of the essence here if there is going to be a magical Britain left by the time we're done here. Do you have a ritual room? Ketty asked. I can feel the remnants of old death magic here. The Bones name is an old one, and we have our own history with death magic, albeit less famous than the Peverils, Amelia said shortly, ignoring Susan's jerk in surprise. The ritual room hasn't been used in my memory, but I know where it is. Bring us there, Ketty said. For this, I will require an athame, chalk, and a flawless crystal ball. Also, if you have any potions for blood and magical loss, we will likely want them close to hand. Harry should not be harmed, but this is a rather draining ritual in several senses of the word. That sounds encouraging, Susan muttered under her breath, but Harry heard her anyway. It'll be okay, Susan, Harry said, giving her a smile. If this ritual can get this thing out of my head and help us kill Voldemort once and for all, I'll happily sacrifice some blood. That is exactly the kind of sentiment that will be required, my descendant, Ketty said. I've got a well-stocked potion pantry, and I have the chalk and a ritual knife, Amelia said as she began to lead them deeper into the ossuary. I don't know if I've got a good crystal ball, though. Flopsy, she called. With a slight pop, a smartly dressed house elf burst into existence. Yes, Madame Bonesy, he asked. What can I be doing for yous? Do we have a crystal ball anywhere in the manor or the Bones vaults? Amelia asked. Flopsy frowned and then popped away before returning a moment later with 3 balls floating in the air behind him. Will one of these be doing it? The middle one, Ketty said, after studying them for a moment. Excellent, Amelia said, and grabbed it out of the air. After walking further into the manor and descending into the basement, Amelia opened a door at the end of the long passageway they had been walking along. Ritual rooms like this often have to be at some remove from the wards of the manor, as well as all the ambient magic that we tend to be surrounded in. Amelia explained briefly to Harry and Susan as they looked around curiously at the barren room. The circles for rituals will need to be drawn each time and cleaned up afterwards, all without magic. Speaking of, what kind of circle will we need for the transference, Ketty? Ketty said, floating above the floor as he pondered the smooth gray stone beneath him. I must admit I am likely unfamiliar with your way of drawing and casting rituals, but my descendant should have the knowledge within him now to create the circle, complete with the correct runes. I do, Harry asked, not aware that this was knowledge that had been transferred. Yes, Ketty said, sounding faintly amused. Please draw out an Aramaic cleansing circle and leave the top half open to incorporate the tertiary Persian transference design. Do you know what that's about? Susan asked, and Harry frowned. Kind of, he said, grabbing the piece of chalk that Amelia offered and bending down to start etching out runes, circles, and elegant, sweeping lines. When Ketty described it, I knew what I needed to do, but if you asked me to explain how it works or why I'm making the symbols I am, I couldn't really tell you. Fascinating, Croaker muttered, walking carefully along the edges of the circle as he examined the developing ritual. Some of these runes I've never seen before, let alone together, and I've never seen these two rituals combined before like this. Was this common knowledge among the ancient Egyptians? It depended on which temple or sect you belonged to, Ketty said. Some shared knowledge freely, while others only allowed prized apprentices to learn the deeper mysteries. Rituals were frequently used, due to their versatility and ability to be shaped precisely, albeit at the cost of time and the understanding required. My scepter was one of the easiest ways to channel magic with finesse, and it was considered a rare and powerful focus. Most used a staff, which while useful for war, was always more suited to a less delicate touch. Your wands are truly a useful tool, albeit they seem to constrain the amount of power you can put into a spell. I've never heard that critique of wands before, Croaker said in surprise. And I've never had any trouble putting additional power into my spells with a wand. I'm able to do some basic wandless magic, but I haven't found that to be any more powerful than my magic with a wand. Quite the opposite, in fact. All who use magic should be able to do at least a few things without a focus, Ketty stated, watching as Harry finished the first half of the circle. Leave a channel for the crystal ball, Harry, he instructed. As for the kinds of spells you are using, of course you wouldn't notice much of a difference. Most of them seem to have been sanded and shaved down to the bare minimum power requirements, like finely honed blades. But on the field of battle, a keen dagger cannot fulfill every purpose. Sometimes, you need a spear to strike from a distance, or hammer to break shields and armor, or even a siege weapon. Your wands are nowhere near as suited for these tasks. How many such war spells could an ordinary wizard or witch even cast? Croaker asked in amazement. The magical power demands must have been incredible. Only the strongest could truly be considered war mages, Ketty said proudly. Other mages went to war as well, but they did not bear the title, only the staff. A war mage had power in great abundance, but they had other methods of casting as well. I will not speak of them to any but my descendant. Some secrets are dangerous and destructive to friend and foe alike. Now, place the crystal ball in the second half of the circle and give my descendant the athame. Amelia did as instructed while Croaker did another lap of the ritual that now spanned half the room. Everything looks like it will do what Ketty said, Croaker reported. You can do it, Harry, Susan said, locking her eyes with Harry's. Don't worry, Susan, Harry assured his girlfriend. Nobody wants this thing out of my head as much as I do. Begin, Ketty commanded, and Harry made a shallow cut across his left palm before clenching his hand into a fist, allowing the blood to drip onto the crystal ball. Then he switched hands with the ritual dagger and sliced open his right palm before dabbing the blood on his scar. Then, Harry began chanting in ancient Egyptian, building up his magic and shaping it with the words of power. To his alarm, blood began to flow freely from his hands, dripping onto the floor while his magic burst out of him in a great flood. Finally, as his chanting began to increase in pace, Harry's scar burst open in a jet of black ichor, and the pain began to increase to agonizing levels. It was all Harry could do to keep standing and chanting, but as the last of his strength left him and he began to sway in exhaustion, he noticed that the formerly pristine crystal ball was filled with swirling, smoky darkness. As the last lines of the ritual dropped of his tongue, Harry collapsed on his side, hoping that someone would be willing to explain what had just happened after he had a nice nap. When Harry finally returned to consciousness, he was no longer in the ritual room. Instead, he was lying on a bed in a brightly lit room. With a groan, Harry pushed himself up into a sitting position, thankful that the bleeding wounds on his hands had been sealed. More blood than he had expected had poured from the slices during the ritual, and something had come out of his scar as well. Magically, Harry felt like he had been run over by a hippogriff, but mentally, Harry felt like a small, persistent headache had just left him for the first time in his entire life. It wasn't a huge difference, but thinking already felt a little easier. His emotions felt clearer, and Harry was sure his focus had improved. Was this what people normally felt like all the time? Harry wondered. If so, no wonder his grades on the theory side of things were so average. Having taken stock of himself and now wondering where everyone else was, Harry called out a hello. "Harry," Susan called back, and the sound of rushing feet approached the door before it burst open, and a blur of red hair engulfed him. "I'm so glad you're awake," Susan cried. "How are you feeling? You had me so worried when that awful substance burst out of your scar. It's already looking so much better, though." "Yes, it is, which is a very good sign for the healing process and the success of the ritual," Amelia said as she entered the room at a slightly more sedate pace, followed by Croaker and a figure in a gray hooded robe. "You've quite excited my soul group, Mr. Potter," Croaker said. "They've not had so much fun with a new toy in ages. It'll almost be a shame when we finally have to destroy it. The amount we've already learned is." "We are not keeping you-know-who alive any longer than is absolutely necessary," Amelia said sternly. "Need I remind you how foul that artifact is to the senses? It is a corruption and a perversion. If I didn't know how important it is to track down the rest, I would have it tossed through the veil or be burning with fiend fear this instant." Yes, Croaker said, sounding resigned. "Lars, do you have any preliminary updates based on your group's initial study?" "Indeed, Chief Unspeakable," a flat voice said. "Based on our calculations and the resonance we've been able to observe, there are 5 other soul parts for a total of 6. This is extremely arithmetically displeasing, as the Dark Lord would surely know 7 is a powerfully magic number, but we are certain in our count of the soul pieces." Yes, that is quite odd," Croaker agreed. "And can you track the others?" "We're still working on the best way to harmonize the resonance with a compass of some kind, but we should have something rough working within the next few days," the Unspeakable reported. "How would we know if one of these Horcruxes was already destroyed?" Harry asked, wondering if he hadn't just put something together with the benefit of new information and a brain that could better think logically now. Both Unspeakables turned to Harry in surprise. "We wouldn't," Croaker said, looking to his colleague for support. "Not from this, no," his underling agreed. "Do you think you've encountered one before, maybe even destroyed it?" Harry licked his dry lips nervously. "I do," he said slowly. "It was during my 2nd year. It was a diary, and it possessed Ginny Weasley into opening the Chamber of Secrets. I was eventually able to kill the basilisk and stab the diary with the fang that was embedded in my arm." A deep silence filled the room as they digested this brief retelling, and then Amelia's cursing filled the air. "You mean to tell me that there was a basilisk roaming the corridors of the school, and your headmaster did nothing about it?" Amelia demanded. "I didn't know about that," Susan whispered, looking haunted. "How did you survive?" "Fox," Harry said. "And I don't think anyone really knew it was a basilisk until I killed it because it had only managed to petrify with its gaze, because nobody saw its eyes directly. When I went down to the Chamber of Secrets, Fox clawed its eyes out, and then when it tried to bite me, I stabbed it through the roof of its mouth with the sword of Gryffindor. One of the fangs stuck in my arm, though, so Fox had to cry into it, and then I stabbed the diary with the fang." "Well, basilisk venom certainly is one way to destroy a Horcrux," Croaker muttered. "What happened to the corpse?" "Nothing, as far as I know," Harry said, thinking it over. "Why?" "The department would pay you a hefty sum for the opportunity to take and render down such a creature," the robed Unspeakable said. "The skin is superior even to dragonhide, and many of the parts are likewise intensely magical. Depending on the size, you could stand to gain millions of galleons." "I suppose I'm hardly in the position to turn down money," Harry said, pleasantly surprised at the offer. "My vault is in good shape, from what I remember, but I don't have millions. We can discuss this further at a later time, but you do in fact have much money than you seem to think, Croaker said, giving Harry a considering look. As an ancient and noble house, you have at least 3 vaults, and I would guess all you've seen and have access to so far is your trust vault, but again, that is for later. The important thing is that you now only have 1 soul registering on our scans. While Ketty is likely still integrating, he has sufficiently taken root into you now that he no longer registers as a separate part of your soul. Well, I'm glad that everything is normal on your end, because I feel the best I've ever felt, Harry admitted, trying to do as Croaker suggested and think about his apparent wealth later. My head is clearer, my emotions aren't as sharp, and it feels like I can focus in a way that I just couldn't earlier. Your magic should also be easier to use, and I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't experience a bump in your total magical reserves, the hooded unspeakable said. Without a malignant soul piece leeching off your power and fighting you, your spellcasting should be more fluid. You may wish to meditate this summer and attempt to better control yourself and recalibrate how much effort you need to put into using your magic. A good suggestion, Croaker said thoughtfully. Well, since all appears well with you, Mr. Potter, we will head back to the Dueling and get back to work. We'll be in touch, following up on the longer-term effects of the ritual. But yes, in the meantime, in addition to what you're learning from the Egyptian in your head, you should try learning some of the mind arts. All the most powerful witches and wizards of the last 1,000 years have been at least adept in the arts, and the vast majority have been masters. In your particular case, I would think it would be negligent to do otherwise. Thinking grimly of the prophecy hanging over his head and the way that Dumbledore and Voldemort had dueled, Harry added the mind arts to his summer learning list. He didn't know if he could get up to mastery before Hogwarts reopened, like Croaker was suggesting, but he knew starting sooner was better, in this case at least. Croaker nodded one last time, and then he and the other unspeakable were gone, leaving Harry with Amelia and Susan. Well, that was a more involved and exciting introduction to the ossuary than I was initially hoping, but I suppose it needed doing, Amelia muttered, and then shook herself. If you're up to it, Harry, I think we can go ahead and move you into the room you'll be staying in for the summer. That would be perfect, Harry said gratefully. I spent enough time in the infirmary at Hogwarts, and I don't want to keep that trend up this summer if I can help it. Do I even want to know? Amelia asked Susan, a resigned look on her face. Maybe we should just say that Harry tends to attract trouble and life-threatening situations with an unusual frequency, Susan said dubiously, squirming a little under her auntie's fierce stare. I managed to stay out of Madame Pomfrey's care at the end of the year for the first time, Harry offered. That's an improvement, at least. Dumbledore was able to seal up my cuts and bruises after the Dueling before he sent me to bed. Amelia rubbed her forehead. I suppose it's not your fault that a Dark Lord has been trying to kill you, she muttered. At least you know how to take care of yourself a little. Still, if you could stay behind the ossuary's wards, especially without an escort, I think that would be for the best. You can invite your friends over if you'd like, but I'd prefer you stay in range of our protections. I think I can do that, Harry said, beyond relieved that he wasn't being shoved into his old room at number 4 for the entire summer. And, if you'd like, I can see what wards and spells I can add to the ossuary that Ketty knew. Amelia nodded slowly. If I hadn't just seen the ritual you put together work and have Croaker sign off on it no less, I'd say no. But now that we know a little more of what we're dealing with, I'd be a fool to say no. I might need to see if some of my aurors will be willing to work with the 2 of you on some dueling strategies as well. With the Dark Lord roaming Britain in person, I somehow doubt that underage magic restrictions are going to be as important. Especially if Rufus becomes the next minister, Susan added. He'll be so much better than Fudge it won't even be funny. He'll certainly be harder on the Death Eaters, Amelia agreed, but Harry could tell she was cautious. He was excellent as my head auror, but I don't know how well suited he will be for all the duties of the minister. He's not the most flexible thinker, and while he's quite determined and driven, he's not the best public speaker. I'll do my best to support him, and he'll bring the fight to the Dark Lord, but he has his blind spots. Is he corrupt and willing to stick his head in the sand to avoid his problems? Harry asked. Because otherwise, he's a much-needed improvement, and I'll welcome not having to worry about the ministry and the prophet calling me insane all the time. No, those are all good points, Amelia agreed. But Rufus Scrimgeour has always wanted the minister position, and now that he finally has it, I'll be curious to see what he does with it. His aides in particular will be telling. Why didn't you want it, Auntie? Susan asked curiously. I know that you would have done a great job. Well, thanks for that, Susan, Amelia said, sighing. But for one, I'm happy where I am as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, especially right now. Change at my position isn't what we need, and I feel like I can really focus on the issue in front of us where I am. After all this is finished, maybe I would consider it, but I've never needed the power and prestige of the minister position. I've never needed the headache either. I can get most of what I want in this role anyways, especially since I know Rufus, or whoever gets the vote, will be pumping money back into my department after all the cuts Fudge hit us with. But that's enough politics for now, Amelia said, clapping her hands together. Harry nodded, simply happy at the prospect of a ministry that wasn't out to get him, especially if Amelia was anywhere near as on top of the situation as it seemed like. Harry, if you're feeling up to it, we can have dinner, and then I'll show you to where you'll be staying this summer, Susan offered. That sounds great, Susan, Harry said gratefully. After all that, I'm starving. So long as you don't eat like Ron, that's not an issue, Susan teased, and Harry heaved a sigh, trying to not smile. I do have some manners, you know, he protested weakly, but knew that Susan had been observing with fascinated horror Ron's eating habits all year as she had gotten to know Harry and his friends better. She had described it as a shovel technique, and Harry would be hard-pressed to find a better description. Alas, he had informed her that if years of chiding and abuse from Hermione hadn't affected any positive change, the issue might be permanent. In return, Susan had promised to never eat at the same table as the youngest Weasley son if she could at all manage it. Yes, that sounds like a good plan, Amelia said, watching the byplay with an amused smile on her face. Just remember you have rooms on opposite wings of the manor, and there is no good reason for either of you to be in a bedroom with shut doors. Harry blushed, and Susan let out another whiny, Auntie. Amelia smirked and then left the room. I'll tell Flopsy to get dinner ready, she called over her shoulder. Why does she always have to embarrass me like that? Susan asked, burying her face in her hands. She does this whenever I have someone over. Hannah may have mentioned something along those lines, Harry admitted, feeling quite sore as he levered himself out of the bed he had been placed in. She thinks the way you blush is cute, though. Hannah needs to keep her big mouth shut, Susan muttered under her breath, scowling. I've got just as many of her secrets as she does of mine. If she wants to start something, we're both gonna lose. Just leave me out of it, please, Harry said. I have enough problems in my life without adding more. No, you have to take my side, Susan corrected him, standing up and tossing her hair over her shoulder. But come on, I'll show you where the kitchen is. Despite having this big, formal manor, Auntie and I only using the dining room for formal occasions or when we have a lot of people. Otherwise, we like to eat at the smaller table in the kitchen area. It's much cozier for family and friends. Family and friends, huh? Harry repeated half to himself as he followed Susan, who was pointed out some of the ancient artifacts and features of her ancestral home. I don't mind the sound of that at all. When Harry finally fell asleep after being shown his room from a still slightly embarrassed Susan, he was relieved and even eager to see Ketty waiting for him by the reedy banks of the broad, slow-moving river he had first appeared to him on. You are ready for your instruction to begin now, the Egyptian observed, his dark eyes locked on Harry's own. Now that the soul leech has been removed, your whole being has been relieved. The constant drain on your thinking, power, emotions, and even on your body is gone and may have trained you for the hardships that are doubtlessly ahead. Still, an iron will is required. You may have a good starting place, but the road you face is treacherous. As you know, your foes are implacable. I won't let anyone else die if I can help it, Harry promised fiercely, thinking of Cedric, of Sirius, even of his parents. That will hardly be possible, Ketty said sadly. But minimizing the loss of life is a worthy goal, even if it sometimes paradoxically requires taking it. You will learn this in time. For now, we will begin by introducing you to a skill that will take you time to master but will pay dividends for you down the line: magical sensing. In later sessions, we will review some of the spells you have gained knowledge of, or the runes you now know and how to use them, but I judge this is the best starting point for you. When you have mastered a skill such as this, you will know where wards and traps have been placed, whether or not an item is enchanted, and sense spells coming at you. With enough practice and knowledge, you might even be able to identify spells coming at you while blindfolded. How do I start? Harry asked, not needing any further encouragement. Ketty smiled. "Close your eyes," he instructed, for the next few hours. Ketty prowled around Harry, casting spells of various kinds as he asked Harry to stretch out his every sense. Sometimes he would ask when a spell had been cast, or what kind of intent it carried. Other times, he would present Harry with several identical objects and ask which one was magical. It was a frustratingly slow process, and it felt like Harry was trying to see through a blindfold with only a pinprick that shifted around to look through, but Ketty was not discouraged. Eventually, he called a halt to the exercise. "We will continue this over the next few weeks, although I recommend that you do it during your waking hours as well. The next thing we will do now is turning your magic inwards through meditation. The mind arts, as you now call them, focus on a mastery of your inward being. Your sensing skills project your magic outward, and now you will reverse that process. These two disciplines will feed off each other, with the end result being that you have perfect awareness and control of everything around you and within yourself. You will be able to cultivate your responses to events calmly and with knowledge of what is happening. At the highest levels of this self-mastery, you will be able to split your concentration, carrying on several different thought streams at once, have perfect memory recall, and even cheat truth serums." "Why doesn't every witch and wizard practice this then?" Harry asked, confused but looking forward to having such an advantage. "I'd never even heard of occlumency until around a few months ago, and those lessons were hardly pleasant." Ketty scowled. "I would hardly call what your potions professor did lessons. While it is true that the fastest way to teach a mind to defend itself is to attack it repeatedly, he gave you no instruction and was far more sadistic than teaching ever warrants. Rest assured, my instruction will be far better. As for their rarity, the mind arts, like all things that can grant power, are highly controlled. The old families likely teach their children and do their best to prevent others from doing so. The determined and great practitioners all eventually uncover it, but I would also wager that it is the difficulty and discipline required to learn that prevent most of those aware of the arts from pursuing them to their heights. Well, I'm eager to actually learn how to do this, and I've got a friend who would be ecstatic to get some lessons as well," Harry said, thinking about Hermione and the horror she would feel at the hiding of such important knowledge. "Yes, I think I know exactly of who you speak," Ketty agreed, smirking a little. "But until I am satisfied you know what you are doing, put such thoughts out of your head. The best way to learn how to defend your mind with occlumency is to parry attacks from a legilimens. Before my ka is completely subsumed with yours, I will probe your defenses. Eventually, you will have a strong enough sense of your protections that you will no longer need an external attack to bolster or be aware of your defenses. Likewise, you will practice your own legilimency on my ka until you have the required subtlety and touch to practice with a trusted confidant. You will be aided in this by my own memory and instincts, which will build on the foundation you have, poor though it was. Together, I am confident that you will be adept in the mind arts by the end of the summer, although mastery will take years, even with the shortcut my ka has afforded you." "I understand," Harry said. "How do I begin?" "Clear your mind," Ketty commanded, and Harry's jaw dropped in anger at the word-for-word repeat of Snape's only given and just disparaged instruction. A moment later, Ketty burst out laughing, slapping his thigh as he bent over slightly. "Oh, the look on your face will be one that I direct your attention to once you become skilled enough to examine your memories properly," Ketty gasped. "Come now, surely you expected something else. Your father, godfather, and so many other of the few positive influences in your life have taught you the value of humor." "Well, yes," Harry admitted, taking a deep breath and finding it far easier to get his temper under control than he ever had before. "But you've always been so stern. It would almost be like Professor McGonagall pulling a prank." "Harry, her animagus form is that of a cat," Ketty said, still looking deeply amused. "I can almost assure you that such an individual has caused their fair share of mischief. You may also wish to consider taking on the lengthy endeavor of becoming an animagus yourself at some point, but you will need to seek out that knowledge on your own. I never learned it myself, as those temples with the knowledge guarded it jealously, but it is an ingenious way to slip past many wards that do not take animals into account. But I digress. You must begin to center yourself. Close your eyes and focus on your breathing," Ketty said, and began to guide Harry through what he claimed was the best way to start creating mental defenses and ordering your own mind. Just as was the case with some of the other knowledge Harry had gained from Ketty, the practice of meditation felt like walking down a well-trodden path. But as he did so, he noticed that unlike what would have felt normal, while doing so, his mind was cluttered. There was none of the organization he had subconsciously expected that Ketty had doubtlessly created over the many years of his life, and now Harry faced the task of imposing an order of his own on his thoughts and experiences. Ketty warned him that this was a task that would be constantly ongoing as he learned more, created better defenses, and turned his mind into a landscape. Then he would face the challenge of connecting that landscape with the sensing skills he only just begun to cultivate. "It is a very difficult thing you are starting to do, my descendant," Ketty mused, as Harry finally ended his first foray into his own mind. "You must do these practices every day if possible, although admittedly you will spend the most time on it at the beginning. Without the magic that infuses our whole being, it would not be possible at all, although I have met mortals without our inner fire who have done more with their mental interior than most wizards and witches. Still, you have made progress, and you will reap the benefits. Now, wake and train your body and magic as best you can. The summer has only begun, and you must seize it." Harry blinked and yawned, stretching as he felt the oddness of waking up rested after exerting himself mentally and magically all night. It was a bizarre feeling, and while Harry could feel a little drained in his mind, he wasn't tired. If anything, with the meditation exercises Ketty had him doing, he even felt more focused than usual. Shaking his head and deciding to keep an eye on how he adjusted to this strange form of training, Harry shoved his glasses on and pulled on some of his muggle clothes before wandering back in the direction of the kitchen. He was quite hungry, and he knew that if he planned on exercising his magic even more today, he was going to need something in his stomach. To his surprise, despite the sun being not quite over the horizon, Amelia was already seated at the table, drinking tea as she worked her way through an intimidatingly large stack of parchment. "Ah, good, you're awake early," she said, setting down her quill to look at him. "I don't think we'll see Susan for a few hours yet, and I was afraid that you would be in the same boat, so I brought some work home." "Flopsy," she called, and the house elf popped back into view. "Yes, Madame Bonesy," the diminutive creature asked eagerly. "Take his clothing measurements," Amelia ordered. "Then go ahead and get him a basic set of muggle and wizarding clothes, with room to grow. We don't need anything fancy, just serviceable and actually fitting." Harry barely had time to protest Amelia spending her money on him before Flopsy spun him this way and that, a measuring tape blurring around his body before the house elf popped away. "You didn't need to do that," Harry eventually muttered, trying to not sound ungrateful. "Yes, I did," Amelia said, not unkindly. "First, I've taken responsibility for you this summer, and despite the fact that you probably have more money than me, I will not be found wanting toward a guest in my own home. Second, you need new clothes, and now that your former guardians are out of the picture, you don't have to wear their ridiculous cast-offs. Finally, when Croaker examined you when you collapsed after the ritual, he found multiple signs of long-term malnutrition. You're going to be placed on a rigorous nutrient and healing potion regime, and while we won't quite be able to get you to where you would have been, you're still going to experience quite the growth spurt this summer. Your old clothes simply won't do." "Oh," Harry said, feeling a little stunned. "Are you sure about the money? I know you mentioned earlier that I have more money than I thought, but I don't want to be a burden." Amelia gave him a sad smile. "Harry, what I'm buying you now isn't enough to wipe out Susan's allowance for a few weeks. I'd be getting you a much nicer wardrobe if I didn't know you were simply going to outgrow it in 2 months. I'll save that for Susan, who will have an absolute ball taking you shopping before you go back to Hogwarts." Harry shivered at the implied threat and warning, and decided to count his blessings that Flopsy would mean this was done with a minimal amount of fuss. "Well, thank you," he eventually said, still feeling uncomfortable with it all, even though he knew this was a good and needed change in his life. "And thank you for arranging for the potions. I hadn't even thought about the fact that I was so small because of how little the Dursleys." Harry's voice trailed off, not wanting to go into everything, even though he guessed he would need to eventually. "Used to feed you," Amelia finished, somehow knowing the details anyway. "My top investigator, Connie Hammer, is a master Legilimens, and it's a very rare muggle who can keep their secrets around her. Your aunt and uncle are not among that number." Amelia scowled at her parchment. She was very thorough. You will not need to testify in the abuse and neglect case being brought against your sister's family, although parts of the investigation as to how you were placed there may need your help. Unsealing your parents' will, for example, will likely require your say-so. Harry nodded, breathing out a deep sigh of relief when he found out that he wouldn't have to spend more time with an angry Uncle Vernon shouting at him, or Aunt Petunia sneering at him and mocking his efforts. What will happen to my cousin? Harry asked, thinking about the one member of his family that he didn't really want to get into trouble. Dudley will be evaluated by Child Services, Amelia said, pursing her lips. He participated in many of the bad acts against you, but he was raised that way and already is showing some signs of realizing just how wrong that was. It is unlikely he will face serious trouble over his actions. Is that okay? Yes, Harry said. It wasn't his fault the way things were. He deserves a chance to be free of it all. I think he'll be all right. He even stood up for me a little by the end. Good, Amelia said approvingly. Well, sit down and eat some breakfast. Once you get your new clothes, I'll take you to the ward stone so you can add whatever protections you think you should, and then I'll introduce you to someone who should be willing to train you and Susan this summer. Oh, Harry asked, helping himself to the toast, eggs, and sausage on offer. Who? Someone you thought you'd met, but I don't believe you have, not unless Dumbledore introduced you to him at some point, Amelia said, smirking a little. Alastor Moody, but this time for real. Mad Eye, Harry said, surprised. I met him briefly last summer after my trial. So he has thrown his lot in at least a little with Dumbledore, Amelia mused and then shook herself. Not that it matters, given he's retired. And I hope you know that sham of a trial will be revisited by the Prophet very soon. Now that everyone knows you were telling the truth, it's going to make some of the people who forced it to happen very uncomfortable. I hope Malfoy is burned in effigy. Harry scowled into his eggs, and Amelia laughed. Oh, he's going to be facing a very tough time if I have anything to say about it, she promised. If he gets elected, I know Rufus is going to try to change the laws on use of Veritaserum, and maybe even those on requiring magical oaths from witnesses. Things could get very uncomfortable very soon for the lords who support you-know-who. Better late than never, Harry sighed, and Amelia nodded grimly. Believe me, I know how you feel, Harry, she told him, but it's not too late. We've got a very good idea of how the Dark Lord is clinging to life, and we'll soon cut away the ropes keeping him on this earth. But first, let's go add some protections to the ossuary. I doubt you want a hair on Susan's pretty little head harmed either, no? Harry groaned as a blush spread across his face. Just show me the ward stone, he mumbled, knowing that there was no right answer to such a question. Once Harry was led to the ward stone, deep within the heart of the elegant halls of the ossuary, he was left to watch as Amelia slowly keyed him into the proper position to make changes. Now, before you do whatever it is that Ketty has suggested, I would appreciate a quick rundown on your protections, Amelia said, finishing the process by adding a drop of Harry's blood to the intricately carved cube of granite. Well, I don't know how it all works, of course, but I know that it does, Harry began, rubbing the back of head sheepishly, as Amelia raised an eyebrow and somehow kept her ever-present monocle in place at the same time. Honestly, the main two things I want to add, looking over what you already have and recognize, I'm guessing subconsciously, as I've not taken runes yet, are enchantments that would best be translated as Osiris's touch and Ra's burning gaze. They're both very rare, will take up a bunch of magic to put into place, and hide under regular wards. Osiris's touch is borderline dark, and will begin to rot the flesh of someone messing with the other protections, while turning them into a zombie of sorts, while Ra's burning gaze is like a negative intent tripwire that involves a focused and early form of cursed fire. Amelia blew out a deep breath. Neither of those is something I would add to my manor in normal times, but I suppose needs must. Is there a way for me to control whether they are active or not? Once all this is over, I don't know if I need a ward that turns intruders into Infirmary or one that creates proto-fiendfare active all the time. Harry nodded vigorously. Oh, there's a way. From what I understand, which is admittedly little, it should be just like all your other wards. Good, Amelia said, feeling a little relieved. As the head of our law enforcement department, I'd prefer to stay as much on the right side of the law as possible, and even with all the exceptions made for the old families, these spells are pushing it. I have a few allies in the Wisengamot who would object rather strongly to the existence of these spells, let alone me adding them to my house. But if you and I will both be under this roof, we make it a rather tempting target. These enchantments could be just what we need to fight off an attack or get away." Harry nodded and then began his work. It was a bizarre feeling, chanting in a language that was both utterly familiar and completely alien as he used his wand to carve runes he had never seen before with an ease that only fluency could grant. Under Amelia's watchful eye, the whole process took the better part of 2 hours, after which he was exhausted and more than a little sweaty. "That was something to see, Harry," Amelia said, sounding very impressed. "I don't think I could have put that much power into these wards, and I know that you're not done developing your magical core just yet." Harry snorted in ill humor, thinking of the prophecy that Dumbledore had shared with him only a few days before. "Well, I'm supposedly marked as his equal, and Voldemort isn't exactly weak," he mumbled, only to have Amelia slap her hand over his mouth. "Don't say his name," she hissed in anger, her eyes flashing as she whipped her wand out. "The Merlin-blasted moniker was under a jinx during the last war, and I'd bet just about anything he'll have it up and running in no time if he doesn't already." "It's under a jinx?" Harry asked, alarmed at the extreme reaction. "What does that mean?" Amelia looked at Harry in alarm. "Did that bearded fool teach you nothing?" she asked in shock. Harry said uncertainly. "The name that you know who has chosen to be called is not like a normal name," Amelia said eventually, sighing. "There is a reason many brave and powerful witches and wizards refuse to use it, even now, and it goes beyond simple fear. The man put a spell on his name, a jinx that gives the location of anyone who says it to the caster. During the last war, squads of Death Eaters would be ready to apparate to wherever the name was said, unleashing death and destruction before slipping away. Now that he has returned, I can only imagine he was restarted the jinx, if it ever truly ended." Harry swallowed nervously. "I didn't know that," he said slowly. "In fact, I think I've even been encouraged to use it." Amelia didn't say anything, but her eyes narrowed to slits. "Well, now you know," she eventually muttered, waving a hand. "I'll just add it to the list of things to discuss with Albus. Your living situation, your knowledge of your heritage and lordship, practical information on how to survive a maniac who is obsessed with killing you. It's quite a list already." Harry could only shake his head. There was simply too much happening already for him to be much surprised, and he was learning that he needed to stay focused on what he could control. Already, Amelia was proving her trustworthiness to him, and he was willing to keep delegating things to her. He didn't trust her with everything, not this soon and not yet, not to mention he agreed with Dumbledore that he needed to keep the details of the prophecy under wraps for now, but he thought that before the end of the summer, he might share it with her. "Well, shall we go see if Susan has finally rejoined the land of the living?" Amelia asked, beginning to lead Harry back to the kitchen area. "She'll sleep all the way until lunch if you let her." "I know," Harry said, smiling. "And just how do you know that, Mr. Potter?" Amelia asked smoothly, and Harry stammered, suddenly flushed. She takes forever to get breakfast on the weekends. I have to save her some food or she won't get anything before lunch," he desperately explained, the words tumbling out of him as he protested his innocence. Amelia hummed. "I suppose that makes sense," she said neutrally. "But in any event, it's a trait she shares with her late father, my brother Edgar. He never really grew out of his desire to lay about, and his wife would have to kick him out of the bed for important meetings." She shook her head sadly. "He always just wanted a few more minutes." "We'll stop him this time for good, Amelia," Harry said, trying to encourage the woman that he was already coming to appreciate for her strength and force of will. "We won't let him get so many people, not again." "That's the goal, Mr. Potter," Amelia agreed. "And thanks to you, we already have a head start on things. With any luck, we'll have him pinned back soon and blunted as best we can." Just then, Flopsy popped into existence beside them, his bat-like ears flapping back and forth. "Madame Bonesy, Mr. Angry Eye is wanting to come through the fireplace." "Just in time," Amelia muttered to herself. "Come, Harry, let's see if we can't start off your training properly." Once they had reached the living room, Harry saw the misshapen and scarred head of Alastor, Mad Eye moody floating in the green fire, his enchanted eyeball whirling in different directions. "Bones, are you there?" he barked gruffly. "I'd prefer to avoid standing hunched over this fireplace all day. The wooden leg makes it rather uncomfortable." "I'm here, Alastor," Amelia called back, motioning for Harry to stay back for a moment. "But first, our security question." The battered man's lips twisted into a smile. "What was the first mistake I ever caught you making?" he asked. "Not silencing my feet," Amelia said calmly. What did you say to me when I became head of the DMLE? Thank Merlin I can go home now, Moody said, smirking, and then finally was able to stump into the room, coming up short when he saw Harry standing off to the side. Potter, he growled in surprise. You're not where you're supposed to be. There are a few people who are looking for you and are quite worried. Oh, trust me, Alistair, Amelia said frostily. If Mr. Potter's former guardians aren't arrested yet, I think they will be in a matter of hours. Furthermore, I will be having a rather long conversation with Dumbledore about his treatment of Mr. Potter, and his choice of guardians is only one of the many issues I have with him on the subject. I am not joking when I say time in Azkaban wouldn't be out of the question for some of the potential charges. Moody stared at Amelia, not blinking with his good eye while his magical one roamed the room. I understand the law, Bones, believe me I do, he eventually said. But with you-know-who active again, and acting openly, is that something we can afford? Albus has his faults. He would be the first to admit it, and I won't pretend to understand everything he's done with Potter, but I don't know if tossing Albus in with the Dementors is in anyone's best interest. Oh, I'm quite aware of that, Amelia said. But that does not mean that he can simply treat Mr. Potter with impunity, and if he has a plan for Mr. Potter's life, he will be sharing it with me very shortly. Too many of his actions around the young wizard are troubling, and not the kind of thing that the leader of the light is normally a party to. Such as? Moody asked, not quite challenging Amelia, but certainly implying it. The sealing of Lily and James Potter's wills, placing Mr. Potter with abusive relatives, and doing nothing to change it despite several requests to do otherwise. A complete failure to educate Mr. Potter on his family, his lordship, or the extent of any of his holdings, and the routine endangerment of Mr. Potter's life at Hogwarts, just to start with. Amelia fired back, and Moody's shoulders slumped. I'll admit it's a bad look, Moody said, backing down a little. But I still think my first point stands. Talk to Albus. I'd lean on him, but I don't know how much good it would do. Bloody powerful, stubborn wizard he is. I'm acquainted with the man, Amelia said, smiling tightly a little. Now, why don't we get on to the reason I've asked you to come over 5 days a week this summer? That's probably a good idea, Moody admitted, looking Harry over. Where's your niece? Sleeping, Amelia returned. I'll go wake her up and get some food in her. Flopsy will show the two of you to the training room. I trust you will be able to make good use of the time until Susan joins you, Moody snorted. I think I can manage, Bones. Amelia nodded sharply and then swept out of the room. I've always liked her, Moody said, a faintly approving grin on his harsh visage as Flopsy appeared and began leading them off into the ossuary. Almost too honest for the job, but she's as fierce and fair as they come. She comes from a good family, too, if things go well with you and her niece. That's been my impression so far, Harry said, unsure of what to make of the actual man after being taught by an impersonator for an entire year. Then you've got a decent head on your shoulders, but's that enough of that? Moody said dismissively, clearly shifting away from the odd interlude as Flopsy opened the door to a new room. This summer, I'll teach you a whole body of spells, focusing on everything from immobilizing someone to setting traps and getting out of danger. But to be honest with you, there are thousands of spells out there, and many of them are close enough related that you can really make do in a fight with far less than you might suspect. Oh, you'll want a good handful of curses, hexes, and charms, not to mention transfiguration, conjuration, and animation besides. But you don't need the breadth of knowledge of, say, Dumbledore, or even someone like Flitwick. That little professor probably knows more charm spells than anyone else in Britain, but that isn't what made him a world champion duelist. Didn't hurt, but it wasn't the main reason. No, what I'm going to try to get beaten into your skull is how to think, how to approach a fight, and the importance of constant vigilance. Harry nodded, thinking about how surprisingly effective he and his friends had been fighting against hardened Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries only a few short days ago. They had a plan, kept their opponents off balance, and held out just long enough to get away mostly unscathed. The greatest combatants and duelists all draw on several of the same strengths, Moody continued, beginning to pace back and forth in the long, plain room they had entered. They think on their feet, they notice everything around them, and they tend to be precise. Oh, some get by with instincts honed over time, but the ones who truly reach the pinnacle with a wand are fast, smooth, and so bloody economical it would put Gringotts to shame. Even those with more power than sense are often better served using it carefully. You don't need to use a bombarda to take a single target out when a rifle will do. Of course, there are reasons to use different spells tactically, and the explosion from a bombarda spell is excellent for causing chaos and sending debris flying, but the power required is almost fivefold. Your attacks should be focused, calculated, and when necessary, blindingly overwhelming. Next, the art of defense, Moody said, pulling out his wand and waving it at a trio of training dummies at the back of the room. I'll show you 3 shields this summer, ranging from the basic and all-purpose Pratigo, which you should already be able to cast in your sleep, to its older brother Pratigo Maximum and its angry father, Pratigo Aegis. That last one in particular is Magic Chewer. But it'll stop anything short of an unforgivable. For those, you conjure something with heft or you dodge. Small conjurations like birds or the like get overwhelmed by sufficiently powerful unforgivables, and I've seen too many Aurors get cut down because they couldn't conjure worth a pair of socks. Like everything I'll show you, as you get better with this stuff, there will be more options open to you, but the fundamentals combined with some creativity and grit will do far more than most of the thugs who wear those white masks. Any questions? No, Professor, Harry said, eager to start learning. I never actually taught you, Moody said dismissively. Call me Mad Eye. Now, to get a sense of where you are as a baseline, I'll want to run you through what I consider the absolute essentials. Give me a stunner. Stupefy, Harry shouted, whipping his wand out and pointing it at the dummies, a jet of red light streaking across the room to thud into the wooden target. Harry did his best to not react at how much smoother and more powerful his magic felt after the Horcrux in his head had been removed, but he managed to catch Moody's eyebrow raise slightly. Good, he eventually said. Let's keep going. At Moody's prompting and to his grudging satisfaction, Harry demonstrated the disarming, basic shielding, petrifying, and immobilizing spells. He also showed off his range of cutting and piercing spells, as well as the transfiguration and conjuration he could do. Harry had only just started to learn animation, although he noticed that the whole field of transfiguration, animation and conjuration included, was one area where Ketty's knowledge seemed to be helpful. His creations tended to be what the ancient Egyptian might have used as giant scorpions, lions, hyenas, and even a small elephant were conjured or transfigured, although the elephant collapsed quickly after Harry had put it together. During this process, Susan and Amelia arrived, and watched with great interest as Harry was put through his paces by the retired Auror. You've certainly inherited some of your father's talents, Potter, Moody said, looking at him with a real appreciation. Once you get the hang of some of that stuff, you can start imbuing those creatures with spell resistance in addition to better materials. I've seen McGonagall create golems out of crystal, and those things took a serious pounding without failing. I'd start with wood, then stone, metal, and end with crystal. It tends to be the best at taking enchantments and resisting other spells. Now, before we start testing the young Ms. Bones, since you seem so far ahead already, I want you to impress me a little. As fast as you can, take out all 3 dummies, on my command. Harry nodded, turning to face them again, wand at the ready. There was a part of him that wanted to use some of the precision that Moody had been emphasizing earlier, but Moody had asked to be impressed. There was an advanced lightning curse that Harry had run across that would maybe do the job, but when Moody barked out the word, "Go!" Harry simply acted, his subconscious mind falling back on battle reflexes from a man long gone from the world. His holly and phoenix feather wand whipped up and out, a short, aggressive jab, and he uttered a barked command that had grown popular among the Assyrian city breakers. The 3 dummies all but vanished as a tremendous force turned them into so many splinters, and the reinforced walls of the training room gave way under the power of the siege engine spell. Merlin above and below, Moody cursed, looking at the devastation while the Boneses looked on in horror at what remained of their wall. Where the bloody hell did that come from, Potter? That's a bit of a long story, Harry said in shock, rubbing the back of his head as he stared at the utter destruction he had unleashed. The spell had been fairly magic-intensive to cast, but with his new reserves and efficiency, he could more than handle it. However, the thought of what it would do to someone, or more likely multiple someones, was horrifying. So long as you share that spell with me and don't aim it at your allies, I don't care, Potter, Moody said, his remaining eye gleaming as he gave Harry a feral grin. You're going to need a certain degree of ruthlessness when dealing with Death Eaters, and that kind of spell will more than cover it. If this is the kind of thing I can expect from you moving forward, we will get along famously. I'm happy to be tested next, Susan eventually said, after Moody prompted her again to see if she was ready. I just hope you aren't expected anything like what Harry just did. I'm good, and I know I got an outstanding on my OWL exam in defense against the dark arts, but I don't have that in me. Oh, I don't expect that of you, lass, believe me, Moody assured her, his magical eyes still pointing at Harry curiously. Although he needs to work on his control and some of his visualization when he transfigures and conjures, that display wouldn't have been out of place from a veteran Auror. The lad has power coming out of his ears, and some rather interesting spell knowledge. Did Black teach you any of it? Harry said, unsure of how much he should be sharing with Moody, even if the old dark wizard hunter was an ally. It's a long story, and I doubt we have time for it today, Amelia cut in as she finished fixing up her wall. But speaking of Black, do you know if he had a will done? He's been dead for a few days, and normally Gringotts sends out their owls punctually. Yeah, he did, Moody said, sounding mystified. I got a summons last night. Why do you ask? Because Harry didn't, Amelia said. And I know he was Harry's godfather and a member of the Black family besides. Harry suppressed a nervous giggle at the mention of his having black blood. That had been proven to him very conclusively lately. That is very odd, Moody said, frowning. Well, the reading is in 2 days on Friday. I'd suggest you show up. If you aren't getting anything, the goblins will just kick you out, so you won't lose anything by trying. But that's a problem for later. I can't stay here all day, and I want to see where Susan stands before I go. Amelia agreed, looking thoughtful, and then Harry rested on a long, low bench against the wall while Susan went through the same barrage of tests he had. Moody had her demonstrate the same basic spells, and although Susan lacked Harry's transfiguration skills, her charms were as good or even better. When it was her turn to impress Moody in taking out the dummies, she lashed out with her wand like she was cracking a whip, shouting, "Ignis flagellum!" A long, thin rope of searing flame flashed across the room, beheading the first dummy, bisecting the second at the shoulders, and finally stopping with the tip sizzling in the chest of the third. Moody cackled, while Amelia sighed. "Good going, Suze," Harry cheered, knowing how hard she had worked on having at least one high-end offensive spell to surprise Death Eaters with. The flame whip spell was very intimidating, but depending on the caster's intent and control, could also be used to painfully ensnare instead of killing, which increased both the utility and difficulty of the spell. It also had the added benefit of breaking through most low and mid-level shields, and so offered an additional edge for the soon-to-be 6th year witch over most of her potential foes. Just what were you teaching your fellow students in this defense club, Mr. Potter? Amelia asked in exasperation. That's not exactly the kind of spell I want to be seeing in the hands of minors, even if it's not dark. Oh, that's not one I taught to the DA, Harry promised. Susan picked that one out herself, and I did my best to help her learn it. We focused the club more on school content and some reaction and aiming practice. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Protego, and maybe Reducto or Bombarda for the older students. Good, Amelia said, relief evident. I don't at all disapprove of teaching others how to defend themselves, especially now, but controlling the flame whip is quite tricky, and I know a few wizards who have needed medical attention after using it. Yeah, we had a few close calls, Susan muttered. Can you do it too, lad? Moody asked Harry, his eyes alight with glee. I can, but Susan is better with it, especially using the whip to capture instead of harm, Harry said. True, but your power reserves are on a completely different level, Susan sighed. I know I'm also quite powerful for our age, but you've always been a cut above when it comes to casting, and it looks like you've gotten even better recently. And your control has always been better than mine, especially when it comes to finesse and detailed wand work, where you're easily the best in our year, Harry countered, having had this argument before with Susan. And your theory is better than anyone not named Hermione, Daphne, or Sue Lee. Yes, you're both special and talented and can complement each other, Moody broke in, grinning slightly. I've got a good idea of what the two you can be working on this summer and what to emphasize. And you're not entirely wrong about your assessment of each other's skills, but don't assume that it will be that easy to improve. Shoring up your weaknesses is important, but so is having a few unassailable and well-honed strengths. At a certain point, It might be easier if Potter just blows a door off its hinges while Bones removes those same hinges. Different strategies have different benefits, and it's up to you to identify them. So stay alert, think on your feet, and hit your enemies hard when you need to. His words of wisdom dispensed, Moody turned and began to stump his way out of the room, looking pleased with his students for the summer as they thanked him for his time. Amelia followed him out, asking him about some dark wizard activity she had begun to receive reports about, leaving the teenagers alone. "Where did that spell come from, Harry?" Susan asked curiously, wiping sweat off her brow. "Ketty," Harry said, having recovered a little while watching Susan be put through her paces. "I wanted to destroy the dummies, and the knowledge just came to me as I cast the spell. I'm sorry about the wall, though." "No worries, it's already fixed," Susan said, smiling as Harry looked down sheepishly. "I do think Auntie Amelia has some questions about it, even if she doesn't end up teaching it to her Aurors. It's a little violent for enforcing the law. Was it Egyptian?" "It's an Assyrian siege spell," Harry said, thinking it over. "It was a lot of magic to make, and it would be better with a larger focus than a wand, but I got the sense that it was designed to shatter wards on buildings, walls, and things like that. Sort of like a shield breaker spell, but for bigger things. I mean, I'm sure that it would also rip down a Protego, but that's not what it was designed to do." Susan nodded, a little wide-eyed. "That would go through a Protego like a boulder through parchment," she agreed. "Can you think of any other old spells like that?" "They would be great secret weapons against the Death Eaters." "I don't know," Harry admitted, thinking it over. "The knowledge is really more subconscious, it seems. It comes to me when I need it or can think of how it might be useful, but I've not mastered or fully absorbed it all yet where I can recall it immediately. Ketty told me that I'll have merged with him completely in about a month or two, so maybe by then, he's trying to teach me in my dreams." "That's handy," Susan remarked. "But let's see if we can bring out a non-lethal option. That would make Auntie happy if we could take a prisoner to interrogate." "Right," Harry agreed, wanting a less lethal option as well. He turned to face the repaired dummies. "Let's see," he muttered to himself. "Last time I thought about what I wanted and then just let my magic go. Hopefully that's all I need to do again." Putting words to action, Harry jabbed his wand forward as he released his magic, quietly speaking a word of ancient Egyptian as he thought about immobilizing his foe. A jet of golden light shot out, struck a dummy, and then left it surrounded by a nimbus of sandy light. "What's that?" Susan asked curiously. "What did that one do?" "It's a stasis spell," Harry said, impressed as his new memories filling in the gaps. "Unless I use the counterspell, it will freeze the target in space and time for a full day and night. It was started as a medical spell of some kind, I think, but then it became used for other things too, like potion ingredients, food, and even capturing people. And since it's so old, I bet even most healers wouldn't know the counterspell," Susan said, excited at the implications. "It sounds complicated, though. How hard was that to cast?" "Well, whenever I use one of Ketty's spells, I don't have the best sense usually," Harry admitted. "I can kind of gauge it afterward, though. This one is a Newt-level spell, I think, so I should be able to teach you and Amelia as well. It doesn't take too much power, but it's a tricky thing to visualize and control, and obviously if it goes wrong, it could have some serious effects." "I can imagine," Amelia said from the door, looking impressed at the frozen dummy. "It also proves one of Ketty's earlier points about how we've refined spells. This one stasis spell could be used on just about anything with organic components, if I followed your explanation. That would necessarily have a larger magical cost and require greater understanding to be fully effective than the 3 most commonly used stasis spells today. Ketty's spell is likely only slightly more complicated than the medical stasis spell used to freeze patients at St. Mungo's, but the charm I would use to put my tea under stasis is much easier to cast. Versatility versus ease of use. Of course, part of the extra utility here is that your average thug won't have a working knowledge of ancient Egyptian countercurses, so it's not a complete waste from that perspective, but a good stunner will drain less of your magical reserves." "What about a more tactical use?" Harry wondered aloud, recognizing Amelia's point. "Cast the stasis spell on a high-value target, like a leader of a Death Eater raid, and then immediately follow it up with a bombarda, something like that. That way, you would protect the captured criminal to interrogate them later, while not having to worry about them being hit by stray spells or revived immediately." Amelia winced. "Well, other than you potentially killing all the others, I can see the benefits of that kind of an approach. Before we start mowing down our foes, though, I would like you to teach me the spell, so I can get a sense for how much harder it is to cast than a stunner. I'd like to see if it's worth teaching to a few trusted aurors, as I imagine that things are going to get bloody this summer quickly. Harry nodded, resolving himself to do what he could to put the Death Eaters away. He wasn't quite as determined to capture all of them like Amelia was, not with the death of Sirius so raw and Ketty's battle-honed instincts telling him that letting an enemy go was a near guarantee that he would see them later. But he understood that her job was to arrest first, and only to use lethal force if there was no other option. Maybe it would be different if the Wisengamot declared war on the Death Eaters, or if whoever the new Minister of Magic would be gave her new orders. But Amelia was currently approaching things from a law enforcement perspective, and Harry's memories and impressions from Ketty were treating this like a war. Teaching Amelia the spell took a little time, as first the pronunciation of the ancient Egyptian was tricky, and then the exact intention and magical cost had to be dialed in by the experienced witch, who used other spells that Harry knew to figure out just how much power to put into the process. Harry did have to smile when he corrected Amelia's verbiage, though recalling Hermione's indignant explanation of the correct way to say Wingardium Leviosa to Ron. After almost an hour, Amelia finally had the spell down, and she seemed fairly pleased with it. It's about as much effort to cast as 3 stunners, the witch mused, looking at the golden light surrounding the dummies she had encased in it. That takes it above fire and forget status, or for use as an instinctual response to be attacked, but this is a rather excellent bit of magic for a few trusted employees of mine to have at their disposal. Thank you, Harry. It's no problem, Harry insisted, shuffling his feet a little. For everything you've done for me already, it's the very least I can do. I'll try and see if I can think of anything else that might be useful for you. I'm sure Auntie appreciates that, Harry, but she would have done all she's done for you happily, even if it wasn't literally in her job description, Susan sighed. We've really got to keep working on your ability to take a compliment. Yes, Auntie will appreciate any other bits of obscure magic that the thugs and low-life criminals will have no clue how to handle, but you don't have to do that to stay here, or even to make up for whatever you've decided you're costing us. We might not be as rich as the Blacks, or maybe even the Malfoys, but the Bones family is old and proud in its own right, the same as the Potters. We can afford to put you up for a while. I'm even going to enjoy it. I know, Harry said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. I'm sore, no, Susan barked, whacking Harry's shoulder and prompting what sounded suspiciously like a snort from Amelia. Stop apologizing. I'll let you know when you can do it, and I don't want to hear those 2 words from you until then. Harry opened his mouth, carefully considered what he was about to say, and then closed it. Okay, he finally said, and this time Amelia couldn't hold back her giggles. Oh, you reminded me far too much of your mother there, she gasped. She could definitely act according to the pureblood manners bred and groomed into her, but whenever your father was being too delicate, especially in private, she would just lay into him. Susan blushed a little, but was clearly thankful for the comparison to her mother. Harry didn't know how fair a comparison that was, but he did think that at least some of the fierceness Susan had displayed more and more as she got comfortable with him over the course of their last year. Running, the DA had come from the woman in front of them. Just as he had been told, Harry had found Amelia Bones to be fair, unyielding, and determined to do the right thing. It wasn't a bad person to mold oneself on, Harry thought, looking at Susan. She met his eyes with a raised eyebrow, clearly ready to ask what he was looking at her for, but Flopsy chose that moment to quietly pop into existence next to Amelia, looking a little frazzled. Professor Dumbledore is wanting to come into the home, the house elf squeaked. He is very impatient and not wanting to wait, even though Flopsy be telling him about the wards being not safe for the uninvited. Amelia groaned, dropping her head onto her chest for a moment. Blasted Alastair, she muttered half to herself. He probably went straight to the bearded old man to force us to talk before I did anything. All right, you kids stay here for now. You'll likely get called back into the entrance hall soon, but you can sit out what might be the unpleasantness for now. Amelia swept out of the training room, leaving 2 tired and drained teenagers behind her. Why do I feel like this day isn't nearly over? Harry asked Susan as they slumped onto the bench set against the wall. Because Dumbledore always makes sure things are done the way he wants them to. Auntie is the same, and nothing with you involved in it ever goes fully to plan," Susan offered. To that, Harry could only give a discontented grunt. Harry and Susan remained propped up by the bench in an exhausted silence for longer than Harry had initially thought he would, and it quickly reached the point where he was wondering if he should have started running his occlumency exercises to pass the time when Flopsy reappeared, his bat-like ears quivering. "Please be following me to the entrance hall," he squeaked, and Susan offered him an encouraging smile. "You don't owe him anything anymore," Susan told him firmly. "He had a clear duty to see to your care when he took you from your parents' house, and he's failed that abhorrently. He shouldn't be in charge of any children at all after that, and you need to remember that you have a place here. He can't shut this door, you hear me?" Harry fought against the heat that suddenly swelled behind his eyes. "I hear you, Suze," he said a little thickly. "I don't want to go anywhere either, just so it's clear." Susan's answering smile was like the sun. "Then go tell him that," she encouraged, and Harry followed Flopsy to the entrance hall, buoyed by her words. Some of that internal warmth was chilled, however, by the atmosphere of the receiving room that was currently occupied by the Dowager Lady Madame Amelia Bones and Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Although Harry looked carefully, he didn't see any scorch marks on the wall or visible signs of a confrontation, but Harry knew that this caliber of witch and wizard could easily hide that from him, even with his budding magical sensing ability. "Ah, Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, breaking the icy silence of the room, turning half toward Harry while keeping the other half of his attention fixed on a visibly fuming Amelia. "I'm glad to see that you are well, even if you are not where you need to be to stay safe." "Oh, trust me, Albus," Amelia hissed. "He is much safer here than with those abusers you've been so eager to stick him with. And what protections could those muggles offer Harry that the ossuary cannot? This would not be the first siege it has survived, if it was called upon in that capacity." "Your family home is indeed a magical fortress, Amelia," Dumbledore admitted freely. "But there is a level of protection offered by the last of Harry's mother's family that even these admittedly smothering wards cannot match. Furthermore, anonymity has been and continues to be one of Harry's best defenses." Amelia snorted. "I would have had a slightly easier time agreeing with you if first, the sham of a trial last year hadn't occurred, more or less giving every politically connected witch and wizard in the country a very good idea of where Harry lives. Second, if what you're describing is a blood ward, would only apply to you-know-who himself. And third, Harry wasn't being locked in a room, half-starved, and at the very least emotionally abused all summer while he grieves for the loss of his godfather. How, exactly, is he supposed to be prepared to protect himself when you know who inevitably comes for him again if that is what he is working with?" Dumbledore sighed, raising his left arm to massage his temple. As he did so, Harry noticed that his arm and hand were curiously blackened and withered, with a chunky gold ring on his index finger. "Amelia, believe me, I have Harry's best interests at heart. I would not have placed him where I did without several good reasons. The protections offered against he who must not be named are considerable. Living in the Muggle world spared Harry unwelcome attention from unscrupulous wizards and witches, and he deserved a chance to live a normal life with his natural family," Dumbledore said calmly. "But to answer your last point, I did not intend for Harry to stay with his aunt and uncle this whole summer." "Well, you'll just have had to move those plans up, if not scrap them altogether," Amelia snapped. "I've not missed the fact that you've ignored some of my most salient points, but I'll set that aside for now. I've answered your questions and let you see that Harry is safe here. You didn't know he was here, which I think counts as a good anonymity defense myself. He's staying with someone who could easily become family, and furthermore, you're not aware of a few very major changes that Harry has undergone recently." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "I cannot think of very many changes that Harry could have undergone in so short a time." Amelia smiled like a shark. "How familiar are you with ancient Egyptian mentorship and burial practices, headmaster?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment, clearly deep in thought. "I was not aware that Harry had Egyptian blood," he finally said, looking piercingly at Harry, betraying the depth of knowledge that made him one of the greatest wizards of the age. "The Potters have Welsh roots and were rather stridently pureblood for many generations." "Not the Potters, Albus," Amelia said, hiding her surprise somewhat poorly at Dumbledore's knowledge. "The Blacks." "Indeed," Dumbledore said consideringly. This artifact was in the Department of Mysteries, I take it. Yes, it was, Professor, Harry said, finally contributing to the conversation. It was a scepter that I used to try and ward off an attack from Bellatrix Lestrange. That is quite the advantage to have, my boy, Dumbledore said consideringly. To obtain the approval of the Ka inhabiting such an artifact is no small thing, and even in ancient times was a rarity. Might I inquire what the specialty of your ancestor is? Ketty described himself as a war mage and ward crafter, Harry said. I've already learned so much. I take it you've added to the ossuary already, Dumbledore said, to which Harry nodded. I hadn't recognized those defenses, although they did not seem friendly. I am disappointed that you did not share this with me, but I suppose I understand that I had burdened you with quite a heavy piece of information when we last spoke, he said, and Harry fought his natural inclination to apologize. What information, Albus? Amelia asked sharply. What other major changes has Harry undergone? Dumbledore countered. Ketty helped fix my soul, sir, Harry said, a lick of anger bubbling up in him. Did you know about that? The shard that was in my head? Dumbledore's eyes widened in disbelief. It's gone, he demanded, his wand suddenly raised and moving, tracing out diagnostic spells that Harry somewhat recognized the feel of from Saul Croaker had done so only a day earlier. Amelia's own wand jerked up when the elder wizard's had, but she refrained from acting any further when she saw which spells he was casting. How is that possible? Dumbledore asked, taking in the results. I've been searching for a way to do this myself for the better part of 2 decades now. Ketty had me combine 2 rituals that he knew, an Aramaic cleansing ritual and what he called the tertiary Persian transference circle. Harry explained, somewhat mollified by the fact that his headmaster had been searching for a way to help him. That wouldn't destroy the soul fragment, not after everything Tom did to it, Dumbledore said slowly, clearly thinking over the described actions. But yes, I could see how that would get it out of your head, or out of any other object for that matter. Where is it now? In the hands of the Dueling Soul Group, where Croaker is personally leading efforts to discover the remaining fragments, Amelia said, cutting into the conversation finally. After we have tracked down the rest, it will be destroyed. Then perhaps I have reason to speak to Croaker, and soon, Dumbledore murmured, mostly to himself, but Harry still heard it. What happened to your hand, Professor? Harry asked, taking advantage of the loosening tension in the room to try and get one of his own questions answered before the topic of conversation came back to him. My own foolishness, I'm afraid, Dumbledore said, offering Harry a tight smile. But despite the high cost, you will be heartened to know that contained in this ring was another of those foul perversions, and so the chains holding Tom to this earth are one fewer. I will communicate this, of course, to Croaker when I go by his office today, but I take it I do not need to impress on the pair of you the importance of keeping this knowledge secret. Amelia snorted. The Dark Lord's current immortality and its methods will not be disclosed by me, she promised. Me neither, Harry said when the headmaster turned his gaze on him. Good, Dumbledore said somewhat heavily. Well, in light of these revelations, it might indeed be for the best that you stay here, for the time being at least, Harry. I would further ask that you keep a low profile, or if you must go out, do not disclose where you are staying. Tom will be gathering his followers for a few days yet after his untimely reveal, and then he will begin to strike. If he could discover your location, he would bring all his might against you, and this must be avoided at all costs. I understand, Professor, Harry said, nodding. Will your secret little club be resuming its activities, Albus? Amelia asked, halting the man as he turned back toward the fireplace. I imagine that many concerned citizens will be wanting to stop wanton violence and carnage from sweeping these lands once more, Dumbledore replied neutrally. Amelia sighed in frustration. Well, far be it from me to encourage vigilantism, she said disapprovingly. But one advantage of the Death Eater hoods and masks is that it makes it more difficult to identify who exactly is under them. Should any of these concerned citizens care about potential reprisals, they might wish to avoid the pitfalls of the last iteration. This time it was Dumbledore who sighed and nodded wearily. As always, Amelia, you give excellent advice, he said. I'm sure I will be in contact with you soon for some matter or another, and until such point, stay safe and vigilant. I fear things will get darker before they get brighter again, but do not lose faith. More is happening than what is on the surface, and not all of our own cards have been played. With that, the powerful and eccentric wizard vanished in a plume of green fire as he flew away. What was that about at the end? Harry asked cautiously. I take it that you're familiar with the Order of the Phoenix, that group that Dumbledore was pretending he has nothing to do with, Amelia asked. Yes, Amelia, Harry said. My parents were in it, as was my godfather. Well, so was my older brother, Amelia said grimly. And when he was spotted opposing the Death Eaters a few more times than they were happy about, they paid him and his family a visit. If little Susan hadn't been with Hannah Abbott and her family for the evening, she wouldn't have survived. Oh, Harry said, swallowing. He had known that Susan was an orphan as well, but he hadn't pried into the details. With all the attention his own situation had gotten him, he had been waiting for Susan to tell him if and when she was ready. It's not exactly a secret what happened, but it's still rather painful for Susan, and she doesn't like talking about it. Amelia explained, not unkindly. If she hasn't already spoken to you about it, I suspect that she will eventually. It's not like you can't relate, after all. That's why I hadn't asked, Harry admitted, and Amelia smiled. I'm sure that she's appreciated it, she told him, and then her expression sharpened. But my turn for a question. What did Dumbledore mean when he said that he had burdened you with heavy information? He dodged my question, and I think he meant to bury that slip with the rest of our conversation, but he's not getting that past me so easily. Harry licked his lips nervously. He had intended on sharing the details of the prophecy with Amelia eventually, if not soon, depending on how much he thought he could trust her before he spent much time at the ossuary. Dumbledore had impressed on him just how much of a risk it was for anyone to have knowledge of the exact language of Professor Trelawney's prediction, and it was certainly possible for Voldemort to rip that knowledge out of someone's head. Harry knew that Amelia would be a high-priority target for Voldemort to both kill and interrogate. But even with all that, Harry was starting to really trust the head of the DMLE and like her besides. She also had real connections, and she could make things happen. Already had, in the case of the soul fragment that was now being used to track down the others. Well, Harry said cautiously, how much do you know about prophecies? A muscle worked in Amelia's jaw. I know better than to completely discount them, but I am quite skeptical on how exact our interpretations can be. Divination is notoriously difficult to get straight answers out of as a branch of magic. Predicting the future is very woolly, and while true prophecies are always fulfilled, the broader the scope and the further out they predict, the more ways there are to fulfill them. This tends to be why things that are focused, like scrying, or revolve around subjects that we already have a good understanding or sense of, like doing a tarot reading for the week ahead, tend to be more successful. I think I just learned more from you in 2 minutes than I did from Professor Trelawney in months, Harry said, feeling doubly cheated, first by taking classes with such a bad professor, and then by finding out that there actually was useful and sensible divination magic that he simply wasn't being taught. Hermione in particular would be horrified to learn that there was something apparently worth knowing from a field she had written off after all. Amelia snorted, but didn't lose her focus. That's both very funny and extremely worrying, but why bring up prophecy? Do you know why Tom Riddle came after my parents originally? Harry finally asked, deciding to take the plunge. Presumably the same reason that he came after my brother and his family, Amelia said, thinking it over. Or at least that was the given explanation. It was actually because of me, Harry said. He, through one of his servants, overheard part of a prophecy that spoke of someone who could vanquish him, and he decided that it referred to me. It's why my parents went into hiding. And is this prophecy still active? Amelia asked, her eyes narrowed as she looked off into the distance. It was a few days ago, Harry said, trying to not get lost in memories of Sirius again. Hence why you were in the Dueling, Amelia realized. You were trying to stop him from getting it. Do you know the exact wording? And does the orb still exist? This is very important. The orb is broken, Harry admitted. We couldn't let Tom get it, but Dumbledore told me the whole thing afterward. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Well, Amelia said grimly, that's both more and less helpful than I would have thought. I'm going to need to get Saul again. We're going to have to break this down line by line, and even then I'm not holding my breath. Still, it's something to go off, and it looks like it's a good thing that Moody is going to be training you this summer. You're going to need all the help you can get, and I'm going to make sure that you get it." As it turned out, Croker was unable to get his experts in the divination group together that day, and as the man himself had little knowledge of prophecy, he arranged for them to meet the next afternoon, which was the soonest he could get all the schedules on his end cleared. Apparently, Dumbledore had shared some information about where he suspected Voldemort's Horcruxes were, and the Department of Mysteries had been putting together teams to investigate the locations. In light of the importance of making the Dark Lord mortal once more first, Croker determined that a prophecy about his defeat could wait a day. That, and the sorts of experts in divination that the Duem had were rather particular and absolutely refused to be rushed. Once the excitement had calmed down, Harry, Susan, and Amelia shared a nice lunch together, which had been put together by Flopsy. After that, Amelia got back to work reorganizing the Aurors under her command and putting together resources for the increased hearing surge they expected. While a new Minister of Magic had yet to be selected, with more background deals being struck and negotiations ongoing, the Wisengamot wanted to be seen doing something and had already gone ahead and voted to massively increase the budget for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia wanted to waste no time, and so was preparing to hit the ground running to make up for all the budget and personnel cuts her department had suffered under the influence of Lucius Malfoy and his allies. After their exhausting morning, Harry and Susan retreated to the side of the pool in the backyard of the ossuary, where they laid out in the sun. Susan had a guilty fondness for Witches Weekly, which she did her best to hide from her auntie, but Harry was pretty sure that her eagle-eyed guardian only gave her the illusion of keeping her most girly hobby hidden. For his part, Harry began to work more on his occlumency, meditating by focusing on the image of a flame. He fed all his distracted thoughts to the fire, trying to keep his mind purely on the fire to clear it. Then, he let the fire go out, leaving his mind completely blank. Once he had gotten a good feeling for the emptiness inside, he tried to feel the limits of his mind so that he could erect barriers around it. Even with the knowledge from Ketty, it was slow going as Harry familiarized himself with the feelings and practices. To be truly effective, he knew that he had to make the practice his own, and that he would only improve when he internalized all the lessons and tools occlumency gave him. It was slow work, but Harry could tell that the clarity of thought and comprehension, not to mention the crystalline recall offered by mastery of the mind arts, would be invaluable. With the soul fragment removed from his head, Harry was feeling better than ever, and he was determined to push his advantage as far and as fast as he could. He knew just how much he needed to improve, and he refused to waste any time if he could help it. In fact, he was so deeply buried in his occlumency practice that when Susan splashed him, Harry just about jumped out of his skin. "What was that for?" he yelped, looking around in shock before spotting his giggling girlfriend, who was doing a very poor job of hiding her wand behind her back from where she was floating on the water. "You have to have some fun each and every day," she admonished. "I'll be pushing myself just as hard as I can next to you, but our magical cores can only take so much strenuous training as they continue to develop, and since I know for a fact that you're learning while you sleep, I insist that you relax while you are awake." "That makes sense," Harry admitted, dropping fully out of his active meditation. "What do you want to do, then?" "I know Amelia said we can have some friends over, but I don't think anyone will come over just yet, seeing as how everyone only finally got home after the year." "That's true," Susan said, "but for now I think we need a splash war." Perhaps somewhat undercutting her just-delivered admonition to avoid overusing magic and allowing their cores to rest, Susan flicked her wand at Harry, causing another wave to surge forward, all but soaking her boyfriend. "That's it," Harry declared playfully. "I'm not going to be the only one so ill-treated here." With that, Harry sprang forward into the classic cannonball dive, sending out an indiscriminate wave of water to splash the reclining redhead, who barely managed to levitate her magazine out of the line of fire. "No shields!" Susan shouted joyfully and proceeded to send jet after jet of water at Harry, cackling as she got one directly in his sputtering mouth. Not to be outdone, Harry yanked at Susan's legs, temporarily submerging his implacable foe long enough to get the water out of his eyes before placing an impervious charm on his glasses to shore up a heretofore-unknown crippling weakness. Now properly defended, Harry was ready and waiting to repay the favor as he mercilessly barraged a squealing Susan with jets of his own and summoned waves that hit her from behind at random angles. Eventually, Susan was forced to create a small whirlpool to open up some breathing room of her own, further soaking the entire area around the pool. "Surrender, or face the consequences," she shouted, her delicate charm work creating small animals out of the swirling water, sending seahorses, dolphins, and winged fish dancing around Harry. "Never," Harry cried back, a giant grin on his face as he wrapped a sizable, watery sea serpent around himself to weather the incoming barrage. "Then you shall suffer," Susan declared with an evil smile, and her aquatic troops surged forward, tearing holes in the outline of the serpent, but Harry's defense held for now. With the water level now down to their waists as the young magicals manipulated it in their silly fight, Harry decided to make a surprise move to break the deadlock. While he knew a spell from Ketty that created a large amount of concealing mist, it was more magically intensive than what the current duel called for. So Harry used an overpowered incendio charm to blast a thick rope of fire into the waves around him, causing an eruption of steam as he moved as fast as he could to take advantage of the momentary loss of vision. True to form, Susan quickly sent out a blast of wind to blow the hot steam away, but by the time she had reacted, Harry was already leaping forward to tackle her in a hug and maybe dunk her underwater the Muggle way a few times. "Ack!" Susan protested after the second such dunking. "Truce, truce," she eventually cried, and Harry held her above water as she cleared out her eyes. "So, what were the consequences of my failure to surrender again?" he asked innocently. Susan smacked his shoulder good-naturedly. "Oh, hush," she told him, floating back as he supported her back. "It sounded impressive and clearly spurred you on to greatness." From there, the conversation devolved into the usual silliness and sweet nothings that Harry had quickly come to treasure from his time alone with Susan. She noticed and cared for him for who he was, and not as some special figure. She knew about the loss of parents, and perhaps most surprisingly, pushed back against the idea that his various misadventures were in any way normal. As she had slowly found out the truth about the end-of-year brushes with death, she had reacted with anger and disbelief on his behalf. Perhaps it was because Harry had typically experienced them with Ron and Hermione before, but hearing Susan decry the circumstances gave Harry a sense of normalcy about it, all that threw the events of the last few years into sharp relief. The fact that he had ended up in the Department of Mysteries a few days ago regardless was no doubt part of her tirade after she had discovered what had happened, but she hadn't abandoned him or judged him over it. If anything, she had continued to support him and advocate for his safety and happiness. Having never experienced this really, or at least not aside from Hermione's own uneven efforts, Harry had started to understand that there might be a light at the end of the tunnel for him. Having adults now starting to act to help him address his problems was almost mind-boggling for Harry, and he was quickly coming to value Amelia as the kind of caring figure that Sirius had tried to be, but had been prevented from fulfilling due to his fugitive status, years of Azkaban, and his own reckless temperament. Amelia Bones was many things, but she was not reckless or rash. One thing that Amelia was in possession of, however, was an investigator's sense of timing and suspicion, and so presumably after hearing splashing and shrieking in the pool for some time and then silence, she came out to witness a developing make-out session. "Ahem," she coughed, causing Harry and Susan to spring apart, both beet red. "Enjoying the pool?" Amelia asked, her eyebrow raised. "Auntie," Susan whined. "We weren't doing anything wrong. I'll be the judge of that," her guardian informed her. "But it's almost time for dinner, so come out and get changed into some clothes." With that, Amelia went back inside, although Harry was fairly certain he saw a smirk on her face. "I swear, one of these days she's going to go too far, and I won't be the only one blushing," Susan muttered, slumping back in Harry's arms. Harry said uncomfortably, unsure of how to take such a statement and all that it potentially implied. "But for now, we better do as she says," Susan grumbled, and then saw the look on Harry's face and raised her own eyebrow. "Oh, get over yourself," she told him, not unkindly. "I'm not planning on doing anything drastic, but my plans of revenge are going to be a lot harder to pull off if she never finds someone herself. Has she never dated seriously? Harry asked, pulling himself out of the water and drying himself with a wave of his wand. Auntie has always been very career-focused, Susan said, echoing Harry's actions. It's part of the reason she's been so successful and became department head at such a young age. I once heard a rumor that she was sweet on one of the McKinnons, but they were wiped out by you-know-who not long before his first defeat. Beyond that, I can't really remember anything worth mentioning. She's even always gone alone to the fancy ministry balls. It's rather sad for me to see her that way, for all that she claims she's happy with her work and taking care of me, but it also leaves me painfully short of material with which to tease her in return, Susan said, scowling. Maybe she's a witch's witch, Harry suggested playfully. No, I don't think. Susan's voice trailed off, her eyes lighting up. Oh, that's brilliant, Harry, she said in excitement. Of course it is, Harry said, happy that he had brought a smile back to Susan's face. Care to explain why? Well, it could always be true, I suppose, in which case I'll have to plan my confrontation at dinner carefully, Susan said, already scheming as she stroked her chin as they walked into the ossuary and made their way to the top of the stairs. But even if it's false, it's an excellent way to tease her for constantly interrupting us. Of course, that's why she doesn't like it when she catches us kissing. She thinks that boys are icky. Susan giggled to herself, and Harry decided that he would leave the scheming to the person who knew Amelia best. He had no intention of offending his host like that, even as a joke, to say nothing of how intimidating she could be with her confidence and sharpness. But it was certainly the sort of thing that he might have playfully accused Sirius of, and as that thought washed across his mind, he decided that maybe, in time, he could joke around with Amelia like that too. Putting it out of his mind for the time being, Harry got changed into some proper clothes and went back downstairs, catching an approving glance from Susan. You look much better in clothes that fit you, she told him. I'm going to enjoy helping you shop at the end of the summer. Me too, Harry replied, to which Susan returned a sly smile. We'll see about that, she said. Ignoring that foreboding comment and the shiver it triggered down his spine, Harry and Susan joined Amelia back at the table in the kitchen. How was the rest of your afternoon, Auntie? Susan asked politely as they sat down and began digging into the food that had been placed on the table. Good enough, Amelia said, a suspicious look on her face. I'm feeling like I'm well prepared for what's coming for once. You? Oh, quite nice, very relaxing after taking our OWLS, wouldn't you agree, Harry? Susan said sweetly. Yes, it was fun to swim, Harry agreed. He could tell something was coming, and so could Amelia. Among other things, Amelia remarked idly, her attention fixed on her niece. Oh, yes, but that's what prompted me to make a discovery or come to a realization about you, Auntie, that I really should have made a long time ago, Susan said, smiling brightly. That as much as I want grandchildren someday, I don't want you to provide an heir to the Bones line just yet, Amelia asked. No, I already knew that, Susan said, waving her hand dismissively. No. I finally figured out the deeper reason you don't like me kissing Harry or any of the other boys you've kept me away from over the years. Do tell, Amelia said with a smirk, leaning forward and resting her chin on her propped-up hands. I'm all ears. You're a witch's witch, Susan declared with perfect sincerity. For a few moments there was stunned silence, as all Amelia could do was blink, clearly not having expected this pronouncement, for all that she had expected something from her obviously mischievous niece. I'm a what? Amelia asked, obviously shocked. You heard me, Auntie, Susan said. It all makes sense in hindsight, too. You're never seen with any men that you don't work with, and even then, you spend more time with Connie than you ever did with Rufus or Mad Eye, even when Mad Eye worked for you still. Even though it isn't nearly as much as a problem for us as it is for the Muggles, you knew you'd be pressured to provide more bones if you were with a woman, and so rather than expose yourself to that demand from the old lords in the Wisengamot, you decided to not play their game at all. I'm very proud of you, but you don't need to hide it from me anymore. I'd love to meet whatever special someone you have in your life, no matter who they are or what gender they have. I can handle having two moms. At this, Amelia's composure finally broke, and she threw back her head and howled with laughter. Oh, you put some effort into that, I'll admit, she said, still chuckling. I only figured out you were joking when you mentioned Connie, seeing as you know she's very dedicated to her husband and children, but that's not quite your usual idea for humor. She got the idea from me, Harry admitted, smiling more openly now that the joke was up. It's the sort of thing that Sirius would do. Apparently, that is, Remus, did something similar to him when they were at Hogwarts in the middle of the Great Hall, trying to convince Sirius that he would never get my dad away from my mom, no matter how long he held a torch for him. Amelia cackled. Oh, I can see how those rumors got started. Sirius was always very physically affectionate to his friends, and he spent an inordinate amount of time with James. It honestly wouldn't have surprised me to hear that the old dog swung both ways. He was very flamboyant when he was young. Anyway, that's enough excitement for the evening. I've got another early morning tomorrow, so I'll leave you two to it. Don't stay up too late. We won't, Susan promised and wished her auntie a good night. It was only after Amelia had left the room that she turned back to face Harry, her expression calculating. She didn't deny it, she mused. It was a good deflection, and it didn't give us any openings. She even threw in a story about your father and his friends to distract us. But even if she didn't tell us we were right, she didn't deny it. I'll save the teasing and detective work for you, Harry told his girlfriend, fighting back a yawn. But now I've got to get to my training. Fine, Susan said, dismissing him with a kiss on the cheek. You do that. I'll get on with more important things, like making a list of every woman close to Auntie's age that I trust, respect, and think that might be Auntie's type. Harry snorted a laugh, and then retreated to learn from Ketty while the important work was being done. Harry's lessons with Ketty that night were fairly intense. Now that he had seen Harry casting, and some of his new stamina at work, he began drilling Harry in some of the ancient strengthening and casting exercises Ketty had learned when he had been young. They still began and ended with sensing and occlumency, but in between that, Ketty had Harry doing as much as possible to build his control and practice channeling magic for extended periods of time. He had Harry conjure multiple globes of light and keep them going for long stretches, and then began to have Harry manipulate them. Harry would have to change one's color, then another, and then another, all keeping the rest the same, and then begin to move them in patterns, and then to begin blinking the colors in and out, and on and on. Then Ketty began to have Harry dodge stinging charms without interfering with his control, and every time Harry lost command of one of his floating lights, Ketty forced him to add another to the mix. After 2 hours of this training, Harry was covered in sweat and small welts. His mind felt like a limp noodle, and he had a kaleidoscope or light and color swirling around him. Excellent, Ketty eventually declared, offering Harry an approving smile. Your knowledge of spells is already likely sufficient for your coming trials and battles, although we will of course improve and constantly add to your repertoire to give you more and different options. But this kind of exercise will be the key to your real improvement. Control, awareness, and the stamina to keep casting long when your opponents have surrendered. And of course, your ability to maintain a constant flow of magic will eventually be what allows you to wield a staff like a true war mage. I don't think I've heard much about war mages, Harry said, taking advantage of this lull in his training to dunk his head in the cool waters of what Ketty had informed him was the Nile. What sets them apart from the Aurors or the Hit Wizards? Your Aurors and Hit Wizards and witches are all trained to fight. It is true, Ketty said, clasping his hands behind his back. But we had a multitude of warrior-trained sorcerers and sorceresses in my days as well. The difference is in 2 areas, sheer magical capacity and aptitude. An immense amount of magical power is required to become a war mage. The staff as a focus allows for a tremendous amount of energy to be expended with each cast, and to maintain this sort of output is the domain of but a few. Furthermore, as you will learn to get the best out of a staff, you are not simply casting one spell, pausing, and then casting another. Ketty paused, considering his words. You are continually channeling magic, shaping, and releasing it. As for the aptitude, you must have the bloodline gifts for war, and a sense and instinct for the fight to truly take advantage of those instincts. Then, training is required to refine all of these things. Even at the height of the Pharaoh's reign, when we were at war with any number of enemies and barbarians, only 1 or 2 war mages might be born per generation. You must be born with the potential, and then work to unearth and shape it, a very rare combination. From what I have learned from your memories, you might be the first true war mage in the British Isles in 50 years or more. Harry exhaled sharply. Well, hopefully one won't be needed after me for just as long, he said, determined to use this immense power and potential for good. After all, Wars in the wizarding world don't seem to happen as frequently as they did in your time, and war mages sound like hammers. When the International Confederation of Warlocks wants us to remain hidden and use our magic like scalpels. Ketty grinned. If all you can imagine a war mage doing is causing things to explode in a noisy fashion, I will enjoy showing you just how subtle we can be when we bring ruin to our foes. Control, Harry. We will wield our hammer with grace and precision and be all the more devastating for it. Then I'll learn it, Harry declared. I refuse to have not done my part, even if I feel like this prophecy is hanging over my head. If I'm the only one who can defeat Tom, I'll make sure I can do it before too many have to suffer. You will learn, Ketty promised, his dark eyes all but glowing with magic as he held up his scepter. You will not be a full-fledged war mage by the end of this summer, even with all my knowledge passing to you. There is no shortcut to true understanding and mastery, even with all the memorization out of the way. But you will be adept enough that, with clever planning and support, you will be enough to lay low a cunning madman. After that inspiring speech, Harry was back to his occlumency practice. As tired as Harry was, it didn't always feel like he was making any sort of progress, but Ketty refused to let him become discouraged, even when it felt like Harry was trying to use a sieve to collect water when he was corralling his thoughts back into his mind. As Ketty informed him, it is now when the greatest gains in your practice are being made. When you are exhausted, when you can barely string two words together even in your own mind, when your head is ringing from spells and magical strain, and you can still focus on what needs to be done, that is when you will triumph. You are being forged now, and we will work into you a temper of steel that will not be damaged by your battles. Naturally, when Harry woke, he once again felt that despite being physically and magically ready for the day, his mind was feeling stretched. Harry idly wondered if more meditation would help, ironically enough, and as he dressed, he tried some of the practices that Ketty had walked him through to clear his mind. To his shock, as he centered himself, he could feel the worst of his mental wear and tear dissipate. I wonder how much sleep I'll need once I get good enough at occlumency, Harry asked himself as he walked down to get breakfast. Once again, Amelia was at the table before him, with his nutrient potion at the seat he had sat at the previous morning. Good morning, Harry, she said absently, reviewing the daily prophet. Are you ready for the day? Alastor is coming by, and then Croaker will be bringing his soul group to hear the prophecy. Then they'll ask you some questions, and hopefully have some answers, although I expect we won't hear anything definitive from them for a while, if at all. I'm happy to finally be doing something proactive to get any answers at all, honestly, Harry admitted, drinking his potion with a grimace. Immediately, a glass of pumpkin juice appeared, and Harry began giving his taste buds something better to focus on. I can't say I'm too surprised to hear that, Amelia said, sighing. Dumbledore is in so many ways a paragon of what it means to be a leader, and at the same time, he is a cold, calculating, labyrinthine schemer who could teach Alastor lessons on keeping things hidden. You've likely only gotten exactly what information he wanted you to have, exactly when he thought you should have it, and nothing more. The worst part is, if you hadn't touched the artifact when you did, that state of affairs would have continued for years, and I don't even know if it would be the wrong decision. I would have hated it and done my best to change that situation, but without the information Dumbledore is operating from, forcing him to do something else is a fool's errand. So dealing with Tom this way is unique for the Aurors too, Harry asked, somewhat confused by everything Amelia had just told him. This is how we would normally try to deal with powerful criminals, Amelia corrected. Working with various departments for their expertise, running down every lead we have, and trying to diminish their power base to limit the damage they can cause. You know who is somewhat more complicated than that? Because he has all the purebloods working for him in the Wisengamot? Harry asked. In part, Amelia admitted with a frown. Some other issues, beyond the interference they've caused, which range from changing laws and sabotaging budgets and more, include Death Eaters and their sympathizers refusing to do their jobs properly or even otherwise, normal employees simply taking bribes. The sheer power that you know who brings to bear once you find him has always been the biggest complication, though. Fortunately, thanks to you and Ketty, we've got a much better way of finding him and his Horcruxes now, and if there's a prophecy that gives you a solid shot at killing him, that solves our other biggest issue. What about the purebloods and Death Eaters working in the Ministry? Harry asked. Rufus will likely be confirmed by the Wisengamot this afternoon, Amelia said. He's got a whole raft of legislation he's going to ram through, taking advantage of the panic you-know-whose reemergence has caused. It goes a little overboard, I think, but it will give my office the power to really investigate, and for suspected Death Eaters, the use of Veritaserum as it pertains to their allegiance to you-know-who. There was some talk of forcing all sitting Wisengamot members to swear a magically binding oath of loyalty to the Ministry, but there are too many ways to abuse something like that, and it was ultimately discarded. Still, altogether, it should be enough to cow the pureblood faction and expose the traitors. Being able to do things like freeze their Gringotts accounts should slow them down. That's really the plan at the moment, trying to put pressure on the Death Eaters as much as possible while we get more Aurors together. Hopefully, our attempts to get ICW hit wizards will also bear fruit for when we start going after specific targets. Getting international help would be nice, from what I've heard about the forces the DMLE has here, Harry admitted. It's an unfortunate reality, but we were barely keeping our heads above water in the Auror department in particular even before a virtual civil war was redeclared, Amelia said, pursing her lips. For every solid Auror at my disposal like Kingsley Shacklebolt, or even an up-and-coming star like Nymphadora Tonks, I've got another one who is a toss-up and another who shouldn't have made it out of the academy. In numbers, they can still do the job, but the subtle tasks or rapid responses that will be needed once things burst out into the open. I'm afraid the DMLE will be stretched very thin until our new recruits are up to snuff. You got more recruits, Harry said, somewhat surprised as he hadn't thought many people would want to join the DMLE with Tom out in the open. With the budget increases, yes, Amelia said, smiling. We'll see how many make it through the program, but we had almost 30 witches and wizards put their names down. My guess is that their hopping the Death Eaters will be dealt with before they have to do any serious fighting, so they can take advantage of the solid pay and benefits. But after a few months, they'll be able to lessen the burden on my regulars by patrolling Diagon Alley and the like. Every little bit helps. That's great, Harry said, and meant it. Oh, Amelia. He asked, remembering a question he had meant to ask earlier. Yes. What happened to the scepter? He asked. I feel like I should start practicing with it if only to get used to channeling more magic through a focus before I get a staff. Ah, Amelia said, nodding. Saul took it back to the Duem for more investigation, but I'll make sure he brings it with him this afternoon. It's your family's artifact, and with all the laws favoring family bloodlines and heritage on the books, he has to return it. Now, if you're finished eating, I'll send you off to get the dueling room ready for Moody while I wake Susan up. Harry laughed. She's going to think that you don't want her to enjoy her rest this summer, he said. Susan hates that I'm an early riser. She doesn't like missing out when I'm having fun and she's lying in bed. Oh, I know, Amelia said with a conspiratory smile. I've managed to get her to all sorts of interesting things by scheduling them first thing in the morning and only telling her the day before. One of these days I'll have adjusted her entire sleep schedule, but alas, we've still got a way to go on that front. Good luck, Harry said sincerely, and moved over to the practice room, doing a few stretches as he waited. He had noticed the effect Oliver Wood's crazy Quidditch workouts had on the defense against the dark arts performance when he was dodging spells, and Ketty had confirmed to him the importance of having a healthy body when it came to all aspects of magic. Flying and Quidditch workouts were a good start, but Ketty was pushing him to do more, especially once his body had had a chance to grow and take advantage of the potion regime Amelia had put him on. As it was, Harry was quite thankful he had begun his time in the practice room stretching, as the first thing Moody did upon enter the room was begin to fire stinging and stunning spells at him over and over, forcing Harry into a frantic series of dodges, rolls, and feints as he scrambled back to where he had put his wand down with his jumper. He was able to avoid the stunners, but he had several small welts by the time he managed to get a shield spell up. Moody grunted and stopped his sudden assault. "And what did you learn from that?" he asked gruffly, both eyes briefly boring into Harry before his enchanted eye whirled off to the side. "The importance of staying fit and avoiding spells without access to magic," Harry said promptly. "Aye, that's true enough, not that I'm the best example of that art anymore," Moody said slowly. "But the bigger point is to not be without your wand." You avoided the worst option, being a stunner in this case, but if a Death Eater is coming at you, you won't be so lucky as that, and even a stunner would be bad news for you. Do you have a proper wand holster? Where do you keep your wand? I don't have a holster, Harry admitted. I've been meaning to get one, but for now, my wand is either in my pocket or in a loop in my robe sleeve that Hermione helped me rig up. Well, that sleeve loop is a better idea than your pocket, but you've got to get a holster as soon as you can. Otherwise, I can get your wand away from you far too easily. And unless you can wandlessly cast a Protego or the like, which I highly doubt, I'll cut you down like a limp fish without hardly any trouble. I understand, Harry said, immediately grasping the problem. I'll see if Amelia has a holster I can use until I can get one that works best for me. Good lad, Moody said. Now, we've established you've got some dodging ability at least, but that's just one-on-one, and most of the time that's a luxury. Most likely, you'll be in some cramped or constricted space, with multiple targets and enemies firing at you from different angles. Moody waved his wand, muttering under his breath, and the training dummies at the back of the room lifted up, positioning themselves at various points in the room. Another flourish from Moody's wand conjured boxes of various sizes, and even a few small walls. The dummies all have stinging jinxes programmed into them this round, Moody said with a savage smile. We'll start out slow, and slowly up the power of the spells and the number of dummies, maybe change up the landscape too. Your goal is to take out the dummies until you can escape the ambush, with the goal of training your reactions and ability to process multiple spells being cast around you. Begin. Flaring out his nascent magic sensing ability, Harry immediately was forced to jerk to the side as jets of yellow streaked at him from all angles. Hiding behind a box, Harry sent a few stunning charms back out at where he thought the dummies had been, but he saw at least one float to the side. Gotta stay on your toes, lad, Moody cackled. Your enemies will move as much as you. Harry gritted hit teeth and darted to the side, his wand up and moving as he poured out spells. This was going to be a long morning. After getting hammered from all angles by the dummies Moody had animated for about an hour, Harry was seriously starting to become twitchy. The slightest glint of light was enough to make him throw up a shield or a barrier of some kind, and he was beginning to think that he wouldn't be able to be around normal spellcasting again without some sort of trigger effect. Of course, at that point, Moody merely added to his feelings by joining the fray himself, firing off spells like a madman while he chuckled darkly to himself, stumping around on his peg leg. By the time Susan joined them, looking wide-eyed at Harry's sweat-drenched face and thousand-yard stare, Harry needed a mental break, even if his magical reserves were holding up far better than he had imagined they might. Oh, he was still feeling all the spellcasting he had done, but he wasn't in danger of falling over from exhaustion, much to Moody's glee as he pushed Harry harder and harder. Right, Moody said, acknowledging Susan and causing the dummies to finally come to a halt. We'll let you recover for a bit now. Potter and Bones will get a chance in the scenario. Then, we'll run through some actions where you two are in the muck together, and then we'll end with a few duels. Maybe by next week, I'll start throwing in different objectives after we expand your spell repertoires. Retrieval missions, bodyguard tasks, ambushes, maybe even a little breaking and entering, that sort of thing, Moody mused, half to himself, while Harry and Susan traded apprehensive looks. Should be fun. Now, Bones, get in that circle. Susan whimpered. By the time Harry and Susan were able to drag themselves to lunch, they were utterly wrung out mentally, and Susan could barely get sparks to come out of her wand. Did you really need to go through the full Auror Academy introductory week treatment? Amelia asked, somewhat exasperated. You said to train them seriously, Moody muttered. Besides, it's not like they couldn't take it. Merlin, Susan was good even by that standard, but Potter here can put some of our full-time rookies to shame with his stamina and inventiveness. Oh, Amelia asked, giving Susan a raised eyebrow that nearly caused her niece to pass out. Her face was so red, not that Harry was doing much better. Not like that, Susan shrieked while Moody cackled. What can I say? Moody said, still evilly chuckling. The boys got away with a wand. You're doing it on purpose, Susan wailed. And the worst part is that no one will ever believe me if I told them you were doing this. Oh, I know, lass, Moody said, finally getting his laughter under control. Why do you think I do it with you? Besides, Bonesy more or less has to let me, what with the dirt I've got on her. I get to embarrass you, and I keep my mouth shut about her rookie mishaps. It's a better retirement perk than my pension, I tell you. I look forward to the day when I can say the same, Amelia smirked. Although hopefully I'll have more limbs intact. You made the desk shift, Moody said, flicking his fingers at her dismissively. You had to force me to give up my badge. You retired with a smile the day I was confirmed as head of the DMLE, Amelia returned steadily. Don't think I wasn't aware of your support for my nomination. It certainly was the first time I saw you speaking to Wisengamot members you weren't trying to actively investigate. Moody said, doing what someone with a less beaten and weathered face might have called a blush. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, so you two better be prepared for target practice, spell control drills, and a hefty dose of physical conditioning. Both Harry and Susan nodded, and Moody grinned like a shark before stumping back to the flue. He's such a caricature of a dark wizard hunter at this point that I don't think he knows how to behave in public anymore, Amelia remarked, watching her mentor and former colleague go. From what I've heard, he's made that caricature himself, Harry offered, having done some research on the man when he learned about the deception Barty Crouch had pulled, wanting to know more about how accurate the depiction had been. Or maybe had just asked Hermione to look into it, subtly. That wouldn't surprise me, Susan said, still somewhat beet red from the teasing she had received. Hannah still thinks that he has a faux glass and a dark detector in every pocket of his overcoat. Yes, well, he survived in large part because of his excessive preparation and paranoia, Amelia said, somewhat bringing down the mood. It's impossible to do what he's done for as long and as successfully as he did without taking quite a bit of damage. I've been put back together quite a few times in St. Mungo's, but I was lucky enough that my eyes were never destroyed and that I never lost a limb fully. Everything else, our advances in medical magic were able to heal, or else I'd look a fair bit more like Alistair. Well, you still look great, Auntie. We'll find you a special lady friend in no time, Susan said into the silence, causing her guardian to give her a hard look. Why don't you two go have fun outside while we wait for the Duem to show up, she suggested. I think that someone is a little tired from her exertions this morning, don't you agree, Harry? It's making her loopy. Of course, Amelia, Harry said, grabbing Susan and pulling her out into the garden space behind the ossuary. Ha, did you see her face? Susan cheered. I'm definitely getting to her. Vengeance for years of teasing will be mine. Yes, I did see her face, Harry muttered. That's why I obeyed her. Ah, you're just not convinced yet that she's really a big softy, Susan said dismissively. The worst that she would do to us is some sort of bizarre Auror hazing. I mean training, exercise, like having us run laps around the grounds while firing stinging hexes at us from a broom. Which I would prefer to avoid, Harry decided, thinking this over. But speaking of brooms, do you think we could do some flying while we wait? Mine's in my room, but if we have them out here already. You just don't want to risk facing Auntie again, Susan scoffed. But yes, scaredy cat, we've got a broom shed just over this way. No proper pitch or anything like that, but we've got a quaffle, some bats, bludgers, and a snitch for pickup games. That could be a lot of fun later this summer, Harry said upon further reflection. But I'd just be happy flying right now. Then let's do it. Susan said enthusiastically, leading him to a small wooden building nestled in between a pair of hedges. She unlatched the door and opened it up, pulling out a handful of slightly older brooms. Let's see, we've got a clean sweep or two that don't seem ancient, a comet that my uncle bought, and 2 Nimbus 800s, Susan listed off. Let's get on the Nimbuses, Harry said, smiling wistfully. My first ever broom that I owned was a Nimbus 2000, so I'd love to see what an older model was capable of. Plus, we'd have the same broom for some tag. You're on, Susan said happily, thrusting a broom into Harry's hands and the rest back into the shed before mounting up and taking off. Harry knew that Susan wasn't really a Quidditch fanatic like Ron or some of his other friends, but she was a very good flyer and had excellent acceleration. She told him that if broom racing was still an option at Hogwarts, she would have certainly gone out for a team. Unfortunately, the massively decreased student classes in the aftermath of Tom's terror attacks had meant that a fair few clubs had fallen by the wayside until there was sufficient numbers and interest in them again. The Dueling Club, a fencing club, all number of subject matter clubs, and even some classes like enchanting and alchemy had all been shuttered. The classes could still be taken by any WT-level students as an independent study, but that was a rare option even among those who knew of the classes. From what Susan had told him, Harry knew that aspiring practitioners in those more niche areas often took on apprenticeships after Hogwarts or went abroad for advanced instruction. Putting all that out of his mind as he swung his leg over the broom, Harry reveled in the feeling of being back in the air. For so long, flying had been his joy, his freedom, his escape. Getting to do it on a whim over the summer, often a dark and troubled time for him, felt like a true symbol of his new situation, and something deep inside of Harry unclenched as he soared through the air, laughing as he followed Susan around. The redhead led him on a merry chase over the trees and trimmed hedges, darting this way and that before taking wild plunges, but he eventually caught up to her, tapping her shoulder before spinning off. Susan took far longer to catch him, as Harry had adapted much quicker to the slightly slower speeds but superior turning ability of the older broom, and his hard-won seeker skills kept him inches away from his cursing girlfriend on several occasions. Eventually, though, the chase ended when Susan all but tackled him out of the air, and the two descended back to the ground by mutual consent. "I still think you'd be a huge improvement on most of your house's chaser line," Harry said, restarting an old argument between them. "And I think that I don't need to be doing anything nearly so foolish and time-consuming as getting smacked around in the air is, house spirit or not," Susan shot back. "I'll enjoy my flying without bludgers and angry Slytherins trying to take my head off. But it's so much fun when you win," Harry protested. "It gets Malfoy and his bookends so mad." "Harry, Susan, the Dueling people are here," Amelia shouted from the back door, her voice enhanced by a spell to carry over the grounds. "We'll continue this later," Harry said, mounting back up to take his broom back to the shed faster. "No, there's no need," Susan countered, following suit. "I'm quite happy with my decisions, and you don't need to second-guess them. I'll just keep flying for fun." "I suppose Gryffindor will just keep winning the House Cup then," Harry sighed. Susan decided to not dignify the taunt with a reply, and in short order they were both hurrying back into the ossuary. Amelia led the pair back toward the receiving hall, where Saul Croaker was waiting with a quartet of gray, hooded figures. "Ah, Harry, Susan, good to see you both again," the Chief Unspeakable said, giving them a nod. "You've been keeping my office very busy recently, but we've made some real progress on a few mysteries, which is keeping us happy. We may have more to speak about tomorrow, regarding the other issue we've been working on, but for now we can focus on the prophecy. Thankfully, Albus shared it with us when he stopped by yesterday, which let us do some real work before we came here. My divination team has a few things they want to make sure they run by you." One of the hooded figures stepped forward. "Mr. Potter, you must understand that while prophecy is a subtle and complicated art, there are things that we can glean from its tangled web, especially for those who have spent their lives dedicated to deciphering them. Our first conclusion here is that the prophecy remains active, something we were able to confirm even if the original prophecy orb was destroyed." "This is actually a very important point," Croaker interjected. "The fact that it wasn't fulfilled when you were a baby, or any of the other times that you've faced Tom Riddle suggests to us that it will remain in effect until one of you kills the other for good." Harry licked his suddenly dry lips. He wasn't worried about his willingness to strike Riddle down, not after what happened to Sirius, or from his memories from Ketty, but actually vanquishing a wizard of that caliber was no small feat. "Yes, and while you don't need to be the one to destroy each Horcrux yourself, you will need to break his current body," another hooded figure chimed in. "It is likely that no one else will even be able to harm Riddle overmuch, which will naturally greatly affect our strategy for approaching and fighting him." "That's a rather major problem," Amelia said unhappily. "I suppose it will help morale if I tell people not to engage the madman where it can be avoided, but we can't just not fight him when he appears, or else he'll just walk into the ministry tomorrow." "Indeed," the same robed figure replied. "It's a complicated thing, but unfortunately, the line referring to Mr. Potter as the one makes it clear that no other will ultimately be able to strike down Riddle. By all means, drive him off, pick off his followers, and put out the fires they start. Do not think they will strike a critical blow without Mr. Potter's involvement." "How much training does Mr. Potter have?" Croaker asked. "We've pulled his school transcript, of course, and fast-tracked his OWL results. He has a range of skills, from what we can see, from expert broom-riding to bafflingly good stealth, and at least some ability to think on his feet, as the Triwizard Tournament shows. He's also survived a number of encounters with Tom Riddle, which cannot be discounted." but we don't know too much more than that. Albus has kept a lot of the details firmly under his large, pointy hat. What were my OWL results? Harry asked sheepishly. Everyone's eyes turned to him, somewhat incredulous. What? Harry asked, feeling self-conscious. Hermione will kill me for getting my grades before her, and so I might as well know if I'm going to die having done well or not. Croaker snorted. Yes, Miss Granger does have a rather large knowledge fixation, I'll grant you that. My department is not unfamiliar with her, for that matter. You did well, Mr. Potter, in the subjects that we care about for these purposes. But tell me, what experience do you have fighting for your life, or training to prevent attacks on your person? Well, Harry said, thinking over his time at Hogwarts. My first year, me and some friends went through a series of magical obstacles to prevent Tom from getting the Philosopher's Stone. Second year, I destroyed a Horcrux after managing to defeat a basilisk. Third year, I drove off 100 Dementors trying to kill me and my godfather. And fourth year was the Triwizard Tournament. This last year, me, Susan, and a few others ran a secret defense club because Umbridge was just having us read from a book. And then we went to the Dueling and managed to hang on against a number of Death Eaters until reinforcements could arrive. That's quite a list, one of the robed figures said after a moment's reflection. He and Susan are also taking defense lessons from Alistair Moody this summer, and he's also receiving dream instructions, as you know, Saul, Amelia added. That's about as good as we can hope while keeping this all quiet, Croaker agreed. Well, we'd like to collect some memories of each time you've faced Riddle, Mr. Potter, and then we will be on our way. We've got lots to pour through now. I can do that, Harry said, and in short order a series of vials was filled with the silvery mist of memory. We'll forward a copy to your office, Amelia, Croaker promised. Oh, Harry said, remembering his request as the Dueling party turned to leave. Did you bring the scepter? Croaker sighed. Yes, I did, he admitted. May I ask why you want it? My soul group does not want to return it just yet. It's my next step to staff training, Harry said. I need a larger focus than a wand, and I think that the scepter belongs to me at this point, from what I've been told. Croaker pursed his lips, nodded, and drew the 3-foot-long length of golden wood from within his robes before tossing it to Harry. He caught it easily with all the reflexes of a seeker, marveling as warmth saturated his being, and a silver nimbus briefly surrounded him, feeling as if he had picked up his wand for the first time again. Well, it seems like maybe you've got a point after all. Good luck with your training, Mr. Potter, Croaker said, offering a smile. We'll be in touch. With that, the Dueling group left. After Croaker and the rest of his divination group left the ossuary, the evening was fairly quiet. Dinner followed shortly their guests left, and then they enjoyed a quiet evening reading in the library, which Susan had told Harry was somewhat of a family tradition, as it allowed Amelia to do her paperwork and Susan to read whatever she felt like while still being together. After experiencing both the sullen atmosphere at the Dursleys and the boisterous chaos that was the Gryffindor common room, Harry had to admit sitting and quietly reading wasn't too bad. The Bones had an extensive library, fitting as one of the houses of the Wisengamot, and Susan had found him a few primers on what exactly being the heir of House Potter, or really any house, meant. Amelia had promised to eventually find him a tutor on it all, but any information was good for Harry at this point, and he had devoured it. That evening, Ketty had him do his occlumency exercises, which were slowly starting to get better, and then his sensing exercises, which were coming on far faster than even Ketty had expected. It must be all the years with that shard in your head, his Egyptian ancestor had mused. Even subconsciously, you knew that you were in contact with something that did not belong, and you were constantly looking for it. This will combine with your excellent reflexes quite nicely in a duel or battle. You will soon be very difficult to hit. After that, Ketty had given him an introductory lecture on runes and their use. In some ways, this will be a very strange lesson, Ketty began, staring off into the sea of grass beyond the banks of the Nile in the dreamscape. You already know the languages of runes that I do: Egyptian, Greek, Aramaic, Persian, Akkadian, and Sumerian. I had heard of the language of the Northmen, who I believe you now refer to as Norse, and there are others now studied as well, but the principles are the same. You are drawing on ancient ways of shaping magic, established over thousands of years and ingrained in the world, the human soul, and magic itself. I have no doubt that eventually, Even English will be appropriate to be used as runes, and Latin might already be at that point where that is possible. But the point is that, although there are many languages, all of them do very similar things to one who understands what runes do and why. And that is? Harry asked into the silence. Anything language can describe, Ketty said simply, turning his dark gaze back to Harry. Anything at all with enough power, patience, creativity, and material. Runes are fixed in place, carved into rock, metal, or wood. They can also be drawn with magically infused ink, although those runes tend to burn out the paper they are placed on, and for single-use effects, they can be drawn onto a surface with magic gathered on your wand or even your fingertip. Oh yes, with enough mastery, you can do wandless rune magic, Ketty said, smiling at Harry's raised eyebrows. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was how magic was not originally done, before focuses were created. But runes are stationary, bound to a place or an object. Their most common use is to create wards, of course, but as I said, with enough preparation, they can do anything. It may be costly, but runes are truly one of the purest expressions of magic for those who are so inclined, Ketty explained. What's the difference between the languages, then? Harry asked. Simply put, cultural expression, idioms, Ketty said, smirking a little. Would you say that there are different expressions, words, and meanings in your English language that is different than the way those same things are presented across the ocean, in your country's former colonies? Yes, Americans have different words and expressions for things, Harry said slowly, starting to pick up on the point that Ketty was making. Well, imagine how nuanced the differences can be once you start using different languages entirely, each drawing on a separate tradition. Your English might have just one word for sand, but I assure you, the Egyptians of my time had many more, describing the heat, size, texture, color, groupings, and so forth. When I make a rune chain dealing with sand, I can be far more precise in Egyptian than I could be in English. Do you start to see the advantages and importance of knowing multiple languages for a rune master? Can you mix rune languages? Harry asked, nodding in response to Ketty's question. Not without a great deal of skill and risk, Ketty said, sighing. I know that I had you combine two rituals from different traditions together when we removed your parasitic soul shard, but that sort of thing is very difficult even when one knows what they are doing. Rituals are slightly easier to combine than free-flowing chains of runes, but most rituals are already balanced arithmetically, so any changes need to take their original balance into account. That seems much more complicated than runes and the warding you had me do earlier, Harry said, frowning. That's because it is, Ketty said. I won't say that it's impossible for you to learn the subject that you know as arithmancy, which leads to mastery of subjects like divination, rituals, enchanting, and spell creation, but your talents seem to rely much more on practical work and casting, your affinity for runes aside. That's what I have Hermione and Susan for, I guess, Harry said, smiling. I just don't do as well with that level of abstraction, I guess. Few do, Ketty admitted. I was passable when I was alive, but from what I've seen, the study has greatly advanced past what I could likely grasp, and it is a rare genius who can comprehend a subject like that in its entirety. But that is no matter. You and I are something just as rare. Now, since the scepter has been returned to you, I believe it's time we start to experiment with you using a larger focus when you cast, to get used to the difference between it and your wand. The difference, as Harry quickly discovered, was fairly notable. He truly began to understand what Ketty meant by saying that modern magic was very efficient, but pared down compared to what a war mage could do. Having never really needed to seriously moderate the amount of magic he put into spells, beyond making sure that he had enough to make the spell work, Harry fell into the trap of maximizing what the scepter could handle with each cast. The results were impressive and often explosive, but he would run through his magical reserves far too easily. With Ketty's help, he began to feel out just how much magic he needed to cast any particular spell, when to overpower or overcharge them, and how to exert his control over the magic involved in the casting. It was a different kind of efficiency, and Harry could already tell that this work would pay dividends even for his regular casting. The drills Ketty had him doing with spells like Aquamenti, where he cast a jet of water from his focus, and then manipulated the size and speed of the water, showed Harry where he could find ways to become more in touch with his magic. Magic is like a muscle, Harry, Ketty told him, while Harry was gasping for air in between tasks. We are all born with a certain innate capacity and capability, but through hard work and constant use, we increase both. Use it constantly, whenever you can. As a war mage, you will live and die by your knowledge of and connection to your magic. Do not allow yourself to become completely reliant on it, of course. You must keep your body and mind honed as well, but you are a wizard, a sorcerer. Magic is a part of you, and as you strengthen it, it strengthens you. It will prolong your life, keep you healthy, and fortify your body. Never cease your efforts to improve it. After such a draining lesson, Harry barely had time to mentally recover before he had breakfast and was tossed back into the tender care of Mad Eye Moody. Thankfully, his magical reserves seemed to be untouched by his use in his dreams, but the lessons on control and efficiency were already starting to bear fruit. And as Moody guided him and Susan through a grueling accuracy test, Harry found himself lasting longer and longer by shaving down the amount of magic he was using in his stinging hexes to the bare minimum, without losing effectiveness. Of course, Moody noticed this, congratulated him on his magical regulation training, and demanded the same from Susan, who offered him a nasty look. Harry could only smile apologetically before he was forced to dive out of the way of a stunner from Moody. Lunch came soon enough, and then Amelia had Harry and Susan shower before dressing in wizarding robes. "We're off to Gringotts for Sirius's will reading," Amelia announced. "I also have a few questions for the goblins in charge of Harry's accounts, although I suspect at least a few of the answers will involve a certain headmaster. Afterward, we can take a quick stroll through Diagon Alley, and if there's anything you need, you can grab it then, and then we'll come back to the ossuary for dinner." Questions? There being none, the trio walked over to the flue and took the green flames to the leaky cauldron, the goblins not allowing flue access to their bank. Harry did his best to stay on his feet as he emerged from the spinning fire, but sadly, it was only with Susan's help that he kept from completely toppling over. "We'll practice that," Amelia told Harry quietly, a small smile on her face. "There are a few tricks to it, but really only experience will get you used to the disorientation. Your skill on a broom actually works against you here, but we can discuss the oddities of magical travel later. Now, come." Amelia led Harry and Susan through the street toward Gringotts, and Harry could tell that things were not normal. Several of the smaller shops were boarded up or looked vacant, and a general air of unease hung over the alley. Shoppers moved quickly, and there were fewer than Harry remembered during his other visits. Some were hooded and cloaked entirely, as if afraid that their identity getting out would make them a target, and the vibrant colors that had characterized the alley seemed muted. Here and there Aurors patrolled in their red robes, looking alert and grim, and they nodded respectfully to Amelia as she walked by, eyeing Harry and Susan curiously. It was a relief for Harry to get inside Gringotts, which alone out of the places in Diagon Alley seemed to be unchanged, both in look and atmosphere. Witches and wizards went about their business, while supremely annoyed-looking goblins did their best to make life as difficult as possible for anyone unable or unwilling to play their game. Harry could still remember Hagrid's warning the first time that he had been brought to the Wizarding Bank, that goblins were very clever but not friendly or approachable. Given what little Harry remembered from Professor Binns' droning lectures on the many goblin wars, Harry couldn't exactly pretend that he couldn't think of why, considering how after the last major war, goblins had been stripped of wand-bearing rights and mostly confined to their enclaves. Amelia skipped the usual lines for the tellers and brought Harry and Susan to a booth set off to the side. "Amelia Bones, temporary guardian of Harry Potter, bringing him here to listen to Sirius Black's will reading. Additionally, I have several pressing questions about the condition of the Potter estate, but those can be handled after the will reading," she said. "The will reading of Black will be in 20 minutes, the goblin noted with a slight sneer, looking down at a roll of parchment. He raised a curved and taloned finger, and another goblin approached. "Tooth-Splitter will lead you to the room. I will arrange for the head of the Potter accounts to meet with you, provided the paperwork is in order. It was filed 3 days ago in triplicate to the bank, the ministry, and Mr. Potter's former guardians," Amelia said calmly. "Very well," the goblin groused. "Go." Amelia nodded and beckoned for Harry and Susan to follow them as Tooth-Splitter led them deeper into the bank. They walked in silence down a long, straight corridor with multiple branching pathways carved into the gray stone. Sconces with torches at regular intervals lit the way, but otherwise the walls and floor were bare. Their escort took a turn down one hallway, then gestured at a door. "The will reading will commence in 10 minutes," he said, and left them. Amelia opened the door and walked into a somewhat spacious room with several rows of chairs and a table at the front. Much to his surprise, it was filled with a number of people already. Mad Eye Moody sat in the back row, facing the door and the front of the room, a scowl etched on his face. Nymphadora Tonks sat close to Moody in all her pink-haired glory, accompanied by an older wizard Harry had never seen before, and an older witch who for one heart-stopping moment Harry thought was Bellatrix Lestrange, before he realized how much healthier this woman looked. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat calmly a row in front of Tonks, consulting a small notebook in his hands. Next to Kingsley, looking quite sad and fidgety, was a battered and exhausted Remus Lupin. The very front row contained 3 figures. The 2 sitting together were Draco and Narcissa Malfoy, who looked cold and haughty, as if they expected the Black Fortune to fall into their hands as a matter of right. Harry knew that Narcissa was Sirius's cousin, and that she and Lucius had been pushing for Draco to be declared the Black Heir for over a decade. There was no question in his mind why they were there. The last figure in the room was somewhat concerning to Harry, simply because he had no idea what he was supposed to do with the presence of Albus Dumbledore, who was dressed in eye-watering green and fuchsia robes decorated with divination robes. "Ah, Harry, my boy," the headmaster said in evident surprise. "I was not expecting to see you here. I collected him from where he was staying, headmaster," Amelia said somewhat tightly. "He has a right to hear his godfather's will being read." Dumbledore sighed. "True enough," he said quietly. "We have several things to discuss after this will is read," he added, obviously changing the subject. "I look forward to it," Amelia said, and led her group to sit by the grouping in the middle. "Hello, Harry," Remus said sadly, looking worn. "I hope you've been doing well since I've last seen you." Harry's eyes flickered over to where the Malfoys sat, knowing anything he said would likely be going directly to the Death Eaters. "Well enough," he eventually said. "I've been trying to stay busy, but I'm just glad Madame Bones was kind enough to pick me up from where I'm staying to bring me here. Without a body, this might be the only way I get any closure for Padfoot." The werewolf nodded sadly. "Well, expect a prank or 2 in the reading." I doubt that the self-proclaimed greatest marauder would let this moment pass him by, considering how rarely he had a captive audience. Harry snorted, as did Moody and the Bellatrix look-alike. "My cousin never could help himself," the older witch said, half amused and half bitter. "Thankfully, Nymphadora here has a little more sense. Not much, but a little." "Mum," Tonks whined, and Harry was slightly unsure if the protest was about the comment on her maturity, the use of her full name, or both. "You have a beautiful name, and I refuse to not use it," her mother said firmly, clarifying the issue. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks said, looking exasperated. "This is my mum and dad, Ted and Andy Tonks." "Nice to meet you both," Harry said politely. "We'll need to have you over at some point," Andy said. "I have some stories about Sirius and your parents I think you'd enjoy hearing about." "I'd love to," Harry said, pleasantly surprised, but before he could say anything else, the door to the side of the room opened, and an elderly goblin walked in holding a long scroll. He walked up to the table, spread the scroll out, and looked up, his small, dark eyes meeting everyone in turn. "This will has been certified by the bank and ministry, and therefore is final with no appeals. Are there any questions?" There were none. The goblin began to read. "If this is actually being read, then something has gone terribly wrong in my life. Hopefully it involved my motorcycle, copious amounts of alcohol, 3 smoking hot vila, and the look of awe in at least 2 children's eyes as I go out in an immortal blaze of glory." The goblin reading the will began, his voice dry and scratchy. "However, if, as is sadly more likely, I died in battle of some kind, I can only hope I did so with my wand in my hand and a smile on my face." Harry swallowed hard, remembering the surprised yet peaceful look on Sirius's face as he plunged backward through the veil of death. Remus took his hand and squeezed it, looking equally tight. "That being said, I suppose it doesn't really matter how I died in the end, as much as I'd like to think otherwise. The important question now is who gets my stuff." At this, people around the room shifted anxiously or in anticipation. "First, for the sheer irony, I give to Alistair Moody my family's set of muggle detectors, a rather hilarious set of focusing crystals that I once rigged to react to the insane Lestrange cow who calls herself my cousin. I ate a crucio for that from her, but I'll treasure the look on her face for the rest of my days. The memory is attached for whenever you get to a pensive. Oh, and 50,000 galleons for fighting the good fight. Buy yourself some good whiskey for me." "I can do that," Moody growled from his corner. Next, for another comrade in arms, who spent some time keeping a man sane when he had no reason to other than the kindness of his heart, Kingsley Shacklebolt. "I'm giving you 100,000 galleons, even though you didn't expect them, and probably don't even need them, considering your investments and family money. Still, you're younger than Moody, so I figured you'd get more out of the gold than that old fossil," the goblin continued, and Shacklebolt grinned ruefully. "Albus Dumbledore, there's so much I could say to you, from how Harry's life has played out to confessions about a number of pranks that you just couldn't pin on me, no matter how much I'm sure you wanted to. Or maybe not, you've always had a good sense of humor hidden deep down inside. All right, I'll give you one, but just because I'm so proud of it. James and I were the ones who gave Professor McGonagall catnip before a faculty meeting, and we hid it on a disillusioned necklace that gradually lost its scent-blocking charm. The look on her face when she had to leave the meeting early forced us to use several silencing charms, and even under James' cloak, we almost gave ourselves away. Good times, no." Harry couldn't see Professor Dumbledore's face, but the ancient wizard was chuckling. "Anyways, I'm leaving you 200,000 galleons, plus another 500,000 for Hogwarts. I probably owe it to the castle for all the things I did to it over the course of 7 years so well spent. If Peter wasn't a treacherous piece of refuse, I wouldn't eat even if I was a starving dog. I'd have given him something here next, but he is, and so that means that it's all going to Remus Lupin, better known to me and all his friends as Moony. Don't you even think about turning it down, you idiot. Honor this dead man's wish." This time it was Harry's turn to grip the werewolf's shaky hand. "I'm leaving you 1,000,000 galleons, Moony," the goblin said, still reading through his scroll as the scarred man choked on air. "For too many made-up reasons that I've railed against often enough that I won't bother commit them to paper, you've been kicked by Lady Luck enough to have permanent bruises. This should cover some of that treatment, eh? Buy some books while you're at it. You always did love those things more than was healthy." Harry's eyes narrowed, wondering if Sirius had covertly told Remus that he was covering his wolfsbane potion with that line about treatment. It seemed like the sort of thing his godfather would do. "Now, on to the main event, the Black family," the goblin read, pausing slightly as if for dramatic effect as the tension in the room ratcheted up. "My dear Andromeda, you kept me sane as best you could, and suffered for standing up for yourself and marrying against the will of the patriarch, to say nothing of his blood status. You also never got a dowry because grandfather was an ass of the highest order, even to the ones he liked. I'm giving you 1,000,000 galleons and 500,000 for your daughter, Nymphadora. Ted can have my fire whiskey collection." The Tonks family looked like they could be knocked over with a feather, and Andy was wiping away tears. "Cousin Narcissa, what to say, sissy? You cared for me in your own way, even if we disagreed about some things. I'm old and mature enough to recognize that now. I don't know if we can really reconcile, but I know you're not as bad as you let on. You're just entitled, a stuck-up princess, and a classist. I also really hate your husband and have a strong dislike for your son, but I think Draco might be redeemable. I'm not positive about that, but from everything I've heard so far, I'm not convinced he's clever enough to be a Slytherin. Ambitious enough, maybe, but he lacks subtlety of any kind." "Hey!" Draco shouted, almost jumping to his feet before his mother yanked him down hard. Harry and Susan did their best to not snicker like children as Draco proved serious point and failed. "Narcissa, I'm giving you all of my mother's jewelry and an opportunity. If you can prove that you don't have a dark mark to the goblin I hired to handle my estate, promise to never take one, and give a binding vow that you don't believe in blood purity to the extent that you would commit what the ICW would consider crimes to support it, I'll give you 2,000,000 galleons. Think it over. I've put the money aside. Mother." Draco said into the silence, but Narcissa shook her head, a frown clearly visible on her face. "And now for the main event," the goblin said, continuing his reading. "Bellatrix gets nothing, of course, and I've already arranged for her vault to be seized as a violation of the marriage contract, but the next Black Lord will have to sign off on that. Believe it or not, the clause she violated was about producing heirs within a certain time span." The typical sections about criminal behavior had been taken out, oddly enough. My murky legal status makes the vault seizure complicated, but the papers are all drawn up. All that's left to do is for my legal heir and the next head of the family is say the word. And that heir, obviously, is Harry James Potter, heir of noble and ancient House Potter and now heir of the noble and most ancient House of Black. No, Draco shouted, getting back on his feet. It was supposed to be me, Father promised. The filthy half-breed doesn't even have black blood in him. How could that mangy mongrel do this? He was a convicted felon. For the first time, the goblin reading the will looked up, looking distinctly unimpressed. Lord Malfoy has certainly claimed authority over the Black family in recent years, but despite his and your claims, the true lord of the family remained Sirius Black, by dint of the fact that he was the oldest surviving male in the family and never formally banished from the family, despite the fact that he was never sworn into that position by the Wisengamot. He was therefore free to choose between the next closest blood relatives who met the criteria. Mr. Potter does in fact have black blood from his grandmother, Doria Potter née Black, who was the previous Lord Arcturus Black's sister. Finally, Sirius Black was never convicted of a crime, merely arrested and thrown into Azkaban until his escape a little over 2 years ago. "Excuse me," Amelia said, speaking up for the first time. "Sirius never received a trial. How did I not know about this? A lord of the Wisengamot and he never received a trial." "Even the dark faction will demand answers. Heads will roll for this," she hissed. "I didn't know about that either, Bones," Moody said, scowling angrily. "Who cares about that?" Malfoy cried, spinning to face the room. "He's dead and he deserved it. He's stolen my inheritance besides." Harry surged to his feet, full of rage. But where before the soul shard in his head had been removed, he might have tackled or cursed Malfoy, this time he was able to merely use his words. Well, that, and Susan's hand around his dominant wrist, keeping him in place and unable to draw his wand. "Deserved it?" Harry demanded. "In what world did an innocent man deserve death? And the worst of it was that it was his own cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, who had the biggest hand in his death. I'll absolutely be signing off on the proposal to seize her vault, and I've got some ideas on what I can do with the rest of the money as well." Somewhat surprisingly, it was not Draco Malfoy who responded to Harry's demands, but the other Malfoy in the room. "It was Bella who killed Cousin Sirius," Narcissa asked, sounding pained. Yes, Harry said, the emotion in her voice enough to diffuse a lot of his own anger. "Or, well, close enough. She hit him with a spell and he fell backward into the veil of death. It would be something dramatic like that," Narcissa said absently, her mind clearly still fixated on her family. Harry was also still processing Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the most terrifying witches in history, being called Bella. "Come, Draco," Narcissa finally said, a mask of sorts falling over her face. "The will reading is over, or at least our part in it is, and I will not have you further antagonize the current Lord Black or the previous one. You have black blood yourself, and getting thrown out of the family you've dreamed of inheriting your entire childhood would be a poor ending to those ambitions." That managed to shut up the teenager long enough for them to leave, although Draco did give Harry a truly impressive sneer on the way out. The room was silent for a moment in the wake of the Malfoys' departure. "I've not seen that side of Sissy in a while," Andy eventually said, sighing. "I've also not been around her for a long time, but that might have been a plea to the new head of the family to help her out. I've no doubt she loves her son, but I don't think Lucius has been what she wanted when she married him. And I imagine that the return of the Dark Lord has made her position even more tenuous." "I don't know what to do about that," Harry said, staring at the older woman. "I don't know what to do about any of the black stuff, other than disowning Bellatrix and taking all her stuff like Sirius recommended. But it sounds like being Lord Black is a really big deal, beyond the obvious," Andy snorted. "It has a few facets to it, yes, but don't worry. I grew up in it, and for all that I was eventually forced to escape, I had the traditions beaten and cursed into me. If you'd let me, I would happily help you keep the parts that are necessary and worth remembering. It's the least I could do for my family." "Oh, I'll do more than let you," Harry said, an idea already brewing behind his green eyes as he considered what limited knowledge he had already picked up about wizarding noble houses. "I insist, actually. You can be the regent of House Black until I'm 21. I'm still getting my head around the Potter family stuff, and that's way less complicated sounding. So yeah, I'm kicking Bellatrix out and taking you and your family back in. If you know of any other Blacks who should be invited back into the family too, just let me know. Andy bit back a sob, Ted hugged her, and Tonks jumped up to grab Harry in a bear hug. "If you weren't already dadding Mini-Boss, I would be snogging you for what you just did for Mum," the pink-haired metamorph magus said, clearly fighting back tears herself. "Thank you for showing restraint, Tonks," Susan said, grinning. "Or is that black now?" Tonks gasped. "Oh, this is perfect. If I'm changing my last name to Black, I can take advantage of the situation and finally change my first name for good." "Under no such circumstances, Nymphadora," Andy said, sniffling. "You have a beautiful name, and it will be even more traditional once you are officially a Black." "It was worth a try," Tonks lamented. "What about Dad? I'll be keeping my name, but I'll gladly accept the protection and influence of the Blacks. My law firm will certainly appreciate the reputational boost. And Harry, if you're looking for help with the management of the Black estate or any other legal problems, don't hesitate to go to Ted's firm," Andy added. "They're a full-service firm and very well-rounded. You might even get a family discount, although with the money you now have access to between the Potter and Black accounts, that shouldn't be a consideration in the slightest. I doubt you'll even miss much of what Sirius just gave away." "As it so happens," Amelia said consideringly. "Harry might just need a lawyer or two in the coming days. There are a number of items that need to be taken care of on the Potter side alone, and after my meeting with Gringotts immediately following this, I'm sure I'll have even more. I don't know what, if anything, Sirius did with the Black accounts before his death, but that will be another job entirely. But I'm quite happy to follow our new Lord Black's lead and let his regent handle that." Andy gave a laugh that managed to be both pained and happy. "I have no idea what Sirius did to the accounts, and I shudder to think how much might currently be invested in fire whiskey, motorcycles, zonkos, and the like. But that's a job I will gladly take on for my house. I'll make sure we have the papers drawn up and filed before we leave this room," Amelia promised. "Good," Andy said. "Something tells me I'll need to sit in on this meeting with Gringotts as well." "That would need to be an expedited process, but it could be arranged for a fee," the old goblin at the front of the room said. "Gringotts would, of course, greatly appreciate the opportunity to actively work with one of our oldest and largest accounts again." "Then draw it up and we'll sign it," Amelia directed, and the goblin rang a bell, summoning a younger goblin, who hurried in with a stack of papers and envelopes before beginning to usher out the other people in the room, who left after congratulating Harry. Harry was quickly directed to sign a number of papers, each of which he did his best to look over with Amelia, Andy, and Ted's help. "These acknowledge your receipt of your inheritance. These Bellatrix is casting out. Those are for the Regency appointment, and this one is a cut-rate provisional retainer for my firm," Ted explained, adding the last one to the pile himself with a wink. "Did you really have that with you the whole time, Dad?" Tonks asked, sighing. "It came in handy, didn't it?" he asked, and Harry could only smile. "Well, whatever," Tonks said dismissively before turning to face Harry and Susan. "What do you say the three of us go out and see what mischief we can get into in Diagon Alley while I'm still clocked out of work?" Harry and Susan smiled. "So, how much of my life and autonomy did I just sign away to your mum?" Harry asked Tonks as they walked out of the marble edifice that fronted the Goblin Bank, hand in hand with Susan. The bubbly, pink-haired witch looked at him and smirked. "Oh, you have no idea what you've just done," she teased him. "Mum may not buy into any of that pureblood hogswash, rather quite the opposite, seeing as she married my muggle-born dad, but she otherwise is a rather firm traditionalist. Not in a classist, elitist way, but she follows the old ways of magical culture, and I have no doubt that she'll teach a fair bit of it to you. The Blacks always led that cross-section in the Wisengamot, and you'd be surprised by who all is in it. Dumbledore isn't much of a fan of it all, especially since you know who did his best to steal a lot of his supporters from that group. But there's quite a few witches and wizards who keep the old holidays and perform the rituals." "I've not heard anything about any of that," Harry said cautiously. "I was more thinking about how excited she would be to be a Black and all the good she would do with the Regency." Tonks snorted. "Oh, that's definitely also the case. She'll be buzzing around for at least a week on this high, invited back into the family and as regent for 5 years, and an invitation to bring back all the lost little lambs like herself. You'll find yourself in charge of a clan over there soon enough." But yes, the Black family has always been tied deep into the rituals and practices of the old ways. Some say it's part of why we've always been so gifted and powerful. Others say it's why we're famous for going insane. "Hermione is pretty sure the insanity is due to the inbreeding," Harry offered. "Oh, that's definitely a part of it," Tonks said cheerfully. "It's unfortunately common in pureblood circles, especially the dark faction who refuses to sully themselves with lesser bloodlines." "How much of these old ways do you know?" Harry asked the Auror. "A decent amount," Tonks replied, shrugging. "I've done all the major rituals with Mum and Dad since I was little and had enough magic to take part. They're nice, peaceful." "The Bones family usually observes the main ones," Susan said to Harry's surprise. "But like Tonks said, Dumbledore isn't a big fan of the rituals, so they aren't discussed much at Hogwarts. But we can show you them if you'd like." "There's nothing wrong with them, and there has been some speculation that deliberate ties to magic created over generations are what gave rise to the family magics and specialties that seem to embed themselves in our blood. Now that, I'm sure Hermione would love to dig into," Harry muttered to himself. "Yes, I would like to learn a bit more about that. But maybe I'll let Andy tell me more about it when she thinks it's important. I've got enough learning to do otherwise." "Fair enough," Tonks said, shrugging. "I'm sure you'll need to eventually be able to lead the rituals for the Blacks and any allies in attendance, but that's years off. For now, we should focus on something far more important and immediate: knickknacks." Before Harry could protest, he was dragged into magical curio shop after magical curio shop by the two witches he was with. Despite knowing that he apparently had the money to buy whatever he wanted now, Harry was content to watch and laugh as Susan and Tonks picked up various trinkets to see what they would do. It was one such artifact, a miniature wind chime that when touched played and swayed in an invisible breeze that covered up the sound of glass breaking for a few moments. But then Tonks' head shot up. "Fire!" she shouted, and Harry and Susan whipped their wands out as they dashed for the exit along with a few other panicked shoppers. Almost before they even exited the store, they saw jets of light bursting this way, and that as robed and masked figures stalked down the alley, lighting stores on fire and sending curses indiscriminately into the crowd. Harry's training and ingrained memories immediately kicked in, as did his saving people instincts, and he began firing off the stasis spell at a run, knowing better than to stay in place against multiple opponents. "Where are the Aurors?" he hissed furiously back at Tonks and Susan, not seeing any of the red-robed figures in the crush of people. "Probably overwhelmed or regrouping." Tonks called back, her own wand whipping this way, and that as she sent stunners and bone breakers at Death Eaters with wild abandon. Susan kept up a steady stream of spells as they moved as well, and eventually their effectiveness got them noticed. "It's Potter!" one masked figure roared, and immediately a dozen Death Eaters converged on their position with blasting and cutting spells. "Cover me!" Harry demanded, throwing up a quick stone wall from the cobble beneath their feet. Tonks and Susan did so, sending out a few blasting spells of their own at the feet of their opponents to create a rough smokescreen and distraction. That allowed Harry to dig deeper into his reserves, as he had been practicing with Ketty, and even though he didn't have the scepter with him to use some of the larger spells a bigger focus allowed, his wand was enough for what he had in mind. One thing he had learned from his ancestor was how much the process of modifying spells for use as a war mage worked. Taking a base spell, he could overpower it, like most wizards could, but then with his reserves and intent, he could begin to overemphasize elements of the spell entirely. Such as, for example, turning a single beam spell into a fan shape. Harry's Stupefy burst from the tip of his wand like a wave, catching about half of the unprepared Death Eaters and knocking them out. The rest either managed to shield or dodge, cursing as they did so. Susan and Tonks were able to capitalize on the space provided and send shield breakers and other spells into the holes that had opened up in the loose formation the Death Eaters had approached in. Harry pushed through the burn of expending so much magic at once, recognizing that he had more to give, more magic in his core to unearth. With enough time and meditation before a fight, he could sink into his magic, preparing it and tapping into it. But for now, the price he paid for forcing up the magic was discomfort, and he was happy to do so. With the Death Eaters scrambling back, Harry switched over to bone breakers and bludgeoning spells, pouring power into them to break through the basic shields the Death Eaters were using. Between him and the two witches accompanying him, they were able to down 4 more of the masked terrorists before the dark mark burst into the sky and the remaining Death Eaters apparated away. Several of the downed ones vanished as well, which made Harry suspect that they had been using timed portkeys. "Help me get these downed ones bound," Tonks ordered, taking command of the situation as the chaos began to slow in the background. Fires were being put out, and aurors and medical witches and wizards were starting to cover the street as they began to document and clean up the aftermath of the attacks. Harry and Susan followed their companions' instructions, and in short order, they had 7 of the 12 who had attacked them bound and stunned, as well as 3 Death Eaters who had been hit by Harry's stasis spell. Moving those 3 had been slightly awkward, even with a levitation spell, but it was worth it, as Tonks had pointed out that 2 of them had portkeys that hadn't activated, suggesting that they might be more than simple thugs given a license to riot. After that, Harry sent Amelia his patroness, the ethereal prongs bearing a message that they were safe and had taken multiple prisoners. Amelia's silver wolf bounded back not even a full minute later, demanding to know where they were. After telling the head of the DMLE which stores they were in front of, Amelia, Andy, and Dumbledore himself all apparated in front of them, wands out as they scanned the street for any further signs of danger. "All clear, ma'am," Tonks reported. "I haven't had a chance to get a report on casualties or damages, but the violence has stopped. We were about to take multiple prisoners, and these 2 weren't able to activate their portkeys due to the stasis spell Potter hit them with." "Oh, that's an interesting spell," Dumbledore mused, his eyes sharp and crackling with power as he examined the golden glow freezing the figures in place. "You'll have to give me the incantation and counterspell later, Harry. First, though, I suppose we should do something about that unsightly mark above us." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore sent his own patroness, a silver phoenix, tearing heavenward, where it collided with the sickly green skull and snake floating in midair. Both vanished in a flash of light. "Good," Dumbledore said in satisfaction. "Now, let me see if I can remove those masks without upsetting the suspension these 2 miscreants are under. It would be a shame to lose them before they are uncovered, wouldn't you think?" "I'd be very grateful if you could manage it," Amelia said, and then stepped forward into the rest of the alley barking orders as she took charge of the situation. "What do you need me to do, ma'am?" Tonks asked, shadowing her boss as they hurried toward the mass of red and brown robes. "Stay with Potter," Amelia tossed over her shoulder. "I doubt Dumbledore would let him out of his sight or something happened to him, but we'll need his statement as well as your own, and I'd feel better with a pair of students supervised after this attack, seeing as they don't have much other family." "Can do," Tonks said, and turned back to Harry and Susan. "You're not getting rid of me that easily, brats." Harry was forced to hide a snicker as Andy immediately began examining her daughter for injuries, but then that attention was turned onto him. "You've expended a lot of magic very quickly," Andy said reproachfully. "Your coils are running hot, even if your reserves seem fine. Was it that rather ancient stasis spell that did it?" Dumbledore asked curiously. No," Harry admitted. "It's only about 3 times as costly as a stunner," Amelia said when she was testing it. "The big expenditure of magic was from the modified stunner I cast in a wave pattern." "It was pretty impressive," Tonks admitted, still keeping her head on a swivel as she took in the devastation around them. "He hit all 12 of them at once, and only a few managed to shield. I didn't know you could do that with spells. In all honesty, you're probably looking at one of perhaps 2 or 3 in all of Wizarding Britain who can," Dumbledore said, looking thoughtful. There was a reason that most war mages were rarely faced on the field of open battle, and their very presence could force retreats. "I take it you didn't have time to immerse yourself in your magic, Harry." "That's true, sir," Harry said, sighing. "I'm a little surprised you know all of this, though." "I had reason to crack open my old books on war mages when I heard who your teacher was," Dumbledore said, shrugging slightly. "Not to mention, I have rather famously faced one before." "Grindelwald," Andy muttered, her mouth twisted into a grimace. "Well, I would appreciate it if you shared with me the incantation for the stasis spell, Harry, as well as the counter, so that I have a better idea of what to do when I remove these masks," Dumbledore said, ignoring Andy's comment. "Of course," Harry said, and gave them to the headmaster. "Ah," Dumbledore said, a smile lighting up his face. "How ingenious. In some ways, we have far surpassed our magical ancestors. And in other ways, we are still scrambling behind them, chasing their wake. This is more of a sidestep, to be fair, but still. The obscurity is a delightful bonus to keeping your average witch or wizard from being able to undo this. And now, I should just be able to." The ancient wizard's voice trailed off as he moved his wand in light, looping circles punctuated by a few jabs and flicks. Then, with a popping noise, the masks detached themselves from the faces they were on and clattered onto the ground. Well, I can't say I'm surprised, but I will admit to my disappointment to see 2 more of my old students among Tom's numbers, Dumbledore said sadly, but Tonks was less reserved in her surprise. I can't believe we've nailed an Avery and a Rosier, she burst, and both from the main families. It's a sad thing to witness, but I do hope they are able to see the error of their ways and put this behind them, Dumbledore sighed. Harry and Susan exchanged glances at that sentiment. Will the charges be able to stick? Susan asked, perhaps more practically. They should, seeing as they've been caught red-handed, Tonks said grimly. But this wouldn't be the first time that family money and influence either got them out of their charges or on a much reduced sentence. With this being the first attack since you-know-who's return, I can't imagine they get off lightly, especially with Scrimgeour being confirmed as the next minister, but keep an eye on it. Harry nodded, looking at the damage done to both the people and places of Diagon Alley. If this wasn't enough to get these 2 Death Eaters into Azkaban, perhaps he needed to start thinking of doing more overt harm to the followers of the Dark Lord. Well, I see Amelia is returning to us, Dumbledore said cheerfully, clearly oblivious to the darker turn Harry's thoughts had taken. If she sends you home, I'll start helping with the cleanup efforts here. I much prefer building and creating to battling. Sure enough, Amelia quickly had a pair of Aurors to process the newly unmasked Avery and Rosier, and both Aurors had a look of glee on their faces as they portkeyed away their new prisoners. Then, after taking Harry, Tonks, and Susan's statements, they were sent back to the ossuary courtesy of Tonks, who sidelong apparated them both, one after another. I have got to learn how to do that, Harry muttered, once he regained his balance from the uncomfortable form of transportation. Even if it makes me want to hurl. Don't worry, Harry, Tonks reassured him. It feels much better doing it yourself, and you'll get used to it pretty quickly as you become more familiar with the process and your magic. You'll get the chance to learn it this year, close to Yule, I think. Would it at all be possible to learn it any earlier? Harry asked hopefully. I think it would be pretty important for me to know, considering. Tonks snorted a laugh. You've got some nerve, asking an Auror to break the law for you even if you are my head of house, she teased, and Harry immediately blushed. But you do have a good point, and considering it's only a small fine for the offense, I think I can get away with a lesson while we wait for Madame Bones. If you can get it down, I'm sure we can sweet-talk her into giving you an exemption, and maybe even a provisional license. Could I be included in that? Susan asked hopefully. I'm sure I'm a high-profile target myself, as Harry's the boy who lived's girlfriend. Okay, that was weak and you know it, Tonks laughed. But whatever. Bones will be mad at me, but I think she'll let it slide. All right. The teacher at Hogwarts has a little speech he gives, something about the 3 DS. Determination, destination, and one other one, or something like that. A much more helpful method, in my humble opinion, is to picture your magic fully immersing your body, then picture the place you want to end up, and then make it so. Forcefully imagine your body appearing there. Go on. Give it a go. The rest of the afternoon was spent in various stages of frustration, as Harry and Susan did their best to master the art of teleportation. After several abortive attempts, 3 occasions of leaving minor body parts behind, and one rather embarrassing episode of a pair of pants being abandoned during a trip through space, Harry and Susan were both able to proudly tell Amelia that they had mastered the discipline. After a deep, long-suffering sigh about junior Aurors, respect for the law, and paperwork, Amelia promised to get their licenses to them by the end of the week after dismissing her subordinate. Now, she said, we need to talk about what happened in Gringotts before the attack on Diagon Alley. There's a lot that needs to happen in short order to press the advantage we've suddenly been given. First of all, the meeting between the new Regent Black, myself, and Gringotts went smoothly, Amelia said. They've started the process of getting both accounts up and investing actively again, instead of just holding where they were. I'll need to sit down with you to go over the land holdings the Potter family owns. Harry, seeing as your father poured much of his wealth into several wizarding areas like Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley during the Blood War to try and keep the economy from going under. As a result, you now are the landlord for about 1/3 of the combined areas and own a good amount of stock in a few wizarding companies. The money that presumably your mother invested in the Muggle economy is actually doing fairly well, seeing as it remains under the management of a Squibrun investment bank. but we can go over all that later. The important thing is that shortly after we sat down, we received a visit from the ministry about a vault you just claimed and a house you now own, Harry. The unspeakables found more of the Horcruxes? Harry asked in astonishment. They believe so, Amelia said. They're fairly confident about the one in a townhouse in Grimmauld, although they believe it is under a Fidelius charm and numerous other enchantments besides, and will require your help to enter it and ascertain the artifact. As for the bank, they're merely hoping that the censor was able to pinpoint their best guess as to which vault the Horcrux is in, but considering Bellatrix's fanaticism, they feel like they have a decent chance of finding their sole container in her vault. So long as that's all they take, I'll be fine with that, Harry decided. I know a lot of the things in both Grimmauld Place and the Lestrange vault are probably dark, but I'd prefer to go through it myself and see if any of it is worth keeping. And at least with the stuff that belongs to the Blacks, they're family heirlooms. I get it, Amelia said, sighing. Merlin knows the Bones family has had some questionable relics over the years, but we can set up those visits soon, preferably in the next 2 days if we can. I'll see if I can't get some of my more trusted Aurors on this, and likely Auror Tonks as well, seeing as she has black blood and is now officially a member of the family again. The wards will be more forgiving of her than anyone the Unspeakables try to send through, should things get messy. And with the reputation some of the crazier Blacks have, that's not unlikely, Susan muttered. That's fair, Harry said, shrugging. Sirius hated most of them before he died. Well, his parents' generation was pretty bad, with 1 or 2 exceptions like Alphid, Amelia said. But the one above them was fiercely traditionalist and purist, but not supporters of Riddle. Arcturus was one of fiercest and canniest wizards Britain has seen in the last 200 years, and fought alongside Charles Potter against Grindelwald before his younger sister, Doria, married Charles. Of course, his cousin Cassiopeia fought for Grindelwald, but she was still terrifyingly competent, and chose a Dark Lord to follow who at least had an ideological platform that had a basis in reality. Not a good one, she elaborated at Harry and Susan's wide-eyed looks. But there's a reason Grindelwald drew followers from all over the globe and plunged the better part of 2 continents into war, and it wasn't because he was stupid. Even at his height, Riddle never really got past our shores, even if he did bring in some foreign criminals to do his dirty work. Got it, Harry said, swallowing. Even the crazy Blacks were forces of nature. You should see if there's a portrait of Arcturus somewhere, Amelia encouraged Harry. Even if you don't agree with everything he says and have Andy Tonks to rely on, he'd still be a fascinating person for you to talk to as you prepare for your role as Lord Black. I will, Harry promised, thinking the matter over. Do you think any portraits of my grandparents on the Potter side survived? Or even of my parents? Amelia grimaced. I don't know. There's a decent chance Doria and Charles had portraits made. They didn't die until they were quite old, and Charles was a firm believer in planning ahead. He would be the type who would have had his portrait in Potter Manor and also his Gringotts vault. Potter Manor didn't really survive the Blood War, and I don't know what, if anything, was salvaged from it. But your parents, they died young enough that I doubt they have any portraits made, I'm afraid. We can definitely look, though. When we go to Gringotts next, I'll search the Potter vaults, and maybe I'll be able to rebuild Potter Manor. I should have enough money, from what bank statements I've seen, Harry said, scoffing. Especially with the Black Fortune added in, although I would still keep those accounts separate, Amelia warned. You'll need to split those titles up. The Wisengamot won't let more than 1 generation hold 2 titles at once. They don't like it when one person becomes their own voting bloc. Alliances are one thing, but having too many titles invested in one person encourages assassination. So, plan on having multiple children, or at the very least blood adoptions. Harry nodded, this sounding familiar with what he had been reading on the duties and responsibilities of wizarding houses. He had wanted a large family either way, so this wasn't a great burden on him, even if blood adoption was something he wanted to look into more, just to see what that was all about. Did you discuss anything with the headmaster, Auntie? Susan asked. I know you both wanted to speak with each other. Amelia sighed. Unfortunately, we only had time to briefly discuss a few things before the attack started, so we'll need to sit down again sometime later, which I think is going to be very difficult now, she said. Wait, there were other attacks as well, Harry asked, concerned. It's the only reason that the attack on Diagon Alley lasted as long as it did, Amelia said grimly. Albus helped deal with one, and I went to another. The trouble now is going to be figuring out where to store these prisoners. After the Azkaban breakout, people don't think the Death Eaters will stay put, Harry asked, seeing the problem. Yes, Amelia admitted. The politics of it all are getting very tricky too. For all that Azkaban is a horror that is routinely condemned by many of our allies, it's been very secure prior to the past few years. We've never needed or used another long-term facility, and building one secretly would be very difficult, considering the number of sympathizers or spies in the ministry. Sending our prisoners abroad would be an admission of weakness, and doesn't solve the issue of Riddle being powerful enough to break through most protections that can be erected. The Duem is trying to see if they can do something about this, but nobody wants another Rookwood. Already some crazy member of the Wisengamot is calling for all marked Death Eaters to be executed as soon as they are found wearing a mask to sidestep the whole issue, and the idea is starting to gain some traction. Scrimgeour is pushing for less restraints on Aurors using deadly force when responding to Death Eater attacks almost as a compromise position, but that's a slippery slope, and may only encourage cornered Death Eaters to fight back harder. That's not good, Harry said slowly, going over the issue in his head. It's a civil war, Amelia said tiredly, and one side is run by a madman who barely has enough of his soul in one piece to animate the body that has been created for it, all in the shadow of the previous blood war that decimated a society already recovering from Grindelwald's wars. However this ends, the rebuilding process will not be quick or easy, if it happens at all. Well, Harry said, firming up his convictions, that's all the more reason for me to try and end this quickly. Maybe tonight I can ask Ketty if he has any ideas for storing prisoners. Amelia gave Harry a smile. That's the spirit of optimism we need. Any help would be much appreciated. Is there any word from the ICW, Auntie? Susan asked, still chewing on the problem herself. If we're running low on wands, recruiting more is a must, and they seem like the obvious source. Amelia snorted. That's Scrimgeour's problem now. We've had some positive talks, but as always, the question is what we're willing to give up to make this worth their time and magic. Officially, Riddle is a domestic issue, even if he has been recruiting more heavily abroad in recent days. The fact that blood purity is a bigger deal in Britain than most other countries doesn't help us, and in some ways, Riddle is viewed as the natural consequence of our misguided belief, according to the ambassador from magical Persia. I bet that went over as well a bag of dragon dung on the ICW floor, Susan muttered, and Harry did his best to stifle a snort, even if he agreed a little with the sentiment. Magical Persia has their own, fairly legitimate, issues with magical Britain, Amelia said, waving a hand. This didn't help, but they're not entirely wrong either. No, I think the bigger issues will be the corruption and Azkaban, or maybe just the use of the Dementors. Scrimgeour would love to get rid of the worst of the corruption, even if he would prefer to be seen as doing it himself, instead of relying on the ICW to handle his problems. But I think he wants to use the Dementors as a deterrent and punishment until the end of this civil war, and the ICW wants them gone yesterday. That's all very complicated, Harry said, rubbing his head. I'm very glad that I'm not having to deal with it right now. You're still in school for 2 more years, Harry. You'll learn, Amelia encouraged. And I'm positive that Andy and even the portraits of your families will be working with you to get some of the basics of politics into your head. For now, just keep in mind how important compromise is. You'll get very little done at all without it, but you can't compromise on everything, or else you'll get nothing done that you want. Building a consensus, developing relationships with other members of the Wisengamot, learning how our laws are made and passed, all of these are important component parts to having a successful tenure as a lord or lady, Amelia added for Susan, of the Wisengamot. I have every faith that you'll get there. But it won't be done in a day, and you'll make plenty of mistakes along the way. Just keep learning and stick to your principles. I'm starting to think that I'm going to be learning forever, Harry muttered to himself, and Amelia laughed. Now you're starting to figure out some deep truths of the world, she cackled. In my opinion, the only people who think they've got it all figured out are the ones setting themselves up for a nasty surprise. Constant vigilance, Susan shouted enthusiastically, and Harry and Amelia both flinched at the volume and in surprise. Yes, Amelia admitted, a wry tilt to her lips. Now, is there anything else you two want to discuss before we retire for dinner? I've got some paperwork that needs to be seen to in the aftermath of all of this, and both Andy and I have a stack for Harry to start thumbing his way through to keep up to date on his estates. I have a list of 5 names of women that I would consider acceptable for you to date, Susan offered firmly, digging around in her pockets for a moment before thrusting a thin roll of parchment at her auntie, who blinked at her. I don't think this is the best time for that, Amelia eventually said, shaking herself slightly. After dinner it is, Susan said, withdrawing the parchment, and Amelia snorted before vanishing deeper into the ossuary, leaving behind 2 large folios with the Black and Potter crests on them respectively. You know, Harry said thoughtfully, I don't know if she's just trying to avoid giving you a straight answer or not, but I'm starting to think that she's being evasive on purpose. First off, terrible pun, Susan said, snickering as Harry made a face as he realized what he had said. Second, I'm starting to be confused by all of her reactions myself. Is she actually interested in women? Does she not want to offend me by adding what would potentially be another parental figure in my life? Is she worried that I wouldn't approve of her choice? Has she been having a relationship under my nose all these years, and I just haven't figured it out yet? Or does she genuinely not have time for or want a romantic connection? Does she have any adult friends in her life who might be willing to answer questions from a junior investigator? Harry asked with a smirk. Connie might know, but she wouldn't break Auntie's confidence, Susan mused. Mad-Eye and her are trapped in a cold war with blackmail material, so he wouldn't be a good source either. Tonks wouldn't likely know. Kingsley is too loyal for a non-Hufflepuff even if he did know something. The blasted Ravenclaw. How well do you know Madame Longbottom? Neville's gran, Harry asked in surprise. I've met her a few times, and I suppose that we're friendly enough. I doubt I could just ask her something like this, though. Yeah, she's much too proper to be answering our questions, Susan agreed. But I know that she and Auntie often sit together at the Wisengamot meetings when Auntie isn't there in her capacity as head of the DMLE. Maybe we can ask Neville. Have him frame it as an attempt to get to know his mate's new potential family better, or something like that. Harry grinned. How Slytherin, he teased. I like it. Hey now, Susan scowled. One of us speaks to snakes. I don't think there's any comparison. I'm just being tenacious like any good badger. Harry said, not letting his girlfriend entirely off the hook. I don't know. I think that you embody all the traits of the 4 houses, like any true student of Hogwarts. All of us do, really. I think you could have done well in the snake pit. You take that back, Susan scowled, smacking Harry's arm. You would have ruled over them all, Harry yelped, dancing back. With fear and fair hand, of course. Oh, and I suppose you would have done it with guile and cunning, Susan said, raising an eyebrow as her hand crept towards her wand. Well, the hat did almost put me there, Harry admitted. I think I might have managed it okay eventually, once I beat the stuffing out of Malfoy a few times. Susan snorted at that. Okay, now I know you're joking. Maybe not about the sorting bit. I've seen you scheme enough to know better to doubt that. But you've never expressed a desire for trouncing the blonde-headed Ponce. How he ended up where he did is beyond me. He is rather textbook Gryffindor when you think about it, Harry agreed. Always shooting his mouth off and charging ahead whenever he sees me. It's the unresolved sexual tension, Susan said wisely, and then it was her turn to run out of the room giggling and shrieking as Harry shot stinging hexes at her. You take that back, he demanded, giving chase with an expression of horror etched on his face. Never, Susan shot back, taking cover behind a doorway to return fire as she laughed herself silly. Our relationship will never progress if you aren't honest about what you really want. Harry growled and vowed to make his girlfriend pay for this grievous insult. By the time that Amelia got them seated for dinner, Harry had green and blonde streaks in his hair, and Susan's was pink and standing on end. Amelia had merely sighed, and after several failed finites, left them as they were. After dinner, the trio once again spent the evening in the family living room, with Amelia powering through paperwork from the attacks, while Harry and Susan played several traditional wizarding card games that Harry hadn't been exposed to yet. By the time Harry went to bed, his cheeks hurt from smiling so much at the scowls on Susan's face. Apparently, he was the magical equivalent of an idiot savant at wizarding sabacc, and Susan refused to play any other gambling games with him until they had more players. When Harry woke up in Ketty's domain, he noticed that the Egyptian was looking oddly pensive. Is everything okay, Ketty? Harry asked. It will be, came the laconic reply. I have merely started to see the first effects of the merge. It is good. It is as I intended several thousand years ago. It is the end I determined to be best for me. My true and final rest. Right, Harry said, unsure of how to really respond to all of that, especially after his much emotionally lighter evening with Susan. Well, what do you have for me to learn tonight? A lesson on how to better fight your enemies, Ketty said. Now that you have fought in an actual engagement against your foes, what are your thoughts? It was loud and chaotic, Harry began, thinking over the attack on Diagon Alley. Sudden, too. I wasn't prepared, and I strained my coils with forcing too much magic through them, because I wasn't fully immersed when I started trying to go for bigger casts and spell modifications. I wasn't in any real danger in hindsight, but these Death Eaters weren't their best and brightest. All good observations, Ketty said. Would you do anything different? I could try to constantly have some level of magical immersion when in areas that might be a place where I could get attacked, but that could cause other problems, and be tiring besides, Harry mused. I can try to target my foes better and faster. Getting a better sense of what was happening more quickly would have been helpful at the start, when I was just running and throwing spells at anyone in a mask. Ketty snorted. True, some observations of my own. You stuck to the bare bones of your magical arsenal. You were outnumbered, and while the modified stunning spell was useful, it was shielded by those with a modicum of skill. You are a gifted student of transfiguration, and could have easily created hounds or the like to harass your foes, solving the numbers issue without losing as much momentum. You struck only at your enemies, and didn't turn the battlefield against them beyond creating a wall. Creating cover was a good move, but you should have made it into a decoy, letting your opponents focus on the wrong target while you kept in motion. Harry winced, but Ketty waved a hand. You are learning, and thankfully, more advanced tactics were not called for in your first battle. You adapted well enough to a fight where there were many civilians present mixed in with your foes. But this is where you have a chance to rise above the average brawler with a wand. Shooting jets of light at one another is one way to fight, yes, but it is far from the only one. Which is why you mentioned transfiguration and battlefield transformation, Harry said, sighing. Would conjuration also fall into that same category? It would, and you are starting to get the right idea, Ketty said. It is far easier to pick off your enemies when they are dealing with a magically resistant crystalline rhinoceros that is rampaging through their ranks, for example. But you can become more subtle, more insidious still. What do you know of illusions and the mind magics? Harry blew out a breath. I know very little about illusions, he admitted. Funnily enough, before I knew about magic, that was something that was mentioned a lot, illusions and trickery, but I've not heard much about it at Hogwarts. As for mind magics beyond occlumency and legilimency, I know the memory charm, but only the theory. The Ministry tightly controls that spell. With good reason, Ketty said. Playing with memories is a dangerous game, even for the experienced. Unless, of course, you don't intend on your target surviving, or at least not whole. Broad-scale memory charm attacks are excellent for debilitating your foes if you can catch them unawares, and not nearly as easy to reverse as stunning them. Your allies and friends may have issues with your use of it, but in a war, sometimes you must use what you have available to you. Another option is to combine the memory attack with a surface legilimency probe, making your opponent see the faces of their friends on their enemies, and so forth. Harry nodded in understanding, although the thought of using memory charms and legilimency like that made him feel uncomfortable. It felt too close to what Lockhart had tried to do, and seemed to be too close to a slippery and dangerous level of magic, even if he understood Ketty's point about using all the available tools in a fight and the value of twisting someone's perception. But illusion magic is something that, if done right, with enough subtlety, can dominate a battlefield entirely with your foes never becoming aware of it, Ketty continued. It relies less on overcoming your opponent's defenses to be successful, but instead on tricking them. It requires a high level of attention to detail and a good sense of timing to be effective, but it can cause a glorious amount of chaos when done correctly. That sounds more like something I would be interested in, Harry admitted, but I'm not sure how good I would be at it. I don't know if I have the kind of technical skill that it sounds like illusion magic requires. Maybe, maybe not, Ketty said, shrugging. In my experience, two kinds of casters have success with illusions: perfectionists with obsessive attention to detail and instinctive magicians. You may qualify for the second category. You may not be able to work with illusions to the extent that your foes cannot distinguish one color from another, but you almost certainly can make small changes here and there, like faces or figures hiding in the shadows, or even barriers to fool the unwary. We will practice this, and the better portion of the night was spent on introducing Harry to the craft of illusion magic. After a brief primer on how to use memory charms and legilimency in combat, Harry quickly found that while he had some small talent in the art, it wasn't something that came to him as quickly or as cleanly as transfiguration or his curses. Still, in time, he would be able to do a few interesting and disruptive things with illusions, and he could see the value in it. The inner marauder in Harry knew that hunting this branch of magic could lead to some lethal pranks and surprises, and he vowed to try and make good use of it as much as he could while awake to increase his comfort level with it. It was exactly the sort of magic that would take anyone who knew him off guard, and in a fight for his life, that was the sort of move he wanted to make. The next morning, Harry picked up his scepter after breakfast and his nutrient potion, wanting to get more practice with it as well. In between bouts of moody doing accuracy training and what he called awareness training. But what Harry was convinced was an excuse to curse anyone in his general vicinity, Harry worked on his illusions. He counted it as a personal victory when Moody jumped to the side and sent off a blasting hex at a shadowy figure he had caused to appear by the door, even though Harry had explained what he was doing to the retired Auror. "That's exactly the kind of distraction that will serve you well in the field, lad," Moody told him, his wand still drawn. "An unexpected person here, a trio of allies who can't actually aid them there, a false building that you know you can shoot spells through but your enemies don't, anything to give you the leg up. It seems like you have some ability here. Hone it." The rest of the morning was spent doing similar actions, but this time, with the benefit of the scepter and being more deeply immersed in his magic before the casting exercises, Harry finished with magical reserves to spare. Susan, on the other hand, was once again panting and barely able to power a simple Lumos. "That's so unfair," Susan gasped, drenched in sweat besides. "Yeah, you broke a sweat, but you could keep going, and you have so much more magic even though you were using more the entire time." "Sorry," Harry apologized, wiping his forehead clean as he pulled his glasses out of the way. "I have some very lucky genetics working for me." "The good news, Susan, is that you can still grow your magical core considerably," Amelia said, already seated at the kitchen table with a stack of documents. "While there are some limits to what you can do based on what you are born with, constantly working with your magic and emptying your reserves daily will build your reserves up like any other muscle." But yes, Harry was born with several powerful bloodlines, and then had an infusion of fresh blood from his mother to help with the worst of the inbreeding from the black side of things. Of course, he does also have a prophecy helping him match a madman who had some similar genetic boosts, plus the benefit of what we're guessing is a few unforgivably awful rituals besides. "Ketty knew of a few rituals to build magical potential," Harry said slowly. "They needed to be performed at certain points in your youth and weren't cost-free to the user, but I don't think they would be labeled as dark." "Really?" Amelia asked curiously. "Much of ritual magic here in Britain has either been banned or forgotten, but I imagine that something this old wouldn't have been singled out and outlawed. What are the details?" The main one I'm thinking of is performed 3 times, at 11, 15, and 17, Harry said, thinking it over. "You could do only 1 or 2 of them, but the biggest boosts in potential came from doing them all in sequence. The ingredients had a base, but you would need to customize it to each person as well. Just doing 1 or 2 didn't really have too much of an effect on the person, but if all 3 were done, the person wouldn't be able to have more than 3 children, and none at all after a certain age." "And it only increases potential?" Amelia asked, clearly thinking it all over. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It still has to be trained and reach like what Susan and I are doing, but it would raise the ceiling of what was otherwise possible." "Well, we've missed all but the 3rd ritual now," Susan said. "If there's no real drawback, I say we go for it in 2 years." "We'll see," Amelia said. "Rituals like that are very difficult to get right and have long-lasting impacts if done wrong. Put it out of your mind for now. You can become quite strong and, more importantly, effective without such things." Susan scowled but nodded tiredly. "Trust me, Auntie, I'm as hard a worker as any badger, but I'm getting a little tired of watching Harry blow things away while I muddle along behind him." "Sorry, Suze," Harry said, and his girlfriend whacked his arm. "No," she barked. "You are doing what you're supposed to do." I'm having a woe-is-me moment, like I'm not the second or third most powerful girl in our year, with an ancient house and library behind me to boot. I am not jealous, and I do not begrudge you what you have worked and suffered to get. Okay, I am a little jealous, but I am not holding it against you like some red-headed people might. Harry winced at the pointed remark aimed at Ron. I am a little upset that I might not be able to stand beside you when the time comes, Susan said more gently. And I really want to be able to blow away Greengrass and Lee like you can, Amelia snorted. Greengrass and Lee have likely been training like the two of you are their entire lives. The fact that you're keeping up with them is a credit to your work ethic, Susan. Okay, Lee, I get, Harry said, feeling confused. She comes from a family of professional duelists, and by all accounts is very excited to continue the tradition. She's probably one of the best wands in the DA but Greengrass. I've not really seen her do anything outside of Dada. Greengrass, for all that she's a true Slytherin, is in a very difficult spot, Amelia said sadly. In the last war, she and her family were as neutral as they could manage. They have no particular love of Muggles, but they aren't advocating for their slaughter either. They want a firmer separation between the two and are staunch traditionalists. But they don't care for Dumbledore and his politics either. And their daughters are now both in the snake pit, heirs to one of the richer families even before the war, and one that escaped the worst of the damage. Oh, Harry said, paling a little. I wouldn't want my daughters in a house full of Death Eaters without knowing how to defend herself either. Not to mention I'm pretty sure that she and Davis have a thing for each other, Susan muttered. Malfoy is determined to marry Greengrass, though, much to Parkinson's displeasure. All the best gossip comes out of Slytherin, Amelia said with a smile. The Ravenclaws keep things quiet, the Hufflepuffs don't like to make a scene, and the Gryffindors are so loud and public about it that it never becomes gossip because everyone else already knows. Hey, Harry protested. My house keeps relationship secrets too. Like what? Susan asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry said, racking his brain for any of the things Lavender had been talking about on the train. My point exactly, Amelia said, not even letting Harry have a good moment to think. My bet would be on Malfoy ending up with Astoria Greengrass, assuming we end things with Riddle in time. Cyrus loves his daughters, and from what I hear, Astoria would enjoy being Lady Malfoy. She would also likely keep Draco in line. I'll believe it when I see it, Harry muttered, but Susan was nodding. Story is a spitfire, she confirmed. She's also much too friendly to let Draco get away with shooting his mouth off all the time. She'd get him trained up real quick once Lucius is out of the picture. Speaking of the Malfoy parents, what are the chances that Narcissa takes up Sirius on his offer in the will? Harry asked. Amelia sighed. I don't know, she admitted. Narcissa isn't always the most pleasant person to deal with, but she's honestly one of the smartest people alive, and values family above all else like any other Black-raised child. To reconcile with her house, especially now that Andy is a part of it again, will be a large draw. And I think that personally she would agree to the terms Sirius set out. The issue, of course, is her husband, his allies, and his sworn lord. She's canny enough to approach Andy under the guise of wanting to gain influence with one of the more important new members of the Wisengamot, but how far that will go is really up in the air now. Then, let's keep chipping away at this treasure hunt, Harry urged. Let's eat and get over to Grimmauld Place. If Narcissa is as smart as you say, let's give her every chance we can to get on our side. Or at least not on Riddle's. Amelia smiled. We'll make a politician out of you yet, Harry. And yes, let's go snip another chain keeping Riddle on this earth. Number 12, Grimmauld Place hadn't changed much since the last time Harry had been there, although he supposed it wasn't like he had been expecting large changes. The lack of Walburga Black's screaming was much appreciated, however, and judging from the missing chunk of wall, he could guess how Sirius had finally gotten the job done. The townhouse was otherwise a little cleaner, but the whole building still felt neglected and slightly decaying. Getting inside had been simple enough, as Harry had been prompted to put the air ring to the door and the wards had disengaged enough to allow him, Susan, Amelia, Croaker, and 2 more unspeakables into the seat of the Blacks. This place has seen better days, Croaker remarked, shaking his head as he looked around. Arcturus must be spinning in his grave. I'm hopping his portrait is here, Harry admitted. remembering what Amelia had told him about trying to find a somewhat sane black from the older generations to tell him about his upcoming lordship. He hadn't had a chance yet to look in Gringotts, and for all he knew, there were more black properties where such a thing might be located, but he was hopeful that it would be here. There was a pop that had wands out and at the ready as the dirty, wrinkled, and bulbous form of creature appeared in front of them, scowling. "What are intruders doing in the noble house of black?" the ancient house elf croaked. "You have an heir, and he has brought guests," Amelia said sharply, watching Creature carefully. "The half-blood should not be the next master, no he should not," Creature muttered to himself. What would the mistress say? Oh, she would not be pleased at all. First the blood traitor of a mutt, and now one of unclean blood. Oh, the shame. "I'd say the greater shame is the state of what was once one of the jewels of high society," Croaker said, and Harry was sure Creature flinched. "But you can take that up with your new master. No, we're here on other business for now." Croaker's wand danced through the air, and he smiled as a thin trail of smoke erupted out of it, leading deeper into the house. "We're in luck," he said. "Our sensor was accurate even through all of these wards. I was fairly certain after finding and destroying the one in Hogwarts last night, but the Blacks used several more questionable protections than our premier school does." "Stay here, Creature," Harry ordered, seeing how shifty the house elf was looking. "We will be back soon, and I will explain what I would like to see done to restore this place." "As the half-blood commands," Creature growled, clearly unhappy. The small group of witches and wizards followed the trail of smoke deeper into the house, past damaged and outdated furniture, and finally down a small series of steps into what looked like a small cellar. It was clear that this was where Creature resided, judging by the small cot and mound of rags that seemed similar to what the house elf had been wearing at the door. In the middle of the rags, next to a portrait of a young man who looked very similar to Sirius, was a large, golden locket with a serpent in the shape of an S on the front, its ruby eyes glistening with a malice that Harry could feel from the doorway. The trail of smoke led right to it. "Stay back," Croaker said. "These things will fight to stay alive, and most have some sort of mental interference ability." Taking careful aim, he muttered the killing curse, and a jet of green light struck the locket dead on. Croaker cursed softly to himself when nothing happened. "I was afraid of that," he admitted, and then turned to the unspeakables accompanying him. "Time to earn your keep," he said, and one snorted before they started forward, wands whipping this way, and that as they ran whatever diagnostic spells they saw fit. "The locket was created by blood alchemy," one of them announced a few moments later. "It will hold up to even fiendfire. If it wasn't so utterly twisted and complicated to create, I'm sure the material would be much more popular." "Likely this is Slytherin's own locket," the other unspeakable reported. "Apparently, it was a family relic even in his day. It will need to be opened to get at the soul fragment inside, unless we plan on tossing it through the veil of death." "Let's not go that far yet," Croaker said, as Harry hid his wince at the reminder of the last time he saw that particular artifact. "Ideas on how to open it?" The first unspeakable looked at Croaker, and Harry got the feeling that if he could see the person's face under the concealing spells of the gray hood, it would be rather deadpan. "Ah," Croaker said, clearly of the same opinion as Harry. "Of course, Harry. Would you mind asking Slytherin's locket to open in Parseltongue?" "Yes," Harry said, mentally preparing himself for the act. He looked hard at the locket, imagining the snake on the front to be alive and moving slightly from side to side. "On 3, Croaker said, readying his wand again. 1, 2, 3. "Open," Harry hissed, shuddering at the sheer evil glowing in the ruby eyes as the locket swung open like a smoothly oiled door. The inside of the locket, in contrast to the golden exterior, was a twisted mass of black smoke and shapeless, hissing hate. "You are, all of you, ignorant fools." The piece of Tom Riddle that had been contained so far howled as an enormous mental pressure burst free, crushing down on the gathered witches and wizards. "What I could teach you, if you would just open your Avada Kedavra," Croaker bellowed, sweat pouring down his face as he finally managed to release his spell. Green light flared in the small room, and then the black shade of the Dark Lord shrieked in pain and horror before dissipating. "That," Amelia ground out, clutching her shivering niece in her arms, "was singularly unpleasant." Harry could only nod in exhaustion, his fledgling occlumency shields having barely held up to the overwhelming assault. "The diary wasn't that bad, or at least not to be around unless you were writing in it," he said. "This is the first one in our records that has talked," Croaker said, looking deeply unsettled at the innocent-looking golden locket lying still in the pile of rags. And it was much more focused on me, I believe. But what I want to know now is what that house elf knew about this thing, or if was merely trying to corrupt him. My vote is corruption, Susan muttered, looking pale, but Harry knew that his girlfriend was bouncing back. Creature, come here, Harry ordered, more than glad that he had had the foresight to order the house elf to stay in place while they were attempting to find and destroy the Horcrux. Master has destroyed it. The hunched house elf cried in a wild joy that Harry had never seen before from the foul-tempered, rude creature. Oh, what a joyous day. Master Regulus' final task is completed. Master did what I could not. Oh, no matter how hard I had tried, there was nothing elf magic could do to that horrible thing. But it is gone. Oh, Master Regulus, it is gone. Creature, how long have you been trying to destroy this locket? Harry asked slowly, a little surprised by the story coming together in his mind. Almost 2 decades, Creature croaked, his bulbous eyes looking clearer than ever before. Master Regulus was a good black and obeyed his parents when he was told to join the Dark One. But he could not stay, oh no, not when the Dark One used Creature to hide a bad, bad thing. The Dark One took Creature to a cave, hidden and filled with the dead, and on an island in that cave made Creature drink a potion. Once it was gone, the Dark One put the locket inside a basin and refilled the potion. Creature was left to die, and Master Regulus called for Creature, and gave Creature magic and cared for Creature, and told Creature that the Dark One would not get away with this, oh no. Master Regulus had Creature take him back to the cave, and traveled over the Lake of the Dead, and drank the potion, and it made Master Regulus sick, dreadfully sick and oh so thirsty. But the dead in the water got him when he tried to drink, and Master Regulus ordered Creature to take the locket and go and destroy it. But Creature could not until the new master came. Harry's eyebrows had raised throughout the story, and at the end, he shook his head in disbelief. Sirius would have loved to have heard that about his younger brother, he said thickly. He was always so angry that Regulus joined the Death Eaters and swore that he had been forced to take the mark against his will by their parents. To think that he betrayed Riddle and the Death Eaters and died for it. Master Regulus was a good master, Creature said proudly, and as Harry looked at the old house elf, he could almost swear that Creature was becoming less hunched. Creature, now that Regulus's final command has been fulfilled, would you be able to clean this house up? He asked, testing his hypothesis. Creature looked around in horror, as if seeing Grimmauld Place for the first time. Oh no, what has been done to the seat of the Blacks? The house elf moaned, gripping his face with both hands. Creature does not deserve to have his head mounted on the wall like his ancestors for this disgrace. Oh, what would they say if they saw their home in such a wretched state? Master and his lovely pureblood lady must leave at once. It is far too filthy for them to stay here. Give Creature a few days, and it will be livable again, and ready for hosting in 2 weeks, or else Creature must be given clothes. Oh no, this cannot stand. With that, the house elf popped away, leaving the formerly grimy room immaculate and the inhabitants rather stunned. So, he was being affected by the Horcrux, Harry decided, nodding. He's still a blood supremacist, but he cares too much about the image of the Blacks to leave the townhouse like this when he's in his right mind. Why was he calling me your lady? Susan asked plaintively. I didn't do anything to suggest that we are together at all. Elf magic, Amelia said, examining her blushing niece, and said niece's boyfriend. They have a rather strong sense for the emotional attachments of their masters and mistresses. I may need to move Harry's room in the ossuary further away from yours until the marriage contract is drafted. Auntie, Susan wailed, her face now redder than her hair. Croaker snorted, and Harry had the feeling that the robed unspeakables were enjoying his embarrassment as well. Well, while we're having such success, let's head to Gringotts and see if anything turned up in the inventory of Lestrange's vault, Croaker said, and Harry was relieved at the change in topic. If need be, they can also draw up the contract while we're there. Harry sighed, and Susan whimpered. Don't worry, Amelia said, patting Susan on the shoulder. I won't let you sign a marriage contract until you are of age. You still can't sleep with him, though. Deciding that she had been teased enough, Susan huffed and stormed out of the room. Amelia turned her monocled eye on Harry. That goes for you too, young man, she said, and Harry realized that going to comfort his girlfriend was a fantastic idea. They grow up so fast, Amelia said as Harry fled, and he could almost hear the smirk in her words. Harry didn't hear what Croaker or the other unspeakables said in response, and quite honestly, he didn't want to. He caught up to Susan just outside the front door, and she was scowling heavily. "How am I supposed to win our war if she has ammunition like that?" his girlfriend demanded. "I still haven't even figured out if she actually likes women, and if she does and is being vulnerable about it, I can't make fun of her for it. Even worse, I'm positive she knows about my dilemma here and is taking advantage of it." "Right," Harry said, deciding that the minds of the Bones women was a scary place to be. "Do you want me to be helpful, or do you want me to listen?" Susan fixed Harry with a beady-eyed stare. "And just where did you learn that particular bit of professional boyfriend knowledge?" she asked. "I spent a great deal of my time these last 5 years with Hermione Granger," Harry said dryly. "I am well acquainted with the strategy of asking before either listening for self-preservation or offering solutions. Also, while I am far too smart to ever do it to you, I have been known to tune her out from time to time." "See that you don't," Susan said sharply, "and we'll discuss this later." Amelia and the Unspeakables emerged from the back of the townhouse, pointing at various things and discussing them. "We took a quick peek around the ground floor, Harry," Amelia said. "We think that you'll need to go through this place with a curse breaker or 5, and be prepared to lose a lot of illegal artifacts to the Ministry. Some of it might be shielded by house heirloom laws, but I don't think you'll want things like an amulet that strangles whoever puts it on, or the diary that sucks the blood out of whoever writes in it." "Please, not more evil magical diaries," Harry begged. "And from what I remember, Sirius already got rid of the worst of it, but I'll make a note of it, even if it might take me some time. No one other than a Black should be able to get in here, so it should be safe enough for now. Maybe I'll have Andy handle it. She would know what actually should be saved that survived Sirius's attempt at cleaning things up." "Smart," Amelia said. "If I could offer one more suggestion, make sure you really lock down the library. It's no exaggeration to say that the Black family library is the biggest private repository of curses, hexes, rituals, and mind magic in Britain. I wouldn't even recommend destroying any of it, no matter how vile, because you never know when you need a counter curse or the knowledge of what a certain ritual is doing." "Creature," Harry called, summoning the much saner-looking house elf. "How can I best secure the library so that no one can enter it without my permission?" "Master just be willing it so while in the house," Creature said, after a moment of thinking it over. "The Blacks have always been most careful with their precious books. Yes, they have." The loud blood traitor woman could not get in, nor her children. Even the Mutt Master only tried to get rid of a few books, but Creature saved them. Yes, Creature did. A true Black values all knowledge. "Thank you, Creature," Harry said. "As you were." He closed his eyes and imagined the library becoming fully off-limits, and he felt the heavy, malevolent wards shift, almost clicking into place. "Interesting," Amelia said, her eyes narrowed as her monocle peered up through the floor toward the library. "Yes, I would not suggest entering that room without Harry's permission now. I would love to get in there with the department someday," Croaker said wistfully, but Amelia just laughed. "That'll never happen, if only because the precedent it would set and the outrage it would provoke in the traditionalist faction," she told him. "Oh, I know," Croaker said, "but a man can dream, can't he?" "I suppose he can," Amelia allowed. "Now, shall we continue our Horcrux hunt at Gringotts?" "Yes," Susan said, her arms crossed. "I have several letters I need to send out this evening, and so we should keep moving." Harry thought he knew what might be going on there, but he wisely kept his mouth shut as Amelia gave her niece a long stare before the group departed the home of the Blacks. The small group apparated, or side-along apparated, in the case of Harry and Susan, whose provisional licenses were supposed to be secret, and whose apparition skills likely needed a good bit more practice anyways, to the apparition point right inside Diagon Alley, and then quickly made their way to the Goblin Bank. "Why are we coming today again?" Harry asked, as they walked up the steps. "I'm happy to be getting this done, but I'm curious as to why we're doing this now." Andy was told a full inventory of the Black and Lestrange vaults would be finished by yesterday, Amelia explained to Harry and Susan. "So, we plan to walk up and just ask if there are any particularly egregious dark artifacts in either vault," Harry asked, somewhat amused at the idea of walking up to the counters and asking that exact question to the goblin working there. Susan snickered, which Harry thought validated him entirely, but Amelia sighed. "No, the plan is to speak to your account manager privately and ask for the results of the inventory," Amelia said. The goblins don't care at all what we put in the vaults, so long as it isn't a danger to the bank or any adjacent vaults. If it melts your own vault, then that's on you." "Huh," Harry said as they went through the doors, attracting no small amount of attention in the process. "But wouldn't one of these do that?" "Potentially, but if it's here, as our sensor indicates, then probably not, considering how long it would have had to be here," Croaker explained. "I wouldn't be shocked if the vault needed a cleansing ritual afterward, but the artifact has likely been limited in its influence." Harry nodded, as that made a good amount of sense. If this Horcrux was anything like the locket, it would have a passive mode that it could hide in while it spread its evil tendrils of mental corruption. As he pondered what this particular Horcrux looked like, Amelia managed to get a goblin to bring them to a room where the results of the inventory could be presented to them. Croaker and the two unspeakables crowded around the scroll, muttering to themselves as they looked at the various artifacts and their descriptions. "Is there anything here that I should be aware of?" Harry asked Amelia, who was also merely watching. "Not yet," Amelia said, shrugging. "Andy has a bit more work to do getting everything in motion for the black accounts, and then she will be sitting down with you to start educating you. But from what she's told me, there's a lot of the black's money in a lot of strange places, and she wants to focus on understanding that puzzle before she tries to teach you what's going on. The Potter accounts are a little more straightforward, consisting primarily of patents, real estate, and more traditional investment. It's still more complex than what I suspect you'll be happy about, but it's what you'd expect when you think of investments." "That's how a lot of the Bones' money is invested, Harry," Susan cut in. "And the blacks are different how then?" Harry asked, almost afraid to find out, considering the reputation of the people involved. "Well, they did a good bit of the normal investing too, to be fair," Amelia said. "But they also were involved in a lot more of the softer influence game. They would invest in families as a combined form of loan and pressure, with various interest rates, conditions, and options for calling their debts due. They've also invested heavily in spell creation research, or ongoing ventures like Cursebreaker expeditions or even guilds. Knowledge and favors were a currency that the blacks traditionally held dear, and was part of the reason that dealing with them was so bloody difficult even for the Aurors. Yes, they might be borderline insane, blood purists, and entirely too interested in ancient curses, but they were also richer than anybody else and knew every skeleton in your closet better than you did. And before the most recent generation imploded, they were among the most glamorous families around." Harry shook his head in wonder. "They almost sound like they were too powerful to fall." Amelia barred her teeth in a shark-like smile. "It's part of why Riddle is so feared. Even as he co-opted them as his favored servants, he ensured their destruction to make room for his own domination, and no one saw it until after he had done it. And even that couldn't happen until Arcturus passed. But the blacks still have respect, and it's why you being named heir is such a big deal. You rebuilding the house, especially if you bring in more actual blacks, would be a huge power shift in wizarding politics. The numbers are dwindled, and the glory is faded, yes, but the Black Book of Secrets is still a specter that haunts many families, and the various loan contracts are still binding. I could likely cripple the entire traditionalist faction in a day," Harry realized. "The Malfoys would be able to ensure the worst was avoided, but you would drain their coffers," Amelia corrected. "We'll need to discuss this in more detail once Andy gets a handle on which levers you have access to." "I'm so proud of where your mind took you immediately, though," Susan said, wiping away fake happy tears. "But from what Tonks was saying, Andy probably wouldn't let you get rid of that faction, especially since the blacks are supposed to be leading it. Maybe she'll help you modernize it." "So long as I get to be at least a little mean to the Malfoys, with the possible exception of Narcissa, that's fine by me," Harry muttered. "I think this is it," one of the unspeakables announced. "A gold cup, likely belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, with several readings for dark magic, soul magic, and mental intrusion. That sounds very likely, and confirms Dumbledore's suspicion that Riddle was after objects from the Founders to use as his soul jars," Croaker said, sighing. "Well, this will be another one we can donate to the school once we get it cleaned up. Let's get down to the vault." A goblin was called into the room, and Harry was told to accompany Croaker down to the old Lestrange vault to actually retrieve the cup. Because Harry was the one who owned the vault, he was the only one allowed to retrieve the Horcrux, and they would need to take it out of the bank to take care of it, because the goblins would not allow wizards to use their wands there for almost any reason. This was accomplished in short order, although Harry was very impressed at the amount of gold and number of artifacts in the vault that he saw. "I'm going to be going through all this stuff for years, won't I?" he asked Croaker as the group left the bank to go to the location Croaker had arranged to destroy the Horcrux. "Between your Potter, Black, and now Lestrange accounts?" Croaker asked. "Yes, all 3 estates are quite large, even if the Lestrange one has fallen on harder times. The Black estate will be the most work to keep on top of, and you'll need someone you trust to look after it full time, I imagine. The Potter estate is a little more manageable, but even that is nearly a full-time job. And if you and the lovely Miss Bones end up together for the long haul, that's another estate to add into the mix. As it is, you'll need several kids to pass the names down to, unless Miss Bones doesn't object to another woman in the picture." That's not happening," Harry snorted. "I barely have the emotional depth to keep up with her on a good day, and I definitely don't have what it takes to keep another woman happy. I'm also sure if I tried I would die, either at the hands of Susan, Amelia, or both." "Good boy," Susan said firmly, kissing Harry on the cheek as he blushed. "No polygamy for you. I am all the woman you need, and I am happy to have a big family. Neither of us are likely going to have full-time jobs outside of our various estates and Wisengamot duties anyway." "Susan will be voting the Bones seat even if you marry?" Croaker asked curiously. "It's what she's always wanted," Harry said with a smile. "Besides, all this house and lord stuff is very new to me, and so I suspect she'll be using me by proxy to advance her agenda with my seats anyway. It'll make the administration of it all easier too." "Smart man," Croaker said with a grin, and Amelia laughed. "My adorable little niece decided even before she went to Hogwarts that she was going to be a reformist after hearing me complain about various laws over the years," the head of the DMLE said. "Nothing has happened in the intervening years to change that desire. Wizarding Britain is so backward," Susan all but whined. "There are so many dumb laws, and half of them have enough loopholes that they're not worth the parchment they're stored on. If you have the money and even a few connections, you can get away with literal murder, and there's so much corruption in some departments that if you enforce the rules, they would collapse entirely. The ministry needs to be dragged about a century forward in politics, practices, and even organization. The attitudes of the general public will take longer, but that's part of the reforms we're going to sneak into Hogwarts, so that will trickle down to the masses over time." Croaker did his best to avoid bending over with laughter as they approached the apparition point again. "You've really got this all figured out," he said, chuckling. "And where will you get the influence to start making these big-scale changes? There will be some real pushback, you know. A lot of entrenched interests like the system the way it is." "Well, there are a few things we've got planned," Susan said, and Harry could only watch with a smile as his fierce Hufflepuff girlfriend warmed up to the subject she was truly passionate about. "First, we've got a bunch of heirs in Hogwarts right now, and I'm on good terms with a lot of them. We socialize, and I've worked hard to help them see the things that need changing. We'll start slow and small, and as I get more of my friends into office, we'll become a wave, especially as the changes actually start making a difference. Second, we have Harry, a figurehead who carries a ton of influence and weight, especially once he offs Riddle again. The people will do whatever their savior tells them to, especially when they see it's for their own good." "I hate that attention so much, even hypothetically," Harry groaned, and Amelia grabbed his shoulder for the side-along apparition. "Well, tough," Susan told him as they regained their balance in a nondescript warehouse. "You've got an image that we're going to use for the benefit of Wizarding Britain. People are going to have a hard time arguing against making the laws more fair when you tell them it will stop the next Dark Lord from getting supporters. Can we put her on the Wisengamot now?" Croaker asked Amelia, who smiled proudly. "I would if I didn't think that half the body would immediately declare her a rising dark lady out of justified fear and self-preservation," Amelia said, and Croaker snorted. "Fair enough. I'll save my seat and popcorn until she graduates then. Now, let's take care of this next one, shall we?" He asked rhetorically, and one of the unspeakables carefully placed the golden cup on the bare concrete floor 3 paces away. With his nascent magic sensing ability, Harry could feel the darkness radiating out from the cup like a miasma. But before the cup could find any purchase or even reach anyone in the warehouse, Croaker jabbed his wand forward, snarling the incantation for the killing curse as a jet of green light hit its target. With a piercing shriek, a black, formless shape burst from the cup and dissipated in the air. "That's another anchor gone," Croaker said, breathing heavily. "The next two should be easier to get, and our tracking team has already found the location of one they believe." "How many are left?" Harry asked. "Not counting the homunculus that Riddle is inhabiting, too," Croaker said. "We're fairly confident that one is the familiar of Riddle, a massive snake called Nagini. It stayed very close to the other soul piece that we believe is Riddle, and they move around together with some frequency, although their current base of operations seems to be Malfoy Manor. However, for various reasons, a strike on the Manor currently is inadvisable. The other is being honed and won by our divination team. We're trying to hold the line until all the other Horcruxes are destroyed," Amelia explained, taking up the explanation. "Also, we want both our new trainees and you, Harry, to get as much time to prepare as possible. Not to mention other, ancillary problems we're facing, like the future of prisoners both during and after this conflict, raising a force of ICW wands to help any final assault and deny Riddle a retreat, and so forth. Realistically, when would you want me ready to try and fight Riddle?" Harry asked, swallowing a little and feeling like he suddenly had a ticking clock in the back of his head. "Let's be clear," Croaker said, perhaps sensing some of Harry's inner turmoil. "We don't expect you to single-handedly beat Tom Riddle in a one-on-one duel in front of the whole world. There may not be more than 3 people in existence who can do that, and there's no shame in saying you won't be there by the end of this summer, even with the memories of Ketty helping you. All you need to do to fulfill the prophecy is strike the final blow. You will not be alone, and our current hope is that you can deliver the finishing touch in a surprise attack of overwhelming power while Riddle is distracted and running around like a headless hippogriff." Harry nodded, feeling better already. "We won't lie to you and say that everything will go according to plan," Amelia warned gently. "You need to prepare yourself as much as you possibly can, especially if this war is escalating into sharper violence. The ICW won't let Riddle violate the statute of secrecy forever, and if the blood war is any indication, he'll begin doing so soon. The consequences of an ICW sanction would be disastrous for Wizarding Britain, since the laws state that the host country is responsible for all violations within their borders, as an incentive to properly enforce the statute. But taking all of this into account, we'd like to target August 15, giving you just over a month more to prepare and assimilate Ketty's knowledge. That might get moved up depending on Riddle's actions, but we're committed to giving you the best chance that we can." "Thank you," Harry said thickly. He had never had so much support from so many people before, and even though the task of killing Riddle still felt almost impossible, as he examined his memories of the duel Riddle and Dumbledore fought in the Ministry of Magic Atrium, he knew that he wasn't going at this alone. Susan, Amelia, Croaker, Mad-Eye, Andy, Tonks, and maybe even Dumbledore were all working together along with their various organizations to make sure that he would have a shot at ending a madman, and all Harry had to do was make sure that he took that shot with everything that he had. "I like having an end date in mind," Harry admitted. "It'll just be like an exam." "That's Hermione's influence on you," Susan muttered, and Harry gave a wet chuckle, still slightly overwhelmed. "Let's go back to the ossuary," Harry said, vowing to keep pushing forward. "I think I've got an idea for something that might help me with the illusions I've been working on. Have you ever heard of a shell game? What Muggle conman nonsense has Dean been getting you into this time, Harry?" Susan scolded, and this time Harry's laughter was free and clear as they apparated away. Harry was in the middle of one of Ketty's control and magical flow state exercises when he was woken up by Flopsy shaking him. "Mr. Potter, the ossuary is being under attack," the house elf wailed. Harry jerked upright, wand and scepter flying into his hands. "What's the plan to leave?" he demanded, packing his things into his trunk and shrinking it with a wave of his wand as he struggled into some pants and a shirt. "Mistress Bones be trying things, but they not be working," Flopsy said with a quiet horror. "The wards be holding for now, but there are many bad wizards coming." "Take me to her," Harry said, his mind racing, and then raced down to where the flu was after the house elf. Amelia and Susan were already there, looking pale as Amelia chanted under her breath, waving her wand this way and that. "The flu access has been cut, port keys are out, and anti-apparition jinxes have been set up, Susan quickly summarized, while her aunt kept up her battle with the ward breakers. We'd use brooms, but there are enough Death Eaters at the edge of the property that we wouldn't be able to get out in time. Auntie wants us to go while she holds them off to buy us time. No, Harry rejected that option out of hand. We've sent off a messenger patronus, right? We just need to hold out for long enough for help to get here. Over a dozen other attacks are taking place right now, Amelia gritted out. Dumbledore is holding off Greyback and his entire pack from razing a small town to the ground, and the Aurors are stretched to their limit in Manchester and Birmingham. If you hadn't added your wards, we would already be exchanging spells, but that will change soon. Riddle himself is here. Bloody hell, Harry spat. It's too early to fight him, and if he has so many with him. Take Susan and go, Amelia ordered. I can buy you enough time to get out if you go high and fast. You have to get out or else this will all be for nothing. I won't leave you, Amelia, Harry snarled, the finality in her voice scaring him. I finally have a competent adult in my life who cares about me, and I'm not going to abandon you or Susan no matter what either of you say. Amelia grimaced, sweat pouring down her brow. I knew I liked you, even if you are a bit of an idiot at times, she gasped. But you've got a minute to make your plan, and then I'm placing you under the Imperius if that's what it takes to get you to safety. Auntie, Susan cried, clearly scandalized by the threat from her normally by-the-book guardian. Flu is out and so is Apparition and Portkeys, Harry muttered to himself, packing back and forth. Brooms are a huge risk and would need a rearguard. Can Flopsy take us? He asked urgently. Apparition Jinx affects them too, Susan said, shaking her head. Otherwise Azkaban and the Ministry would be overrun already. Could we get Fawkes to take us out? Harry asked, moving to the next magical form of transportation he had heard of. Patronus now, Amelia ordered, shaking with the strain of holding the wards together, and Harry quickly sent Prongs out as fast as he could with a frantic plea for aid. Can I help power the wards? Harry asked, desperate to buy as much time as possible with Amelia. Cut your palm, Amelia ordered, and Harry did so with his wand, adrenaline and fear causing a huge gash. Amelia followed suit without breaking her chant, and grabbed his bloody hand with her own. The witch almost staggered as a huge swell of magic coursed down the link between the two of them, and Harry did his best to immerse himself in his magic, sinking deep into his war mage state as he funneled waves of power to Amelia. Flopsy, is everything essential packed? Amelia asked, sounding a little less exhausted. Yes, Mistress Bones, the house elf said. All the key documents, grimoires, some clothes, and your office is in a trunk in your pocket. Good, Amelia said grimly, because I think Riddle is about to lose his patience and do something very destructive. Fiendfire, Susan breathed, her eyes fixed at something outside the window. The back half of the manor exploded in black-tinged crimson as basilisks, dragons, and hydras prowled, the demonic fire personified by the monstrous, consuming shapes it had appeared in. What will you do now, Bones? Riddle's high, insane voice rang out over the sound of fire roaring in the night. You can't run, and you can't hide. Face your death with your wand in hand and count it as a mercy for the thorn you've been in my side. You would leave all of Britain this way, Riddle. Amelia shouted back, pumping magic into the failing wards the whole time. Even should I die and my ancestral home be left as ash, we will never give in. The sheep will do what I say, Riddle said dismissively. Fine, burn then. The flames rose and leapt higher, racing forward and around until Harry could see flames licking the corners of the room and the smoke began to choke them. Fawkes, Harry pleaded, unsure of to whom he was praying to. He refused to let it end like this, refused to let Susan or Amelia die, refused to let a madman take what little stability and normalcy he had found in his life away from him. With his free arm, he raised his left hand up as if he was grasping for something. Fawkes! He cried, and this time the Phoenix answered. Whether he heard Harry's call, or perhaps Dumbledore had received the patronus and sent his familiar, Harry did not know, but for the first time that evening, a creature made of fire did not fill him with dread. Grab hold! Amelia shouted, but there was no need, as everyone, Flopsy included, was already lunging for the hovering Phoenix. From the ashes, Tom, Harry bellowed, his hope restored. We will rebuild from the ashes, and you will not be there to see it. Die, Potter. Riddle returned, and as the wards finally fell, jets of green burst forward like snakes, killing curses free to seek their target. Instead, they were doomed to fail, as Fawkes trilled out a song, causing even the Fiendfire to pull back before the majestic bird vanished in a plume of white gold flame, taking his cargo with him. Oof! Harry grunted as fell onto the stone floor of the headmaster's in Hogwarts. Is everyone alive and unhurt? Amelia asked, already on her feet and with her wand in hand as she scanned them visually and with her magic. Yes, Auntie, Susan said, looking pale and covered in soot. Yes, Amelia, Harry said, reaching out to pull Susan into a desperate embrace. Yes, Madame Bonesy, Flopsy reported, twisting at one large ear. But the ossuary is hurt most terribly. The evil fire will not be quick to have its harm undone. Yes, Amelia said sadly. The ossuary will almost certainly be ash when we return. But as Harry reminded us, we will build again. This will not be the first time that the ossuary has been attacked, or even the first time that the wards have been breached and the structure destroyed. The bones have endured it before, and we will do so again. But Auntie, all our things, the ancient books in the library, the relics, Susan said softly, her voice trailing off as she shivered slightly in Harry's arms. Are safe, Amelia said with a reassuring smile. Oh, some of the knickknacks are gone, and we will need new furniture and so forth. But everything of value to our line is either in a trunk being carried by one of us, or in our vault in Gringotts. As soon as Riddle was reborn, I transferred everything non-essential into the bank. We were always going to be target, and I refused to let us lose everything precious to us in the process. I wish my parents had done the same, Harry muttered to himself. From what I've seen from looking over the Potter estate, a good portion of the Potter artifacts were lost in the Blood War when my grandparents died. But you still have the grimoire and records of everything that was lost, Amelia pointed out. Charles Potter was no fool, and he did his best to ensure that his family would not lose their legacy either. Harry nodded tiredly, feeling exhaustion wash over him as some of the adrenaline began to leave him. We can spend the night here, Amelia assured him, catching the slump in his posture for what it was. The wards at Hogwarts will withstand almost any assault Riddle can throw at them. I'll need to get to the office very soon to help with the aftermath of these attacks, but we can figure out where we want to live until the ossuary is rebuilt tomorrow. Number 12, Harry volunteered, biting back a yawn. The wards there are insane, and we can cast the Fidelius charm on it for good measure. With Flopsy helping Creature, the townhouse will be fixed up and habitable in no time. That sounds like a good idea, Amelia said. And with the possible exception of Narcissa, no one Riddle has in his camp should suspect us of being there, not that she could bring in guests uninvited anyway. The Fidelius is the right kind of paranoia I want to see from you as well, Harry. Yes, Susan added, sniffling a little as she gave a wet chuckle. We don't want you to end up like Moody, covered in dark magic scars and cursing anything that looks out of place. I'll do my best, Harry muttered, and then was immediately on his guard as the flue flared green and a number of exhausted and slightly bloody figures tumbled out. But he lowered his wand when he recognized them as members of the Order of the Phoenix. Professor McGonagall, are you all right? Harry blurted, taking in the massive gash in her side that even now a witch Harry thought was Hestia Jones was repairing. I will be once I get a blood-replenishing potion, Mr. Potter, the head of Gryffindor said, looking tired. I could ask you the same question. We had a run-in with Riddle at the ossuary, Professor, Harry said, drawing gasps from the Order. The wards held up for a bit, and then he cast Fiendfare on the Manor. We only got out with Fawkes' help. The phoenix trilled, spreading its healing and heartening song throughout the room before flaring out and almost immediately returning with Dumbledore. Ah, Harry, Amelia, Susan, Dumbledore said warmly, looking none the worse for wear after single-handedly facing down a werewolf pack. I am glad to see that you are well, if a little singed around the edges. How are the rest of you? He asked, turning to face the Order members in his office. Diggle and Brown ended up in St. Mungo's, but they should be back on their feet in a few days, Hestia reported. McGonagall got the worst of it, blocking a curse from Dolohov, but Poppy should have her back to normal by tomorrow. I think we managed to capture about 15 Death Eaters all told, but none of the inner circle or big financial backers, just the thugs. Every Death Eater off the streets is a positive step, Dumbledore said mildly. But I am proud that you all held the line and were able to offer some protection to those who needed it. Rest, and I will convene the Order for a fuller report once we've all slept and healed. The Order members nodded and vanished back into the flue. Conducting vigilante meetings in front of the head of the DMLE? You've gotten bold in your old age, Albus, Amelia said, but Harry could tell it was more a feint for information than a true jab. Amelia already knew all about the order thanks to Harry, Tonks, and probably Dumbledore as well, if she had been meeting with him as much as she had suggested. Concerned citizens are allowed to defend ourselves from criminals, Amelia, Dumbledore returned neatly, his eyes twinkling. I trust you know the law on that as well as I do. Yes, Amelia said shortly, and then sighed. Tonight was not good. I won't call it a complete loss, not until I get the full numbers from my aurors in an hour or so, and we may have avoided a tactical loss entirely, but the morale of Britain has certainly taken a huge hit. The country hasn't really recovered from the Blood War, and now it's like the late 1970s all over again. People will flee, hunker down, and refuse to spend money or pass on information for safety. Perhaps, Dumbledore said, stroking Fawkes. Morale is always a tricky thing to gauge. Oh, I have no doubt that some people will do exactly as you described, but I think we scored 2 key victories tonight, even if only Tom is aware of one of them. First, and most importantly, you survived. Thank Merlin, Susan said into Harry's chest. Indeed, Ms. Bones, Dumbledore said with a smile. Amelia, you're the most respected ministry head among the general populace, and if you had wanted the minister position, it would have been yours. Scrimgeour would not have liked it, but he would have understood and contented himself with your current position. Instead, you chose to stay where you were most useful, and that was very well received. The witches and wizards of our corner of the world trust you to fight for them and protect them. Had you died, I have no doubt that panic would have overtaken the country. Instead, despite what I will assume is the ashes of your home, you fought back and escaped. Tom does not like public failures, and yet you have delivered him one. Fair enough, Amelia said pensively. I take it the second victory, as you put it, was the survival of Harry. Quite so, Dumbledore agreed. And you'll forgive me if I consider this one to be slightly more important. Amelia snorted. Oh, I agree. We're going under some deep wards now, and we'll be setting up a few extra safeguards besides. Dare I ask where? The ancient wizard inquired. We'll show you the address once it's all sorted, Amelia promised, and Dumbledore smiled. Ah, the Fadelius, he said knowingly. A good choice, considering your options for the secret keeper. Now, do we have anything else to discuss tonight? No, although I would be in your debt if you let Harry and Susan sleep here tonight, Amelia said. I fear I will not be enjoying a bed for a while yet, but even if I am subsisting on pepper-up potions, Harry and Susan should get their rest before we go to our new safe house. Of course, Dumbledore said. Tom will not attack here, not tonight and not without the rest of Britain at his feet already. Go to the ministry, Amelia. We will have more to discuss tomorrow night, but do not worry about your charges. Thank you, Albus, Amelia said, and then stalked into the flue before vanishing in a flash of green. The castle may be closed to students for the summer, but if you would like a taste of normalcy, I shall have a house elf ready your usual beds for the night, Dumbledore offered, and Harry and Susan nodded gratefully. I think that's just what we need at the moment, Professor, Susan said, finally releasing Harry. Excellent, Dumbledore said happily. Well, breakfast will still be in the Great Hall, so I will likely see you there in the morning for a late meal. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, and the two left his office. That was close, Harry, Susan said as they walked past the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. Too close. We didn't lose anything we can't replace, Harry reassured her, giving her another hug. And we won't be in that position again, not if we can help it. I'm going to end this soon, I promise. Susan exhaled sharply, and after a long, searching look, smiled. I believe you, she said, and then after kissing him on the cheek, walked off to the Hufflepuff dorm. Harry watched her until she was gone, and then continued along the 7th floor hall until he reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, deep in thought. Harry's remaining dream instruction that night was a deviation from what they had been doing previously, as Ketty decided that Harry needed to learn how war mages moved around when they were in combat as a matter of urgency. Contrary to many other things that I will be teaching you, this method is about power, something you will have above almost any other for as long as you live, Ketty said. Some wizards or witches are able to apparate through wards set up to stop them simply by pouring more magic into the attempt, and this method was also known to me and mine. It has its time and place. What I will be showing you now is different than apparition, but will look the same to someone who does not know any better. Using it will also exhaust anyone else after a few attempts, if they can utilize the technique at all. It's not a spell, is it? Harry realized, picking apart the language that Ketty was using to describe what he was about to teach. Not as most understand them, no, Ketty agreed with a smile. As you have begun to learn with runes and wards, the most complicated and difficult wards are the seemingly simple, because they cover a great number of potential options. The anti-apparition jinx only prevents apparition, not any other form of magical teleportation or travel, Harry said, jumping ahead in the chain of logic. Correct, Ketty said approvingly. Most witches and wizards don't think there is any other form of magical travel that they can do on command other than apparition and portkeys. And although they may be the easiest and most efficient by far, this does not mean that someone with sufficient power and understanding is so limited. What you will be practicing is a kind of freeform request to your magic to move you from one place to another. By not nomming it or questioning it, this method allows for those in tune with their magic to always be able to travel quickly and easily, regardless of wards. It is least costly to go somewhere where you can see, and due to the instantaneous nature of it, you can do it as fast as blinking in short hops, sowing terror and death on the battlefield. Ah, Harry said, seeing with frightening clarity how this sort of rapid, unstoppable movement, combined with everything else he was learning, could create the sort of monster who could smash armies, even magical ones. And people willingly fought you, he said dubiously, getting a real laugh out of Ketty. No, the ancient Egyptian said. Very little fighting was knowingly done against me. I was in much more danger during peacetime, when I was constantly fending off assassination attempts from foes, rivals, and jealous priests. Much of my early warding and runes knowledge came from my efforts to stay alive. Remember that. If you cannot be killed or removed in a straightforward manner, your enemies will come at you from behind, wearing the face of a friend. Oh, you don't need to worry too much about that, Harry said, scowling. The Daily Prophet has rid me of any real trust of sympathy I have for a lot of wizarding Britain, what with how they've painted me. I am a figurehead, and until I can prove my own agency, my trust will be in short supply, and once I win, I'll have even more reason to be on my guard. I am pleased to know you have learned these lessons, and yet saddened that they are necessary, Ketty said quietly, and then they moved on to the practice of the technique that Ketty insisted Harry not formally name, even if he had begun to refer to it mentally as blinking. After that, they continued with some more magical sensing, which Ketty had now deemed Harry to be adequate in, and occlumency, which Harry had reached a moderate level in. Mastery was still a long way out for both, but they were now usable skills in Harry's day-to-day life. Ketty estimated that it would likely be another few weeks before they would be developed enough to be of any use in a high-level magical fight, and even then, they would be of limited utility against Riddle. Still, every tool was useful in that eventual confrontation, and the benefits went far beyond simply that fight. The process of learning to constantly touch and be aware of magic, both the magic within him and all around, was making Harry very comfortable and in tune with the well of power he carried. This was starting to reflect in his personal casting, as he began to instinctively put the right amount of power and intent to his spells, but also in his less conscious responses, where he began to keep track of magical things around him. In his practices, he was beginning to sense intent, and the branch of magic in the spells being fired around him, which for curses wasn't much, but could matter much more when trying to decide how to respond to spell if he knew it was a curse or a charm. Once he got to a high enough level that he could start figuring out the spells, he could begin working in the counters, possibly as soon as they left the wand, and that opened the door to a whole new level of dominance. Harry woke up late the next morning very excited for his progress, even if the comfort that he had been finding in the ossuary was now gone. Still, Harry knew that people were far more important than where he slept and kept his things, as his experiences with the Dursleys had shown. Amelia and Susan were both alive. He could go from there. Harry half wanted to practice blinking in Hogwarts, since that would be a great proof of whether or not the famous anti-apparition wards would stop him. But Harry also wanted to keep that particular secret to himself, and who knew how many portraits, ghosts, and elves reported to the headmaster, who would be sure to pry into the technique. Probably all of them, Harry decided, and began the walk to the Great Hall for breakfast. Despite the battles from the previous night, Dumbledore was already there when Harry arrived, as was Madame Pomfrey. Susan wasn't there yet, and from what he had heard the previous night, Professor McGonagall was on bed rest. Walking forward, Harry joined the two older figures with a small smile. "Good morning," he said, grabbing toast, eggs, fruit, and some juice. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said, nodding graciously. "I trust you managed to sleep well after your difficult evening." "Well enough," Harry said with a sigh. "I'll want to start working on our new safe house soon, though. A safe place to stay and train can't come too soon, and as much as I would like Hogwarts to be that place, I think it's probably too dangerous for me to be in a known area." "That's very astute," Dumbledore said, sounding impressed. "The wards of Hogwarts are nigh impenetrable, but Tom has many years of experience in them, and there are enough secret ways in and out of the castle that I dare say the wards likely wouldn't keep out a sufficiently determined assassin if you were here all summer. Secrecy is your ally here, before the final confrontation." Harry nodded, having had the same thoughts. Someone like Peter Pettigrew could probably get into the castle, given enough time, and that would be a sad way to go. Now, whether or not Harry wanted to stay cooped up in Grimmauld Place without getting any practical use of his skills was maybe another matter. But Harry knew that participating in actions against the Death Eaters risked losing his element of surprise. Dumbledore would certainly be against it, and so Harry decided to ask Amelia what she thought about him doing more field work, so to speak. "Good morning, Harry, professors," Susan said with a yawn, leaning into Harry with a hug before sliding down to sit next to him. "Good morning to you as well, Ms. Bones," Dumbledore said. "You seem like you could have slept a little more." Susan grumbled, clutching the coffee pot like her sanity depended on it. "I'm surrounded by early risers, and I wanted to see some friendly faces after last night. I'll go to bed extra early tonight, but I think we'll have our work cut out for us soon enough." "Yeah, we should probably head out as soon as we finish eating," Harry said, thinking about all the work to do to make the Seat of the Blacks fully operational again. "At least Flopsy will be able to help too, because I doubt Aunt Amelia is going to have much time to assist us." "Definitely not," Susan snorted. "She's 6 pepper-up potions deep right now if I know her. She'll come find us, crash, and not get up until tomorrow. She's in crisis management mode." "Make sure she doesn't do that for at least a week if she can help it," Madame Pomfrey said, rising to go back to the hospital wing. "Abusing pepper-ups has terrible effects on your health. The damage from the attacks last night was rather extensive," Dumbledore said, looking sorrowful. "No doubt she is tallying the lives lost. Do you have any idea of what might have prompted an attack like this, Professor?" Harry asked. "Who can look inside the mind of a madman?" Dumbledore said rhetorically. "But if I am forced to guess, I would say that being unveiled as he was at the end of the term was enough for him to want to make a move. Striking out like he did during the Blood War would be a terror tactic that he much favors, and if he could cripple the DMLE by killing Madame Bones, so much the better for him. What Rufus does in response to all this is the question on my mind now. Will he dare start trying to impose magical oaths or contracts on Ministry employees? Will the Veritaserum laws be overhauled? Or does he turn even further towards the ICW, finally willing to give up the concessions they have been asking for? And speaking of our international community, does a broad-scale attack like last night, one that included Muggle targets, give credence to Rufus' claims that Tom will break the statute? "The international response is something I've been trying to follow as closely as I can," Susan said, looking marginally more awake now that she was on her second cup of coffee. "I'm very much of the opinion that we need to engaging our allies abroad, especially as Riddle is recruiting heavily from Eastern Europe and some of the disaffected parts of Germany and Russia. There are rumors that the Malfoys and Lestranges still in France have some links to the Death Eaters, but Auntie has never been able to prove that, and until they have real proof, France won't do anything about it." "You've been keeping yourself very well informed," Dumbledore said, looking impressed. "Yes, it is quite a delicate balancing act. The ICW is only united on a very few matters, and even when they are invited to intervene by a country's lawful government, they tend to be wary about committing wands without good reason and likely payment of some kind. As I'm sure you know, getting rid of the Dementors is likely our best bargaining chip, but whether or not Rufus wants to do that just yet is an open question. Won't they just join Riddle any day now?" Harry asked, somewhat frustrated by the minister's unwillingness to budge on this point. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said, shrugging. But they are one of the most intimidating weapons in the Ministry's arsenal, in a war like this one. Having at least some form of major penalty for treason will keep a large percentage of the criminal world quiet and their heads down. Riddle is terrifying in his own right, of course, but he kills relatively quickly, albeit painfully. Azkaban lingers. Harry shivered, remembering his own brief experiences with the spectral guards of the prison. He couldn't imagine years in that place, like what Sirius had survived. If it makes you feel any better, Ms. Bones and Mr. Potter, I have no doubt that Rufus is aware of the recruitment effort Tom has launched toward gaining the loyalty of the Dementors, and I am confident that he has engaged in his own countermeasures. As loath as I am to admit it, the Ministry does have access to a few artifacts that allow them to control the Dementors outside of their ongoing offer of food. I expect that Rufus has strengthened those controls and put them in the hands of those he trusts. You think he's going to weaponize the Dementors first? Harry realized. Not yet, Dumbledore cautioned. And it would be a dangerous step, both for us and the precedent it would set, to say nothing of the Muggles who would suffer as the foul creatures swept down from their island and traversed Britain. But yes, give another attack or two like this one, and Rufus will have the cover he needs to ask the Wisengamot for the authorization. He might be able to do it unilaterally, but Rufus will be smarter than that. He wants re-election, and to appear strong, but he has watched the game be played for far too long to appear to be a dictator or a lawbreaker. Or worse, as ineffectual and corrupt as Fudge, Harry muttered, and Dumbledore sighed. Cornelius was not a man suited to governing during war, he admitted. But he was rather deft with numbers and made a good number of strides in helping fix our economy from the wreckage of the Blood War before Lucius Malfoy became his primary advisor. His eventual choice of undersecretary also did much to undermine his previous efforts, I'm afraid to say. Susan nodded. I remember Auntie saying that if we had been able to properly clean up Riddle's supporters after the Blood War, Fudge wouldn't have been a bad minister, but they managed to sink their claws into him before we could finish the job. For a man who understood how to work with gold, he was rather susceptible to it himself, Dumbledore agreed, which Harry took to be the closest that he would get to hearing his headmaster outright accuse someone of taking bribes. Well, as fun as it is to discuss politics and current events with a pair of students as bright as you both are, I have some work to do myself in those same spheres, Dumbledore said, rising from his place at the table. Let me know if you need any help with the Fidelius charm, Harry. Of course, Professor, Harry said, intending to rely more on Croaker if he could help it. Dumbledore might be much more accommodating and willing to share information now than he was before, but Harry still was cautious after everything that had happened under his care, no matter the elderly wizard's power and knowledge. Well, Harry said, once Dumbledore had made his way out of the Great Hall, should we see if Flopsy is ready to head over to Grimmauld Place? Mr. Potter is calling for Flopsy. The house elf squeaked, popping into existence behind Harry and nearly startling him out of his chair. Yes, Harry said as Susan snickered. We're going to be going to a new place to stay until the war is over, and it needs some rather serious cleaning. A lot of the things in it are cursed as well, and I don't know if the one house elf I have there is going to be enough. Are you willing to help? Flopsy is happy to be having work, the house elf exclaimed. Perfect, Harry said. Let's get packed up, and then we can send a patroness to Amelia to let her know where we're going. Meet you back here in 15, Susan asked, and Harry nodded. That works for me, he said, and hurried off to Gryffindor Tower. They had a lot of work ahead of them, but he knew it was going to be worth it to have a safe place to stay once more. When Harry, Susan, and Flopsy appeared in the entryway of Grimmauld Place, Harry's status as heir allowing them to bypass the normal wards preventing such an entry, they could immediately tell that Creature had been hard at work in even the limited time they had been gone. The furniture now merely looked outdated instead of filthy. The wallpaper had been cleaned and repaired, the household pieces were polished, and the general air of malaise had all but vanished. The master is back, Creature said, suddenly popping into existence in front of them, looking much less twisted and decrepit now, although his age still showed. Creature has been making good progress in restoring the London seat, Creature has. What can Creature be doing for the master? You've done good work in the time you've had so far, Harry praised, and the elf shifted uncomfortably. Due to an attack on the ossuary, we've decided to stay here, as the protections are much better here, and we also plan on adding the Fidelius. Flopsy will be able to help you make sure that we have enough rooms to live in, likely for the rest of the summer, if not a little beyond, and both Susan and I will also help. Flopsy can help, Master cannot, Creature said, thinking the matter over. Grimmauld Place will be restored with Flopsy's help by tonight, almost to hosting standards. But that is elf work. Master should be doing master work. Master should be reviewing the wards, going through the office, and other master tasks. Harry and Susan exchanged a glance, having not considered this objection. Neither of them minded doing hard work, but if Creature could do so much with Flopsy's help, maybe their plans could change. I'm certainly willing to try, Harry admitted. But I'm not very familiar with the Black Wards, even if I'm not a poor student of the subject anymore. Andromeda might know, but she's unavailable for now, I think. Master should ask the old master's portrait, Creature said, shrugging. The old master is in the study. He knows everything about the house, and when Creature has questions about artifacts or different matters, Creature asks the old master. Mistress Andromeda left too long ago to know those things and would have only learned them for her husband's estate. That's a good point, Harry admitted. I'll go speak to Arcturus then. Susan. Want to come with? I'll at least introduce myself, the redhead said, thinking it over as she followed Harry up the stairs toward the study. I doubt he would let me learn about the wards here without a signed marriage contract, but he would appreciate the introduction, from what Auntie said. He's very traditional and a little caustic, but he was a brilliant politician, businessman, and dueler. The Blacks enjoyed almost unprecedented success under the first 30 years of his lordship. It all fell apart during the Blood War, though, as family members left, died, or disappeared. I'll be very curious, then, to see how he suggests that the family name is rebuilt, Harry remarked, pressing his air ring against the dark wooden door to open it. The study was large and formal, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves surrounding the door and the two adjacent walls, while the wall opposite the door was covered in windows. Here and there, the bookshelves broke to allow for a portrait, and Harry saw 4 were currently hanging in the room, although only one was occupied. It hung directly to the right of the large desk that dominated the center of the room, and the plaque beneath it proudly proclaimed the individual to be Arcturus Black III, Order of Merlin, First Class. The man in the painting was advanced in years, but still tall and broad in the shoulders, with wavy white hair and the hooded gray eyes that seemed to be genetic in the Black family. Well, it seems like we've got an heir again, Arcturus mused. Come in, then. Let's have a look at you. Exchanging a wordless glance with Susan, Harry strode forward to present himself to the former lord of the family. Potter, eh? Arcturus asked. Doria's grandson. Better than a Malfoy, I suppose, even if you hardly know your manners. I can blame Dumbledore for that, though, so I won't hold it against you so long as you can learn them before you take up your seats. You're going to be the Black Lord unless you die, and that position requires a certain level of propriety. You will not disappoint me, boy. Harry bristled at that word, having heard a sneering Uncle Vernon use it too many times to have no reaction despite the best efforts of his occlumency training. I can learn, he said hotly, but you'll excuse me if I focus a little more on surviving to take up my seat first. As for the representation of our house, I've appointed Andromeda to be my regent until I turn 21. And both she and my girlfriend here, Susan Bones, have been teaching me what I need to know for my lordships. Etiquette has been and will continue to be a lower priority than law and business, and you need to understand that my focus will be less on niceties for some time. After that mini diatribe, Arcturus nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair as he considered Harry's words. You're rough, he remarked. But you've got good bearing, a keen mind, true fire in your spirit, and you aren't afraid to speak your mind. The rest can be taught. Sirius chose as well as he could have then. I won't rehash my issues with Andromeda, but she knows our customs and will not embarrass the house any more than she already has, I suppose. Despite her marriage, she hasn't done the worst of her generation. And you're courting a Bones, Susan, was it? The Bones are a good family. Historically neutral in the political scene, moderate and respected. No consistent history of squibs or muggle-born interbreeding. Your children will be coveted and powerful. I approve. Listening to the values and considerations that Arcturus had named, Harry was struck by the differences. He knew that pureblood society in particular tended to operate like Muggle nobility from centuries past. But this man had only passed away in the last 10 years. and had been one of the most preeminent men in their society, after only Dumbledore. It was a further window into the struggle that Susan faced to reforming the Wisengamot and magical Britain, but Harry only further appreciated how necessary that work would be. Preserving wizarding culture and traditions was one thing, and Harry was willing to support that, but purebloods barely made up a fourth of the population in magical Britain, and were driving away so many talented and gifted witches and wizards with this kind of medieval attitude. Due to an attack that leveled the ossuary, we'll be staying here and improving the protections, Harry eventually said, once it became clear that Susan didn't plan on saying anything after she had curtsied. I can help you with that, but Ms. Bones must leave, Arcturus said, nodding. These wards have survived sieges before and will again, but their secrets are for the head of the house only. I'll wait downstairs in the sitting room, Susan said, and made her exit. How good are you with runes and wards in general, Harry? The old man asked. I'm not taking either of them as a class, Harry admitted, but due to a rather strange set of occurrences, I ended up with a near instinctual understanding of a number of ancient runes and wards, particularly those used by the societies surrounding Old Egypt. Well, I'm sure I would enjoy hearing that story in detail, Arcturus said, narrowing his eyes. Particularly as I've never heard of such a thing happening before, but as it so happens, a good number of our protections rely on Egyptian hieroglyphics. Some elder Futhark was introduced by my father's generation, since he was more fluent in those, but the base is Egyptian. You may have some wards to add if you see fit, and can do so without compromising those already in place. I can definitely do so, Harry said. The two that I added to the ossuary were apparently very helpful in keeping the attackers at bay long enough for us to get out with the help of a phoenix. Useful creatures, albeit ones I never had direct dealings with, for obvious reasons, Arcturus sighed. Now, press your ring against the center of the desk on the crest. Harry did so, and the wooden top shimmered like water for a brief moment before an ornately bound, black-edged book appeared on top of it. That book is how we edit the active wards, Arcturus explained. Have creature take you down to the actual wardstone later. For now, you should be able to pull up and bring down the wards from this book, by channeling your will through it and activating the wards like you would any other runic sequence. In the back of the book, you can also edit who has permission to enter the townhouse without a black accompanying them. You can also revoke the permission of any family member you see fit, although the default is that anyone with black blood who hasn't been disinherited may enter. That makes sense, Harry muttered, poring through the information available. I'll have to think about Narcissa and Draco, then. Would a Fidelius charm interfere with any of this? It shouldn't, although the size of the secret will take a massive amount of power, Arcturus warned. This house has not been properly used in years, but Grimmauld Place was considered to the spiritual heart of the traditionalist faction, and many will remember the parties hosted here. Black Manor received its fair share of events and rituals too, but Cygnus and Walburga preferred London over the countryside, for whatever reason. And I take it my granddaughter and her son have been causing you some trouble. Not them necessarily, so much as who they might tell about the place before we get the Fidelius up, Harry admitted. Lucius Malfoy is more likely to be the problem, although his son could easily blurt something out damaging without even meaning to do so. And I should be able to handle the power requirement, although I appreciate the warning. Can you? Arcturus asked, raising an eyebrow. We shall see. But to respond to your earlier point, Abraxas Malfoy spent the last years of his life chasing respectability beyond his gold, which he made in any way he could. His son was as much of a social climber as his father, which was part of the reason they pursued my granddaughters so heavily. Bella was suffering from the black madness almost from birth, and quickly addicted herself to some of the darkest magic available. Andy would have likely ended up ruling over him, so Lucius may have dodged a hex there, for all the harm Andy did to us on her own, but Sissa didn't want to disappoint her parents like her older sisters. So smart and careful Sissa was, but she was put in a difficult position, and knowing her, she's made the best of it. But for all that she is Lady Malfoy, she is a black first and foremost, and she knows it. Are there other blacks who would answer the call if I put it out to them? Harry asked. I feel like I've heard over and over again how much blacks put family first, no matter the last name. Arcturus sighed, looking his age for a long moment. In the end, I fear that even I didn't hold to that creed as tightly as I could have. Marriages to less than suitable families led to public shunning. Squibs were taken out of our world. I disinherited members because of their incendiary beliefs. There may some who would welcome the direction I imagine you will take our family. If you can help Andy and myself with any names, that would be welcomed, Harry said cautiously. I do not plan on taking the black name out of the traditionalist faction, nor does Andy, but I think blood purity will be leaving the list of positions we champion. Magic is magic, and we should all celebrate that. And would you teach Muggleborns our traditions? Arcturus asked sharply. Would they even care to learn them? I am, Harry returned. I was left with Muggle relatives, and didn't even know I was a wizard until I was 11. And I've only started to learn about British wizarding culture and traditions in the last year or so from the Bones family and a few others. I've been fascinated, and don't see why it shouldn't be made more prominent in Hogwarts and society more generally. There is certainly nothing that I've found or learned about that I would object to practicing myself or even consider banning. But if you asked most non-pureblood students at Hogwarts if Wizarding Britain had traditions or to name them, most wouldn't be able to give you a good answer, or would associate it primarily with blood purity and reject it out of hand. Dumbledore has much to answer for, Arcturus said, frowning as he dipped his head down to stare at the ground. Our connection to magic is sacred, and if we do not honor it, why should it honor us? That may be true, and I'll freely admit I'm not Dumbledore's biggest fan at the moment, as much as he is necessary in the fight against Tom Riddle. But don't think that the traditionalists are without blame, Harry warned. I hold them equally as culpable as Dumbledore in the decline of our culture. They chose to reject and ignore Muggleborns, even as the number of them grew every year, instead of teaching them and welcoming them. Most Muggle-born students have felt out of place their whole lives because of the problems their accidental magic causes them, and that's if they even have supportive families. To be told that there is an explanation for what is happening to them, and that there is a whole culture and world that is waiting to welcome them. It would mean everything to them, and if it was explained and taught. I'm positive that many of them would adopt those traditions and stay instead of either retreating to the world of their parents or going to different countries. You may be what we need, even if we don't want it, Arcturus said, sighing. Blood purity has been a separate but related belief for many of the Dark Alignment to respecting our cultural roots. It's not the only difference between us and the light, but it's been increasingly emphasized as one in the last 30 years. Revering that will not be easy. Then help me re-legitimize the dark, Harry said. It will help us chip away Riddle's power base and political support as it is, and I can't imagine that light versus dark politics are as awful in other parts of the world. There must be reasons why dark magic has existed and thrived alongside the light since the beginning. It can't only be destructive and evil. It's a more complicated picture than that, but you're not wrong in your assumptions, Arcturus said. It won't be easy, seeking to completely redefine two major and overlapping political factions, but the Blacks are the only house in Britain who could do it. The only ones who should do it if it came to it. Very well. I will help you on this project. It certainly has the proper scope of ambition for the incoming lord of this house. Thank you, Arcturus, Harry said. This will be a much smoother process with your help and knowledge. It would be impossible without me, and with how weak and damaged the dark and the traditionalists have become, Arcturus corrected, smirking. They'll eventually consent to this if only because it'll be the only way their way of life can survive, and even then, some will refuse it. You'll have to be very convincing and flexible, with hard positions on things that the dark and the traditionalists value. I suspect that some of it you'll be personally against. But yes, I do think it's probably necessary, if what you say is true. Then we'll do it, Harry promised. Good, Arcturus returned. Now edit the ward book and add your protections. Make Grimmauld a hidden bastion for your agenda, and sally forth to impose your will on those who oppose you as you remake these isles. After editing out entry permissions in the ward book to his satisfaction, and adding Amelia and Susan to those who had full permission to bring others into the wards, Harry bid farewell for now to Arcturus and went to find his girlfriend. He wanted to do some dueling with her if he could, or at least some form of magical practice. They already knew that Moody wouldn't be able to help them today, not in the aftermath of the Death Eater raids, but Harry had a date to try and end things on. He could feel the pressure and relief of that deadline, and it was driving him onward to be ready in any way that he could. This morning, after asking for the dueling room and being led into a high-ceiling and heavily reinforced basement room by Creature, Harry continued to drill his illusions and blinking as much as possible. With limited success, he was attempting to blink around the room at high speeds, leaving behind and even projecting illusory copies of himself to confuse the enemy. Harry's long-term plan with this strategy was to be able to blink into the illusions left behind, so as to make opponents think he had actually cloned himself. It would require a much higher level of occlumency than Harry currently had mastered to pull off, as he would need to split his mental attention several times over to be able to manipulate the illusions to any reasonable degree, let alone blink into whatever position they held and fire a spell. But Harry knew it was a strategy that held immense promise, if he could augment it with support from allies or transfigurations. As it was, Susan was resorting to wide, area-based spells to try and hit as many illusions as possible, seeing as they were blocking her line of sight. But Harry was continuing his visual trickery, mixing in illusionary and transfigured walls, firing through the illusions at the most inopportune times he could. Susan quickly began cursing up a storm, leaving Harry to cackle as his girlfriend all but melted under a barrage of tickling charms. "That's utterly ridiculous," Susan declared after a resounding defeat. "And it's so magic-intensive, to say nothing of the concentration I know you're using to move around your illusionary clones. I'll have to try it against Moody to see how effective it would be against Riddle," Harry said, after reveling in his triumph for an appropriate amount of time. His enchanted eye sees through most illusions and glamours, to say nothing of his own magic sensing skills. "If it holds up against him, I'll know it isn't a waste of time for the big one. Even if it likely won't be as effective against Riddle as against me, which we both know deep down," Susan said, prompting a snort from Harry. "It will likely make a big difference against the Death Eaters. In fact, I think it would completely bamboozle everyone not in the inner circle or those with inhuman senses, like the werewolves under Fenrir Greyback. And even then, you move so fast and can hit so hard, it likely doesn't matter. What did Moody say the Muggles called it? An alpha strike? I think that's what you need to be invested in. As much overwhelming, preemptive force as possible." "It's certainly what I would label Plan A1, Harry agreed. "But I'm really unsure that it's going to work, even if I'm going to give that plan my all. Plan A2 is to follow up A1 with as much force and as many allies we can muster in one big push. After that, things get really interesting and complicated." "You can do it," Susan said, staring hard into Harry's eyes. "I know you can. You've been working so hard, not only with me and Moody, but also with Ketty. You've learned so much it's been humbling, and Tom Riddle doesn't know what's coming for him. You're going to rip through this madman's plans and existence, and then you and I are going to reinvent this country so that it's something our parents would have been proud to live in." Harry smiled. "When you put it like that, Suze, it's really hard to doubt you," he admitted. "Good, you shouldn't be doubting me anyway," Susan informed him, her eyes sparkling. Harry rolled his eyes, not willing to get into whatever insanity his girlfriend had cooked up as a retort. Thankfully, before the matter could be pressed, a silvery owl flew through the walls before speaking with Croaker's voice. "Mr. Potter, please let me know your location. From what Amelia has told me, you're ready to perform the Fadelius, and our hunter team have made a rather interesting discovery that might involve your Peveril heritage once more," the owl relayed, and then faded away. "Huh," Harry said. "I wonder what that's about. The Peverils were the ones with death magic, right?" Susan asked, frowning as Harry summoned his own Patronus and told it to inform Croaker they were in number 12 and ready for him. The pair began to walk toward the front door. "Yes, and from what I've read in the Potter Grimoire, we absorbed one of the last remaining branches of their family in the 1100s, but I've not had a chance to dig into them at all," Harry admitted. "I know Croaker mentioned them when I first met, and we were talking about family magics." "Well," Susan said, pursing her lips, "there's really only one thing that the average witch or wizard here in Britain would think about when the Peveril name is brought up, and that's the legend of the three brothers, a child's tale about three Peverils who bargain with death and are given 3 items, the Deathly Hallows. There's the unbeatable wand, a stone that can summon the spirits of the dead the wielder used to know, and a cloak that can hide the wearer from death itself. Or, as they've become to be known, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and Death's Cloak. And Croaker thinks that he might have found one of these 3 legendary items, Harry asked in disbelief, and that it would belong to me. Well, if there aren't any other Peveril descendants, which there very well might not be, it would belong to you, Susan pointed out. More likely, part of one was used as a Horcrux, so he might need you somehow to finish killing it. That makes at least some sense, Harry said as they finally reached the door just as a series of sharp raps sounded. He opened the door, and Croaker stood there, without any of his gray, cloaked unspeakables. Mr. Potter, Ms. Bones, the head of the Department of Mysteries, greeted them as he stepped inside. We've got a few things to do today, and not a lot of time, unfortunately. Shall we set up the Fidelius first? I can serve as the binder, and I assume Mr. Potter will be the caster, so Ms. Bones will be the secret holder. Yes, Susan said, looking flustered for a moment. I would have thought that Auntie would be the secret keeper, not me. That won't work for a few reasons, if Madame Bones was available to us right now, Croaker explained, removing a number of stones carved with runes from a pouch. First, she's very busy, so her ability to share the secret beyond a written piece of paper would be limited, and that's a large security risk. Second, she's a high-priority target for Riddle and his Death Eaters. Finally, we're reasonably confident that you can shelter in place here for quite some time, Ms. Bones. The magic of the Fidelius does not permit the secret keeper to remain within itself for more than a week at a time, so you will need to leave for a night after that time, but you are otherwise going to be able to hide quite nicely. That makes sense, Susan said, sighing. I take it Auntie has a good place for me to stay. It will likely be a rotation of some kind, Croaker said, shrugging. I won't pretend to know the details. Now help me place these rune stones at the edges of the property to make sure that the magic is guided to cover the right area. I don't know if I've explored that much of Grimmauld Place, Harry said, frowning before an idea struck him. But I know someone who would be able to do it much faster and more effectively than me. Creature. Master calls for creature, the elderly house elf said, popping into existence behind them. Yes, can you put these stones on the furthest boundaries of the property? Harry asked, and then maybe come back here with Flopsy. Things are about to get a little confusing, I think. Creature obeys, Creature said, and popped away, re-emerging with a quizzical Flopsy a few moments later. We're about to cast a spell that will make everyone I don't tell about Grimmauld Place forget it exists, Harry explained. Master is powerful, Creature said, thinking it over. Many people will be forgetting. As you might expect, the incantation is Fidelius, and the wand motion is like so, Croaker explained, demonstrating a looping set of curves. The primary intent of the spell is to keep things within the runes hidden, and I will do the rest to ensure that Ms. Bones is our secret keeper. Got it, Harry said, relieved that things would be relatively straightforward. I'm going to give it a minute before I cast, though, he warned. I'm going to sink as deep into my magic as I can before I commit to the casting. A wise precaution, Croaker said approvingly. Harry closed his eyes and dropped deep into his core, searching for his magic. Once he sunk into the glimmering light that made up his magic, he focused on drawing it up to the surface, where it would be much easier to shape into spells. As he grew and did this sort of thing more, the channels from which he could draw his magic through would grow in turn, and more of his magic would be permanently at the surface. Ketty had likened the process to turning a well into a spring or fountain, and Harry found that imagery to be very helpful. Right now, he judged that he was somewhere in between the stages, and so for most of his biggest attempts at casting, he needed a little time to pull up his power. Once he felt almost uncomfortable with the amount of raw magic he was holding at the ready, Harry began the wand movements, his occlumency already good enough that he didn't need to see them again. Fidelius! He barked, and magic surged around him. Croaker held up his wand like a lightning rod, and magic poured down it into his body and out his outstretched hand toward Susan, who gritted her teeth and gasped at the intense sensation. My head, the redhead moaned. There is so much information. The magic died down, and Harry looked around in confusion. Where are we? He asked, feeling frustrated. I know this place. These wards are under my control. Where are we? Sorry, we are in number 12, Grimmauld Place in London, Susan immediately said, and everyone else in the room relaxed. That was creepy, Harry admitted, rubbing the back of his head and slumping a little at the sudden drain on his magic reserves. It was all so familiar, but my brain was just refusing to make the links I knew it should. Powerful magics, Creature weighed in. Master is strong. Creature will finish cleaning now." The pair of house elves popped away. "It's an old ritual and quite formidable as a protection," Croaker said, and then sent off a patroness to Amelia, telling her that when she was ready to join them, she would need to send a patroness of her own to her niece. "Now, let's talk about the other thing that brought me here today, Mr. Potter," the head of the Duem said, reaching into his cloak and pulling out a small box. "Is it the resurrection stone?" Susan asked excitedly. "We couldn't think of anything else that the Peverills would have that you would need to get involved with." Croaker gave her an assessing look. "You have a very keen mind, Ms. Bones. How did you determine that it wasn't the wand or cloak?" he asked, opening the box to reveal the broken remains of a golden ring and a still intact, glittering dark stone with a faded symbol cut into the face of it. A triangle with a circle and dividing line in the middle of it. "It's the only one that made sense to be used as a potential Horcrux," Susan explained. "Both the wand and the cloak would be used for what they are by riddle, but he wouldn't care about speaking to any spirits that he knew. He could do that with necromancy anyway. But he would absolutely use another legendary artifact like this." "Good reasoning," Croaker said approvingly. "There's another aspect to this, though one not included in the children's tale and one that I would have never suspected without a massive amount of investigation from the experts in my office. The stone, and likely the rest of the Hallows as well, are ever so subtly cursed." "Cursed how?" Harry asked, his eyes narrowed. "Beyond just the regular side effects that people want them badly enough to kill the holders," Susan asked. "That was basically what happened in the story," she explained to Harry. "The wielder of the wand bragged about it and was killed in his sleep for it. The holder of the stone eventually drowned himself to be with his dead lover. The cloak was simply used to hide from death and everyone else until the youngest brother decided it was his time, which was the only good ending. If the Hallows aren't wielded by someone of Peveril blood, they slowly induce madness by exacerbating the worst parts of the holder's personality," Croaker said. "They have their own risks to those of Peveril blood, as the story suggests, but to be used safely at all, they must be used by a Peveril." Croaker held the box out to Harry. "I would not suggest using it for long, as disturbing the rest of the dead is good for neither you nor them, but using it once should be enough to claim the Hallow. It's a bit of a risk, admittedly, but my team and I are convinced that they want to be with the blood of the brothers." Harry stared at the small box like it was taunting him. He wasn't convinced he wanted to use the stone, and if he did, who would he call? Sirius? His parents? Cedric? And if he could call them, would he ever want to let them go? All too quickly, Harry understood why the stone was so dangerous to the wielder. It was far too awful to be left out in the world, but Harry also knew that he had to do whatever it took to bring down Riddle for good. Grimacing, Harry reached out and picked up the stone, brushing away the broken remains of the ring. As soon as he did, a burst of cold, dark, inhuman, hauntingly familiar magic burst from the shadowy crystal, almost causing Harry to drop it. "What was that?" Harry gasped, looking at Susan and Croaker. "I've felt that magic before." "It was welcoming, but not human. I only felt a little bit of ice," Susan said, shivering, "like someone was walking on my grave." Croaker, meanwhile, was staring at the stone with a strange expression on his face. "That might have been a touch of the grave in truth, Ms. Bones. It seems like death made a very brief appearance here, and I don't think you need to summon someone to claim the Hallow after all, Mr. Potter. But when did you encounter this magic before? That was unmistakable." From my family invisibility cloak when I first got it," Harry said lamely, his eyes widening as he put 2 and 2 together and indeed came up with 4. "The family invisibility cloak," Croaker repeated flatly. "When normal cloaks last barely 5 years before dying. Well, my day just got more interesting. Why don't you run upstairs and get it? And in the meanwhile, think about it you've ever encountered a pale wand made of elder wood. Just in case there are any other family artifacts you've not mentioned. Just in case, you understand." "In my defense," Harry muttered to himself as he hurried toward where he had placed his bags down upstairs. "It's not like I grew up with these stories, for all I knew. Every old wizarding family had some passed-down family trinket, and mine was just especially useful, instead of like, I don't know, a fancy watch. Really, this could have happened to anyone." After running a few diagnostic spells, Croaker was able to determine that yes, not only was the Potter heirloom Death's cloak, but it was cursed to everyone who wasn't using it without permission of the Peveril bloodline. It hid the wearer from all active spells and methods of detection, and could likely let the wearer walk straight through wards, which was both amazing and a little horrifying to contemplate. Huh, Harry said, thinking it over. So, we've got 2 of the Hallows right here in front of us. Do we know what happens if we find the 3rd one? I doubt that it would actually make you the mythical master of death. Governing a universal force because you found 3 trinkets seems rather far-fetched to me, Croaker said, thinking it over. It's more likely that they will have some kind of arcane effect, although what that might be is a mystery. I don't know if we could track the 3rd using these, though. The magic is too alien. Well, if these are any indication, it'll turn up, Harry said, shrugging. Indeed, Croaker affirmed. Well, if it's all the same to you, I'm going to get back to work. We might ask to study those artifacts later, especially if you find the wand. But for once, I am going to suggest that you deny any such requests from the department, or from any other source for that matter. These things were not made by human hands, not entirely, and the temptation to use them, cursed or not, will be too strong for many. No, hide them, and use them only in your greatest times of need. I understand, Harry said, recognizing the wisdom in Croaker's words. He had enough on his hands with the one artifact, and while he was growing more at ease with the knowledge he was still absorbing from the scepter, he wasn't sure he wanted to be messing with magic from a governing universal force, or however Croaker had put. The Chief Unspeakable nodded to Harry and Susan and quickly departed. Well, what do you want to do now? Susan asked. We've done some training, we clearly don't need to do any cleaning like we had initially thought, and just about all the Horcruxes have been found and destroyed. Harry said, thinking the matter over. I suppose we can start our summer assignments, he said dubiously. I'll probably see Hermione at some point soon, and she'll be very disappointed if I don't give her something to review. Susan snorted. I swear that the only reason you rank in the top 10 of our year is because you're scared of Hermione. I resent that, Harry cried in mock offense. I care very much about my grades, well, at least the ones that are given to employers. I'll be honest, my astronomy and history OWLS aren't going to be the best, but everything else should be at least exceeds expectations, if not outstandings. And once everything calms down, I might even try to get my OWL in ancient runes, now that I've got all this extra knowledge in my head. That's so unfair, Susan complained, flopping her head forward to bang on Harry's chest. It's bad enough that you got to skive off with Ron in divination and care for the last 2 years, even if Hermione and I bullied you into looking over an arithmancy primer or 2. But now you're going to just breeze into the 2nd hardest class in Hogwarts due to some family exceptionalism malarkey. Oh, yes, that's me, Harry confirmed, snickering. I'm the classic case for nepotism. Malfoy tends to be a lot more open about it, but I get way more handed to me from my parents than that blonde amateur could understand. Susan cracked up, and Harry preened inwardly for a moment or 2. Like all good Hufflepuffs, Susan valued hard work, and Malfoy's lack of edge for all the advantages he was constantly given was a consistent point of quiet criticism from the House of the Badgers. Actually, I don't know how much of a cheat Ketty's knowledge will be in our runes classes, Harry said with a sigh, thinking it over. What? Harry, from what you've said, you know at least 4 entire runic alphabets, and you probably know more about hieroglyphics than anyone else not from Egypt, and maybe even them, Susan said, pushing her head up to look Harry in the eyes. Yes, that's true, Harry admitted. But as impressive and complicated as hieroglyphics are, and as nice as it is to have the languages that I do, the ones most commonly taught at Hogwarts aren't ones I know. We start with Elder Futhark, then add Younger Futhark, and in 5th year, Ogham from the Celts, Susan said. After that, Professor Babbling lets us choose which languages we want to start learning for our 6th and 7th years individually. Well, Ketty had heard of the runes of the Northmen, as he called them, but he never actually learned any of them, Harry said, pursing his lips. I do know Egyptian, Greek, Aramaic, Persian, Akkadian, and Sumerian, which is useful since so few people know them here, but I doubt I could even attempt a runes test based on Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark, or Ogham. You know 6 runic alphabets. Susan gasped, apparently choosing to ignore his well-reasoned explanations why this wasn't a cheat for his schooling. You absolute swat. No, Harry grinned, playing along. I am fluent in 6 runic traditions, and I'm not a swat, I'm definitely a jock. I didn't study at all for this knowledge. Just because you're a Quidditch star, it doesn't mean you're a jock, even if you are a little light on the theory behind some of the ridiculous spellcasting you do, Susan sniffed, then dropped the joke. But yes, I see your point. I would write to Madame Marchbanks from the Department of Education to see if you could schedule a special ancient runes test, on account of the fact that you know several runic languages that are not commonly taught in Britain. There's no reason why you shouldn't have an OWL to reflect that knowledge. You should also learn the Futharks and Ogham, just because of how common they are here in Britain, but you're a specialist in at least 3 of those languages. I don't think I've even heard of Sumerian or Akkadian runes, for example. You will be tutoring me on the Greek and Egyptian ones for our next 2 years, by the way. Happily, Harry said with a shrug. And that letter sounds like a good idea. I'll send one to Professor Babbling as well, and ask if I can learn the initial 3 languages this coming year and next, seeing as I know some less standard ones. Excellent, Susan declared. Now, before we got distracted by your unfair knowledge of runes, we were discussing homework. Once again, your lack of knowledge betrays you, however. We don't have homework at all this summer, because until we receive our OWL results, we won't know what classes we're even eligible to take. Was this information shared with you Gryffindors, or was Hermione the only one paying attention, and you were going to ask her when you panicked this afternoon and sent her an urgent message because you misplaced all your assignments for the summer? Harry said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I had a lot going on at the end of this year. It probably slipped my mind, and I would have figured it out on my own, I promise. I suppose you have had a lot on your plate, what with storming a ministry department, losing your godfather, and finally leaving behind an abusive living situation, Susan admitted. How are you doing with all that, by the way? I know it's been a rather action-packed time since you got off the Hogwarts Express, and you do seem to be doing a lot better, but I should probably use words to confirm that too. Harry blew out a long breath. I am doing better, he eventually said, thinking it all over. The crazy pace of it all has helped me avoid brooding on everything that happened constantly, and being away from the Dursleys, and with you and Amelia has been beyond anything I could have hoped for. The occlumency lessons from Ketty have also been really helpful in keeping some emotional distance from things, but the biggest single thing might be when I got the Horcrux taken out of my head. My emotions have been so much smoother and easier to handle, especially negative ones, and the difference is like night and day. I'm still likely going to cry my eyes out once Tom is finally dead and gone and not want to do anything for a week, but I'm a lot better than I was afraid I was going to be. That makes sense, Susan decided. And I'll be very happy to sit down and quietly spend that downtime with you when it happens. You'll definitely deserve it. I hope so, Harry said, sighing. It'll mean that everything is finally over. Soon, Susan promised. Creature popped into existence beside them, holding out a letter. For the young mistress, he croaked. Then vanished. Oh, good, Susan said happily. It's from Neville. When did you write Neville again? And about what? Harry asked, very confused. As far as he could recall, the pair weren't particularly close in Dumbledore's army, for all that Neville and Hannah Abbott were dating. About whether he knew or could get information from his grandmother about Auntie Amelia's sexual preferences, Susan said, scanning the parchment with the kind of focus she usually reserved for blasting away practice dummies. Apparently, he's never seen her with a non-department of magical law enforcement man at any kind of function, and while his grandmother refused to give him anything, she didn't outright deny the basis of the question, merely told him to not dig into private affairs that didn't concern him. Harry snorted. So, this didn't get you anywhere, he summarized. Not necessarily, Susan said. Another close confidant of Auntie refused to engage with the question. I'm now giving Auntie at least 60-40 odds that she fancies women. You know who we really need to interrogate? Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley? Harry considered the tall, well-built Auror and Order of the Phoenix member. Okay, he's been in the DMLE for a while and is one of the best Aurors they have. He might be perceptive enough to have figured something out, and the Order would give us a starting point to talk to him. Or, Susan interjected. We ask his Auror partner, Tonks, and have her ask him the questions. There's no way that she couldn't get a straight answer out of the man. Are you hopping for a straight answer? Harry asked, and Susan made a face at him. Oh, that was vile, she complained. At this point, I don't even know, I just want to know, and it's a good distraction besides. Fair enough, Harry conceded, and then a large badger patroness shot through the wall and stopped in front of Susan. Tell me where you'd like to meet to give me the password, Susan. Amelia's voice played through the badger's mouth. Also, I'd like an explanation as to why Augusta's grandson is asking her about my taste in women. The patroness faded away, and Susan cursed under her breath with feeling while Harry cackled. I should have known better than to expect subtlety from a Gryffindor, let alone Longbottom. Susan muttered to herself, and then summoned her patroness. Meet me at our favorite beach, she told it, and then started walking toward the door. Where is your favorite beach? Harry asked. Just for future reference. Oh, probably one of the little isles in Greece, Susan said. That was one of our code phrases. I'm going to meet her where the pool in the ossuary is, or at least was. I should be back in just a few minutes if you've got anything you need to prepare or hide from Auntie. Nothing to hide, but I'll send off my letters to Marchbanks at least, Harry said, and hurried off to do exactly that. A few minutes later, the wards alerted him to the entrance of Amelia, followed closely behind by Susan. Welcome back, Amelia, Harry greeted the tired-looking head of the DMLE. I hope you can get some sleep tonight. How does the ossuary look? The underlevels are about the only part of the manor worth mentioning, Amelia said somewhat sadly. Everything else is char and gone, but as I said earlier, nothing truly of value to the Bones family was lost, other than the structure itself. The rest will be rebuilt, replaced, and restored. How did you put it? From the ashes? Harry flushed. Something like that, he admitted, and then changed the subject. What's the damage report look like across Britain from Riddle's raids? Amelia sighed. Not as bad as it could have been, ultimately, but still quite unfortunate. Our obliviators have been working overtime to keep things in Birmingham and Manchester hushed up, and while the damage has been repaired and memories modified, lives were lost. Dumbledore somehow managed to hold off Fenrir Greyback's entire pack by himself for long enough for help to arrive and drive them away, and his order provided enough private assistance that relatively few of magical blood died, although many suffered injuries. The bigger black eye is in the international scene, of course. Fudge will be lucky if he does not end up dead in some alley somewhere, to say nothing of potential criminal charges for letting this situation develop this far. Harry winced. He had no doubt that beyond the open secret of his bribeability, Fudge was being blamed by every witch and wizard in the Isles for doing nothing, but lambast the headmaster and himself, instead of doing anything to investigate or prepare for the wave of violence that was now sweeping the nation. Maybe this will force Scrimgeour's hand with the ICW, though, Susan said hopefully. The statute being broken like this, even on a relatively minor scale. Oh, I don't know if it'll go that far yet, Amelia said, sounding resigned. The bigger loss will be the investment that was only just starting to come back to the country. All of that will be pulled after the events of last night and won't return until there is a final resolution once and for all. Scrimgeour will do everything he can to avoid appearing weak, especially so soon into his role as minister, but that won't matter to the money interests. He's got a whole swath of raids planned on suspected Death Eater sympathizers, which might even turn up some people in evidence, but it won't sway the businesses who care more about stability than the appearance of law and order rather than the fact of it. What about the Death Eaters themselves? Harry asked curiously. Won't many of them care about the loss of foreign gold, considering how many of them are likely involved in large businesses? The newer and smarter ones will, but they ultimately don't have a choice, Amelia pointed out. Tom Riddle hasn't been sane for a while, and he wants to conquer. He knows nothing of ruling, not anymore if he ever did. Why should he care about the money of foreigners so long as he can get or take whatever he wants? Lovely, Harry muttered. I guess I've always thought about it in terms of the lives lost by his madness, but the economic impacts have been pretty substantial too. Our economy has been rather anemic for a while, Amelia said. In the aftermath of Grindelwald's war, we were poised to bankroll Europe's rebuilding efforts, something that would have earned us a fair amount of goodwill and gold in the process. But the isolationists denied us that opportunity, and the purist faction closed our borders as tight as they could. Europe has moved on without us by and large, and we are now seen as a backwater mired by corruption and nonsense, unable to deal with its own criminals. It's part of the reason why we've not had many offers of help with Riddle beyond reminders to uphold the statute. We're going to fix that, Auntie, Susan promised, a fiery look on her face. Britain won't be a backwater forever. I believe you, Amelia said, smiling. We'll get there. It'll just take some time. After a quiet and early end to the evening and a brutal bout of combat training with Ketty in his dreams, Harry was chomping at the bit for the next thing to focus on. He had had no word from Amelia yet about what the rest of his training would look like, or even how it might continue now that Riddle was moving openly. Would Moody have the time to spare to continue to tutor him and Susan? They had learned a lot from the old Auror, but they wouldn't improve nearly as well if they were just dueling each other. And with how much they had tightened security by coming to Grimmauld Place and using a Fidelius, Harry doubted that they would be using a rotation of Aurors, like Amelia had initially planned. Thankfully, Creature and Flopsy had breakfast ready and waiting by the time that Harry made it to the kitchen, and Flopsy even had his nutrient potion for him. "The potions are being bought 1 week at a time, Mr. Potter," the Bones house elf squeaked. "Flopsy is having 3 more before Flopsy must buy a new batch." Harry nodded, tossed back the unpleasant potion, and immediately followed it up with several bites of sausage that only did a passable job of disguising the taste of what he had just consumed. "Good morning, Harry," Amelia said, sweeping into the room in what looked like the same clothes she had worn the previous day. "Good morning, Amelia," Harry said politely. "Were you able to rest well?" "I wouldn't have turned down another 3 or 4 hours," the head of the DMLE said. "But that was all I had time for. I probably would have slept more if I wasn't so hungry, and then I'll need to clean up and change before I go back to the ministry. Robards is holding down the fort, but I should relieve him before too much longer." He was also supposed to be coordinating a trace on some apparition signatures left behind from the raids. And Rufus would love some good news about a target to rip into over all this. Harry nodded, not surprised that the new minister was feeling so bloodthirsty. "I've been meaning to ask, what should Susan and I be doing now?" he inquired. "Will Moody still be able to work with us, or will it be more of an all-hands situation to respond to these attacks?" "I'm not sure," Amelia said, biting her lip. "On the one hand, we've already established that your strike on Riddle is the most important part of this war, and to that end, our best resources should be diverted your way. On the other, secrecy is a large part of our play, and the visibility of famous and effective Aurors is both an excellent camouflage to our actions and a reassurance that the public desperately needs. We also are not about to compromise the Fidelius by bringing in any more people than are absolutely necessary, so a rotation of Aurors is out as well." "What about non-Aurors?" Harry asked, thinking the matter over. He greatly appreciated Amelia talking this over with him, but he had to admit that the problem was real. "Or what about me getting involved somehow with the Aurors or the Order to get more hands-on experience?" "No," Amelia said immediately, shaking her head. "In no way am I risking involving you with the Aurors. Not while I'm so unsure of who might be passing on information, and I'm sure that at least one of them is, even if it's under the Imperius. I also don't trust the operational security of the Order to not have another spy like Pettigrew." "Oh," Harry said, feeling rather foolish for asking now. "It wasn't a bad idea, looking for more field experience than what you've had to date," Amelia said, gentling her voice slightly. "But there are real problems with the implementation you suggested. There might be ways for you to become involved in a few weeks, once you've assimilated more knowledge and gotten a better handle on your war mage capabilities." "What about other tutors, then, if your Aurors are out?" Harry asked, marveling at the experience of having an adult who explained herself and heard him out. "With my top Aurors ruled out, the pool of good teachers that I trust shrinks significantly," Amelia admitted. "There might be an unspeakable or two who has the combat experience necessary to serve as a capable instructor, but that's a longer shot and might take some time to get together." "What about Remus Lupin?" Harry asked. "He's definitely trustworthy and he survived the last war. I think he has a mastery in defense as well." Amelia grimaced. "I like the man, but he won't work for this," Amelia said. "Everything you said is true, and I would have considered him. But Albus has him doing everything he can to keep Fenrir Greyback's influence with the unaligned packs at a minimum. It's very time-consuming and occasionally bloody work, and even for as strong as he is, Lupin is struggling to keep the packs neutral. Still, he might be an option for a different look at things. Werewolves tend to be very practical and brutal duelers, and maybe someday I'll be able to get one on the force, even with all the opposition from within the ministry." "Would a werewolf want to become an Auror?" Harry asked, somewhat surprised, considering the attitude most of Britain had toward them. "I've been told that it's one of the favored careers if they had the choice," Amelia said. "The job is oftentimes a hunt which appeals to the wolf, and their strength and spell resistance makes them ideal skirmishers. Not to mention the impact it would have on the mentality of a criminal, knowing that a werewolf is on their track. Amelia shook herself, smiling. Maybe you and Susan can make that happen. But to get back on track, I actually have a different idea for your tutor if he's willing, and it would be keeping with the creature heritage. Can you guess who? You know this person. Harry frowned, racking his brain. I don't know, he finally admitted. Who is it? Phileas Flitwick, Amelia said. 2-time world dueling champion, 8-time European dueling champion, and a half-goblin. He's one of the fastest duelers in modern dueling history and tends to overwhelm his opponents with flurries of impeccably aimed lower-powered charms and hexes. I think that he'll be a very interesting counterpoint to the kind of dueling you've told me you do against Ketty, and Moody tends to favor a more curse and transfiguration-based style. Flitwick can do that as well, obviously, but his skills might push you in new ways, to say nothing of his sensing abilities. That sounds like a great idea, Harry said, beyond impressed by his tiny charms professor's resume. Would he be willing to teach me and Susan? I've not talked to him about it, but I think he would be willing to do so, if we fully explain it to him, Amelia said. I've always enjoyed a cordial relationship with him, and he's one of the professors at Hogwarts who hasn't ever fully bought into Albus's agenda. He tends to support cautiously, lending his wand where it is required to keep the peace. He never formally joined the Order, but was active in a number of the fiercer fights the Order saw. I'll stop by his house this afternoon. I'd like that, Harry said, really warming to the idea. I'm not quite as good at charms as Susan, or as accurate with my spells as I want to be, and he'd really help that. And if he can get my sensing ability to a point that it would be truly useful against Riddle, that could be worth everything. Oh, I agree, Amelia said. I'll be dueling you both as well when I can spare the time, and I should have some pointers as well, but Flitwick will hopefully be the finishing touch for you before we finally make our move. Now, I need to get to the office. What are you planning on doing today? Nothing special, Harry said, sighing. I might ask Arcturus if there are any house black spells that he recommends I learn, not that I think dark magic will be taking Riddle by surprise, but there might be something unexpected to hit him with. A good idea, Amelia agreed. Arcturus was a masterful dueler and strategist. Picking his brains is never a bad move, even if you ultimately decided to do something else. Right, I'm off to say good morning to Susan, shower, change, and then I'll go back to the office. I should be back for dinner tonight, though. I'll send a patroness if I'm unable to make it. Harry nodded, and then Amelia vanished up the stairs while Harry mopped up the last of his breakfast. The call of exploring the Black Library was strong, but Sirius had warned him that even those with black blood had to be careful when going about the stacks of the ancient tomes. Some of the books were as cursed as their contents, and wouldn't give up their secrets without a fight. Sirius had shown Harry a safer section of the library to learn and read from, but Harry also doubted that even as impressive as the knowledge contained in those tamer books was, they wouldn't have what he needed. Riddle had had decades to build up his esoteric knowledge, and anything easily accessible was likely known to the madman. Harry already had a large number of ancient secrets from his merging with Ketty, but he was hopeful that Arcturus could guide him to some of the more modern discoveries of the brilliant and dangerous family he was now heir of. Back so soon? The portrait of the elderly man asked, raising an eyebrow. Did the Fadelius and ward upgrades not go well? They went very well, actually, Harry said. No, I've got a different question for you now. If you were to attack the madman who calls himself the Dark Lord, how would you go about it? We have some ideas, but I want to get as many trustworthy opinions as I can before our strike. Any knowledge that you think is in the Black Library that could help us would also be greatly appreciated, and I will be the only one who reads it. You don't like asking easy questions, do you? Arcturus asked, and Harry shrugged. I wouldn't need you if things were simple or easy, he returned, and Arcturus barked out a laugh. True enough. As to knowledge and the books in our library, I'd need some time to ponder it. Many secrets of dark magic and curses are within those books, but a man of the gaunt heir's standing would know or be able to quickly decipher much of them. The mind arts have also long been a specialty of ours, but Riddle is reputed to be the greatest legilimencer in centuries, and his occlumency is unlikely to be lacking either, although you may have some success in attacking his mind when combined with other options. I shall consider if there are particular spells that may be of use to you. The man fell silent for a minute, mulling things over, and then continued. As for what I would do if I was attacking the man myself, the obvious answer is to strike without warning, without obvious buildup, and without the opportunity for the madman to bring his sorcery to bear on me in return. Perhaps some sort of remote-activated runic trap, coupled with anti-apparition and anti-portkey spells that went into effect at the same time, scouring Riddle and any allies of his present with curses simultaneously as well, I think. Any ambush would need many trained wizards and witches, who are not afraid to blast with unrelenting power. Of course, all this depends on knowing where the Son of Gaunt will be, but that would be my first recourse. I hadn't considered the runic traps, but that's more or less what our plan is as well, Harry admitted. We have a foolproof way of tracking him, so we will be able to find Riddle when the time comes for the assault, but the larger issue is the fact that there is a prophecy involved, saying essentially that I am the only one with the power to vanquish him. Because of that, I have to be the one who ultimately strikes Riddle down. Prophecy is notoriously unclear, Arcturus said, frowning. But taking what you say at face value, are you sure that you will be able to strike at the madman? You're still in Hogwarts by the look of you. You may be the best student in the school, but that matters little when compared to an abomination like Riddle. I am a war mage, Harry said proudly. I have been receiving memories and dream instruction from one of our ancient Egyptian ancestors named Ketty for weeks now, and I will continue to do so until we make our move in mid-August. A war mage, Arcturus said, sounding impressed. There hasn't been one of those in Britain for centuries, not since Admiral Nelson. Very well, I stand corrected. You do have the power to make a first strike effective, even against the Son of Gaunt. As for the name Ketty, that's quite a claim. Ketty the Black was the first of our family name, and it is from his lineage that we all descend. I didn't know that, Harry admitted. He never said. He likely didn't know the extent to which his progeny went on to succeed, Arcturus said. It's all in the family histories. We stayed in Egypt for generations, serving the pharaohs, then spread across the Mediterranean with the advent of the Romans, eventually making it to the shores of the Isles before the beginning of the Christian calendar. There were other descendants who joined us during the Norman conquests from France, and I believe there are still family branches in Italy, Spain, and France, but the line is no more in Egypt itself. Those who stayed fought the Romans and died, loyal to the pharaohs to the last. I'll have to see if the other branches are willing to speak with me, Harry said half to himself. It would be interesting to see what their histories have been like. None of them reached the level of preeminence that the Blacks did here in England, Arcturus said proudly. The Blacks in France come close, but they are traditionally more moderate and centrist politically, and their wealth pales in comparison. Our library here in England is the repository for all Blacks outside of Rome, however. It is a shared pocket dimension that the other families and properties may access, although the other families cannot remove anything from it, merely read. Why did they agree to that? Harry asked, shocked to hear something that Sirius had never told him about the library. Book bans and politics in their home countries, Arcturus said, a sharp smile on his face. They legally cannot possess them, and so they are unable to read the books on their native soil. Britain's family magic laws are archaic, and so all our family heirlooms and grimoires are safe. There are a few of those books I would recommend you look into in the coming days. Bellatrix might have shared some of the knowledge with her master, but she was not able to access all our secrets. I would not recommend any of the rituals to you yet, but there are still things that you should know as the apparent Lord Black, spells that have been our family's mainstays for generations unending. The Black grimoires hold this knowledge. Where are these grimoires? Harry asked. I've explored the first part of the library, but Sirius told me to stay out of the others. He warned me that the curses on the books would likely overcome me. The air ring will protect you from the worst of the books, Arcturus assured Harry. After that, it's up to you. The books will shield themselves from the unworthy and those who lack the knowledge to make use of their contents. As for the grimoires, they are only accessible by a lord of the family. If there is no lord for that branch, the heir may find them. Otherwise, only a lord may share their contents. Go into the library and press your ring to the crest in the reading room. Return to me after you have read them, and I will have some spells for you to consider. Harry did as Arcturus bid him, and entered the library, his advanced magical sensing skills now noticing when he entered a part of reality slightly out of step with the rest of the house. The reading room was the first part of the library, and it had multiple desks, couches, and chairs. Above the fireplace, resting on the mantel, was an embossed shield with the raven of House Black circling a stone tower. Harry pressed his ring against the shield, and it shimmered before vanishing, revealing 4 books bound in black dragonhide and brass. Each book fairly radiated power, and Harry could only imagine what was in them, let alone the Potter grimoires, or maybe even the Peveril ones. But for now, he withdrew the books, sat down at the closest desk, and began to read of the history and power of his ancestors, starting with Ketty the Black, greatest of the sorcerers of the Pharaohs. After maybe 2 hours of reading, Susan entered the reading lounge, stifling a yawn as she did so. "What do you have there?" she asked curiously, leaning her chin on Harry's shoulder as she hugged him from behind. "Good morning," Harry said, putting in a bookmark before shutting the book. "It's the Black family grimoires." "Plural," Susan said, sounding impressed. "The Bones grimoire is large, but we've only got the 1 book." "The Blacks have 4, Harry said, gesturing to where the other 3 were piled up, as Harry had not yet had the chance to look at them in more depth. "There's a lot of history, which is beyond fascinating, and I've only just gotten to the point where the Roman invasion prompted some of the family to leave Egypt. Some of the magic described is incredible." "Of course the Blacks start their family history in ancient Egypt," Susan muttered, rolling her eyes playfully. "Poor plebeian bones only go back 1,800 years. Are you sure that my lineage is distinguished enough to be joined to yours, my august, worshipful majesty?" Harry snickered. "I don't know, Suze," he said. "I mean, what are you bringing to the table here? I've got a better pedigree, 3 lordships, I'm richer, I have better eyelashes." "Take that back," Susan gasped in real horror. "The pedigree is questionable, half-blood," she snarked, "but I will die on the hill that I have better eyelashes than you. I'll call our whole relationship off. I'll go full scorched earth. I'll tell Lavender and Parvati that you drool and snore and have poor personal hygiene. I'll unleash the badgers on you. I'll start dadding Ron." Harry scratched his head. "I think that escalated quickly," he said, trying to decide which of those threats was the worst. The gossip queens of Hogwarts could do real damage, of course, and the unity of Hufflepuff House was something to behold, but why did the threat of dadding Ron in revenge cut surprisingly deep? "I haven't had my coffee yet and I felt threatened," Susan explained, not quite apologizing. "How long have you had those ready to go out of curiosity?" Harry asked. "Some of those seemed calculated." "Don't worry about it," Susan said, smiling shiftily. "It's just stuff from a game Hannah and I would play when we were younger." "Right," Harry said, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, not to mention that trying to fully understand a woman was futile, and asked if his girlfriend would like to get some breakfast. She quickly agreed, and after sealing the other 3 grimoires back in the shield, Harry escorted Susan back to the kitchen, where Creature had left some of the breakfast fixings and coffee ready for the last person in the house to wake up. "So," Susan said in between bites of toast, "what do you want to do today?" "Amelia is going to see if she can get Professor Flitwick to be our next tutor, so we don't have a scheduled teacher coming this morning," Harry explained. "He would be amazing." Susan said enthusiastically. "We wanted him to run the Dueling Club in 2nd year so badly, and the fact that it was Lockhart and Snape was soul-crushing, even if Snape knows what he's doing with a wand." Harry made a face. "Not my favorite year or memory, to be honest. Even if we got to see Lockhart get treated like a rag doll, the aftermath of that evening was less than ideal for me." Susan frowned. "I'm sorry for bringing it up. You know that Justin still feels pretty awful about his reaction to you, right? It's part of the reason that you've not had a lot of issues with the Badgers as a whole, other than some of the idiots during the Triwizard." "I didn't know," Harry admitted. "Although, can I say that I don't exactly have fond memories of the Triwizard tournament either. We need to make less traumatic school memories for you," Susan muttered to herself, scowling. "Honestly, it's like that place has it out for you." "If we can end things this summer with Riddle, I'll be willing to give it a chance," Harry promised. "Great. Well, if we don't have a tutor, we should do some dueling or exercises of our own," Susan decided. "For the afternoon, we should do something fun, without leaving the house, obviously. I kind of need to keep reading the Black Grimoires," Harry volunteered, "which is a little bit of work, but also it's really fun and exciting too." Susan considered the pitch. "Perhaps. I'll allow you 2 hours of reading. You can do more in the evening after dinner, but you do a lot of reading already, and you'll be doing even more as we get closer to August 15th. So, I think that I will do my best to continue educating you in traditional wizarding games. There's no way a family as old and prestigious as the Blacks doesn't have a good set of knuckle bones. They're probably from a dragon, but we've already established that your house has a bit of a superiority complex, and it's not all even a complex. Knuckle bones? Harry asked, considering it. What are those? I mean, I can guess what they're made of, but what kind of game is it? It's a game of chance, which, given your luck, might be a mistake for me to introduce you to, but everything else will wait until it's time to play, Susan announced. Now we're going to get changed. Then we're dueling and doing magical exercises until lunch. Smiling as the badger spirit of hard work rose in his Hufflepuff girlfriend, Harry did as he was bid, and then followed Susan down to the dueling chamber beneath the townhouse. For the next few hours, the pair dueled. First, they gave each other handicaps to make things more fair and interesting, and then they began limiting themselves to certain fields or even subfields of magic. Although Harry still won basically every duel, there was no denying the progress Susan was making, and she was really forcing him to work hard for his wins, especially with the handicaps. After that, they worked in a set of aim and efficiency exercises that Moody had been drilling them in, and finally, Harry worked on his sensing by having Susan shoot jinxes at his back, forcing him to dodge them without seeing them coming. Once they worked up a sweat and an appetite, Harry and Susan showered off and sat down for the lunch that Creature and Flopsy had prepared. It wasn't anything particularly fancy, mostly sandwiches and cold cuts, but it was just what Harry needed. After they ate, Susan napped while Harry read, all the magic she had been casting having exhausted her even with the training they had been doing all summer to date. Finally, just after Harry had reached the industrial age in his grimoire, having learned about a particularly nasty set of spells designed to heat and melt any metal the target was wearing, Susan's wand chimed and the sleepy redhead whacked it to silence her alarm. "Feeling better?" Harry asked, smiling a little at the lines on Susan's face from the blanket she had curled herself up in. "Yes," Susan said primly, and then ruined the image with a jaw-cracking yawn. "Right, Creature." "Yes, young mistress," Creature asked, popping into existence. "Do we have access to a family set of knuckle bones?" she asked. "Of course, the great House of Black is having a set of knuckle bones that is being passed down for centuries," Creature said, sounding almost offended. "Creature will bring it." True to his word, the elderly house elf reappeared moments later with a lacquered wooden box about the size of Harry's fists combined. "Thank you," Susan said, and Creature disappeared. "Now, this is probably the most posh set of knuckle bones I've ever seen, but the basics will be the same everywhere," Susan explained, opening the box to reveal a set of gleaming ivory angular dice, each oblong shape polished to a mirror sheen with golden runes inlaid into the various surfaces. "This set looks like it was made with Ogham runes, but they can be made with almost any set of runes, really, provided that they cover the right concepts," Susan said. "We'll start with the most basic game. Those runes are numbers 1 through 20, 3 doubling runes, 3 dividing runes, a rune of bounty and famine respectively, a rune of war and a rune of peace, and the 5 animals. This being a Celtic-inspired set, the animals are the boar, the horse, stag, hound, and crow. Each animal has a different meaning and effect on the game, but they basically provide different powers for the player who manages to roll them. I'll explain them more fully in a minute." "This seems like it could be complicated," Harry said, trying to memorize the runes Susan was pointing to. "Don't worry, it gets worse," Susan said cheerfully. "Besides the fact that it's basically a high society gambling game and good sets tend to be expensive, there's a reason most Hogwarts students don't play. The Slytherins probably do, but they don't count. Anyway, on your turn, you roll all the unclaimed knuckle bones and then claim 5. You must claim any negative results. You want the biggest numbers, obviously, and the various animals will have powers that can affect things too. For example, claiming both the boar and war runes will let the boar rampage, stealing runes from other players if they can't defend it properly. But at the end of a round, once everyone has gone, there is a comparison. Then, from highest to lowest, everyone gets a chance to roll the leftovers and claim 5 more, as well as a chance to reroll what they already have. Afterward, everyone pays up. "It sounds like the interactions are pretty important," Harry said, frowning. "How many runes does the advanced game add?" "At least 10, Susan said, shrugging. "I don't remember those as well. But the game is supposed to symbolize the fortunes of the ancient Celtic tribes, and the magic in the runes engraved on the knuckle bones brings everything to life in a really cool way, and helps with the rules since they automatically do the proper rune interactions once the bones are claimed. The game is best with 4, but 2 is fun. And once you know this game, there are a lot of other, simpler variants that we can play. One short explanation and 3 hours of surprisingly entertaining play later, Susan was sulking. "I don't understand why you always seem to do so well at games of chance," she complained. "I mean, yes, there's obviously more to it than rolling some bones and hopping for the best, what with the different interactions and the reroll, but still. I feel like the odds of you winning that many games normally are beyond what even Merlin could expect. Maybe I should become a professional gambler," Harry mused, still rolling a pair of knucklebones around in his hand. "Forget the Wisengamot. I'll just challenge all our political enemies to different games and just bankrupt them. It's a good thing I never put money down," Susan sighed. "I'd have lost all my allowance in the first 2 games alone, and Auntie won't be increasing it any time soon." "What, because of the war?" Harry asked, confused. "No, because I tried to get Madame Longbottom to tell Neville about Auntie's sexual preferences," Susan scowled. "Yes, I don't exactly have a lot of chances to spend money right now, but it's the principle of the thing. It was always a long shot we were going to get intelligence out of Neville," Harry consoled his girlfriend. "For all that he's come out of his shell this year, his grandmother is terrifying even on a good day, and she's no one's fool." "I know that," Susan sulked. "But I've got almost no avenues into figuring this out. Hannah's mum won't give her anything even if she knew it, and Lord Abbot is too stuffy to know. Moody has his own blackmail war with Auntie keeping him silent, and Tonks is too junior to have a good guess. Kingsley would never tell, although he probably knows, and Connie Hammer is my best candidate if she's having an affair, although I highly doubt Auntie would get between someone's marriage like that. Unless she has permission. No." "I can't think like that." Harry gave Susan a worried glance. "That feels a little extreme of an assumption to make," he pointed out timidly, knowing that Susan was in fine form and just needed to get all the craziness out of her system, preferably without having it aimed at him. "Not knowing if she even likes women, I don't think you can start imagining her in affairs with married witches." "Bah, you're no fun," Susan said, and then slumped against his side. "I know she wouldn't do that, even if she did have permission. That's just not who she is, but that might be a good angle to tease her on, if that's theoretically why she's keeping quiet about things," Susan nodded thoughtfully to herself. "It should get a reaction," she decided. Harry snorted. "Yes, a night without dessert," he said. "You just haven't lived with Auntie long enough," Susan said dismissively. "Once you've been with us for long enough, you'll figure out that Auntie likes us pushing the boundaries a little. It makes her sure that we feel comfortable enough to act out a little, and then she feels like she's doing a good job raising us, and then she slaps us down and gets on with things, reassured that she isn't letting my parents down." Harry said, blinking as he tried to follow that logic, which would have resulted in a very different set of consequences in the Dursley household. "I think I'll let you demonstrate that a few times before I commit to anything," he decided. "Oh, you don't have to act out at all, Harry." Susan leapt up in alarm, squeezing Harry into a hug. "Auntie has a very different way of evaluating if you're getting what you need, I promise. Not that she's said as much to me, but she's worked with enough teenagers with your background to know that you're far more likely to act out for other reasons entirely, and that you probably find the structure and routine and rules comforting." Harry pursed his lips a little at that. He did enjoy having the structure and clear expectations that Amelia had given him, and having his choices and input respected like they had been so far, but he didn't enjoy feeling like he was being managed. "Arg, that sounded way too much like the psychology books that Auntie sometimes reads," Susan moaned. "I'm making a real mess of this, aren't I?" she asked ruefully. "Maybe a little," Harry admitted. "Auntie doesn't think you're a textbook case of abuse that she needs to manage," Susan assured Harry. "She wants you to be cared for and respected, and she likes your courage and character and drive to succeed. She told me that she thinks I've chosen really well, and she would absolutely say yes if you wanted to enter into a courtship agreement in a year or so. She thinks you're great, and that's why you're staying with us." "I think she's pretty great, too," Harry admitted, blushing at the mention of the courtship agreement. "I can't imagine being anywhere else." "Good," Susan said emphatically. "Now I'm going to stop being so silly, and we're going to go down and wait for Auntie to come back for dinner. Maybe we should play a game while we wait," Harry suggested innocently. Susan narrowed her eyes and him and shook a finger threateningly. "One day, Harry James Potter, your gambling luck will run out, and when it does, you should prepare to just hand over your Gringotts key, because I'll be taking you for everything you have." "Maybe," Harry allowed. But you'll have to have enough left in your own vault to even get to the table. Amelia's return for dinner was accompanied by the welcome news that Professor Flitwick had agreed to come and tutor Harry and Susan 4 times a week on weekday mornings, as the diminutive half-goblin had a prior engagement on Wednesdays and the weekends. After securing a written piece of parchment from Susan to give Professor Flitwick the secret of the townhouse's address, Amelia quickly ran down the news from the ministry. "The cleanup from the attacks is almost finished," Amelia said. "The loss of life, as always, is a different matter, but the damaged Muggle infrastructure is fixed, and the repairs on our side were completed yesterday. And the reprisals that Scrimgeour has probably been itching to let loose since he was elected, if not sooner," Susan asked, more familiar with the political players than Harry, even with her continued informal tutoring on the matter and a few letters from Andy explaining what she was doing on his behalf to fulfill their goals. "Underway," Amelia said, sitting back a little in her chair, pursing her lips. "I'm of 2 minds about the way he's gone about it, honestly. He's gone for a very straightforward assault on the most well-known sympathizers of Riddle, which helps his image and reassures those voted for him to become the interim minister, because of his reputation for being tough on criminals and dark magic abusers. However, the most well-known of the Death Eaters were rarely those who were the most dangerous or even all that effective. Lucius Malfoy was, and is the rare exception to that, although he was always very careful to position himself as someone who supported the political goals of the Death Eaters while decrying the violence. I take it Malfoy wasn't targeted then?" Harry asked, having a good sense of where this was going. "No," Amelia confirmed, sighing. "He's a very difficult target politically without clear and unmistakable evidence of wrongdoing, and for all his deplorable morals and lack of spine, Lucius is one of the cleverest and most slippery wizards this country has seen in a long time. He's taken back up his old playbook with all the deftness and charm and subtle bribery you could expect, although to be honest, he never really stopped." "So, who was targeted?" Harry asked. "The Goyles, Crabs, Parkinsons." "Scrimgeour is waiting for a better opportunity to go after Crab and Goyle," Amelia said dismissively. "They're both small fish, and they exhausted their coffers in the last war. All they can offer is their wands, and neither of those are particularly skilled. Lord Parkinson has been careful with his actions, but 2 of his cousins and 1 nephew were not, and have both been taken in for questioning. Other major families affected one way or another are Avery, Selwyn, Pusey, and Dolohov. The Aurors have also caught almost 20 of the thugs used in the raids, and Scrimgeour will no doubt make an example of them." "He's going to feed them to the Dementors, isn't he?" Susan asked in a stilted horror. "In all likelihood," Amelia admitted, grimacing. "The laws allowing that sentence is still on the books from the desperate days of the last war, and neither side will shed a tear about the loss of these particular wretches. He wants the fear of their punishment to dissuade the denizens of Nocturne Alley and their friends," Susan said in disgust. "But what happens when the Dementors switch sides?" "Is there really no way to destroy them?" Harry asked, never having been in favor of the monsters being used by the ministry, having experienced their ill effects multiple times even while they were being used ostensibly for his safety. He knew that the official stance was that the Patronus Charm was the only spell that could affect them, but Harry really held out hope that the ministry had some other way of dealing with their prison guards, while not sharing that knowledge with the general public. "It certainly wouldn't surprise him. None that we still know of," Amelia said unhappily. "There are rumors that the ancient Greeks had some sort of spell that they used to fight the Dementors deployed by the invading Persians that could kill the demons, but the knowledge has either been lost or concealed for hundreds of years. There's a reason that our ancestors made a deal with the Dementors rather than fight them, after all. I'll ask Ketty if he knows of anything, or maybe even the spell itself, although if my history is correct, the battles between Greece and Persia were hundreds of years after his death," Harry said. "Stupid Binns," Susan grumbled. "All he ever teaches us is goblin wars and rebellions. Actually useful historical knowledge? Absolutely not. Well, our educational standards aside, if you could get me another effective spell against the Dementors, that would be amazing," Amelia said to Harry. "But I think that's enough politics for dinner. How has it been here?" "I've been reading lots of the Black history," Harry volunteered. "There are so many interesting things they did as they spread across the Mediterranean, and I've been picking up some spells here and there just from going over their travels. The Blacks have 4 grimoires, Auntie," Susan tacked on, poking her tongue out at Harry. Also, he's getting very good with his illusions in our dueling, and I'm starting to get steamrolled. Oh. Amelia said, an amused look on her face. Well, I'll wait until I hear what Professor Flitwick has to say, but I might try my hand at some point in the near future, give him a new challenge. Don't answer if it would spoil the plan, but does the shell game that Susan mentioned play into it? Even knowing about it doesn't help, Susan said. The trouble is figuring out where he is. He moves around so quickly between the copies, it's almost impossible to target him. I'll think of some ideas, Amelia said, thinking it over. There are some good tracking spells that could be worth a try, but I'll give it a blank slate approach first if I can. Probably better to see if the surprise factor will give you the edge you need. Harry nodded. While we're changing the subject of politics, do you have time for a game of knucklebones before we go to sleep if you're not too tired, Auntie? Susan asked. Oh, I think I can get a game in before bed, Amelia allowed. I am fairly tired, so it'll have to be just the one. Abusing pepper-up potions does have its downsides, kids. Definitely, Susan said, nodding in commiseration before she caught herself. I mean, not that we would know. Dare I ask? Amelia groaned as Harry motioned for Creature to bring out the high-quality black set of knucklebones. OWL exams are rather demanding, Susan explained sheepishly. It's not a regular habit by any means, but the astronomy exam is rather late, and arithmancy is the next morning. That likely would require a stimulant, Amelia allowed, and then nodded in appreciation of the glittering runes on the dragon bones. This is quite a set. The last time I played knucklebones, the runes weren't inlaid like these, or even genuine bone. Only the best for the blacks, Harry said, teasing Susan a little before rolling his handful of bones and happily picking out a few high numbers and the boar. There's a good roll in selection, Amelia commented. It might be for the best we aren't playing for money. Never gamble with Harry, Susan warned her auntie. He doesn't cheat, I don't think, but games of chance just seem weighted in his favor. The Potter luck, Amelia said knowingly. I would hear James complain about it from time to time on the Auror Force, but everyone knew to avoid playing cards with him. Is that actually a thing, the Potter luck? Harry asked curiously. I haven't yet had time to really sit down with the Potter grimoire, but I've always felt like I was either really lucky or really unlucky, with my life swinging between the two extremes. It's not quite a gift, and not quite a curse, but there does seem to be some real basis for something to be going on, Amelia allowed, grimacing slightly at her roll as she was forced to pick up some low numbers. It's not common knowledge, and from what I did hear, I understood that the stronger the Potter, the more intense the effect of the luck, but it was generally known in the upper levels of society that the older the Potter, the tougher they were to bring down. If they had survived that long, they weren't going to buckle easily. It's why your father's line has always specialized in defensive magics and transfiguration, I think. They've needed to hold on and turn the tables on their opponents. A few other families had similar quasi-gifts, like the Knots with a kind of foresight. That would certainly explain a few things about my life, Harry grumped, taking his reroll, and in addition to taking in a near-perfect run of numbers, exchanged a previous lower number for one of the special runes, much to Susan's displeasure. My allowance could not handle playing even occasionally against you, Harry, Susan hissed. Your plan to bankrupt our enemies will need to be tested frequently against them. Amelia laughed, but before the game reached even its halfway point, it was clear who the winner was going to be. It's not just knucklebones, is it? Amelia asked, looking bemused as Harry trounced the pair of redheads with an utterly gratuitous final roll. No, Susan sighed. He's a genuinely good player of Wizard Sabak and seems to understand the underpinnings of bluff better than most. He isn't unbeatable, of course, but he seems to draw what he needs more often than not or play his cards in the best possible order with an uncanny frequency. I'll have to see if the Aurors have passed down stories of James Potter, Amelia mused. Figure out if they know better than to play a game with his son. If nothing else, it would be a good test of their investigative skills. But that's all for another day. I need to get some sleep. Remember, Professor Flitwick will be by for his first lesson tomorrow morning at 8, so be awake and ready to go. He's being quite generous with his summer, considering he's committed 4 hours of his mornings to training you, so don't make him regret it. We won't, Amelia, Harry promised. We both know how important this is. We'll do you proud, Susan added, pumping her fist. And when we're done, I'll be ready to show Zacharias Smith exactly where he can shove his misogyny, Amelia snorted. That wouldn't have been my first goal, but if that's what keeps you motivated, so be it. And his father is a prick, so at least the boy comes by it honestly. But sleep well, you two. With that, the head of the DMLE made her way up the stairs, Harry and Susan not long behind her. They had considered staying up to read together for a little longer, but eventually decided to be as well rested as possible for Professor Flitwick, remembering how hard Moody had worked them on their first day training with the Auror. It took Harry some time, but he did eventually manage to fall asleep, where Ketty waited for him as usual by the banks of the Nile. "Tonight, I will be testing your occlumency more directly," the Egyptian announced. "I've shown you the basics of legilimency already, and you have the raw talent and power to shred most opponents, prepared or not, but it's time you were exposed to more vicious methods yourself." Before Harry could even nod his understanding, Ketty's eyes locked on his, and the assault came like a stiletto slamming into his back. Harry jerked back, his mental defenses buckling under the immense pressure directed at a single point, but he fought back, reinforcing the point of attack even as he began to shore up the rest of his defenses, wary of a sneak attack. Ketty withdrew slightly, and then struck a second point, and then a third, and then a fourth, all without letting up any of the others. The hardened shell around Harry's mind fractured under the strain, and then after a brief struggle, one of the points surged through and immobilized Harry's mind with unearthly speed. Ketty held him for a moment and then released Harry. "Not bad for a first time, although I think you've grasped the importance of having a less rigid defense," Ketty asked. Harry nodded, panting slightly. "That sounds like a common mistake." "It is," Ketty freely admitted. "But you should not protect your mind like a crab or a turtle, the shell vulnerable to a sharp enough spear. Embrace the formless and impenetrable, such as the ocean or the sea of sand. Leave me nowhere to strike, no vulnerability or pattern to exploit." Harry nodded, and after reshaping his defenses, considering how the attack felt and what advice Ketty had given, decided to go with something he thought most purebloods or even his ancient ancestor wouldn't expect: the void of space. He hoped that the technique would deny Ketty's assault any purchase, or at least give him the time he needed to react and engage the Egyptian in combat, as he was instructed to do. This time, when the mental probe stabbed forward, it found no target. "Good," Ketty barked, casting out more and more probes, all of which faltered and lost momentum. Next, Ketty's mind burst forward like a tidal wave, trying to cover Harry's mind and overwhelm his defenses that way. Harry barely managed to keep ahead of the attack, allowing it to pass through the void in desperation, as he fought to keep from allowing any openings. After another few different attacks, each of which came from a new angle or a different form, Ketty finally signaled that Harry was allowed to try and fight back to break the eye contact. Not even bothering with incantations, Harry lashed out with a surge of almost wild magic, forcing Ketty to defend with his equivalent of an Aegis Protego. Harry knew from Ketty's teaching and the transplanted memories that until he was more experienced in the mind arts, verbalizing spells would likely give his opponent an opening for their ongoing legilimency. With that in mind, Harry thrust his hands out, forcing his magic through them, and this time, his magic punched through Ketty's shield like hammers, tossing the Egyptian back a few feet and breaking the eye contact for just long enough for Harry to tear himself away. "Excellent," Ketty said, barely looking winded while Harry had sweat pouring down his face and neck. "You're holding up very well against the assaults for your skill and experience level. Eventually, you'll reach a point where you can manage a full transfiguration or possibly even a conjuration wandlessly, and then your enemies will be hard-pressed indeed to keep you under a Legilimen's spell." "Thank you," Harry managed, his head pounding from all the concentration he had been forcing it to do. Although his wandless casting was still very much rough and ready, barely a step up from the instinctive magic of young children, he was able to bring a lot of power to bear, and sometimes that was all that was needed. "As we dueled, I have been considering the request made of your guardian about the foul monsters you call Dementors," Ketty said, and Harry tried to not feel embarrassed that his teacher was thinking on so many levels while he could barely manage too. "I do not know if these demons were summoned, created, or merely in a different part of the world while I was alive, but I never fought or encountered them," Ketty said. "I would have been hard-pressed to kill them, I think. I imagine that fire would have at least some effect on them, and despite their flight, They don't seem to have the ability to pass through walls, so I would try trapping them in warded boxes or cages. Those are both good ideas, Harry admitted. I don't know what kind of strength they have, although that's never been something I've heard them being renowned for, considering their other options. Indeed, Ketty allowed. Their aura of fear is troublesome, and while occlumency will help against numbers, it will be insufficient. The power to drain the soul from the target in such a fashion is also beyond many kinds of magic I encountered, although I have seen a few death magic spells that would have similar effects. In fact, that might be one place you focus your search on. You have access to a family book with death magics in their heritage, no? The Peverils, Harry realized. The Bones family has death magic too, but I'm sure Amelia would have seen any spells that could damage the Dementors. Perhaps, but perhaps not, Ketty said. Mention it to her when you awake. My only other thought is to summon the fire and light of the sun. There was a purging fire that some temples use that seems appropriate. I will think on it. Now, back to work. Your control over your illusions has improved, but you must make them move convincingly on their own as individuals. It does not require quite as much focus as shielding your mind, but there are several tricks for someone who casts intuitively like yourself. Harry gulped as the lecture began to devolve into technical minutiae, but he had promised to give his all, and he truly felt like his illusions might just buy him enough time to finish the job once and for all. He steeled himself and began the casting and animation exercises Ketty had laid out for him, forcing his poor brain to cooperate. He could rest it later. Harry's first impression of Phileas Flitwick, the dueler, as opposed to Phileas Flitwick, the excitable, bubbly professor, was that the half-goblin was terrifying. Oh, Harry would still admit that his almost elderly instructor was still both excitable and bubbly, but the duelist was like a barrage of winged needles with a wand in his hand. Professor Flitwick was the first to admit that despite his goblin heritage, his magical core was only slightly larger than average for a wizard. He more than made up for that, however, with blinding physical speed and even faster casting times, to say nothing of his control and precision. As an example, the charms master transfigured a quintet of small blades from the ground and used a series of levitation charms to turn them into a blender that crossed from one end of the room to the next in the blink of an eye. Power matters, Mr. Potter, Ms. Bones, the half-goblin squeaked to his gobsmacked audience. But if you can't aim it properly, if you can't bring it to bear, if you're too slow or not on your guard, it matters not at all. Despite my rather advanced age and your youth, each of you has far more raw magic at your disposal than I do, and Mr. Potter outstrips us both by a rather healthy amount, Ms. Bones. And yet, if I act first, or am simply faster, it will not matter. Of course, all things being equal, you should really always go with power and refine your abilities from there. Which makes this all so exciting. How advanced is your control? I come to it more naturally than Harry, Susan said. My detail work is good, and I find that I like manipulating the small strands of magic in my spells. She demonstrated, conjuring a teacup and making it waltz around their feet. Nicely done, Ms. Bones, Flitwick praised. And you, Mr. Potter. My fine details, as Susan put it, are passable, Professor, Harry admitted. I've worked a lot more on modulating the amount of magic I put into my spells, being efficient with my casting, and developing the skill needed to have magic constantly in use, and at a very high intensity. A better fit for your ability and temperament, Flitwick said approvingly. Most wizards and witches with magical cores above a certain size can either do great feats of magic or focus on the smallest of details, but rarely both at the same time. And of those who manage it, it is not until they are firmly into their adulthood. Our esteemed headmaster is one such prodigy, of course, as is the one opposing him. You simply have more magic you need to master than most, but you are more than capable of doing it, Mr. Potter. As you have learned, so much of your potential rests in your will, intention, and imagination. If you put in the proper work, of course you will succeed. Now, give me an example of an exercise you've done, so I can see where you are. Harry promptly showed the tiny man the exercise Ketty had him do. Conjuring multiple balls of light and putting them into various orbits around him, while he changed the color and brightness of various lights at different times and speeds. It was immensely taxing, straining the limits of both Harry's occlumency and his connection to his magic, but the dividends the exercise had paid once he had started using his illusions had more than convinced Harry of the value of the workout. "Oh, bravo, Mr. Potter." Flitwick cried in glee, while Susan swore softly to herself, reminding Harry that he had only done this exercise in his dreams before now. To be able to do this at your age is beyond remarkable. I know very few fully grown witches and wizards who could mimic this display, and most of them have a mastery or its equivalent. I assume that this is a recent development. Harry nodded, letting the balls of light flicker out of existence before shaking himself to focus on the world again. "Oh, having you in class next year will be quite enjoyable, even if I have to cook up some new challenges just to keep you engaged," Flitwick said half to himself in joy. "I'll have to let Minerva know about your advances in skill as well, just so she's not taken too off guard and won't have to stay up late planning new lessons." Harry winced at the cheerful note in his professor's voice. I don't think that's necessary, Professor," he began, but the half-goblin waved him off. "Nonsense, Mr. Potter," Flitwick cried. "Our job is to be educators. We cannot do our jobs if we don't know what your abilities are, and I assure you, teaching more advanced material to a student is no hardship. Nor would you be the first to receive some advanced instruction. What do you think Albus's teachers did when he was at Hogwarts? There was a reason he got his transfiguration mastery so young, you know." "Oh," Harry said, suddenly feeling a little better about it, knowing that even if so much of his knowledge was obtained via his ancestor, other students had received advanced instruction too. "But that also means that we're going to be working you extra hard this summer," Flitwick promised. "Now, I'd like to start by seeing several duels between the two of you. I understand that you're frequent partners, but do your best to try and demonstrate a variety of spells and approaches. I'll be able to pick things up appropriately from there. I'm really only looking for indicators of your style and skill at this point." Harry and Susan nodded, took their places across from each other, bowed, and began. With the stakes low and the purpose really more educational than anything, the duels lacked some of the edge they had taken on in the later week, but they still managed to put on a bit of a show. In their first bout, Harry stuck to Auror staples like Moody had instructed them, pouring out a steady volume of hypeword spells mixed with tricks designed to slip a suspect or running crook up, while Susan defended with conjured shields and careful footwork even as she retreated. Their next duel saw Susan on the offensive, doing her best to bring her proficiency with charms and curses to bear, while Harry let loose with his skills in transfiguration and his own conjuration, letting his summoned and animated creatures take hits and corral Susan while he returned fire. The third and final duel they put on for Flitwick was Harry's demonstration of his illusion hopping technique, and as always, Susan folded quickly under the onslaught. "Oh, bravo, brava." Flitwick cheered, his eyes dancing with manic excitement. "The two of you are quite advanced for your ages. Yes, I am including you as well, Ms. Bones. Mr. Potter is no ordinary opponent, and you held your own very well indeed. That last technique Mr. Potter used with his illusions is simply marvelous and devilishly tricky to fight. I can only imagine how difficult it is for him to perform. How long can you maintain it in this manner, Mr. Potter?" "A few minutes with about 15 illusions," Harry admitted. "After that, they start breaking down as I lose focus, and my movements become a lot easier to track." "I should be able to help with at least some of that," Flitwick promised. "I have the control and the occlumency skill to follow what you are doing, even if I lack the raw power to emulate it. Sparring against it will be most enjoyable. Now, before we start diving into the depths of the fine art that is dueling, is there anything in particular the two of you are hopping to get out of our time together?" "I just want to be able to end Tom and go on with my life," Harry said firmly. "I like dueling and might try my hand at it, but I might also go into runes as a part-time job as well. I won't be able to devote myself to something other than politics and house administration either," Susan admitted. "But I would love your help with refining my dueling style, Professor. What you demonstrated earlier with the knives and levitation, that seems like the perfect kind of technique for the way I approach a fight. I've always loved doing the little things well, and I can only imagine what you could do with spells like that." Flitwick beamed. "I'd be delighted to tutor you in my style," he declared. "I doubt that you'll be able to match my speed, as some of it comes from my goblin heritage, but you have far more power, and that can be integrated into your attacks as well. I was a flash. 1,000 paper cuts happened all at once and from every direction. You will be slower, but add in knives to the mix. It should be quite effective, I think. As for you, Mr. Potter, such a style would not be as good a fit. I will certainly drill you in it, and I think the benefits of such would be obvious, but your greatest attribute is power, and will be until you are at least a decade older, if not more, as we discussed. No, with you, we shall work on bringing that power to bear. You seem to enjoy casting, but I will push you on your transfiguration and conjuration. It is in your blood, but also where you can see the most gains by throwing around your magical muscles. Harry nodded, his memories from Ketty's battles more than backing up his diminutive teacher. Ketty had employed massive, magically resistant constructs running loose among his enemies, raised walls and changing the terrain to disorient and control the battlefield, and created shields of all kinds, all far surpassing what any normal witch or wizard could do. It multiplied his already incredible impact, and that was before Ketty began using area of effect spells, illusions, or the mind arts to overwhelm the enemies of the Pharaoh from every angle. Flitwick's drills started out somewhat similar to Moody's skills training, emphasizing aim, magical energy efficiency, and speed, but then quickly diverged, with both Harry and Susan manipulating the smallest amounts of magic they could to animate minor objects, toss items, or power minor charms and jinxes. Flitwick also ran a drill where he would prompt them to use a spell at an ever-increasing interval until they could no longer keep up with the required pace. Good, he said approvingly, even while Harry and Susan were starting to sweat from the concentration and effort of their restraint and control. Not every duel or fight will revolve around putting in the minimum amount of restraint, and knowing when to commit to a truly large attack is crucial, but we will get into tailoring your approach to your opponent later. Teenagers such as yourselves tend to pour everything into their casting, something I am happy to say neither of you do, but even with your reserves, I want you to be able to laugh as your opponent flags while you continue on, directing your cyclone of needles. Harry and Susan nodded their understanding. 2 more things, and then we will be done for the morning, Flitwick announced. First, we will have a controlled animation battle, with each of you attempting to regulate your power usage to the greatest extent you can. Then you shall duel again, but this time only using the 5 basic spells I shall give you. Understood? Yes, Professor, Harry and Susan chorused. Excellent, Flitwick cried, and then conjured a pair of nearly identical stuffed bears. Mr. Potter, you shall have the red bear, and Ms. Bones, you shall take the yellow one, of course. The last bear with all its limbs attached shall be the winner. On your marks, get set, go. Harry immediately flicked his wand at the bear, doing his best to limit the amount of magic he directed in strings to his bear. Unlike in regular animation, where the caster provided a rough mind to their target and then let it loose, a controlled animation was capable of much finer and more detailed work, and was less draining as well, at the cost of concentration. Deciding to avoid a situation where the 2 bears literally beat the stuffing out of each other with their fluffy fists, Harry conjured a long, slim rapier, appropriately sized for his bear, and directed it to lunge forward, aiming to get a clean hit in to end things before Susan could react. But rather than shriek in alarm, Susan merely smiled as Flitwick chuckled and conjured her own rapier. Sir Puffy will not be defeated so easily, Susan declared, and what followed was some of the silliest fighting Harry had ever taken part in, almost reminding him of some of the Muggle cartoons he had seen Dudley watching. His and Susan's bears were slow at first, stumbling around like drunks as they got used to manipulating the stuffed bodies of their proxy soldiers, but they picked up speed quickly, becoming smoother as they learned how to direct the arms and legs of their chosen fighters. Steel began to clash with greater and greater frequency, and Susan giggled as she directed Sir Puffy to strike a pose even as he lunged with his rapier, his other fist on his hip and elbow cocked out. If that's how you want to play it, Harry muttered, trying to not break down in laughter himself, and decided to use a little more magic. As his valiant but unnamed red bear returned with a lunge of its own, Harry used a spark of magic to add an additional 2 feet in length to his rapier, almost tripling its reach and puncturing Sir Puffy through the shoulder joint. Harry immediately shrunk the rapier back to normal before the weight could drag down the bear, and Susan cursed as her bear's rapier arm began spilling stuffing out, the top half of the joint gone. She could still control Sir Puffy, as the magic controlling the bear had not been affected, but the movements required by their duel would rip the gash open over time, granting Harry the victory if she did nothing. Naturally, Susan did something. Harry had been expecting some sort of counterattack to his breaking the deadlock by using more magic, and so his bear circled around Susan's cautiously. When she charged, Sir Puffy, in, Harry made sure that his bear was not in line to get impaled by the same trick that he had used. But rather than go in for a stab, Susan's bear brought her rapier across in a vicious slash. Hopping Susan had overextended herself with such a move. Harry moved his rapier in to deflect the force of the blow so he could dart in to finish things. It took him completely by surprise when Susan flexed her magic and her rapier transformed into a brutal axe with a head the size of their bear's. Harry desperately tried to reinforce his rapier in the split second he had before their weapons collided, but alas, while his rapier was able to deflect the blow a little, instead of decapitating his bear, the axe settled for cutting it in half, the stuffing spilling out of the ragged gash before the weapon reverted to the slim sword. Victory for Sir Puffy! Susan cheered, and Harry had to laugh as he took in the various nicks and cuts her yellow bear had suffered as it proudly raised its rapier to the sky. Well done, both of you, Flitwick praised. Adding in transfigurations while performing control animation is no small testament to your ability. We will definitely mix in more exercises like this, and with more twists and objects to control animate. Now, as for your duel, the only spells each of you can use are the knockback jinx, stinging jinx, levitation charm, softening charm, and the severing charm, with the caveat that you may not target each other with the severing charm. The duel will continue until one of you surrenders. Finally, not that I expect either of you to resort to such tactics, but you will avoid areas such as the eyes, where damage could be of greater magnitude. Any questions? There were none, even as the duel promised to be a war of pinches, slaps, and attempts to let loose every stereotype of ineffectual first-year brawling. Harry locked eyes with Susan and mouthed, "You're going down, and it's going to be embarrassing." "For you," Susan mouthed back, and then they were off, flinging spells with as much speed as they could muster. As a hail of stinging jinxes filled the air, Harry could only hope that he wouldn't come out of this last exercise in too much pain. He wasn't sure he could take another loss to Susan in such a ridiculous fashion. The next week settled into a familiar pattern. In the mornings, Harry, Susan, and Professor Flitwick would train, focusing on precision, control, and speed. After lunch, Harry and Susan would read and do some research in the Black Library, working through their respective grimoires. In the hour or so before dinner, Susan and Harry would relax, playing games or talking about their future plans and what they thought they needed to make them a reality. Amelia was usually back by dinner, bringing news and reports of the inner workings of the ministry. She would then join Harry and Susan for some family time in the sitting room, doing their best to unwind. And at night, Ketty drove Harry as hard as he could, and Harry slowly became more familiar with the memories and subconscious knowledge he was gaining from his ancestor. The first deviation from this routine occurred when Susan needed to spend a full day and night away from Grimmauld Place. "It's the Fadelius," Amelia explained, looking resigned. "The secret keeper is unable to spend more than a week at a time in the location that is under their protection, or else you risk the secret merging back with the location and our perception of it. Susan will need to spend 24 hours away to keep up the spell." "How many times do you think she'll need to do this?" Harry asked, not liking it, but accepting the necessity of Susan leaving the safety of the townhouse. "We've already gone past mid-July. It's what, the 20th? If she can stay a week before leaving, that's an 8-day cycle, so 24 days, which is almost exactly right up to our projected attack date of August 15th. "Well reasoned," Amelia said. "For this particular day and night, she'll stay with the abbots, who are under their own set of deep wards. Hogwarts should suffice for another day, and I'm sure the Order will be able to handle at least one of the other two. I don't want Susan to be going back to the same place each time. Her safety is too important to risk that." "I appreciate the concern," Susan said, frowning, "but I'm going to be fine. Basically, nobody even knows we're here, and I can't think of anyone who would think I'm the secret keeper, even if they realize we've put up a Fadelius." "Even so," Amelia said. "People are already starting to crack under the pressure, and while your relationship isn't the most widely known, I have no doubt that the Death Eaters would love to get their hands on you, Susan. All it takes is one informant, and your hiding place is in jeopardy. We can trust the Abbotts, Auntie, Susan scowled. Charlotte is practically a second mother to me, and you're the same for Hannah. If they've turned, we might as well throw in the towel now. I'll be back safe and sound this time tomorrow. I know, Susan, Amelia said quietly. But I refuse to lose you now, not when we've got a plan to end this madness for good and you have so much ahead of you. Harry understood. Amelia had lost everyone in her family except Susan to Riddle. Her brother, her parents, and several cousins had all been lost in the blood war. The reports Amelia was bringing back from the ministry, edited as they likely were for their teenage ears, painted a picture of the Isles teetering on a knife's edge, with violence flaring around the edges as paranoia set in. Anyone could be supporting the Dark Lord, and several small-scale raids had been launched at shops and businesses owned by Muggle-borns and even an outspoken half-blood. The Dementors hadn't abandoned Azkaban, but everyone with a brain felt like it was only a matter of time, and rumors of werewolf packs roaming free were spreading as well. At least for the Dementors, Harry and Ketty felt like they were close to a spell that would either harm or seriously inconvenience the foul creatures. It was complicated and used almost as much power as a Patronus, but there was no emotional component, which should offset some of the difficulty in learning it and using it effectively. The spell channeled some of the light and fire of the sun into a focused beam. From the testing they had done in the shared dream space, the white-hot flames would likely work well in helping cleanse cursed artifacts. And although the fire was uncomfortable to living things, it didn't seem like it would do more than leave faint burn marks after a while. Harry had brought up the spell, with the tentative incantation of Purgeon's Flamma, to Amelia, and she had turned it over to a friend or two who worked as a spell developer for further refining, once Harry and Ketty had reached the limit of their limited and rudimentary arithmancy. That was a subject that Ketty insisted that Harry study in greater detail once Riddle was dead. Even if they both knew it would never be an easy subject or a joy for Harry to learn. The benefits were simply too many for Harry to not have an understanding of the basic principles, what with how most wards and runes interacted, and the role arithmetic calculations played in their development. From Ketty, Harry had an instinctive sense of how runes played together, but if he wanted to learn more languages, he needed this skill. Still, Amelia was overjoyed to have a mostly working prototype for a spell that would at the very least harm Dementors, even if they weren't sure if it could kill them in its present form. I'm honestly amazed that you and Ketty were able to pull this together, Amelia had admitted, looking over the parchment where Harry had written out the finer details of everything he could. Witches and wizards have been trying to combine heat and light to combat the cold and darkness of the Dementors for centuries, but the two of you actually did it. How did you manage the combination? It was mostly Ketty, Harry said sheepishly. It was my idea to use fire and light, and in particular to try and channel the sun, since Dementors seem to hate it so much. But Ketty was the one with the know-how to modify a spell he called the Flames of Amenra to better serve our purpose here. Either way, it seems like the purifying uses might be well received by the curse-breaking community, Amelia said. I know the flame won't strip out all dark enchantments and curses, but it seems to break or weaken most, and that will go a long way to making things safer for them. Maybe there's a runic array I could use to do something similar, Harry mused. A portable wardstone that would create a constant purifying effect. You haven't done much with runes yet, have you? Susan asked. No, but I'm going to start designing the traps I want to use during the assault. I want to use Akkadian and Sumerian, I think, Harry decided. Riddle would definitely know enough hieroglyphics to be able to escape the worst of anything I could do with those, and so I want to use my most obscure languages as a base. There are some fun traps that Ketty used when he was alive that I want to see if I can modify and bring up to date. Do you have any experience in work like this beyond Ketty's experience and memories? Amelia asked. You know how dangerous experimenting with runes can be, I trust. Yeah, Ketty has had some close calls, and that lesson has definitely stuck, Harry assured the redhead. We mostly do things in the dream realm where we have complete control, or at least Ketty does. Eventually we'll want to test things somewhere in the real world, but not yet. Don't worry, Harry. I trust your caution and levels of deviousness, Susan assured Harry. Deviousness? Amelia questioned, raising an eyebrow. I understand caution with memories of accidents, but where does your sweet, brave, powerful, and headstrong boyfriend get deviousness? Would you believe 5 years of coexistence with the Weasley twins? Harry asked, and Amelia snorted. That's a partial explanation, she said. Well, I almost was a Slytherin, Harry said, coming clean to the senior bones. Susan already knew. Mostly on account of my desire to prove myself to the wizarding world as me, and not some title everyone was calling me. The hat wanted to put me there, but I had met Draco Malfoy earlier that day, and he didn't make the best impression, either of himself or the house. Ron Weasley and Hagrid's comments about bad wizards coming from the House of Green and Silver only had me further convinced that I didn't want to go there. Now, I don't think the hat would let me talk it out of sending me to Slytherin. Given what I know of your history, that makes sense, Amelia said, looking thoughtful. Most children with abusive relatives tend to end up in either Slytherin or Hufflepuff. You getting into Gryffindor and fitting right in is almost a surprise with that in mind. But having spoken to you both about your future plans, I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest if the hat didn't throw you both into the dungeons now. No, I'm a badger until the end, Auntie, Susan disagreed, scowling. Besides, the sorting system is dumb anyways. The divisions it causes among the younger years is ridiculous, and the rivalries are too strong to be healthy, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which has all but descended into open warfare this last year. I don't know if a strong hand and discipline would fix things, but as it stands, I can't help but feel like the entire house system isn't doing its job anymore. That's a bold conclusion, Susan, Amelia remarked, her eyebrows raised. And by no means do I think it would be a popular one. But yes, it does seem like the rivalries and divisions are getting worse. In my 4th year, I remember that except on feast days, the Great Hall tables were probably only made up of about half their actual house on any given meal. From what I've heard, that isn't the case at all anymore. It's not, Harry confirmed. I don't think I've seen anyone ever really sit at another table, and if they did, it was really more of a one-off kind of thing. And another thing, Susan chimed back in. There aren't any common spaces where everyone can meet. Sure, you could study in the library, but no one is really supposed to do anything but study in there, and Pince won't hesitate to kick us out if we make more than the slightest noise. That's a more reasonable reform to aim for, Susan, Amelia advised, looking amused now. Focus on that sort of thing. Better enforcement of rules, common spaces for the whole castle, maybe even better integration of students across houses for projects. But save your political capital for your legal forms, I would say. That's going to be hard enough as it is. Maybe we could link the two, Harry wondered. I know the traditionalists aren't happy with how things are in Hogwarts under Dumbledore. They might be open to some changes if we did some of the things they want, too, like a wizarding customs class. Or at least I think they want that. I heard Draco and Theo not complaining about it the other day. That's been a source of headache-inducing arguments for literal decades now, Amelia groaned. Dumbledore refuses to hear a word of reintroducing it, citing some nonsense about not wanting to drive away the increasing number of Muggle-born students. But he's also cut a number of higher-level electives. My brother was one of the last to take alchemy, and by the time he attended, the school had already removed enchanting, spell creation, warding, and classes on enchanted weapon use. Some of that has been folded into classes like runes and arithmancy, but they really don't cover that much of the same material, despite being the basics for most of that work. I think Hermione might actually riot if she hears about how many courses were removed, Harry muttered, shuddering, and Susan cackled. She'd demand another time-turner so she could take them all. Susan got out through her laughter. I still can't believe that Dumbledore got an exemption for her to do that, Amelia said. The Unspeakables were horrified that one of their precious research artifacts was being used for such a plebeian purpose, although I got the sense that they think they'll end up with Ms. Granger in their department in due time. But enough of that. Susan, are you packed up for the next 24 hours? Yes, Auntie, Susan confirmed. I've got everything together, including the emergency portkey you created for me. If I need to go completely off the grid and hide somewhere in a forest for a day, I've even got my tent. It'll be just like when we go camping. That's not a bad idea for later secret keeper breaks, Amelia admitted. The chances of someone finding you randomly in the wilderness is quite low, and much less likely than someone targeting the abbots to try and find you. This bears thought. Well, I'm happy to do that for later breaks, but for now, I want to see my best friend, Susan declared, not willing to give her paranoid and security-conscious aunt any more reason to deny her trip. No offense, Harry, she added after a moment's reflection. Oh, I knew my place before we started dating, Harry replied drolly. I wasn't expecting for that to change any time soon. Even Amelia had to smirk at that. Well, let's get you off before the Fidelius collapses, she said, and the pair of redheads vanished out the front door, as the flu remained disconnected for security reasons. Right, Harry said to himself, heading down to the basement, where some of the more secure and less breakable rooms were. Time to work on some runic traps. The brainstorming he was now doing was based on the memories that he and Ketty had reviewed of the methods of trapping and defeating enemies that Ketty had used over his time as a war mage. The use of runic traps was extensive during the warfare of Ketty's age, with even large-scale runic workings being channeled into devastating and precise attacks after being left to charge for weeks. Harry had enough power that he could afford to charge his own runes very quickly, but what he and Ketty now faced was a different problem from what Ketty was used to. The ancient Egyptian had fought hordes of enemies, often single-handedly, as almost none could stand against him in single combat. His traps reflected that, commonly taking the form of magical shrapnel or ways of obscuring sight and causing panic, like toxic smog. Riddle would simply laugh off traps like those, although both Harry and Ketty agreed that they would be useful for the Death Eater rank and file. Furthermore, Riddle was renowned for having an excellent magical sensing ability, so most runic traps would require heavy amounts of magical dampening without affecting their own working too much. Any large-scale trap would need to be able to be activated in the blink of an eye, and supercharging that much power into runes that quickly introduced a chance of failure of the rune set. Smaller traps, meanwhile, would likely lack the punch needed to harm the ritually enhanced homunculus body Riddle now inhabited. It was a fascinating problem for Ketty, and more than a little concerning for Harry. But for now, Harry was working out the runic field he wanted to set up to prevent all magical teleportation and transportation but his own. Working from what he had seen Croaker use, when the Fidelius had been cast, Harry was anchoring the magical field he wanted his runes to generate into a series of small stone spikes that could be driven into the ground. It was fun for Harry, and the careful inscription process was almost meditative for him as he used his raw magic to burn the runes into the rock. Yes, these will do nicely, Harry decided, examining the set of 15 he had so far. I'll need another 20 or so to cover the area encompassed by Malfoy Manor, but nothing will be getting in or out without my say-so, not even a phoenix. Harry paused and considered that for a moment. Not that I want to test that. We might need a phoenix. Useful creatures. Maybe I'll leave a hole in the scheme for Fox. With that decision, Harry sighed and began re-engraving the last few rods he had completed. This was going to take a while. Harry had just finished up his lunch and was about to return downstairs to continue his runic experiments and brainstorming when Amelia's badger patroness soared through the wall. Croaker and Andromeda Tonks will be coming over shortly to discuss an important update on our plans. I have shared the secret with them, the badger relayed in Amelia's voice, and then the silvery spirit faded away. Huh, Harry said to himself, trying to figure out what the connection could possibly be between his regent and the head of the Department of Mysteries. I guess I'll find out soon enough, he decided, and moved to the front door and receiving room. Sure enough, not even 10 minutes later, a knock came at the door, and Harry ushered in his 2 guests. Harry, Andy greeted warmly, before turning her eyes onto the rest of the townhouse with a strange look in her eyes. I trust you've been well, she asked. Well enough, Harry said, shrugging. I've been working hard to try and be ready for the strike in mid-August. Lots of training and brainstorming. How has the Wisengamot been? Have they enjoyed having you as my proxy? Andy snorted. We've not had a formal sitting just yet, but I've been getting all sorts of owls and invitations ever since the paperwork making me your regent was filed. A number of the houses associated with the Death Eaters haven't been pleased, but a good portion of the traditionalist faction have been cautiously optimistic by the direction I've stated you intend to take the house. It's one of those responses, coupled with the information we've been using to track our little trinkets that's brought us here together, Croaker informed Harry. My oldest sister Bellatrix refuses to have anything to do with me, naturally, Andy said, looking resigned. but we knew she was a lost cause. My younger sister, Narcissa, though, is another matter. Lucius may have taken a beating in the court of public opinion, but his wife is also a very cunning operator, Croker explained. For all that he is so very good at his job, Lucius always tries a little too hard, is a little more sentimental and higher strung. Narcissa is cold, polished, and pragmatic in contrast. She's a black, Andy said, a slightly imperious look in her eyes. She was raised to be able to do things on her own, take matters into her own hands as needed. Sissy was always very good at learning her lessons. But more importantly, blacks are loyal to the family first and foremost. Sirius's reading was not easy on her, and she knows which way the wind is blowing. She sees the same thing so many others in her position do. The husbands and fools are sworn to the hilt and have no way of backing out, but the man running the show is slipping. What he says he wants, and what he's doing is lining up less and less. Blacks of all people can recognize madness when it occurs. Riddle wasn't very stable before he started splintering his soul, Croker sighed. Splitting something theoretically infinite like a soul is a rather advanced philosophical concept, and while it isn't as simple as to say that Riddle is working with 1/64th of his original soul, what can't be denied is that the man's already tenuous grasp on sanity is loosening. Most of his soul is gone now, banished when we destroyed his Horcruxes, and that's had an impact on his thinking as well. His snake, Nagini, is the only piece left outside of him, other than the remnant of your scar that we've been using to track him. The place he's been tracked to is, naturally, Malfoy Manor, Andy said. We had already figured this out, or I suppose Madame Bones and Director Croker here had, but Sissy volunteered the information to me during a rather emotionally charged tea. Lady Malfoy doesn't particularly enjoy the behavior of her boarders, or her husband, Croker said, grinning. What is she willing to offer? What does she want? Harry asked, his mind whirring with the possibilities of having Narcissa Malfoy change sides at such a crucial juncture in the war. He didn't need Ketty's memories to know how important this could be. Information, access to the manor, maybe even the ability to kill Nagini, all of it was now in play. Well, first off, she knows about the prophecy, Croker said. Not all the words, but she's gleaned enough from what Riddle and his inner circle has said to know that Potter has the ability to kill the man. That's not nothing. She obviously doesn't know just how capable you are, but the fact that you've survived your near-yearly encounters with Riddle, and in some cases exchanged spells with him and his followers, is a point in your favor. Furthermore, a resurgence of the Black family and its position in British politics would give her, and those like her, what she wants. Protections for traditional wizarding culture here in the Isles. She's not stupid, and knows blood purity as an ideology is not going to held in favor, but she can work with that, or so she claims. Sissy was always too smart to be a bigot, Andy interjected. She doesn't care for muggles or seek to understand them, but she doesn't hate them either. She'd be just as happy to never see one again. She toes the line her husband sets in public, and otherwise says nothing. Right, Croker agreed. It's not an uncommon position among the traditionalists, honestly. But anyway, she'd prefer that disagreement be kept to the political sphere and not spill into violence the way it has under Riddle's leadership. She is appalled by the number of wizarding deaths and is convinced that the statute will be broken if Riddle isn't stopped soon, which is a very real concern. She doesn't see prosperity under his rule, only death and madness. She wants out, an amnesty for at least her son, who is under a lot of pressure to take the dark mark. Her husband is being punished for his failure to retrieve the prophecy, and while Lady Malfoy would like a reduced sentence for him for her cooperation, she understands that his public actions may complicate that desire. She's souring on Lucius, now that his master has returned, Andy explained. Blacks have always admired strength, but she can't understand the extent to which Lucius has prostrated himself to Riddle. Bella's actions are simply more proof of her insanity. What is she willing to do to help us win? Harry asked, having been as assured of Narcissa's changing loyalties by the explanations. She understands that Malfoy Manor makes an ideal trap for our Dark Lord, Andy said. Lucius holds the wards currently, but she would be able to add 1 or 2 people for short amounts of time to place traps and get a feel for things. She's already shared plans of the layout of the manor, and when the time comes, will incapacitate her husband to assume direct control of the ward scheme. She doesn't want to do any of the killing herself, and would prefer as many captures as possible, but she will throw her full support into helping corral Riddle into wherever we want our ambush to be, Croaker said. She does want to meet you at some point to discuss things as the future Lord Black, but understands if that can't happen just yet. Can she get us a copy of the ward scheme? Harry asked, thinking over this new advantage as much as possible. And I'm willing to meet with her whenever Andy thinks it's a good idea, maybe with her there. Why do you want the scheme? Croaker asked. If Narcissa is going to be holding the wards during the assault, she can keep all the Death Eaters in and let our people through without us needing to force it. Yes, Harry agreed. And even with all that, I want to put up the runic ward fence that I've been building as an additional layer to keep them all penned in. But if I know what their wards look and feel like, it will be so much easier for me to design runic traps that won't set off the Malfoy wards, and I might even be able to blend the traps in with the ambient magic of the manor. We could even maybe get Narcissa to explain them as security upgrades, or something like that. That's a very good idea, Andy said, smiling. And I would be happy to help set up and moderate a meeting between you and Sissy. She hasn't mentioned it more than vague hints, but if things go as poorly for Lucius as she fears, she will be looking to get a divorce. And if that happens, she would retake her maiden name, an option that becomes much more palatable if Black remains a traditionalist power. Would she be willing to toe the line on the reforms I want to push through as a traditionalist? Harry asked, having sent a Hedwig back and forth with Andy a few times discussing policy and his goals for the house after his discussions with Arcturus. Not happily on all of them, but with the concessions you've made for culture and pushing to reevaluate some ritual bans, she would call it a bargain she's willing to make and soldier on. She won't love all the judicial reforms you and Susan will doubtlessly push for, but that's mainly out of a desire to keep favorable rules on the books, even if she'll never need them herself. It's more about the principle of losing fallbacks for her. She would be a valuable ambassador for your ideas, if you can convince her of their worth, and an alliance of the two of you would be very potent politically. Harry groaned, not looking forward to dueling a Slytherin on the battlefield of words and ideas. Andy was definitely right about the value of winning her sister's support, though. House Black's importance as the biggest traditionalist house would be cemented, and their influence could do a lot of work and reach a lot of people that Harry and Susan simply wouldn't be able to otherwise. Please help me prepare for that, he begged his regent, and she laughed. I won't throw you to the wolves, Andy assured him, but let's worry about getting these wards figured out first. I can reach out to Sissy with what we've agreed to, and she can help think of excuses and reasons for her upcoming actions. And I'll let her know that House Black is receptive to her advances, and about her retaking her old name if it comes to it. Yeah, Harry said, nodding sharply. If nothing else, having Draco's mum on my side will be very satisfying personally. Wait until my father hears about this. Wait until I tell your mother. At that, Andy cackled, and even Croaker had to hide a grin. I'm told that Lucius cringes whenever he hears that his son used that line again, the head of the Department of Mysteries said. The older Draco gets, the more infantile the response is, and the worse the future of House Malfoy looks. Sissy won't let it fail, Andy warned through her giggles. Even if she gets a divorce, the Malfoy name will remain her son's, and she won't let anything she's involved in fail completely. She might take it out of the spotlight for a decade while she gets rid of her son's bad habits or finds good management for their holdings, but House Malfoy will not disappear. Maybe we could push for them to become vassals to House Black. Grandfather almost got old Arcturus to agree to it when he let Sissy and Lucius marry. If it gets bad enough for Lucius, that might be in the cards, Croaker mused. Narcissa might find the move useful for changing their image, even if she limits it to 50 years or so. I'll propose it if I think she becomes receptive, Andy promised. I've been having so much fun with the Wisengamot, and we haven't even sat for a full session yet. It was Harry's turn to laugh at the feral grin on Andy's face. From what Tonks had told him and Susan, and reiterated in a letter or two, being welcomed back into her family, and immediately trusted with the highest level of authority that could be granted to her, had put the middle Black sister into seventh heaven. Despite her marriage to a Muggle-born and views on the equality of all witches and wizards regardless of blood status, Andy was a fairly traditional witch, even by the standard of the notoriously conservative British magical community. Her fierce loyalty to her family had never faded, even when it had cast her out. How have the efforts to reach out to the exiled members of our house? Harry asked, curious to see how the outreach efforts had been going so far. For obvious reasons, this wasn't something he could take the time to do himself, and Andy was well suited to the work, to say nothing of her motivation. They've gone quite well, Andy said happily. My name and reputation have smoothed things along nicely, to say nothing of your status as the heir apparent. Not everyone is interested in a formal rapprochement, but in the next year or two, I expect our numbers to swell to 15 members or more. 15? Croker asked in amazement. Even if they're all branch members, I can't think of any other families of similar stature that have that many wands to call on. Ah, but this is where a good understanding of genetics and the reasons for banishment come into play, Andy said. Other houses might be able to do something similar, although I'm not sure. But at least 3 of my aunts and uncles, so to speak, or even the generation above them, were thrown out for marrying Muggle-born, and at least 2 squib lines have sprouted magic anew. They have been rejuvenated by the influx of fresh blood and have had a handful of children. While my mother was admired and considered blessed in the pureblood circles for having 3 children, even if they were all daughters, I found 2 such blessed families among the exiles, and the others with children have 2 apiece. And the offer of resources, protection, and patronage is a very attractive one to families with multiple children, especially with the changing politics behind the house, even if the focus on wizarding culture and tradition remains, Croker realized. The opportunity to learn of the magic of our family, Andy added. As is proof in Harry, the magic of war is in the black blood, and every child must have that potential nourished and shaped carefully, lest it overwhelm them. The black madness is not an idle tale, unfortunately. My older sister is proof enough of that. Has her mental instability gotten worse since I cast her out of the family? Harry asked. Lady Malfoy would be able to tell, right? Perhaps, Andy said, grimacing. Years in Azkaban would have eroded almost anyone's occlumency shields, and Bella wasn't an animagus like cousin Siri, even if she had been aware of the benefit. It's almost certainly true that the knowledge she has been cast out was a blow to her, and one that she broods on, but I do not think it has hurt her magic overmuch. Bella has always been violently strong, and her lack of discipline overwhelmed her when she dove into the dark arts. It's always a slippery slope, Croker remarked. Those who master the mind arts have the potential to use the dark arts without worry of the emotional corruption and vicious cycle that emerges from the use of such potent and emotionally powered spells, but so many grow overconfident and stumble. With the frequency Riddle uses the unforgivables, even with his vaunted occlumency, it's quite likely he would have fallen into insanity even without his creation of multiple Horcruxes. Ketty hasn't taught me much in the way of the dark arts, not properly, Harry admitted, having heard bits and pieces of this from his ancestor before. With the amount of magic that I can channel. He's worried about the corrupting elements settling into me far too quickly with my rudimentary occlumency. He's made me promise to wait until I become a certified master occlumens before I start using any of the dark arts he knows or I learn. But I don't think I need it, not to kill Riddle. There are more effective ways for me to fight, and I don't need the power that the dark arts let you bring to bear. Croker snorted at that. Well, that's both encouraging and a little worrying, Mr. Potter. On the one hand, I'm glad that you're intelligent enough to avoid a discipline of magic known for being quite double-edged in its practice and benefits. On the other, the fact that you don't feel the need for the additional power it provides when facing one of the greatest wizards of our age, I can only hope you remain on the side of the light. Oh, don't worry about that, Harry said, smirking. Susan would leave me if I didn't. She's a total badger. Then we shall thank the Hufflepuffs for the small mercies, Croker sighed. Now, what rune traps have you been devising, and how do you think you might modify them to hide in Malfoy Manor? After the discussion of runic traps with Croker, and Harry had not been surprised to discover that the head of the Department of Mysteries had a few very intriguing and nasty ideas, the rest of the day went by quickly in a haze of studying the black grimoires, with a few checks in the Peveril one. Amelia returned late, and with Susan still gone, dinner was a quiet affair. Amelia had mostly commented on his improvement and height as the nutrient potions took effect, and then after a brief discussion of the state of ministry politics, they both continued for the rest of the evening in their normal fashion. Dream training with Ketty was brutal, But Harry was finally starting to see real improvement in his sensing ability. And as his occlumency slowly grew more stable, his ability to split his attention enough to control his illusions independently and prepare spells got better too. Susan returned the next morning, buzzing with all the news and rumors she had received from Hannah, and greeted him with a kiss that had Amelia clearing her throat before their lesson with Flitwick. That lesson was an excellent preview of what the rest of their week with the half-goblin charms professor looked like. Endless exercises drilling them on speed, efficiency, control, and accuracy. At night, Ketty's lessons only built on what Flitwick taught Harry and Susan, but at a far greater magnitude than what anyone awake could manage. The well of power that Harry was using to draw up the immense reserves that made him a war mage was slowly turning into a pipe that pumped water to the surface. And while it was not yet the fountain that Ketty's memories suggested would be possible one day for Harry, he was already channeling amounts of magic that would have killed a student at Hogwarts below 7th year. But for all of Harry's progress in making sure he could call upon a stupendous amount of magic, this was not nearly enough for his ancestor. True control of the amount of power he could bring to bear was years off, and Ketty confirmed Flitwick's warnings that due to the frankly inhuman magical reserves Harry had, he would never be able to master it to the extent less powerful witches and wizards could. That did not mean that he couldn't reach a level of control that would make his use of his magic very efficient and allow him to do all but the most delicate magical tasks. And, as Harry and Ketty knew all too well, sometimes brute strength was all that was required to complete a task. So, while during the day, Flitwick had Harry and Susan fighting with pins and needles and animating dolls. At night, Ketty had Harry manipulating massive flame and water summoning spells, conjuring and animating massive creatures, and exercising control over as many illusions as he could summon. Going back and forth between the two lessons was jarring for Harry, as one teacher wanted him to use as little magic as possible, while the other wanted him to use as much as he could, while doing as much with it as possible. But the process was forging a deeper connection with his magic than anything Harry had ever experienced with it before. The memories he was getting from Ketty showed him how much further he had to go, and while he knew how it would feel to have a handle on the power he had as his birthright, the memories were no shortcut for developing that familiarity himself. Nor was Harry the only one to have experienced rapid growth and development in his proficiency with magic. Although Susan was only training for the morning and part of the afternoon, as her growing magic wouldn't support any more wand use, and her desire to make sure that they were both mentally refreshed held her in check, the hard-working Badger was becoming a formidable witch, much to the pleasure of her auntie, who had come into the tail end of one of their training sessions and watched as her niece tore apart a series of training dummies with a storm of precise spells. "Well done, Susan," Amelia had declared, causing the teenaged redhead to jump in surprise. "Auntie," Susan yelped, "what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "Ah, I see the thanks I get for taking a little time off before the next catastrophe," Amelia said, sighing as her niece sputtered. "We're quite happy to have you, Amelia," Flitwick squeaked. "The Death Eaters have been rather quiet, haven't they?" "It's the calm before the storm, I'm afraid," Amelia said. "I can only imagine Riddle is gathering strength and allies after his first attack failed to get its true targets. I'm hoping that the Fidelius we're under has been causing him problems, but our spies in his ranks haven't had much to report other than training and gathering of supplies while the madman broods and schemes. But enough of that. I'm here to give you both a workout. Would you mind refereeing and assessing us, Flitwick?" "What an excellent idea," the wizened professor cried happily. "They've both worked very hard and improved nicely, but a new style to fight against might be just what they need after working with me for a while. Ms. Bones shall go first, I think." "Let me show you what I've learned," Susan declared happily. "I think I've finally found my dueling style." "Bring it on," Amelia said, and then the professor counted the duelists off. Susan immediately sprang into action, conjuring dozens of needles and flinging them at Amelia while sprinkling in shield breakers and low-powered impact curses. Harry knew from experience that the needles were ever so slightly cursed to slow down whoever they struck, and from the grimace on her face, Amelia recognized them. The head of the DMLE was no slouch, though, and a blast of wind managed to neutralize the needles for just long enough for her to conjure a wall of earth, which the shield breakers splashed harmlessly against while the impact curses slowly crumbled the wall. Amelia then went on the offense herself, transfiguring the floor to ice as she flung stunners and ensnaring spells at her niece in an obvious demonstration of the Auror's standard style, mixing in the odd disarming spell too. Susan backpedaled, managing to keep her balance with small, sliding steps as she continued her barrage of tiny spells in a rainbow of jinxes, charms, and the odd bonebreaker. Whipping out a duelist shield on her offhand, Amelia layered and angled her shields just right to avoid the hail and summoned her niece's shoes, placing a cushioning charm below Susan as she did so. Susan cursed as she went down hard, likely bruising her tailbone even with the cushioning charm to break her fall. "The match goes to Amelia," Flitwick cried, and Harry was forced to agree with the half-goblin. If Amelia hadn't cushioned her niece and if she had pulled any harder, the resulting fall would have sent Susan's head crashing to the floor, and that would have certainly ended the fight with near-lethal damage. "You've progressed very nicely since our last duel," Amelia told her niece approvingly. "Your spell output is excellent, and your speed of casting is tremendous, especially for your age. My main suggestion is that you keep moving. The style you've chosen suits you well, but to maintain the rate of spell fire needed to be effective, you have very little time to shield conventionally. Your professor gets away with moving so quickly due to his heritage, but you should look into spells and enchantments that boost your agility. You certainly have the magical core to keep it going while you rain down your storm of spells." "An excellent suggestion," Flitwick approved. "You might also look into shielding like your aunt did, focusing on small shields at angles, or conjuring multiple small items to block spells, like the Avi's spell, which creates a small flock of birds. You could then transfigure the ones that survive as well." "Indeed," Amelia said. "Harry, are you ready?" "I am," Harry affirmed, walking forward and taking his dueling stance. 3, 2, 1, go," Flitwick cried, and Harry flicked out a dozen illusions before blinking to 1-3 illusions over. From there, he cast numerous moderately strong curses, doing his best to blink between illusions and keep up the facade that they were all firing spells individually. Harry knew he was capable of doing far more in a duel than just this tactic, but he first wanted to see how Amelia would respond to what was quickly becoming his signature technique. Amelia's brow furrowed in concentration, and she cast a pair of shields to deflect some of the incoming curses as she weaved this way and that. She then cracked her wrist like her wand was the handle of a whip, and a shimmering blue strand of magic lashed out, battering aside spells and crashing through 3 of the illusions, dispelling them instantly. Harry immediately transfigured the floor into quicksand and sent shield breakers mixed in with stunners in quick succession from 3 different points of the circle, his occlumency working overtime as he shifted around and did his best to keep the illusion magic flowing, all as fast as he could manage. Amelia grunted from the backlash of her shields being pierced, but she used a wind spell to launch herself straight up before sweeping her wand out in an arc, unleashing a torrent of green and gold dust. This time, it was Harry's turn to use the wind, blowing the unidentified substance right back at the witch, who transfigured it into a trio of wolves. Accepting the implied transfiguration challenge, if only for the moment, Harry stopped sending curses for a split second to conjure the largest elephant he could in the most magically resistant crystal he could manage, and then he resumed the spell barrage. As she had already proven, Amelia was fast, tough, and strong, and if he gave her any space, she would make him regret it. As Harry tried to figure out what the best way to force Amelia out of the fight safely, his elephant trampled 2 of the wolves and gored the other with its tusks, before continuing its charge toward the redhead who was lashing out with the blue whip again, dispelling illusions and batting aside spells almost as fast as Harry could recreate them and fire them. Gritting her teeth at the oncoming elephant, Amelia did something Harry had never seen before. Just as he thought one of his stunners was finally about to break through the near-flawless defense of the Auror, Amelia flared her magic in a very specific manner, and the stunner dissipated on her skin, allowing her to vanish part of the floor in front of the elephant, halting its charge. Scowling as Amelia conjured a boulder and banished it into the elephant, shattering it, Harry cast the stasis spell he and shown Amelia at the start of the summer, but overpowering it and modifying it into a wave pattern like he had the stunner in Diagon Alley. He then followed it up with 3 overpowered Jellylegs jinxes. If Amelia was able to take a hit from a spell without it bothering her, he needed to put more power into it than she was. But even with his latest attack on the way, Harry didn't stop. Both Flitwick and Ketty had beaten that lesson into him. Until his opponent was down or the official called an end to the duel, he needed to keep going or else risk he caught watching the spell that took him down approach. Instead, Harry blinked to another part of the room, spewing a sticky sap at Amelia before blinking away and doing it again, each time leaving an illusion in his wake. After he had created another 7 illusions, he went back to the first one, stepping inside it as he let loose with more curses and charms before whispering the word that solidified the sap. It was a trick that Ketty had shown him. An opponent unaware of the obscure spell merely worried about the stickiness, and if Harry wanted the trap to be more lethal, the sap was extremely flammable. Contrary to what most people's first instinct was, water would not help dissipate the sap, but only increase the amount of sap on the floor. The trap clearly caught Amelia off guard, and the sudden loss of mobility ended the fight for good as Amelia was disarmed, bound in enchanted rope in short order. "Oh, well done, Mr. Potter," Flitwick cried. "That sap is quite devilish. Does it have any other purpose other than the freezing effect? Even now, it simply sparkles with magic." "Water only increases the amount of sap," Harry admitted, dispelling it with the required counterspell. "And it is very flammable. That might another one I want for my aurors, Harry," Amelia said, looking no worse for wear as she stood up. "Although the fire hazard is worth noting, how does the hardened sap hold up to spells?" "It depends on how thick the layer is when it hardens," Harry explained. "If you only get a small layer down, it won't hold up to a bombarda or the like, but if you can get it on a little thicker, it will take a hit from an impact curse before breaking. Without magic, you would need something like an axe." "Good," Amelia said. "That will be useful for stopping multiple suspects when stunning charms aren't doing enough. How does the sap stand up to earth or wind?" "I would recommend wind," Harry said, thinking it over. "Blowing it away is probably your best option. You can still harden it if it's mixed in with dirt, after all." "A good point," Amelia acknowledged. "We'll discuss this more later when your dueling instructor isn't waiting on us." "Thank you, Amelia," Flitwick said. "Now, I understand you were attempting to use your illusion style there, Mr. Potter, and only used other techniques after you failed to achieve a quick breakthrough. Do you have any thoughts about how it went for you?" "Against an opponent who is used to defending themselves against multiple people at once, the effect of the illusions is reduced," Harry said with a sigh, thinking about how Amelia had used shields and the whip spell to great effect. "She never really got too close to attacking me, not with my ability to move so quickly, but Amelia is sensitive enough to magic that I never had an open shot to take." "Not yet, at least," Flitwick corrected. "Your speed of casting and movement will only improve, and then you will replicate the advantages you have on Ms. Bones on more skilled opponents. But continue your reflection. In a real fight, I should have been using transfiguration and conjuration from the very start," Harry said, having known that from the beginning. "I was testing out a curse and charm barrage, and it was too easy for Amelia to stave it off. Against Riddle, that would have resulted in my death, or at the very least the loss of the element of surprise. In that fight, I will open with much more devastating attacks, but that whip or something similar is certainly in the ability of Riddle to replicate. He who must not be named, while not a war mage himself, was certainly a specialist in fighting larger groups of opposing magicals," Flitwick acknowledged. "Any strike must be overwhelming, both in speed and power if you hope to end things before they begin in earnest. Do you have any ideas for such a spell? I do agree that it should not be practiced on Amelia here." Harry laughed weakly. "Most definitely," he agreed. "As for the spell itself, I'm still looking at a few different options, but one of the most promising at the moment is from the Peveril Grimoire, which I've only just started looking at the spell list." "I do hope it's not a necromancy curse," Amelia said, frowning. "Even if you would be authorized to use it for this purpose, the Peverils had most of their war spell arsenal banned centuries ago for very good reasons." "It's one of the few that isn't what even Durmstrang would call the dark arts," Harry said. "The reason it was used so rarely is because of the wand core requirement, or at least that's what it requires these days." "That makes the spell quite old indeed," Flitwick said, his bushy eyebrows raised in surprise. "The spells of the ancients drew on the magic of the world around them, and techniques were used to unleash the power of secondary focuses, animal scales, plant clippings, and so forth. What does this one require? The feather from a phoenix, Harry said. I'm going to use phoenix fire to roast as much of the madman as I can. Amelia nodded slowly. Light-imbued flames might be just strong enough to cleanse his homunculus body, considering the dark rituals he's been using. I approve. Now that he had identified the spell he wanted to use and had gotten feedback as to its feasibility, Harry turned a great deal of his attention to perfecting it. As Flitwick had suggested, this was an older form of magic, and the casting was rather different from what Harry was used to. If he hadn't had Ketty to help him at night, Harry wasn't certain he would have been able to get a good enough grip on the spell to cast it in time to practice it to his demanding teacher's satisfaction. Even Ketty only really knew the basics and the theory of the spell and those like it, as this kind of magic was truly ancient. There was no real incantation that corresponded with the phoenix flame, as the Peveril grimoire had explained and Ketty had confirmed. Harry could use one that associated the spell in his mind. Something that he had a feeling was how a lot of verbal casting got started, almost like a shortcut to accessing the magic. Instead, what Harry was trying to do was connect his magic to the element he was using, empathize or harmonize with it in some fashion, and then reach out in conjunction with it to accomplish some effect. For what the process actually involved, the theory was straightforward enough. The difficulty was the execution. With his sensing ability, Harry was quite able to sense the phoenix feather in his wand and even connect his magic to it. The fact that the feather was in his wand would have normally hampered him, but it was Harry's wand, and he had bonded to it already. Furthermore, he had met Fawkes several times and even had the phoenix's tears in his blood. Ketty agreed with him that this would make his plan much easier to pull off. It also made Harry wonder what he might be able to do with the basilisk venom that was also in his blood, but he set that aside for later. All of this would have been quite impossible for Harry even a year ago, and he suspected that no Hogwarts student under their 6th year would have the sensing ability to find a magical element like a phoenix feather, without having first been told of its presence. The real difficulty for Harry now was the harmonization process, and it was giving him an immense amount of respect for the ancient magicals who discovered this method of casting magic, as well as increased respect for why runes were so commonly used. With runes, one could write out exactly what they wanted to happen, and if they had carved their runes correctly, they had an excellent chance of accomplishing their goals. Not so with harmonizing your thoughts and magic with a phoenix feather. Runes obeyed human logic and rules, as they were creations of humans and meant to channel magic and meaning and will. Phoenixes were not human and did not think like them. They were quite intelligent, but they were immortal and had a strange relationship with time and space. Namely, they treated those things as suggestions, instead of the laws that humans did. Getting his magic to cooperate along with that of the feather, even with the tears in his veins and his pre-existing bond with the feather, was a twisty, mind-bending process. Harry was starting to understand why the Phoenix fire spell was in the book of a family renowned for death magic, though. From what Harry had gathered from his meditation on the feather, the flames didn't purify so much as unmake that which should not be. Given the place of a phoenix in the universe and the way they perceived magic, good, and evil, this determination could change depending on the phoenix, the situation, and if Harry was understanding it correctly, his own understanding of what he wanted to use the fire for. He was fairly sure that trying to follow along with the logic of the feather would drive Hermione to violence, and Harry resolved to never try to explain it to her. It was very much the product of a gut feeling, and his analytic friend would not allow that to stand as an explanation. Still, despite all the difficulty in getting the spell to work, Harry was now able to conjure a flickering tongue of golden fire after 4 days of nearly tearing his hair out by the roots and several nasty words muttered under his breath to his wand, and the wretched thing it contained. There was a large part of Harry that wondered if he would be able to infuse some of the power or essence he could feel into the runes he had begun plotting onto the plans of Malfoy Manor Narcissa had provided along with the ward scheme. But he knew that it would take far longer than he had, if it was possible at all. No, now that he could create a flame more or less on command, although it could still take him a moment from time to time, he needed to learn how to grow it and send it forward in an all-consuming rush. Harry had seen fiendfire destroy the ossuary. He felt that this could be his answer to the cursed flames, and far more controllable at that. One thing it was not was less dangerous. Harry had experimented on several old, cursed objects that he and Susan had determined did not need to exist in Grimmauld Place anymore, and the Phoenix fire had consumed the objects utterly, not even leaving ashes behind. It was as if they had ceased to exist. Maybe with better control he would be able to remove the dark enchantments and curses and leave the underlying item intact, but that seemed unlikely with what he understood of the fire. So much was wrapped up in the seeming contradiction of the Phoenixes: life and death, endless rebirth, and a force that stood more for the natural order than any preconceived notion of what was good by human logic. The last point was where Harry thought he would find the most success in unmaking riddle. Horcruxes were an abomination of the blackest magics to ever exist, and even the Black family, steeped in the dark arts and a healthy sense of choosing practicality over more squeamish options, rejected them entirely. The few writings Harry had found in the black grimoires that touched on them insisted that such a perversion of life and magic would be answered in due time by the primal forces of the universe. And if immortality was the goal, there were better options, although for some reason or another, only the flame will seem to have lived longer than 600 years without a magical transformation into a vampire or the like. And the black grimoires held some very interesting rumors about the flames. Harry had decided to not share some of his findings and conclusions with Susan or Amelia. If what he was reading was correct, fighting the Flamels was out of the question, really, and unnecessary. Let bygones be bygones. The crimes committed by the two arcane titans centuries ago were far from the most pressing concern, and if Dumbledore's impression of them and his friendship was any indication, age and ennui had softened them. Mass sacrifice and human experimentation seemed to be in their past, not present. Harry shivered again, thinking about the dark, glittering red stone he had held briefly during his first year. What would his magic sensing tell him about the Philosopher's Stone now, he wondered. "Harry," Susan called, approaching the dueling room where he had been practicing calling and controlling the golden flame. "Yes," Harry called back, trying to twist the flame into a whip. "Auntie wanted to see you," Susan said, stopping at the edge of the room. As a safety measure, no one was allowed in the room with Harry when he was playing with ancient and deadly magic. "All right," Harry said agreeably, letting the half-formed coil of flame fall into nothingness. "Dumbledore is there with her," Susan added, looking almost blank. "I think something either just happened or is about to." Harry exhaled sharply. "You're probably right. We're 2 weeks out from when we plan to hit Riddle and kill him, but he's been so quiet recently, the odd attack here and there aside. From what I've learned of the Blood War, I kind of thought that the whole country would be awash in bodies and dark magic. Don't get me wrong, I'm very happy that it isn't, but this silence feels like the calm before the storm." Harry fell in with his girlfriend as they made their way up the stairs and back to the main receiving room, where sure enough, both his red-headed guardian and his headmaster were waiting for them. Amelia looked annoyed, and Dumbledore looked apologetic, but neither seemed to be as upset as the last time they had shared a room. "Ah, Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, turning to face them. "I see you've done quite a good job redecorating this place. It has far more cheer now than it ever did before." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, not having expected comments on the Dacre. "What brought you our way?" Harry didn't say anything about wanting as few people as possible to know where he was staying for safety reasons, even if he wanted to, but he supposed that Dumbledore was powerful enough that it likely didn't matter. "Some concerned citizens have overheard some rather intriguing bits of information," Dumbledore said, stroking his long, white beard. "Tom's movements have been erratic recently, hopefully from the destruction of his Horcruxes, but that will not last much longer. He's going to lash out soon, and I fear that it is only the difficulty of his target that is staying his hand for now. Once he feels sufficiently prepared, he will strike, and we must be prepared to meet him when he comes." "And what exactly is his target that your order has uncovered?" Amelia asked sharply, clearly not bothering with the fiction that the headmaster was in charge of a pseudo-vigilante group. "The Ministry, of course," Dumbledore said. "He won't move on Hogwarts until he has everything else under his control, and he knows what his prize is to cement his rule." "And because you're at Hogwarts, Professor," Susan piped up, and Dumbledore favored her with a rueful smile. I doubt that I'll be as effective as I once was at my increasingly advanced age, Ms. Bones, Dumbledore demurred. With the wards of our beloved Hogwarts behind me, I am capable of putting up a strong defense, but I fear that I would be overwhelmed on the field of open battle. Do you know when he plans on making his move? Amelia asked. We've known that the Ministry would be a priority target of Riddle for months, or at least those of us in the Auror and DMLE offices with sense. We have a few contingency plans that are only in the hands of those we trust, but those become a lot more effective if we have some idea of when Riddle is planning on coming. I suspect no more than a week, Dumbledore said, shrugging a little. My friends warned me about the vague nature of the information, and we believe that a firm date might not even have been set yet, but Tom has been stockpiling his toys. He will want to use them, and soon. I can believe that, Amelia said. But the population doesn't fear him enough for a simple walk-in of the Ministry to work, not after the single set of raids he did in July. There have been 1 or 2 follow-up attacks, but they've been sporadic and fairly isolated, compared to what we expected to see at this point. You think he's going to start ramping up his attacks again, Harry realized. It would serve a few purposes, Amelia confirmed. Build terror again, whittle down the Aurors and response teams, buy time for his own agents to sabotage things in the Ministry, and blood his fighters. It makes too much sense for even a madman to not do it, even if it didn't spread fear and destruction like Riddle seems to crave. It is a sad reality that we have reason to believe that such a fate may be upon us again soon, Dumbledore said, looking truly grieved at the prospect. Which is why I think that Harry would be well served to start making his preparations. I do not want him in the field, Albus, Amelia said, looking annoyed again. Yes, he is more than capable of doing some very good work and disabling or even killing Death Eaters, but he's more important than that. It does us no good for the secret of his true level to become known now. And if we put Harry out there, either with the Aurors, Hit Wizards, or even your Order, that's an unnecessary risk that our trump card will be spoiled before we can even play him. Dumbledore sighed. I understand your point, Amelia, and I agree at least in principle with the need to keep Harry's true level of skill under wraps, but this is not a perfect world. Even with the help you've pushed for in the Wisengamot to obtain foreign aid, and the extra Aurors you've been able to start recruiting and training, they will not be enough in an open warfare situation. Tom has been recruiting on the continent, and there are enough malcontents to either take his gold or his promises of land and blood. He wants a single, brutal engagement to end it all, and Harry is one of our best options to slow him down in any way that we can. Amelia grimaced. If Riddle moves in a week, that's too soon for our planned preparations, she admitted. Could they be moved up at all? If I am to buy time, I need to know how much. Dumbledore said, his eyes sharper than Harry had seen in a while, and his posture firm and unyielding. This was the wizard who had fought against Grindelwald and won. We might be able to, Amelia said cautiously. Our main limiting factor has honestly been giving Harry as much time as possible to prepare and take in his ancestors' memories. They won't be fully integrated until almost August from what Ketty told us, so the closer to that the better, but Harry has been working hard at getting certain skills up to speed sooner. He thinks he's identified the spell he wants to try to overwhelm Riddle with, and he's been preparing a runic trap scheme to seed Malfoy Manor with. My chosen Hit Wizard squads could be ready in less than a week if they need to be. Harry? Dumbledore asked, his pale blue eyes shining with concentrated magic. Can you be ready in 1 week, rather than 2? A crushing counterstrike on Tom in the middle of his coup attempt could end everything before the fighting spirals out of control. Harry blew out a breath, thinking it over. He still had a lot of work to do to master the Phoenix Flame to point where he could throw a mass of it at Riddle, and his runic traps needed to be fine-tuned to the wards in Malfoy Manor. But if he had a little help, it could all get done. His combat training was continuing in his dreams regardless of what happened while he was awake, so he could devote all his time to those 2 activities. Besides, he did always seem to do his best under pressure. I might ask for the assistance of a rune or ward master to make sure that the traps are properly integrated in the wards of the Malfoy estate, Harry said cautiously. And installing them, maybe during one of the upcoming raids. If you can find someone who is familiar with Akkadian and Sumerian runes, that would be best. But if you can help me offset some of that work, then yes, I can be ready in 1 week. Akkadian and Sumerian runes, that's quite an ask, my boy, but it will be done, even if I have to do some of the work myself, Dumbledore promised, looking surprised. The more esoteric nature of the runes made me think they would be harder to identify even if they were discovered, Harry said. And it's really blending them into the existing ward scheme that's going to take some work, and coordination with Lady Malfoy. I can do it, but just not in a week, not with everything else going on. That's fine, Harry, Amelia said, looking both relieved and apprehensive. Between myself, Albus, and Croaker, you'll have the support you need for this. You just make sure that you're prepared for the signal to go. I'll make sure the rest is in order, one way or another. The knowledge that he now only had a week until they made their move lit a fire under Harry. He still attended lessons with Professor Flitwick for an hour or two in the mornings, mostly working on dueling strategies and control, but the rest of his next few days were a blur of poring over runes, etching out different options, and doing his best to manipulate the Phoenix Flame. It was slow going, especially with the spell, although progress was being made. It was helping that Harry was continuing to gain an understanding of how the flame worked. He was starting to realize that his initial plan of creating a huge wall of fire and throwing it at Tom was not going to work, but he was now thinking that he might be able to create and then control a construct made of the flame. Unlike most guided spells or elemental constructs, which tended to have fairly limited magical resistance without significant expenditure of power, the Phoenix Flame obeyed its own rules. It harmed things a phoenix might consider unnatural, and nothing else seemed to affect the flame or be affected by it. Harry was still learning to fine-tune this set of criteria, and a number of cursed artifacts belonging to the Blacks were utterly consumed as Harry tried his best to convince the flame to act one way or another. He hadn't tested it on another human or sentient creature, unsure as to how the flame would react, and in his limited tests to Far, any conjured animals were turned to ash in horrifyingly short order. Both Harry and Ketty were fairly convinced that the flame would consume Riddle, and likely any practitioner of dark magic that had immersed themselves fully in the art, but Harry was worried about friendly fire, to make an awful pun. But Harry's attention was drawn away from his attempts to coalesce the flame into a usable shape by the presence of someone knocking on the door frame. "Mr. Potter," an unfamiliar voice asked, and Harry turned to see a somewhat stooped and elderly witch with white hair and large spectacles watching him with interest. "Yes, how can I help you, ma'am?" Harry asked. Trying to place the woman, he was quite certain he hadn't met her before, but there was something about her that was very familiar. "My name is Fiona Ross," the witch told him. "Your headmaster and my own supervisor reached out to me to help you with a rather delicate runic project. I am here to assist you, as while I am no true expert, I do know Akkadian and Sumerian runes better than anyone else in these isles, yourself excepted. Otherwise, I'm quite proud to say that I am one of the foremost runic experts in Europe." "That would be wonderful, and your help is greatly appreciated," Harry said with relief. "I'm at a point in the project where my lack of knowledge in Futhark and Ogham is what's really slowing me down. The traps are prepared and ready to be inscribed. The concealment is what's been causing me issues. I have a sense of what the Malfoy ward scheme does, but as I can't use two languages in one working for obvious reasons without ruining the flow of the magic, I've been feeling like I'm trying to harmonize two notes without really knowing what one of the notes sounds like. Also, I don't wish to be rude, Mrs. Ross, but you seem familiar to me, and I can't place why." "Ha! Call me Fiona, young man," Fiona said, chuckling to herself. "And I'm not surprised I look familiar to you. You've caused my daughter enough grief at your school. You're Professor McGonagall's mum," Harry blurted out, suddenly seeing the resemblance. "Oh, Minerva is mine," Fiona said happily. "A handful and a half growing up, that one was, and once she got going with her wand or on a broom, look out. Not many could keep up with my Minnie, and more's the pity. But enough about that. We can reminisce and trade stories once the bloodletting is done for good. Let me take a look at this ward scheme and the traps you've got set up. With the confluence of multiple runic languages in the Manor, I doubt we'll ever be able to fully hide what nasties you're planning to squirrel away, but we can get very close. As I understand it, we only need them concealed for a day or two at most, and that means we can cut a few corners." "Yes, that's right," Harry agreed as he took Fiona to the room where his runic work took place. He knew from what Amelia had been telling him and Susan that the raids were ramping up, and soon every Death Eater in the Isles would be taking part in them. Once the manor was empty, Narcissa would call them, and they would place their traps and Harry would put in his runic stakes around the property line, ready to be activated. Fiona snatched up the ward scheme for Malfoy Manor and clucked her tongue in appreciation. "This is good work, better than most have these days," the elder woman informed Harry. "Goblins have done parts of it, but the French deserters have done at least some of it themselves, too. You don't get blood wards like that otherwise, and the Ministry would never allow it if they could stop it. Do you know where you want to lay your traps?" "Yes, I do," Harry said, pointing at a few areas on the blueprints. "I want at least a few in the rooms that have been indicated to have Death Eaters staying in them, a lockdown trap in the Infirmary area, and most of the lethal traps in the entryway and ballroom, which Narcissa has told us is where Riddle likes to spend most of his time." "And what do all these wee beasties do, Fiona asked, taking in the runic knots and lines Harry had left decorating the table with. "All sorts," Harry said. "These two are designed to explode with magical shrapnel, wounding and causing confusion and panic. This set induces blindness when it goes off for an hour unless a specific countercurse is given in Sumerian. There's a panic-inducing ward, a poison gas ward, and this one works to drain as much magic from the area as it can before it erupts in fire. The last one, and the one that I'm mainly using in the ballroom, works to increase gravity on everyone but registered magical signatures. I'll probably sprinkle the rest in around it for effect. Those are rather ingenious," Fiona said, looking thrilled. "I might have to steal a few of those designs for security back at the office. Would you mind?" "Not at all," Harry told the witch. "I only came up with one or two. The rest I learned from my teacher." "Soul magic is a funny thing," Fiona said, shrugging. "But I'm not one to worry too much about the source of knowledge so long as it works. Anyway, as I'm sure you're aware, the main difficulty with these runes will be charging them without giving them away before their time to shine or them failing due to an overly quick charge." "I am," Harry admitted. "Runes in an active state would be sniffed out almost immediately. Not all of Riddle's followers are as dumb as their kids, and Riddle knows runes well enough that he would notice them. Have you worked out an ambient magic charging rune verse or string in Sumerian or Akkadian?" Fiona asked, shuffling through Harry's notes. "That might be enough depending on how much time they have to sit. It'll take longer to inscribe them, especially once we add in our concealment strings, but it would make them more likely to activate when we need them," Harry grimaced. "I could mock something up," he said slowly, "but I was hoping that we could link them into the Malfoy wardstone itself or maybe weave them in somehow." Fiona grinned. "That would be what we do in a perfect world. But there are a few problems with that solution. First, you need to get access to the wardstone as someone with permission to make edits. Second, that assumes we can trust Lady Malfoy, which I'm not fully sold on. Third, just because the wards recognize them doesn't mean our Dark Lord can't tell he's surrounded by active runes for a day or two, especially if said runes are in rather suspicious places. I do trust Narcissa on this." "She's dead if her part in even considering this came to light," Harry protested half-heartedly, but he knew that Fiona was right. The location of the rune traps was a stumbling block once again. "She is a rather self-interested witch," Fiona allowed, but the sharp grin on her face told Harry that the elderly Scot knew she had won the round. "Fine," Harry said, bowing to the inevitable and unwilling to waste time with an expert. "Would you rather I work on the concealment rune string or the ambient magic charger?" "You should work on the charger," Fiona said immediately. "I'll eventually need your help on the finer points of the concealment string, but I know what I need to blend in with all these lovely notes enough to get started. I've got very little idea of where I would begin on the charger beyond the base rune." "Fair enough," Harry said, and then gestured off to the back half of the room, which was dominated by several raised tables, each containing a 2-inch thick layer of slightly damp clay contained in dividers. "This is where I've been mocking up designs and testing them. The clay only can hold enough magic to see a glimpse of the working, but it's enough for me to make improvements and see if things are working like I had hoped. If the clay starts to dry out on you, just hit it with a weak aquamenti." "Fascinating," Fiona breathed, picking up one of the spatula-like blades Harry used to cut his runes into the clay. "Is this how the ancient Egyptians used to test out their runes? I'm looking forward to trying this." "For the most part, yes," Harry said, thinking about some of the horror stories he had heard and seen in memories from Ketty. Other times, the testing process involved a little more destruction and insanity. Morality wasn't what it is today, and the wars could be barbaric. "The Egyptians always did have the craziest ideas," Fiona said, smirking. Although some of the ancient druids here in the Isles committed their own share of atrocities, they just tended to carve into wood and flesh more than stone. And the Romans happened, I suppose. Harry privately thought that the Romans happened to a number of the ancient rune cultures he had studied, but that wasn't exactly relevant to the work at hand, and so after nodding his agreement, bent down to the clay in front of him and started cutting lines into the clay. He was going to need to design 2 different ambient magic charging rune sets, one for each of the languages his traps were in, and it was going to need to be as quick of a charging time as he could manage. He didn't think that they were going to have more than 24 hours to draw up power from their surroundings, and for the gravity runes in particular, they would need every ounce of magic he could wring from the wards. It was slow going at first, especially for the Sumerian set, which was older and slightly clunkier to shape into the cuneiform that Harry needed. But the sharp lines and dots eventually began to coalesce into something workable. And somewhat tracing history, as Harry succeeded more with the Sumerian. The Akkadian quickly followed, adopting the success of the previous civilization and building on it. After a day and 4 hours of hemming and hawing, cutting shapes into clay, and chewing his lip at the results, Harry had an arrangement that he was confident would work in the time frame. The only problem was its length. Harry was confident that he could etch each of his trap sets in under a minute, some of them in even less time. With this charger added in, that time would almost triple, and that didn't take into account whatever concealer Fiona worked up and Harry helped refine. Groaning, Harry massaged his temples the heel of his hands. "Slow going?" Fiona asked, looking pensive with her arms crossed and the long handle of her knife sticking up in the air, blade embedded in the clay. Her gaze remained fixed on the cuneiform runes she had been etching. "Not exactly," Harry said. "But now that I have a viable runic set, I really have to see if I can condense it all, otherwise it will take far too long to inscribe, and that's going to take hours." Fiona snorted. "Well, I'm glad you're having success. I've got the first and last part of my chain done, but the linkage is causing me problems." She gestured to a pair of ancient and cracked books that were floating in the air near her, their pages open. "I've been combing through my dictionaries, but I've not found anything that clicks into place." "Let me see," Harry said, coming around to look at the carved clay. "I want to look at new problems for a minute." Fiona snorted but let Harry take a look without further comment. "This is what I would have done for what you've got down," Harry mused, losing himself in drawing up Ketty's memories as he searched for the right runes to link the 2 parts of the concealment string. Maybe something like this. He tried, picking up Fiona's carving knife and adding a knotty set of 4. Fiona's lip curled. "It looks ugly," she said, but she was clearly taking it in. "And 2 of those aren't in my books." "Well, Ketty had a lot more access to the runic languages," Harry said with a shrug. "From what I've seen in the Black Library, almost a 4th of all Sumerian runes have been lost to time, and the Akkadian is missing maybe a 10th. Ketty knew them fluently and perfectly, though." "You need to get that knowledge on paper, Harry," Fiona said seriously, looking up at him. "Not only would it be a huge help to rune experts like myself, but the wizards and witches in the Middle East deserve to have that part of their heritage restored." "Wait, you mean they don't have the complete runic languages either?" Harry asked, shocked. "No, they don't," Fiona said grimly. "The Persian armies destroyed several key repositories in an attempt to weaken their enemies, and killed as many lore experts as they could." "Oh," Harry said, swallowing. "Yes, once Riddle is dead, I can definitely start writing some books on my runic knowledge." "Good," Fiona said firmly. "Now, let's see if this ugly string actually works and doesn't function like the snarled chain it looks like." Harry took a step or 2 back as Fiona placed her hands on the clay, pulsing magic into it. The cuneiform sparked, and then vanished, taking the table with it for a few seconds, and then sputtered back into visibility as the magic powering the transformation ran out. "It works," Harry said happily. "That's it in theory. The fact that you can just call up runes that even the foremost experts in their field don't know exist is bollocks," Fiona said evenly, still staring at the runes Harry added, and Harry goggled at the language coming from a woman who could be his great-grandmother. "Quite useful and necessary here, but absolute bollocks. I need you to know that." "Well, we still need to refine both chains," Harry said, backpedaling his happiness a little. "And I couldn't have done this concealer without you. I don't know almost anything about Ogham or Futhark." "For now," Fiona allowed. Thank Merlin for small mercies. You'll probably pick them up with irritating swiftness, though. That will be the occlumency, though, not ancient memories implanted into my head, Harry pointed out, and Fiona grinned at that. The rest of the day was spent tinkering with their first drafts, refining things as much as possible. Neither of them mentioned it, but there was a countdown ticking in the background. In 3 days, Riddle would make his move on the Ministry, and even now, waves of violence were being unleashed around magical Britain. At any minute, Narcissa might send word that the time to carve the runes was now, and they had to be ready. They had come too far now to fail at the last hurdles. The call from Narcissa, when it finally came, was late that very night. Amelia shook Harry awake, breaking him out of his latest training bout with Ketty. "Get whatever you need to carve your runes," she said. "We've got a window to access Malfoy Manor that we can't afford to waste. The whole place just emptied out for a series of raids, probably the last big push before Riddle attacks the Ministry. Narcissa doesn't think we'll have a better opportunity to plant our traps, but she doesn't know how long it will last." Harry scrambled out of bed, threw on some better clothes for the chill of the evening, and grabbed his rune-cutting tools and invisibility cloak. He would have to plant his runic fence staves later, but that would be much easier than what they were about to do. "Let's go," he urged, and they hurried down the stairs to where Croaker and Fiona were waiting, both looking slightly rumpled by lack of sleep. "The 3 of you are the only ones we have who can use the Akkadian and Sumerian runes strings well enough to do this," Amelia said. "Go as fast as you can without making mistakes. Croaker will handle the upstairs areas Narcissa marked as barracks for the Death Eaters, and Fiona and Harry will be responsible for the ballroom, where we want to have our final confrontation. Any questions? I need to return to the Ministry to coordinate the response to the raids as fast as possible." "We can handle it, Amelia," Harry said, heart pumping as the time came to put his work into practice. "Go! I'll see you in the morning then," Amelia said, and darted into the flue. "No time to waste," Croaker said, already following the head of the DMLE towards the fireplace. "Come." "The wards will only be down for a few minutes, or else Lucius will notice, and then the game will be up." Harry hurried after Croaker and Fiona, grabbing a handful of flue powder and tossing it into the fire, muttering, "Malfoy Manor," as he did so. The disorienting travel passed by quickly, and it was all Harry could do to remain on his feet when he staggered out into the opulent and cold receiving hall of the Malfoys. "Good, you're here," Narcissa said, standing off to the side with her arms wrapped around herself and wearing a thin black robe. "Hurry, I don't know how much time you'll have. I think there are to be multiple raids, but injured witches and wizards show up sooner, as always. For the night, the wards won't stop you from apparating out of the grounds, but Lucius will notice if I change that inside the manor itself." "We understand, Lady Malfoy," Croaker said respectfully. "We'll go as fast as we can and hopefully be out of your hair and home before anyone is the wiser." "That would be for the best," Narcissa said, looking slightly unsteady. "I will go." "She's under a lot of pressure," Fiona said softly as the blonde lady of the house hurried off into the depths of the manor. "But she's right. We need to move." The group split up, going to their areas as Amelia had assigned them. Having studied the blueprints that Narcissa had given them, Harry knew where he was going, but the dark and glittering interior was oppressive nonetheless. It was gaudy and ostentatious, but Harry could not sense life or happiness among the sterility. The destroyed ossuary had flaunted its wealth too, but Susan and Amelia and the generations of bones before them had ensured it was a place people would want to live. Malfoy Manor was more of a museum, a monument to gold and ambition. The ballroom, when they reached it, was more of the same. The floor was a sheen of light gray marble, and the stage in the back of the room was pale white. Harry didn't see any chairs or tables, but he supposed conjuration or house elves could take care of that soon enough. "Where do you want the main impetus of the gravity trap, Harry?" Fiona called softly, her carving tools already out as she scanned the empty space. It was a good question. While the design of the trap allowed it to be extended over a large area, like Harry and Fiona were doing at the moment, the main nexus of the trap still needed to be inscribed somewhere in the room so it could power the working. And, while runes actively channeling magic had a moderate degree of spell resistance, they could be disrupted or destroyed by sufficient force and power, 2 things that Tom Riddle had never been accused of lacking. This was why Harry was only counting on his traps and runes to buy him a moment, mostly by splitting Riddle's attention and throwing him off balance quite literally. "Let's put it in the very far corner of the stage, up against the wall," Harry suggested. "That should be sheltered enough that it wouldn't be immediately targeted." "Fair enough," Fiona said. "I'll start on the scatter traps and shrapnel. Let me know when you're ready for me to start putting the gravity amplifiers out around the edge of the room." Harry nodded, and the pair hurried to their task. The next hour was spent carving and chiseling cuneiform into rock as quickly and carefully as possible, and Harry was covered in cold sweat by the time the main array was finished. It was a tricky and long runic string even before the charger and cloaking strings were added to the chain, and Harry's hands were starting to ache from the hammering and cutting he had been doing with his chisels. "I'm done with the main impetus," Harry called softly, rising and stretching, his back tight and sore from being hunched over. "Good," Fiona said. "I've got a few more traps to add, but you should get started on the amplifiers. We shouldn't need more than 10 total from what we calculated earlier. We just need to space them out somewhat evenly around and across the room." "I'll work toward the center from my end," Harry said, and bent to his new task. Thankfully, the amplifiers for the gravity working took only 5 minutes to hammer out, and Harry was putting the finishing touches on the last of his half when he heard faint footsteps approaching the ballroom. "Fiona!" Harry hissed as loud as he dared, adding the last line to his work before watching it fade from sight as the concealment string took over. "We've got company coming. Are you done?" "I've got one more amplifier node that needs to be done," Fiona whispered back. "We could do without it, possibly, but it's a risk that the gravity trap wouldn't be as strong with it missing a load point." "We can't take that chance," Harry decided immediately. "Where do you need the amplifier?" "Here," Fiona said, pointing to spot 5 feet away from the wall. "We're carving this rune and getting out of here," Harry told Fiona, and pulled out his invisibility cloak. "We should both fit under this cloak if we're hunched over, and between the two of us, we can get this done in just a handful of minutes and get out of here." "I see why you give my Minnie a headache," Fiona said. "Fine, get over here." Dashing over, Harry slid to the floor beside the elderly witch and flung the cloak over them both, doing his best to make sure that they were completely covered by it. Fiona had already started carving, a look of total concentration on her face. Harry picked up his own tools, but looked up just enough to see the door when it all but burst open, revealing a trio of figures in black robes, white skull masks in their hands. "Ah, did you see Muggle scream, Flint?" The man on the far right asked, sporting dirty blonde hair and hooded brown eyes. "I was surprised she managed it under a shriveling curse, but I understand that pain is a wonderful motivator." Marcus Flint, who Harry was somewhat horrified to recognize as the former Slytherin Quidditch captain, merely grunted in response. "The night ended early for us," the third figure, an older woman who Harry didn't recognize, said. "We had another target after our first from the briefing, but it was called off." "Why?" "The scout must have called it off, Fenwick," the first speaker said with a shrug. "Bones and Dumbledore have been making life difficult for us, and sometimes they manage to be in the right spot to stop our revelries." "That may be so, Marks," Fenwick said, "but I had more spells I wanted to use. I won't be satisfied until I hear more details." "Bloody Ravenclaws," Marks muttered to himself. "Look, I don't make the decisions around here. I was told that our second raid was being called off and to come back to the manor until the window for our third opens. You can have more fun when we're doing that one." "Why can't we go there now?" Flint grunted. "Nothing else to do." "Because the Dark Lord said so," Marks snapped. "And we want this one to be overwhelming, so we're coordinating with several other groups to hit all at once. When the clock strikes 4, Ottery St. Catchpole will be rubble and ruins. Think about how you want to do that if you need something to do, Flint. Honestly, I'm starting to believe that the rumors about your family having relations with trolls have some merit. You can barely cast a Crucio, let alone a Bombarda." "His line needs a few bastards to thicken their blood," Fenwick said dispassionately. "I doubt any proper lady will accept his suit." "I've got a hand promised to me," Flint scowled. "Besides, I'm not some delicate flower. I can take a hit. Neither of you can." "I don't need to, you inbred moron," Fenwick hissed, suddenly angry. "There's something called agility that I have, but you might know it by the baser name of dodging. Although, from what I've heard of your sterling Quidditch career, you didn't do much of that either. You're spell fodder, Flint, no matter that your name has a seat on the Wisengamot. Your only hope is that the main line smothers themselves to death in their sleep, and even then, You'll manage to waste all your money in the span of a year." Flint jerked his wand up, his heavy-set features contorted with rage, and Harry readied himself to either defend Fiona or blink them away, but Marks intervened before Flint could do anything. "Shut up, Fenwick," Marks barked. "Flint's a Death Eater the same as you, and we all obey orders. Our Lord needs all of us united against the mudblood threat, and I don't particularly care about who's firing spells next to me so long as they're aimed at the unworthy. Besides, it's not like you've got a whole lot of reasons to be talking either. Bit hard to get a marriage when you keep sacrificing your suitors, isn't it?" "I learned far more from their deaths than anything I would have from their living," Fenwick sniffed, and the trio fell into an uneasy silence. "Almost done." Harry whispered to Fiona, no longer willing to take his eyes off the volatile trio to help. "Another minute, then we can leave," Fiona whispered back, her chisel still faintly scraping into the gray stone of the floor. "I'll keep you covered," Harry assured her, not taking his eyes off the 3 Death Eaters. As soon as they left, he knew he needed to warn Amelia about the upcoming attack on Ottery-St. Catchpole. The Weasleys lived there, as did the Diggorys and Lovegoods. He wouldn't let them get attacked by Riddle and his forces if he could help it. More footsteps echoed down the corridor leading to the ballroom, and Harry tensed even as the Death Eaters turned to see who was coming through the open door. "Lord Knott," Mark said respectfully. "How has your evening been so far?" "Tolerable," Knott said, a grimace on his thin, tight features. "The Aurors were on us almost as soon as we started, and Moody himself engaged us as we began our retreat. Still, I managed to kill quite a few of the vermin, and I left behind a fiery present for them when I activated my portkey. It won't last long without me, of course, but it should complicate things nicely for the hapless fools in the Ministry. Will you be joining us for the retribution being visited on the traitors at Ottery-St. Catchpole later this evening, my lord?" Fenwick asked. "Perhaps," Knott said dismissively. "I am not as young as I once was, and using spells like Fiendfire is rather draining. I may come along to observe once I've caught my breath." "We would be honored to have you, my lord," Mark said. "Even at your age, you're an example to us all," Knott snorted. "The standards may have slipped from when I was first recruited, but at least there are a few who still know what a decent conversation looks like. There is an art to using spells, and those who use the blessed Trinity alone often find themselves lacking when a real challenge presents itself. That's not to say that they aren't the most powerful among our arsenal, and that the wretched Ministry rightfully fears the power they present, but do remember that other ways of destroying your foes exists." "I'd save your breath, my lord," Fenwick said, laughing caustically. "I fear that the target of your rebuke noticed neither its subtlety nor its content, or even the fact that it was addressed to him. The troll is simply far too lacking." "Almost done," Fiona whispered, her voice faint and strained. "Start planning our exit. I will get us out of here," Harry assured her, deciding that blinking would be their best option to avoid discovery by Knott. Harry would take no chances that he and Fiona might be overheard moving around under the cloak, not when one of the more competent Death Eaters was present. He'd have to swear Fiona to secrecy, of course, but blinking was silent, and even if it really was only meant for short distances, he could get them into the hall and down the corridor a good way until they could walk outside. "Hey!" Flint grunted. "I am not a troll." "So you had to repeat a year twice and only have an acceptable in 3 NEWTS because you're so brilliant," Fenwick mocked. "And your NEWTS are in what again? Potions, divination, and care of magical creatures. Please, you're barely fit to hold a wand, and if Severus hadn't held your hand the whole time you were at Hogwarts, you would have yours snapped. And you're a bloody spinster with no money, prospects, or friends," Flint bit back. "The Unspeakables didn't want you, and they were your only hope." "Crucio," Knott hissed, and Fenwick and Flint screamed and writhed as they collapsed onto the floor. "If you want to behave like children in front of your betters, then I will treat you like them," Knott said silkily. "I will discipline you and instruct you until you know better." "Let's go," Fiona whispered, stowing away her tools in fast, practiced motions. "Hold still and trust me," Harry muttered, ignoring the renewed screams from Flint and Fenwick. He looked down the corridor, seeing no one, and blinked forward once, twice, and then deeper into the manor, toward a side door he remembered from the plans that lead into the gardens and would allow them to make their escape. "How did you do that?" Fiona asked softly as they shuffled through the door, still under the cloak. "Can't say," Harry said, his eyes and senses still on high alert. "I need you to keep it a secret as well. This is knowledge that can't get out. Very well, Fiona said. Perhaps after the war ends you can satisfy an old woman's curiosity. Sighing, Harry eased the door shut behind them and apparated back to Grimmauld Place, where Croaker was waiting for them, staring into the fire. Thank Merlin, he said as they appeared in the middle of the sitting room in front of him. Did you get all the runes done that you needed? We did, Harry confirmed. It was close, though, and we finished under the cloak. But there's an upcoming raid, a big one, on Ottery St. Catchpole at 4 this morning. Lord Knot will likely be there. Croaker had his patroness out and away almost before Harry could finish speaking. Good lad, he told Harry. Let's see if we can't turn the tables on them. But for now, you need your sleep, such as it is. Get some rest and we'll debrief in the morning. Feeling the strain and tension, Harry was all too happy to comply. The next morning came quickly for Harry. He and Ketty had reviewed the work that Harry had done with his runes and judged that none of them seemed likely to fail, although with Riddle's power and cunning, the window to strike him with an advantage would be small. Then, Harry spent more time focused on his occlumency and sensing abilities. Practicing control and manipulation of the Phoenix Flame was something that actually couldn't be done inside the dream space, reliant as it was on the actual use of the feather in Harry's wand, although possible methods were discussed. Ketty's memories were slowly all being assimilated, and Harry was becoming aware of more and more spells that he could use in different situations, which was an exciting process for him. Still, he knew that when the time for the final duel with Riddle came, it would be his own work that was reflected, and not just Ketty's, and he let that thought drive him like a hound baying at his heels. By the time Harry made it down to breakfast, Susan was already at her lesson with Flitwick, something Harry no longer attended due to his own priority of practicing with the Phoenix Flame. Amelia was also gone, if the note at the table was to be believed, as the cleanup efforts from the previous night's raids was extensive. However, based on what Amelia had written, the planned attack on Ottery St. Catchpole was a near-complete victory for the Ministry. With the knowledge of a time and place, Amelia had been able to spring a trap, capturing or killing most of the raid outright with anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards going up seconds after the attack started. Lord Knot died resisting arrest, and at least one other Wisengamot member had been captured wearing the robes and mask of the Death Eaters. Amelia's glee was palpable through the parchment at the political windfall this was for her, as this now served as excellent precedent for her to re-examine all the Imperiist, Death Eaters who had escaped Azkaban last time under Scrimgeour's new Veritaserum laws. Of course, she also expected the rest of the marked Death Eaters in the Ministry to flee and join their master before his scheduled assault on the Ministry itself in 2 days' time. But it would make weeding out truly loyal employees from spies much easier. And, if the war ended as soon and as well as they hoped, it would make for a much stronger and less corrupt Wisengamot and Ministry as a whole going forward. After starting the last week of his nutrient and growth potions and eating as full a breakfast as he could, Harry hurried to his practice room, eager to try a few of the emotion-driven methods Ketty and he had brainstormed, starting with the joy and sense of being uplifted that Fawkes' song had always produced in Harry, and then to feeling of satisfaction. If phoenixes were symbols of the natural order, they reasoned, maybe evoking those feelings would help produce and control the flame. The results were somewhat mixed, but it was clear to Harry that although his progress was slow and uneven, he was making more and more of the flame, and that his control was improving greatly. The replica of Fawkes that Harry was making was growing with each successful cast, and was now leaving streamers of white fire behind it as it flew around, not even pausing as it demolished the cursed artifacts Harry would occasionally toss and direct it through. He had yet to remove any curses and spare the underlying item, but Harry had just about rid the entire townhouse of dark artifacts. What's more, he had learned that the worse the curse and concentration of dark magic, the more effective the flame was. Harry had no doubt that the flame would obliterate a Horcrux, and he looked forward to nailing Nagini with it as soon as possible. By the time lunch came around, Amelia and Croaker had returned, looking like they were running on pepper-up potions, spite, and sheer willpower. Judging by the memories Fiona provided, it looks like the warding process and trap setting was a success, Croaker asked Harry, stifling a yawn. I think I asked you about it last night, but so much has already happened that even with my occlumency, until I sleep, I won't be sure of anything. Harry laughed. Ketty had warned him about that. Clumency could allow for perfect recall, greatly enhanced and even split focus, but it was still shackled to the biological limits of the brain. Without sleep, eventually, you couldn't trust what your mind was telling you, and all the magic in the world wouldn't change that. Yes, it was a success, Harry confirmed. Ketty and I reviewed everything last night in my dreams as well, and we're sure that it's all in place properly. The window to use it will be small, but it should be enough for a devastating blow. Good, Croaker said. I'm going to get some sleep upstairs. Wake me in 4 hours, Amelia. With that, the head unspeakable staggered away. Ignore his dramatics, Amelia told Harry. He's been awake for almost 70 hours, most of which has been spent trying to keep Rookwood and his ilk out of the Department of Mysteries. In the end, Rookwood got away, but very few of the other Death Eaters did. How was the last night of raids? Harry asked, not entirely sure of what to make of the failed attempts of the Death Eaters to break into Magical Britain's research center. Fairly good, judging by the standard of the Blood War, Amelia said, taking a sip of water from the table. Massive property damage, of course, and dozens of casualties suffered. But less death, fewer risks to the statute of secrecy, and Ottery sent Catchbull was a triumph. Harry smiled in relief, glad that his friends there were safe and that Riddle had been dealt a truly vicious blow. Have there been any more ripple effects beyond what you wrote this morning in your note? Harry asked eagerly. Oh, yes, Amelia assured him. We were able to trace a few of the panicked and clumsy escape attempts to safe houses that the Death Eaters had made, and questioning under Veritaserum revealed several spies in various departments that will make Riddle's upcoming assault on the Ministry much more difficult. The arrest and death of sitting lords of the Wisengamot has also completely demolished the last remaining shred of legitimacy a number of them had. Avery, Jugson, and Flint didn't even bother showing up to the emergency session this morning, among a few others. Do you think it changed the timetable for their attack on the Ministry if we hurt them so badly? Harry asked. Will it affect our plans for tomorrow night? Amelia sighed, thinking it over. Probably not, but we won't know for sure until Dumbledore's spy confirms it, she eventually said. Had it been earlier in the summer, almost certainly. Now, though, the violence has been surging and building to this point for the better part of a month. Furthermore, to stop now would be an admission of weakness on Riddle's part, and with the last of his main pawns in the Wisengamot gone, if he wants control, he'll need to take it over personally. He needs a victory now, not just more bloodletting, and I think he knows that. I hope it ends tomorrow night, Harry admitted to the woman who had quickly become someone he admired and relied on. I just want it to be over. Is that okay? I won't stop pushing or fighting until Riddle is gone, but I'd really appreciate it if we don't have to push our strike back. Oh, Harry, Amelia said soothingly, pulling him into a hug that Harry only half-heartedly struggled against before surrendering. You shouldn't have to be doing so much, not yet, and even then, you should only do as much as you can. If this prophecy wasn't so clear on your contribution needing to be a final one, I wouldn't have let you push yourself nearly like you have. It's not healthy, and I know it has weighed on Susan too, for all she likes to deflect with her Hufflepuff sayings about hard work. The two of you will be spending much more of your summer relaxing, and soon. As for tomorrow night, that will unfortunately depend in part on the report of Dumbledore's spy. But I won't change my plans until I have a reason not to, okay? Harry nodded against Amelia's chest, happy enough with that confirmation and old enough to know he wouldn't get something more definite. It was one of the things he appreciated most about Amelia, he had to admit. She didn't lie to him, and if there was hardship ahead, she would do her best to support him and give him choices. It was almost too good to be true, and although Harry knew she would never accept his gratitude in the gold and gifts he wanted to shower her in to repay her, he resolved once more to do everything he could to pay her back in the future. Okay, he said. I think I'm just about ready with the Phoenix Flame, and if Riddle's homunculus body is as riddled with dark magic as I think it is, the flame will hardly need any encouragement to rip it apart. From the memories you shared, I have no doubt about that, Amelia assured him. Now, I think you need to take an extra long break today and not do any kind of serious spellcasting tomorrow afternoon at all. You don't want to wear yourself out this close to the finish line. You've put in all the hard work, and the rest of this time is all about sharpening your focus and magic, so that when the time comes to act, you are precise and perfectly in tune with your intentions. I will be doing my best to do the same, and need to sleep until morning, or else I won't be any good when the time comes to raid the manor." "Good luck and pleasant dreams," Harry said, laughing a little as Amelia stifled a yawn over the lunch table. "Oh, I won't be having any dreams, thank you very much," Amelia said with a smirk as she stood up. "I'll be taking a dreamless sleep potion. I can't risk any distractions or disturbances harming my sleep quality." "Just who is keeping you from sleeping without distractions, Auntie?" Susan asked, all but skipping into the kitchen before giving her aunt a firm hug. "I would ask you the same question, but I'm afraid I already know the answer," Amelia said dryly as Flitwick appeared, straightening his cloak. "Professor, thank you again for your help this summer. After tomorrow, unless I hear otherwise, I will gladly release you from your lessons." Flitwick smiled, shaking his head. "Oh, it's not been an imposition at all." The diminutive man squeaked. "It's been a joy teaching these two and sharing my dueling style with Susan here. If she keeps this up, I might speak to her about entering some dueling competitions soon. I know she won't ever do it full time, but she would truly perform well in all but the highest levels." "No plans to force Harry to duel for you, Professor?" Susan asked, smiling at the compliment. "I think that pitting a near fully qualified war mage against teenagers is not exactly the most sporting thing to do," Flitwick observed, and Susan giggled even as Harry shook his head. "I'm not near fully qualified," he protested, but Flitwick just laughed. "Harry, I'm sure that by the standards of your rather infamous ancestor, Ketty the Black, you have quite a distance to go, and I will certainly agree that you have more magical theory and spells to learn, to say nothing of strides left to make in your control. But the skills that make you a war mage, and not just a dueler or warrior with a large magical core, those have been honed very effectively and aided by the memory transfers. You will be in a good position when your confrontation with he who must not be named comes," Flitwick finished. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, unable to argue with that, and gave the half-goblin a bow. Flitwick merely laughed again, clapped Harry on the shoulder, and took his leave. In the farewell, Amelia also slipped away, something Susan only realized after the fact. "She did it again," Susan squawked in faux outrage. "Amelia?" Harry asked, not sure of what the problem was. "Yes." "She turned my question around on me without answering it, and now I still have nothing to go on in her choice of partners," Susan said, grinding her fist into the palm of her other hand. "She might have simply been referring to the violence she's been helping clean up around the Isles," Harry started cautiously, but Susan waved her hand at him dismissively. "That excuse won't hold any water with me," she declared. "Auntie has been confronting the worst that magic can do for decades now. What Riddle and his followers do is horrible, of course, but it isn't anything new to Auntie, just variations on a criminal and evil theme. She's winding me up deliberately." "Right," Harry said, and despite having gained some context into how Amelia and Susan's relationship worked, he still lacked the grounding to engage in it like they did. "Well, I've been ordered to take the afternoon off today as I've gotten things more or less as good as they're going to get, so what do you want to do?" "Ooh," Susan said, giving him an interested look. "How far along have you come with the Phoenix spell?" "Pretty far," Harry admitted. "I won't be blasting out an enormous amount of it like Riddle did with his Fiendfire, but I don't think that's necessary for the spell to work. The Phoenix flame doesn't care about the size of the object that it purifies, only that it makes contact with it, and I can create a firebird with the flame that I can direct quite quickly. It's very magically taxing, but in the presence of dark objects, the spell is easier to cast and moves more quickly and responsively to my directions. My hope is that Riddle is so corrupted and evil that he won't even have time to register that I've cast the spell at him." "Let's aim for that outcome," Susan agreed. "We don't need any heroics from you, Harry. Not because you're not capable of them. You've proven that you are time and time again. But because I want you to come back safe and sound, without this all bearing down on you anymore. I want our last years at Hogwarts to be fun and focused on grades and goofing off, and maybe strengthening our connection to the various heirs of the Wisengamot when the time comes for our glorious takeover." Harry snorted out a laugh at that, even as his eyes watered from the heartfelt plea to come back safe. "If they aren't ready for you already, it's too late for them," Harry told his girlfriend, and she beamed at him in delight. "It's going to be so much fun," she exclaimed, and Harry privately thought that he was going to have a lot more fun watching her do things in the political world than him having to do them. But alas, he had been thoroughly convinced of his need to enter politics if he wanted to avoid all of this repeating itself, to say nothing of the changes he and Susan hoped to make for the better. but we'll have enough time for that later, Susan declared. For now, let's go see if the back garden area has been expanded like Creature told me it could be. I want to fly my broom with you one more time before tomorrow, and I think flying would do you some good too. Unable to argue with that, Harry hurried upstairs, grabbed his firebolt from his trunk, and joined Susan in the back garden. Thanks to the magic of extendable space charms, backed up by what looked like runic anchors buried in the ground, the garden had been grown to almost the size of a Muggle football pitch, with the plants taking up maybe a third of the space. "Tag!" Susan cheered, whacking Harry on the arm and then taking off in more or less one smooth and continuous motion. Harry was after her before she could even blink, loudly proclaiming his vengeance. The rest of the afternoon passed in the sky, laughing and teasing each other with no thought given to day to come. It was exactly what Harry needed, and he would cling tightly to it as he went asleep that night, tired but happy. The morning came bright and early for Harry, and he rolled out of bed feeling both nervous and excited. This was going to be the day it all ended. He could feel it. Yes, there was a chance that the spy would report otherwise, but Harry had been in Riddle's head before, had talked to the madman a few times as well. Surely, he was too mentally unstable to be able to wait any longer. Nodding firmly to himself, Harry got dressed and went downstairs, where Amelia was already up and waiting. Beside her sat Dumbledore, Fawkes perched on his shoulder and snapping small pieces of fruit out of the air with surprising viciousness. "Good morning," Harry said politely. "Do you have news for us, Professor?" "Indeed I do, Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. "I am happy to confirm your wishes, as my spy has assured me that the assault on the Ministry is still taking place. The coup has been reworked slightly, but Tom is determined to score a crushing victory after his raids proved more ineffectual than he hoped. Hundreds still died, but I can't fully disagree with you," Amelia muttered into her tea mug. "I don't think we'll be able to catch any more Death Eaters, though. They've all pulled back to manors with proper war wards, and we almost certainly won't be able to break through those in time. You've done a most excellent job of harrying them and countering their movements, Amelia," Dumbledore said. "Their failure to remove you from the board this summer has cost them most dearly, and we are all the better for it." Harry nodded emphatically as he sat down and tucked in. He didn't know all the details, but from what he had gathered, once she had been given free rein by Rufus Scrimgeour, Amelia had beaten her department into a proper wartime footing and coordinated a series of brilliant response sorties and predictive engagements that kept the Death Eaters from ever truly unleashing their fury on any one target for long. The only exception to that was where Riddle himself showed up, but even he could only do so much before the weight of numbers were rallied against him, and we would inevitably retreat. Susan was almost deliriously proud of her auntie, and Harry couldn't blame her in the slightest for it. "Well, if I've done my job properly, it should end tonight, Albus," Amelia said. "We're just down to the final preparations now, but most of those need to wait as long as possible. Harry's runic fence needs to be installed all along the Malfoy property border, and my teams of hit wizards and aurors will assemble. You've expressed an interest in coming as well." "I rather think I should," Dumbledore confessed. "I won't interfere with your mission plans, but I can always find a way to be useful." Amelia snorted at the humble description of Dumbledore's skills. "Yes, I would think so," she told the old headmaster. "I'll discuss things with my teams, but I can already think of one task that you would be quite well suited for. We're going to want to secure as many captives as possible, and if our traps work as they should, we will have a minute or two of complete pandemonium to take advantage of when they're activated. Do you think you could help with that?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I am always happy to take my opponents alive," he said. "I think I could handle such a task with aplomb. They might not survive their trials, but I want to use as much Veritaserum as it takes to clear things up, both about what happened during this war and the last," Amelia continued. "The only way an imperious defense will be accepted under my watch is if they can actually swear to it and not just pay for it." "A most welcome change of affairs," Dumbledore agreed. Harry finished his meal only to find Fawkes staring intently at him. "Hello, Fawkes," he said softly, offering his hand to the brightly colored bird. "What's on your mind? Run out of fruit?" The phoenix trilled, preening for a moment, and then his head struck out like a striking cobra, plucking Harry's wand out of the sheath mounted on his wrist with his beak. Harry's heart jumped into his throat as it looked like the phoenix would snap his wand for a moment, but Fawkes merely continued to examine the wand with his dark and gold eyes. Then, just as Harry was about to ask the Firebird what he wanted with the wand, Fawkes began to hum, a deep, rich sound. It was a welcome and rejuvenating sound, and both Dumbledore and Amelia straightened up, their remaining weariness fading away. For Harry, the effects were even more profound. He was filled with resolve and energy, settling him greatly for the task he had been appointed. His wand, which was still in Fawkes' mouth, burst into golden flames, the same color as that of the Phoenix Flame spell he had been learning, but it did not consume the wood. Instead, the flame that Fawkes had summoned burned a pattern into the holly, small tongues of flame that danced around the grip and faded to smoke the closer they got to the tip of the wand. Once the pattern was finished, Fawkes ceased his song, chirped happily, and returned Harry's wand to his holster, looking very pleased with himself. Harry pulled the wand out gingerly, but as soon as he held it, it burst to life with sparks of red, yellow, gold, black, and white, and a surge of warmth filled the room like a dragon had breathed into the space. The hair on the back of Harry's neck rose as his wand chose him all over again, this time without Riddle's Horcrux inside his scar, and it felt like a brand new bond entirely. "Thank you, Fawkes," Harry said in awe. "How remarkable," Dumbledore said, a wistful smile on his face. "I have never seen the like before, and only the greatest of wandlore experts have written of the possibility of the donator of a wand core affirming their original gift. It was a touch more common in the ancient past, when a witch or wizard would be responsible for obtaining their own wand part, but I doubt that such a thing has happened in the more modern world for a millennium." "It was beautiful," Amelia said softly. "What would the benefits be?" "Many and varied, but I suspect that Harry will be the best one to ask," Dumbledore said, shrugging slightly. "Magic such as this is more primal, more connected to the mythical creature involved in the act of reaffirmation. At a minimum, the wand will be more responsive, will never change its loyalty, and can channel more power, although it will still likely not match a staff for sheer volume of power. It might even be able to act on its own, in rare circumstances. Phoenixes break many rules that we poor humans must abide by, I'm afraid, and Fawkes is particularly willful and adventurous." "Will you help me control the Phoenix Flame?" Harry asked the Phoenix, the headmaster's speech striking a chord with all the studying he had done on phoenixes in the last week or so. "I have the power and the discipline to make it, but my understanding isn't always there, and with your connection to your own feather, I can't help but think that you would be the perfect one to ask to help me control it." The Phoenix bobbed his head up and down, looking pleased, and hopped onto the table, walking in a slightly awkward fashion to stand directly in front of him. Fawkes then looked directly into Harry's eyes, meeting them as if they could stare into Harry's very soul, which for all he knew of phoenixes, the Firebird likely could. Fawkes remained locked on Harry's eyes for a long minute, and then chirped in satisfaction, nudging at the wand still in Harry's hand, never looking away from Harry's eyes. "Ah, now that is something," Dumbledore said, sounding surprised. "I do believe that Fawkes wishes for you to use legilimency on him, Harry. Is that safe?" Amelia asked cautiously, mirroring what Harry was thinking. The mind of a phoenix cannot be like that of a human, and I'm not sure how much experience Harry has with the mind arts. This would not be a typical use of the spell. "Uninvited. I cannot imagine a worse target for legilimency," Dumbledore said. "But with both of us on hand and Fawkes' eager prompting, I find myself quite curious as to what my friend here hopes to convey to Harry." "If you're sure, Fawkes," Harry said, blowing out a breath. He had practiced the spell a few times with Ketty, actively following the weave of memory to see what the process of entering and invading minds was like. It was a task that required a subtlety and control that Harry lacked, particularly if the caster wished to remain undetected, and Harry had no doubt whatsoever that if Fawkes didn't want him in his mind, Harry could have never entered it. But Fawkes was ushering him in. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and whispered, "Legilimens." He immediately fell deep into the inky gold pools of Fawkes' eyes. He could suddenly feel heat and fire all around him, a burning, renewing fire that was like the sun and all the stars in the sky in its brilliance. There were memories there, yes, but the order and meaning attached to them escaped Harry almost entirely. What he did grasp was the song. All through the alien reaches of Fawkes' mind was a song, the same song that the phoenix would sing to raise spirits and renew the mind. It was a melody unlike anything Harry had ever heard outside the phoenix's presence, and while he knew he would never be able to replicate it or reproduce it, even in his own memories with the aid of his occlumency due to the magic involved, he felt like he understood a part of it. The song's theme was simple, a powerful and primal promise of the wheel turning ever onward, each season happening in its time for its own purpose. That which corrupted and sought to forestall the wheel was anathema to the phoenix, but not necessarily all that killed or destroyed, Harry saw. Nothing lived or lasted forever, but not all that was good was lost. Winter came before spring, and the rest the fields had allowed them to restore themselves, feeding on the nutrients of that which had died previously. It was a song of a cycle of life, death, and rebirth, and Fawkes was the fiery embodiment of rebirth, ever rising from his own ashes to sing and grow again. Harry had no idea how long he spent in Fawkes' mind, although he would later be assured by Amelia and Dumbledore that it was no longer than 5 minutes. Harry felt aged and changed by the experience, like he had seen part of the universe unfold for him, and seen what part he was to play in it. It was very comforting, too. There may be a prophecy hanging over his head, but ultimately he was only part of the cycle. He was no great king in waiting, and while he may have dreams of becoming a statesman with Susan by his side, he would not be eternal. He would die one day, and for the first time, that was a comforting, natural thought to Harry now that he had seen the mindset of a phoenix. It also explained why Fawkes had offered him help and had even reaffirmed his wand donation. A Horcrux spat in the face of the wheel with everything it stood for. From its creation, where it cut short innocent lives and corrupted artifacts, and then influenced people, all the way to its fundamental purpose in trying to cheat death, Fawkes opposed the invention of Herpo the Foul. Harry thought the creation of the basilisk by Herpo might even further explain why Fawkes was so keen to help him in the Chamber of Secrets. The phoenixes already had an axe to grind with the man. But now Harry was more sure than ever that the phoenix flame was the right spell to use against Riddle. A single touch of the golden fire would likely be all it took to unmake the monster. All he had to do was make the contact happen. Harry emerged from Fawkes' mind like a swimmer surfacing from beneath the waves for the first time in a while, gasping for air and coughing slightly. "Wow, Fawkes," he managed eventually. "That was different." "Are you all right, Harry?" Amelia asked. "Did it help?" Dumbledore asked. "What was it like?" "I'm okay," Harry said, shaking his head a little more to clear it. "It was an utterly alien, bizarre experience, and I'm probably going to be processing it for the rest of my life, one way or another, and I think it did help. I still won't be able to put it into any real words what I discovered and learned, but just touching it and seeing what Fawkes is like should make it a lot easier for me to use the Phoenix Flame spell. And if it touches him or his snake Horcrux, neither is surviving. That's not even a question." "That is excellent news," Dumbledore said happily. "Well, I will continue on my list of errands before tonight, but I am quite pleased that I was able to help. The future is getting brighter, and I look forward to tomorrow more than ever." With that, the headmaster took hold of his phoenix's tail, and the two burst away in a flash of fire. "I wonder if I could learn how to do that," Harry muttered to himself, looking at his wand and the feather within. "Are you sure that you're okay after that, Harry?" Amelia asked, looking slightly concerned still. "I've never heard of anyone using legilimency like that on a phoenix, and it sounds like it was completely out of your frame of reference. I wouldn't be surprised if it had a deeper effect on you." "Oh, it did," Harry admitted. Seeing how Fawkes relates to the wheel and mortality was definitely an eye-opener. But in a good way, I think. "No plans to die early, don't worry," he added hastily at Amelia's raised eyebrow. "It just feels like I had a glimpse of the cycle of life and death and rebirth, and where I fit into it all. In the end, I'm just Harry, and that's all I've ever wanted to be." Amelia crushed him into a hug at that. "You sweet, brave, ridiculous, humble boy," she told him, sounding suspiciously choked up. "Hold on to that feeling and desire. When you win tonight, you're going to be launched into new heights of fame all over again. If you're not careful, it's going to break you and hurt you in ways you're not ready for yet. But I will do my best to help you be who you want to be if I can. You deserve that, and Susan does too. You will be great, Harry. Make sure it is a greatness of your own choosing." Harry nodded and laughed a little at that. "Well," he admitted, "I do have some plans. But the vast majority of them are Susan's at the moment. I've got some in the back of my head, and I'm sure more will pop up as we go along, but she's the one who knows how we're taking over the Wisengamot." How that girl got into Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin amazes me at times, Amelia muttered. Go see her, Harry. You've done enough for tonight, and cramming for the test the day of never really works anyway. Harry grinned at that, keeping to himself that was the exact strategy Ron had employed for years, and went upstairs to knock on Susan's door. A few moments later, the redhead opened it, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes and trying to get her bedhead in order. Good morning, she yawned. What's going on? Dumbledore came by and Fawkes was with him, Harry said. Fawkes really gave me a hand, and I'm feeling ready for the action tonight now, so Amelia sent me up here to spend time with you. How generous of Auntie, Susan said, smirking a little. Well, let me get on some real clothes, drink some coffee, and then we can sit down and go over our plans for the next 10 years of dominance over this country. I would hate for you to forget what you're doing this all for this close to the end. That, Harry said, taking in Susan's disheveled state and happy smile, sounds like exactly what I need. He wasn't going to lose Susan, or Amelia, or anyone else he cared about tonight. He was ready to finally put Tom Marvolo Riddle behind him and reach for the future. When darkness fell, Harry was already outside Malfoy Manor, anxiously checking over his runic fence for the 3rd time in a row. At this point, he didn't think it would fail, but he really had nothing else to do while he waited for the signal from Amelia. Croaker and a band of unspeakables, hit wizards and aurors were clustered together about 10 feet away, muttering to each other in soft tones, and Dumbledore was peacefully standing off to the side, staring off into the distance, Fawkes perched on his shoulder. It honestly felt more like a robbery than an elite strike force meant to end the Second Blood War almost before it could begin. Harry grimaced at his own internal ramblings, doing his best to draw on his occlumency and center himself before he could talk himself into real doubt. He was not the only one invested in this plan, and in many ways, he was the least important person to sign off on them, Ketty's memories or not. They weren't doing this to pander to his ego to let him fight Riddle, or on a whim. He had competent adults around him, who had worked with him and trusted him to do his job, and didn't expect anything else from him. This wasn't him facing down a troll with no real spell knowledge, or confronting a basilisk with a sword. This wasn't 100 Dementors bearing down on him at age 13, outflying a dragon out of sheer desperation. And it certainly wasn't dueling Riddle himself in front of half the Death Eaters in a graveyard with no way out. Amelia's Patronus soared through the air, landed in front of the group and said, "It's time. He's here. Kill the snake and send the message, Harry. Let's finish this." There was no more discussion. Everyone knew what they were supposed to do, and they all knew how important time was now. Protections had been added to the ministry, and Amelia was not caught by surprise as Riddle would have wanted, but he was a horrible, devious, talented wizard all the same, and his madness did not mean he was harmless. Every second could cost Amelia and the brave defenders of the ministry dearly. "Here goes nothing," Harry muttered to himself, trusting that Narcissa had properly added them all to the wards. She did. Harry apparated into the middle of the ballroom, and right in front of him, on the stage, was Nagini, wrapped halfway around a massive throne carved out of writhing stone serpents. Not wasting a second, Harry's wand jerked up, almost of its own accord, and a jet of the phoenix flame burst forth, puncturing several wards and shields like they weren't even there as it hurtled toward the Horcrux. Nagini tried to twist away with unnatural quickness, but the flame swerved with her unerringly. All it took was the slightest touch, and Nagini vanished in a blaze of gold so fierce Harry had to blink away the afterimages. There might have been a black apparition that tried to scream, but the flame consumed it as well. By the time Harry's eyesight had returned to normal, the throne was blackened and half melted. Harry grinned shakily despite himself. Step 1, complete. Riddle was now entirely mortal, and operating on such a small part of his soul that it was possible that he wouldn't be able to live on it for more than 15 years from now. Of course, that was entirely too long for a homicidal maniac with the amount of power he did, so Harry proceeded to the next bit. Summoning every last bit of his courage, he cast his Patronus and sent prongs off with a message for Riddle. "The snake is dead, Tom. It's just you left, and you're too much of a coward to face me. But if you're willing to fight now that I'm not a baby, come find me in Malfoy Manor." As soon as the ethereal stag vanished, Harry wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak. If he had a clean shot at Riddle while he was furious and unstable, Harry would gladly take it. He didn't need to be a hero. He had hardly managed to get the cloak fully on again before pops began to echo around him as black-cloaked figures in bone-white masks began to surround him, wands out and looking wary. Harry blew out a breath and tentatively reached out his magic to the runes he and Fiona had so painstakingly engraved. He wasn't going to activate them, not yet, but he wanted his finger on the trigger, so to speak. When Riddle did finally apparate in a few moments later, pale and thin, barefooted and with skin stretched too tightly across his bald and flat skull, his red eyes were incandescent with rage and madness. He took in the blackened remains of his throne, threw back his head, and screamed, a high, almost sibilant sound. "Find him!" Riddle snarled, packing back and forth, sparks flying from the tip of his wand. "Find Potter and bring him to me alive. I will rip what he thinks he knows from his mind before I flay the flesh from his bones." The assembled Death Eaters, some of them cut and burned, needed no further instruction to flee the room like their lives depended on it, and perhaps it did. Harry knew Riddle had a reputation for torturing his followers even for successes, and he had no doubt that the loss of Riddle's familiar and Horcrux would have been a blow to the man. "Wait, Lucius!" Riddle ordered, calming down slightly from his almost incoherent rage. A figure paused and slowly began limping back toward Riddle. "Yes, my lord," he asked tightly. "Bring me your ward book. How did Potter even get in your manor? I have added my own protections, and it should be almost impossible for any not approved to get in," Riddle said, turning the matter over in his head. Harry's blood went cold. If Riddle saw the book, the game would be up. Narcissa would die, and Riddle would vanish in an instant when he saw the names of the allowed entries. He could only hope that enough Death Eaters had spread out that the traps would catch the majority of them for his companions, but he had to act. Now, drawing on his occlumency, Harry built up the memory and feeling of being in Fawkes' mind, his understanding of the wheel, and the faint melody of the song that underpinned it all. He then went deeper, drawing on his love for Susan, the time and support of Amelia, the warmth of his friends, and his burning resolve to give them a future free from the monster in front of him. The possessed homunculus should not exist, could not exist, not if there was to be a future. A wave of magic burst out of Harry, activating every trap in the entire manor at once. Harry could see Riddle snap his head up in alarm, bringing his wand up to defend himself, but that was only a partial victory. The magical shrapnel was deflected, some of it piercing Lucius, and the Malfoy Lord collapsed as the power-draining wards activated, but Riddle managed to blunt that attack as well. The real problem for Riddle was the gravity ward, doubling the wizard over as he fought to stay upright. "Potter!" Riddle screamed as he flung spells around in broad, sweeping arcs, straining against the gravity ward. "You think mere tricks will kill me, the greatest wizard to ever exist?" But Harry did not respond, did not take off the cloak to reveal himself and give Riddle a target. Ketty and Flitwick had taught him too well for him to expose his position and lose his advantage, and thanks to Amelia, Harry knew he didn't need to impress anyone. He just needed to finish this, once and for all. In full harmony with his wand, Harry dodged 2 emerald jets of magic and unleashed the Phoenix Flame, which hurtled toward Riddle in the form of Fawkes himself in a fiery, brilliant gold. Riddle howled in rage at the Phoenix construct, flinging out a wave of black water as thick as tar in a desperate attempt to keep the flame away. But the Phoenix cut through the dark magic as if it didn't even exist, wings spread wide as it bore down on its prey. With a titanic effort, Riddle lashed out with his wand, breaking the stage apart to wrap it around himself, and in the process, disrupting Harry's control of the gravity ward as he unintentionally broke the runes operating it. The effect was instantaneous. Riddle almost blurred as he put as much space between himself and the flame as he could, ripping up chunks of the floor to animate into various creatures and obstacles. "There's only so many ways to stay hidden, Potter," he snarled, whipping up a cyclone of wind and dust to try to trace any hidden forms in the room with him. Harry clenched the cloak around himself even tighter, more than dismayed that the gravity trap hadn't worked long enough to strike the finishing blow, but not willing to give up. He had to press his advantage while Riddle was unfamiliar with the flame. Dropping into his training, Harry conjured as many illusions of himself as he could, using basic conjuration to give them a form that the dust cyclone would recognize. all the while pouring as much of himself as he could into the still flying phoenix flame. "Enough cheap tricks," Riddle howled, cracking his wand like a whip as he blew the illusions into shards, moving like a man possessed as he fought to evade the flame and keep up his bombardment of the ballroom. Harry strained his occlumency to the utmost as he did his best to keep summoning his illusions and move them around, but it wasn't working. He was going to run out of time if he let Riddle stop and think. Growling to himself, Harry directed all his illusions to charge forward as one, each looking like they were about to summon a new flame. Harry couldn't actually manage that, not with everything he had in maintaining what he currently had up, but Riddle had no way of knowing that, not when Harry did his best to start the process. The corrupt energy of Riddle's magic and body might have helped his bluff become slightly more real. Harry would reflect later, but Riddle's eyes widened abruptly in fear as the illusions shot forward, wands raised and glowing gold. The monstrous wizard jerked his wand up, and stone exploded around him in a dome shape, bolstered by what dark magic Riddle could infuse it with. Then the pursuing flame hit the rock with all the pent-up fury of a bomb. The wall of broken stone that Riddle had twisted around himself did its job almost perfectly, taking the full impact of the flame without breaking, and not being conjured, was much better able to resist the particular quirks of the spell. However, almost perfectly is not perfectly, and there is more than one way to get through rock. A single drop of the impossibly hot flame burst through the protections Riddle had placed around himself, having melted the remnants of the floor on contact. The result: Riddle's entire body was engulfed in white gold fire, and from beneath the cloak, Harry watched in awe as Riddle screaming in agony while his body literally melted away. From all the research they had done and coordination with the Department of Mysteries, Harry knew that there were no more Horcruxes. Riddle had barely had enough soul left in his homunculus body to function as it was, and if he had attempted to make more, it would have probably killed him. This was the end of the line for Tom Marvolo Riddle, and when the fire died down, there was not even ash remaining, just a smoking circle of cracked and broken stone. Harry burst forward toward Lucius, who was still sprawled out on the ground. The Death Eater had somehow survived his lord's efforts to kill Harry, and was groaning from the hits and effects of the various runic traps he had fallen prey to. Harry ripped his sleeve up, searching desperately for the dark mark. When his mother had defeated Riddle in 1981, the mark had faded almost completely, but traces remained, and those traces had darkened the stronger Riddle had become. Now, though, there was nothing on Lucius' arm but pasty white skin. Harry slumped back in utter relief. He sent off his patroness with shaking hands, first to Amelia, then to Croaker, and then to Susan. He had done it. He had not done it alone, though. Harry would never think that. His Hufflepuff girlfriend would never let him think that, for starters, but it was also far too true for Harry to think otherwise. Fiona and Croaker had done so much to help him, as had several branches of the Department of Mysteries. Amelia and Mad-Eye Moody, and all the Aurors and Hit Wizards, training him and backing him up. Dumbledore and Flitwick, and the Order of the Phoenix. Ketty, for giving him the tools he needed to finally break free from the madman hunting him. And Susan, who never let him think he was alone, who always believed in him, supported him, and was counting on him to help her reform their entire society. Harry grinned tiredly and made his way cautiously into the hallway leading to the ballroom. He knew he needed to leave the manor shortly, as there was nothing to gain from him sticking around, but he wanted to see what had happened to the Death Eaters. With Riddle's death, the dark mark had vanished, but he had heard some speculation about the consequences of that happening. Amelia believed that the brand would simply vanish when the one who created it died, but Croaker was convinced that there was something deeper at play. Something so deeply woven into the host's magic, he believed, would be quite harmful if it was suddenly removed. "Well," Harry muttered to himself as he took in the hallway leading to the ballroom. "I'm no Mediwizard or healer, but I do think that the loss of the dark mark caused an adverse reaction of some kind." A trio of Death Eaters were lying on the ground, looking almost catatonic even under their masks, moaning and clutching their forearms. Whether this affected their magic or was only temporary, Harry didn't know, but he imagined that this was probably quite helpful for the Aurors who were still fighting to repel the assault on the Ministry. His curiosity satisfied, he activated his portkey. This dropped him off in the main sitting room of Grimmauld Place, where he was immediately tackled by a squealing Susan. "You did it! You did it! I told you could do it!" she cried, tears running down her face. "You didn't have to use all your crazy war mage skills or illusions in some massive fight to the death either like some big, dumb Gryffindor, did you?" Harry threw back his head and laughed, hugging his girlfriend to his chest as tight as he could, feeling lighter in body and spirit than he ever had. "Only a little," he admitted. "I stayed under the cloak, activated the rune traps, and hit him with the Phoenix Flame while he was trying to avoid my illusions rushing him. It was a very un-Gryffindor plan. It was kind of Slytherin, actually. You can't tell Draco," Harry suddenly realized. "Why not?" Susan asked, looking vaguely amused. "Because he's the reason I'm not in his house," Harry admitted. "It looks like the Sorting Hat was right in the end. I would have been a pretty decent Slytherin." "Eh," Susan said, rocking her head from side to side with her lips pursed. "Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. With the evil soul piece gone, you're a much better planner and can actually focus. But you love to run in and get involved in the action far more than any Slytherin I know except for maybe Malfoy. Besides, I think Snape would have actually killed you if you had gone into his house." "Those are both very fair points," Harry allowed. "But I do think that if I was resorted today, I would be a Slytherin, and I don't think I would be alone in the silver and green, Ms. Bones. If nothing else, our plans for the future are certainly nothing short of ambitious, wouldn't you say?" "You weren't the only one offered a few different choices during the sorting," Susan said with a smirk. "The only one the hat didn't mention for me was Ravenclaw. I'm too much of a people person for all that I like books just fine. But enough about that. We're got to celebrate. We won, Harry, you did it." "I couldn't have done it without you, you know," Harry told her seriously, choking up a little as he thought not only about the feelings he drew on when he cast the Phoenix Flame spell, but even further back to everything she had done for him this summer, from removing him from the Dursleys and giving him a home to simply having his well-being in mind, and refusing to let him practice his spells all day. "If you hadn't helped me like you have for so long now," Harry said, his voice trailing off. "I don't know where I'd be," Harry admitted, tears forming in his eyes in earnest. "With Sirius death, a maniac out for my blood, being trapped with my relatives after everyone got hurt because of me." Harry had spent a serious amount of time working with his emotions while he had been learning occlumency. He still probably needed help dealing with them, and he had no doubt that Susan and Amelia would ensure that he got it. Without any of that support and learning, Harry couldn't imagine how out of control, angry, and full of angst he would have been, isolated and abused as he was during summers with the Dursleys. Instead, he was safe, loved, being given nutrient potions to try to reverse the damage he had suffered, and would shortly be freer than he had ever before. Oh, he knew that not every Death Eater would be captured right away, and that the wizarding public was quite fickle in its affections. He would still have enemies, and people who wanted to control him for whatever agenda they had. Susan's rambling political talks, his discussions with Arcturus, and even Ketty's memories had driven that lesson home. Building a lasting peace after a civil war was a very long, hard road. But it was so preferable to the alternative, and Harry just knew that they had a chance to do something special here. He refused to squander it, and allow the whole cycle to begin in 15 years again. "I didn't do anything I didn't want to, and I definitely didn't do anything you didn't deserve, two-time vanquisher of Tom Riddle or not," Susan said firmly, breaking Harry out of his reveries. "You deserve so much love and affection, Harry, and I'm going to make sure you get it. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Harry said, finally letting his tears fall. It was done. He could stop holding it all together. "Yes, I understand you, Susan." By the time Amelia finally got home, Harry and Susan had already eaten breakfast and were curled up on the couch in the main sitting room, snuggled into each other, and on the verge of passing out. The flu activating snapped them out of their pleasant doze, and Susan was across the room and hugging her aunt, prancing around with glee almost before Harry registered that she had moved away from him. "It's over! It's over! It's over!" She cried happily, and Amelia simply wrapped her niece up in the biggest hug she could manage. "The fighting is done," Amelia confirmed, looking exhausted but triumphant. "There's more work to be done now, but the unrest and violence should be all but finished. Only the unmarked Death Eaters, of which there were very few, from what our spies passed on, had a chance of getting away. And Riddle had mobilized almost everyone in his attempt to storm the Ministry." We were slowly losing ground when Riddle retreated to confront you, Harry, and when he died, their forces collapsed. Literally. Amelia's smile was razor-sharp. We ran around stunning people whimpering on the ground for almost 5 minutes. Our holding cells are full to bursting, and we're only just finishing processing them all. A good half of the dark faction of the Ministry has been arrested, and a great deal of career criminals had thrown their lot in with Riddle as well. We're going to be having trials for weeks. And all under Veritaserum, right? Harry asked. You couldn't pay Rufus or I enough to refrain from using it, Amelia assured them. I do think that we will discover that a few marked Death Eaters were only doing what they did because of duress, and we have a few spies who will need amnesty, namely Severus Snape and Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius may have his sentence commuted because of her, but that will be up to the Wisengamot. What do you think the sentencing will be like? Susan asked, her political instincts whirring to life. I assume Azkaban will be the most common sentence, but will Rufus finally get rid of the Dementors? I don't know for sure, but my guess is that he'll take this opportunity to rebrand Magical Britain to the ICW by sweeping much of our past under the rug, so to speak, Amelia said. Ending the Civil War almost before it could begin, defeating a Dark Lord, banishing or killing the Dementors, and cleaning up our corrupt politics. That is a resume that will go down in history, and Rufus is far too keen to miss something like that. At least he's doing the right thing, Harry sighed, even if he's doing it for selfish reasons. Well, it's why I wanted him in the minister's chair, Amelia said. We knew he would do the right things, more or less. I don't know how long I want him in that position, but he's getting old, and the curse damage he's taken will probably limit him to just this one term. 5 years of accomplishments, and then hopefully your political waves will be enough to make him bow out gracefully and rather smugly. We can do that, Harry promised. I don't know how big politically we'll be after we graduate from Hogwarts in another 2 years, but I think we can make a name for ourselves. Amelia snorted. Harry, half the Auror force was with me when I got your Patronus saying that you killed Riddle. Trust me, you do not need to worry about making a name for yourself. Besides, Andromeda is still working for you for a while yet as your regent, and you can bet that Narcissa will be popping up as part of your plan to rehabilitate the traditionalist faction. You're going to be in the news plenty. We're going to have to work on keeping you from becoming a Lockhart clone, if anything. Amelia. Harry gasped in horror. That's one of the worst things anyone has ever said to me, and Susan has compared me to Draco Malfoy. The head of the DMLE grinned. Don't worry, Harry, I know how much you hate your fame, but this time you've earned it. Yes, you had help. Yes, there was a prophecy in play. And yes, you had Ketty. But to the public, you defeated Riddle twice before you even graduated from Hogwarts. You won the Triwizard Tournament while underaged. You're casting a corporeal Patronus, and who only knows whatever else ridiculously powerful magic. You have a powerful image as an exceptional wizard and the obvious successor to Dumbledore. And from what he's been saying, he's planning on stepping back to just Hogwarts. You will be urged to fill that vacuum by nearly everyone in Britain. Harry groaned. I get that there are good reasons as to why telling everyone the truth isn't helpful, and in some ways is even counterproductive. But I don't want to be the next Dumbledore. We can't all be so reliant on just one person to fix everything. Everyone was just waiting for me or Dumbledore to do something about Riddle, it felt like, and that's if they even believed Riddle was back in the first place. This isn't the kind of change Susan and I want to be making. Of course Dumbledore didn't do it alone, Amelia said, surprising Harry slightly. He was by far the most visible figure of his coalition, and tended to get the lion's share of the praise. The same was often true of the blame. But even during Grindelwald's war, when Dumbledore intervened quite late, others held the line and pushed back the Hexenmeisters. In the First Blood War, the Order of the Phoenix spilled their own blood by the dozens to protect others, and the war would not have been won without the efforts of people like Alastor Moody, Rufus Scrimgeour, and yes, Barty Crouch SR. And in the Wisengamot, Dumbledore has often relied on Elphia's Doge, Amos Diggory, and Hector Jones to build and maintain his coalition, to say nothing of ministry workers and heads like Arthur Weasley, who offered quiet and ceaseless support behind the scenes. Most people just don't see it that way, because they like the idea of Dumbledore as this near-omnipotent and singular leader. He hates it, but understood the necessity while Riddle was alive. Well, that might all be true, but I don't want to be the only person looked at on the stage, Harry said, rubbing at his face. I can accept that I'll always be popular and famous and will never be anything less than a lead actor. But I won't be the only one. I can't be the only one with a solution. I just won't do it. Oh, don't worry, Harry, Susan assured him, giving him a firm hug. You'll have me, Hermione, Neville, and probably even Daphne Greengrass off the top of my head, all pitching in with ideas and leadership roles. In fact, you won't be able to stop Hermione or Daphne, and they would likely hurt you if you tried. We'll build our own coalitions. And by the time some of our bigger reforms get passed, it will be much harder to concentrate so much power in the hands of one person, especially for any real length of time. I've been looking at the structure of the ancient Roman Senate and even the magical Congress of the United States. And hold your hippogriffs there, Susan, Amelia said, smirking a little. You can do all your political scheming later. Both of you need to sleep, as do I, and then you have the rest of the summer to relax, be with your friends, and enjoy freedom to the fullest. You can start pushing your reforms on your unsuspecting classmates soon enough, never you fret. But you have time now. You don't have to rush into it, not right this second. You can breathe, both of you. The only expectations you should now have is the ones you put on yourselves to excel in your studies and maybe Quidditch, not stop a war or stay alive against dark wizards and witches. I know that is an unusual idea for you in particular, Harry, but I have faith that you have it in you to be a teenager for a little bit. Or, at the very least, you can try to figure it out. Harry laughed helplessly, trying to not cry again at Amelia's speech. I think I can handle that, he eventually said. And yeah, sleep sounds like a pretty good idea right about now. At this point, I don't even know what I'm feeling, to be honest. Then off to bed with the both of you. I don't want to see anyone downstairs before lunchtime, Amelia declared before leading the group up to their bedrooms. Harry and Susan exchanged one last toe-curling kiss in celebration, and then Harry was asleep almost before his head hit the pillow, still not quite believing that Riddle was dead and gone. Gone. Hello, young Harry, Ketty said, not turning away from his view of the plains stretching into the distance past the Nile. And hail to the victor. You have conquered your great foe. You have bought yourself a measure of peace. I have, Harry agreed hesitantly, coming to stand beside his ancient ancestor. And I have so many plans and ideas of what to do next, but somehow the thought of moving on or doing something else is just impossible, Ketty said, turning to face Harry ever so slightly. And how could it not be? You have spent your whole life under attack one way or another. First, you were orphaned. Then your caretakers did their best to kill and abuse you. Then, each year at school you faced mortal peril far beyond what even most blooded warriors would be expected to vanquish. You have known great loss and not been allowed to recover from any of it. How could you possibly be ready to, how did you say it? Move on. You have no experience with it. Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it, Harry eventually said, swallowing hard. I mean, I'm doing a lot better now than I was before I met you and Amelia. And having the Horcrux taken out of my head has really helped my concentration and emotional state more generally. And occlumency has been an absolute gift from Merlin in helping me stay in control of myself. So I don't even know if I can really say that things are even all that bad for me. And I've been given so many advantages that other people haven't been. Peace, Harry, Ketty said, cutting through Harry's increasingly incoherent and self-effacing monologue. I did not tell you these things to leave you adrift. Yes, you have recently come into a situation much better than the one you left behind, one with resources, influence, friends, advisors, and much more. Yes, you are in a much better state holistically. But your scars do not disappear so easily, my descendant. Harry grimaced, rubbing his forehead reflexively. Not all scars are so cursed, either, Ketty said, smirking a little at Harry's gesture. No, I merely mean to remind you that you must reckon with your past, so that it does not steal your future. I knew of too many great warriors and sorcerers who returned from war triumphant only to let the battlefield in their minds claim them in the end. I doubt your Madame Bones would let such a thing occur, and surely the young woman you have begun courting would not allow it, but I would be remiss to not prod you into taking active steps to address the problem. And before you protest, remember this. I have seen your soul and mind in its entirety. It is a strong, resilient, and noble thing. But it cannot bear attacks unceasing, from both the inside and out. Seek help. Maybe not immediately upon waking, but certainly make arrangements before you return to school. You're talking about a mind healer, Harry said, turning the issue over in his head. I think I could do that. The fact that you have not already spent significant time with one, given all that you have seen and experienced at your tender age, is yet another mark against your circumstances, Ketty said dismissively. The art of mental healing was not nearly so advanced in my day, but even we had those who would work with memories, repairing them and softening their impact as it was needed. The priests of some temples would do similar things for those allied to them, although oaths of silence were often required. Your mind healers are much more professional and informed, and you must take advantage of them to reach your full potential as a wizard. I'll do it, Harry said, knowing better than to argue with Ketty, but also realizing that he did want to talk to someone about what his life had been like. Now that there was peace, he wanted Tom Marvolo Riddle fully behind him and not in his head and dreams. Good, Ketty said. Now that we have addressed that, we can turn to the next part of your training. The next part of my training, Harry parroted, somewhat thrown by the change in conversation. Harry, we have the better part of a month before my soul finally has imparted all it can to you, and my memories become fully available to you, Ketty said, a faint look of amusement on his face. I do not plan on being idle, even if the overwhelming focus on combat and survival will be scaled back down to being one subject among several. Now, I do have a few ideas of what I would like to teach you now that your life is no longer in grave danger. But do you have any subjects that you would particularly enjoy learning? Harry blew out a long breath, trying to think it over. He knew already that he would have Ketty's memories soon enough, and even if that knowledge was not a perfect transfer, he could usually puzzle out whatever spell he was going for on his own with the ever-strengthening echoes in his head. It was far better for Ketty to teach about concepts and theoretical underpinnings, and then let the practical side emerge naturally as a consequence of said teaching. Maybe you can explain to me more about ward schemes, beyond just adding 1 or 2 defenses to an already existing plan, Harry finally decided. I know that there are a lot of ward masters in England and beyond of a high quality, but the ancient Egyptians still have countless secrets hidden in their tombs despite centuries of efforts to uncover them. I think knowing how to set up something like that would be really useful to me. A good choice, Ketty praised Harry, his eyes gleaming. As you may recall, warding was one of my primary tasks in my service to the Pharaohs, and I am most pleased to hear that my work and that of my fellow servants has endured. I would ask, however, that you do not desecrate the tombs of my kin and sworn lords with the knowledge you are about to receive. I may flatter myself overmuch to presume that tombs I was involved with protecting remain unscathed, but I remain confident in my own abilities. Of course, Harry promised. I don't need the money, what with all my various inheritances, and my focus will be here in England once I graduate. I might enjoy going to see Egypt over the summer and compare it with your memories, but I will leave it in peace. Good, Ketty said approvingly. Now let us begin our lesson. A ward scheme of protection for a building, compound, structure, or even area depends on many factors. There are some that can be set purely by your magical focus, but these do not last over much, and I will let you study them on your own. What we will be looking at primarily are those that are rooted in a warding stone, an engraved mineral carved and designed to amplify your protections and channel magic. Which kind of mineral to use, which typically ranges from stone to crystal to gem, depends on the size and complexity of your wards. Certain stones like granite are solid but unspectacular, while marble is an excellent conductor but tends to be brittle. Crystal offers a flexible base, but for the best effects, needs to be linked with others of its own kind. Gems are likely the best for anchoring wards, but their size can limit the amount of magic they can hold. Next, one must consider the size and shape of the area being warded. Harry nodded along slowly, belated realizing that this would be a very complicated and technical subject. But with any luck, he would be able to keep his safety within his own hands and means, and with a real future ahead of him, that was something worth the pain and a few extra headaches. Can you mix ward anchor types within a scheme? He asked, determined to be an active student, and Ketty smiled. Oh, my dear descendant, you are going to be very fun to teach, he said happily, and Harry let a shiver run down his spine. Edgar, get back here. Harry heard Susan shouting from down the stairs, and he was forced to hide a smile as their oldest son ran shrieking through the rebuilt ossuary. Harry had rebuilt Potter Manor, which would be given to Edgar upon reaching his majority, but that would not be for another 7 years, as Edgar was about to go to Hogwarts. His and Susan's oldest daughter, Lily, age 9, would be inheriting the Bones seat and holdings, while their second son, James, age 7, would be in line for the Peveril estate, if that was something James wanted. Otherwise, it would remain as part of the Potter legacy, hidden and safe until it was needed. Elizabeth, their fourth and youngest child at only 3 years old, would not have a title to her name, even if the James didn't want the Peveril seat, as the Peverils only allowed males to inherit. Harry had tried his best to make the plans he had hatched with Arcturus work, but in the end, he could not be the Lord Black that the traditionalists needed. His ideas were sound, and Harry had successfully, through the work and influence of Andromeda and Narcissa, reformed the party as a political ideology, but Harry was not a traditionalist. Oh, he cared deeply about the wizarding traditions, history, and culture, and happily observed their holidays. But Harry was an innovator, a reformist. Susan had influenced him far too long for him to be anything else. And so, he had relinquished his claim on the Black seat and made official what had been effectively the truth for years at that point. Lady Andromeda Black and her husband Edward Blackney-Tonks were quite settled in by now. Thank you very much, and woe betide Harry if he missed his weekly tea with the leader of the traditionalists. Susan liked to playfully call him a traitor for attending those tea sessions, seeing as he was the de facto leader of the Progressives, while Susan served a second term as Minister of Magic. But Harry knew she simply hadn't seen a righteously angry Black lady before. The Black madness might have been worse in Bellatrix than in either of her two sisters, but Harry would not let a slumbering volcano erupt if he could help it. Not now that Narcissa, the Dowager Lady Malfoy and another frequent tea guest, would join and egg on her older sister. Draco, now Lord Malfoy, joined Harry for brandy and fire whiskey with regularity after those teas, both of them taking refuge in another man who understood the delicate balance and pressures they suffered under the tender mercies of the remaining Black sisters, even if they had little else in common. Although Draco had proposed that they buy the Puddlemere Quidditch team together. Harry! Susan yelled up the stairs, finally giving up on chasing Edgar and calling for reinforcements. Yes, dear, Harry called back, feigning ignorance. Come get your recalcitrant son. We need to leave for the Hogwarts Express in an hour, and he's not cooperating, Susan shouted, and then stormed off in a huff, her footsteps echoing through the halls. Harry winced. Susan was barely sleeping these days, with her greatest set of proposed laws set to be voted on in the next Wisengamot session. The judicial reforms she had proposed nearly 10 years ago had been fought over dozens of times, getting written, rewritten, chopped up, and sewn back together in a never-ending flood of parchment, ink, and vociferous disagreement. It still faced rabid opposition from several quarters. But the creation of a court system outside of the control of the Wisengamot, one that would finally remove the power of the lawmakers to judge criminals and thus decide guilt and pardons themselves, was now very close to being a reality. Harry knew that the next fight, one to add regularly elected members to the Wisengamot, would be even fiercer, but it was one he was determined to see through. The old houses would not be replaced, that would never pass, but the tide of mundane-born entering the wizarding world had only grown. They needed a say, and it wasn't like members of houses with a Wisengamot seat couldn't run themselves. It did help that the ministry was far less corrupt, but there was still work to do. Generations of things working one way did not disappear overnight, even if Wizarding Britain's reputation on the international stage was the best it had been in centuries. Edgar, Harry called, getting up and moving downstairs. Are you all set to go to Hogwarts? Yes, Dad, Edgar said, popping up from around the corner, his green eyes glinting mischievously. Harry tousled his son's auburn hair. Susan and his own mother's genetics had won out there, as they had for Lily, although James and Elizabeth had his black hair. Lily. James and Elizabeth all had their mother's eyes. Well, let's go over your packing one last time, Harry said, leading his son to his room. I know you don't need to do it, but it will make your mother feel much better if you are able to say that you've gone over it all. Okay, Edgar said cheerfully, not realizing that his father was subtly manipulating him. Harry grinned, finding it endlessly hilarious that so many of the same techniques worked on his fellow politicians as they did on his children. Do you have your robes for classes? Harry asked, pulling up the Hogwarts school list as he sat back on the corner of Edgar's bed. Yes, was the quick reply as Edgar rifled through his trunk. Potion supplies, accounted for, class books, and a few extras from Aunt Hermione. Wand. Edgar shot his out of his holster with a manic grin, swishing it through the room in lieu of an answer, leaving a trail of glimmering sparks. Stationery for notes and assignments. Harry continued, after making sure the sparks didn't set anything ablaze. His son did quite like fire, unfortunately. Yes, clothes for out of class, including some warm things for the winter weather in Scotland. Maybe I'll add a hat and gloves, Edgar conceded, and Harry knew his work here was done. They would send him a scarf matching his house after he got sorted. Excellent decision, Harry said, and helped Edgar take his trunk downstairs, where Susan was waiting with the rest of their family, including a graying Auntie Amelia. Is everyone ready? Harry asked, taking in the family that gave him so much peace and joy. Do we have to take the flu? Lily asked, looking completely despondent. I promise that by the time you're ready for Hogwarts, you will be able to flu without issues, Harry assured her. But you need the practice. I didn't get it until I was much older, and I'd like to avoid you ending up in Nocturne Alley like I did once. The flu and I have a truce now, and I'm confident you can get there too. He threatened to try to slash the budget of the Department of Transportation if they didn't figure out why it was so awful for him, Susan muttered to Amelia, who was holding back laughter. What was the problem? Amelia asked. He's too powerful magically, Susan sighed. He was subconsciously fighting the flu network because of his nausea and winning. It took 3 unspeakables, Hermione, and Luna to figure it out. Amelia snorted, but then asked, Wait, what does that mean for Lily? Susan blinked with slow-dawning horror. All right, everyone, come along, Harry called, pointedly not acknowledging the quiet conversation between adults. James, Elizabeth, you're with me. The Weasleys are always last, and I refuse to let Hermione and Ron beat us there. The group rapidly vanished in bursts of green fire and laughter, and once they reached platform 9 3/4, Susan flicked her wand over them, removing the light traces of flu ash. Say your goodbyes to Edgar, everyone, she said, fighting back tears herself as she wrapped her oldest up in her arms and kissed his cheek. Mum, Edgar whined. Not in public. Harry laughed and pulled his son into a hug of his own. Have fun and stay out of trouble. Aim for Ravenclaw. Harry Potter, you take that back. Our boy is a badger, not a raven, Susan snapped, and the group laughed at the long-standing argument. Harry wanted a new house represented among them, having long since claimed both Gryffindor and Slytherin, and Susan was obviously a Hufflepuff. Susan remained a diehard Hogwarts house loyalist. Harry ultimately made it clear to all their children that they could go wherever they wanted, and their father would support them even if their mother pouted. Harry, you beat us here. He heard Ron call from down the way, leading the first contingent of one of the other major red-headed wizarding families their way. Bill and Fleur are right behind us. Victoire and Dominique will help show Edgar and Hugo around, yeah. Hugo, Ron and Hermione's oldest, gave Edgar an excited smile, and the 2 11-year-olds sped through their goodbyes, grabbed their trunks, and then dashed onto the gleaming red train with the ease of long friendship. Think that McGonagall is ready for those two. Ron asked Harry as Tonks and Remus Lupin held down and gave a struggling Teddy Lupin forehead kisses until the 5th-year prefect blushed scarlet while Andromeda watched in approval just down the station. Absolutely not, Harry said with a laugh. She's going to go white in a year, tops. Honestly, you too, Hermione groused. Have a little sympathy for our old head of house. We put her through quite enough on our own. Well, if Fred and George's kids haven't done her in yet, I reckon she'll survive our lot, Ron said philosophically. Hermione groaned, but Harry conceded the point willingly. Fred and George had married Angelina and Alicia respectively, and while neither brother had twins of their own yet, their children were quite mischievous and looked quite similar. Can I go next year, Dad? James asked, tugging at Harry's sleeve, and Harry picked up his son with a grunt. You've got a couple more years to go, but that time will be here before you know it, Harry said, hardly able to believe it himself. He looked over at Susan, who was still holding back tears, and pulled her and the other kids into a hug as the whistle on the express sounded. They waved and waved at Edgar, who waved back with a beaming smile on his face out of his window. Well, Harry said as the express vanished into the distance. Let's go home. He had some work to do, including attending to a bequest in Professor Dumbledore's will. Something about the old man's wand.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to see more, then please subscribe to my channel.